Please like and share the video, and follow the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks, and leave a comment with the novel you want to hear. I will upload it soon based on your request. Chapter 461. As soon as Yue Yang teleported away, he heard hornless dragon Zhang Ying snickering. She actually saw him groping Hai Yingwu just now. She just pretended not to see it. She also knew that Yue Yang did not mean to molest Hai Yingwu, but to confuse the enemy. But this act was too realistic. She could not help but laugh when she thought of Hai Yingwu's pitiful look when her breasts were groped and she had to force a smile. At the same time, she felt happy. Hai Yingwu saw her as an enemy and kept a close watch on her. This was the perfect time to take revenge. Tong Tian Tower, 7th floor, Old Dragon Residence. Old Dragon Residence was a secluded secret realm with beautiful scenery. It was a green safe area. There were very few carnivorous beasts and only a few herbivorous animals. These deer and rabbits were used to a peaceful life in the forest and were not afraid of humans. They flew more than 10 kilometers from the teleportation circle to Old Dragon Valley. This was the place where the old hornless dragon lived in seclusion in his later years. The scenery was beautiful. Butterflies flew in pairs and flowers were everywhere. A few lesser dragon maids and more than 10 spider demonesses who stayed here hurried to greet Zhang Ying when they saw that their mistress had returned. They also saw that the human, Yue Yang, had returned together with them. While they were greeting him respectfully, they could not help but secretly size him up. They were secretly curious about his relationship with their mistress. When I was young, I stayed with my grandfather for a long period of time. However, most of the time, I lived with my maternal grandmother in the Spider Valley. Sometimes, she would bring me to the human world to play. Although I have never been to the Soaring Dragon continent, I have been to the Qi Lan continent, Aojia continent and Ji Yufeng continent. Those continents are not like Soaring Dragon continent, which does not allow outsiders to enter easily. We can just create a fake identity and go there. I was very happy living with my grandfather and grandmother because they did not care about my training. If I lived with my mother, it would be very painful. The training was very strict. Unfortunately, my parents went to the 10th floor of Tong Tian Tower together to explore the secret of the Heaven Realm Gate. I have not seen them for decades. I wonder how they are now. Returning to Old Dragon Residence, Zhang Ying brought Yue Yang around her old residence and talked about her past. Yue Yang was secretly happy. If a girl was willing to share her past secrets with a man, it proved that she had a good impression of him. Otherwise, she would never do that. It could be seen that Zhang Ying, the hornless dragon, was rather lonely. The old hornless dragon had passed away a long time ago. When Zhang Ying was still a child, he had become weak and old due to his heavy injuries. Finally, he passed away. After that, Zhang Ying lived with her maternal grandmother, the Spider Queen, and had a happy childhood. This good situation didn't last long. The Spider Empress disappeared. The little hornless dragon girl could only return to the Old Dragon Residence to live with her parents and receive extremely strict training. However, not long after, her parents also went to the 10th floor of Tong Tian Tower to explore the Heaven Realm Gate. They had not returned for dozens of years. Zhang Ying could only live with her aunt. Her aunt found a husband 10 years ago, so she could only continue living alone. She traveled between the Old Dragon Residence and the Spider Valley, sometimes replacing her grandfather as the Spider Queen, and sometimes returning here as the Hornless Dragon. In her lonely life, she worked hard to cultivate, with the goal of becoming a divine beast. Until he met Yue Yang. She started to have her first male friend. Furthermore, it was not a dragon of the same species, but a human. Your parents seem to be very strong. You don't have to worry about their safety. Yue Yang concluded that Zhang Ying's parents were not simple based on the 3 points. Firstly, the bloodline inheritance. Zhang Ying's father was the son of the old hornless dragon and the golden dragon queen. Her mother was the descendant of the great silver dragon leader and the Spider Empress. Among the 4 bloodlines, none of them were easy to deal with. Secondly, the training location was the 10th floor of Tong Tian Tower. Without the strength of an innate level 9 or above, there was no way to go there. If her daughter was an innate level 7, then Zhang Ying's parents would definitely be powerful people with strength of an innate level 9 or above. Thirdly, the black dragon armor that her parents made for her was a special treasure. It was extremely heavy and could strengthen one's physique and increase the speed of training without harming one's body. Even Yue Yang, who had obtained the inheritance of knowledge and Yu Gong's puppet encyclopedia, wanted to study this mysterious black dragon armor. This showed its value, taking 10,000 steps back. Not mentioning the secret technique of this black dragon armor, it was also made of pure black dragon skin. In this world, how many rankers could wear the real black dragon armor? There were many who used the skin of a lesser dragon to imitate it. The black dragon armor sold in the treasure shop was not made of black dragon skin, but black dragon armor. The two had the same name, but the meaning was very different. Zhang Ying came to the front of a room. Suddenly, she became a little bashful and stopped. She peeked at Yue Yang from under her purple hair with her pale green eyes and said shyly, This is my room, there's nothing to see." Although she said that, she actually wanted Yue Yang to go in and take a look. Out of a young girl's reserve, she was too embarrassed to open her mouth and invite him. She only hinted vaguely, hoping to arouse Yue Yang's curiosity. How could Yue Yang not know what she was thinking? He chuckled and deliberately teased her. "Since there's nothing to see, let's go somewhere else to take a look." When he said that, Zhang Ying could not help but feel disappointed. Slightly annoyed, how could this guy be like this? Just as she was secretly stomping her feet, she suddenly saw Yue Yang quickly reach out and push the door open. Only then did she know that he was teasing her on purpose. The annoyance in her heart instantly turned into surprise and shyness. She felt embarrassed that he had seen through her thoughts, but at the same time, she was quite happy with his deceptive behavior. He was too smart, he could even pick up on her hints. He was not a blockhead who did not know how to flirt. In her embarrassment, Zhang Ying stretched out her hand to block Yue Yang, as if she did not want him to go in. Actually, she only did this to act coquettishly, to show that she did not take the initiative to invite him, but he barged in. "Don't go in, how can you do this? There's nothing to see in here." Of course, Zhang Ying could not stop Yue Yang, she just wanted to save some face. "It smells so good." When Yue Yang entered, he could smell the faint fragrance of a virgin. Actually, this faint fragrance was present on the hornless dragon, but the black dragon armor had a special effect of suppressing the smell. Luckily, it was Yue Yang, normal people would not be able to smell that fragrance. It seemed that it was a kind of protection that Zhang Ying's parents had for their daughter. One must know that many magical beasts relied on smell to find traces. The black dragon armor almost completely blocked out smell. To many magical beasts with a sensitive sense of smell, this suppressing smell was the best defense. It was also because of this that Zhang Ying's innate strength was even more hidden. Normal warriors would not be able to easily see through it. Zhang Ying blushed at Yue Yang's sincere praise. She quickly ran in and rushed ahead of Yue Yang to put all the items that she thought were unsightly to Yue Yang into the cabinet. Actually, it was nothing more than hugging little bear toys, little long-eared rabbit toys, and some other childish cute clothes, pink pajamas. Yue Yang saw that her temperament was actually still like a child. Although she had grown up, her heart still missed the various things from her childhood. Perhaps, it was because she was too lonely and lacked the care of her family. Yue Yang did not immediately practice body fusion with Zhang Ying, but played with her for the whole day. For example, Zhang Ying really liked to play childish games like swings. She could fly in the sky, but sitting on the swing while being pushed and thrown by Yue Yang, she would shout happily and be overjoyed. Helping out in the kitchen was also something that she liked to do, but most of the time it would just cause trouble. With Yue Yang accompanying her, she even wanted to make a huge flatbread, but she failed in the end and had to divide it into dozens of pieces, which made her feel regretful for the whole morning. In the afternoon, Yue Yang accompanied her to swim. The thing that she was most proud of was winning against Yue Yang in a competition. Standing on the shore, she bent down and said to Yue Yang, who had just emerged from the water, "I'm about to doze off from waiting, can you be any slower?" At night, she could not bear to go back to sleep. Even though she did not say it, she really hoped that Yue Yang would continue to accompany her. Her eyes were a little shifty, not daring to look at Yue Yang. "Tell me a bedtime story." "I would never do such a silly thing, I still want to find someone to tell me." Yue Yang cleverly gave her a way out. "All right, then you act as a child and I will be the adult. I will tell you." Sure enough, Zhang Ying became excited when she heard it. She pulled Yue Yang and pressed him onto her bed. Then, she took a book from the bookshelf and pretended to be serious. She wanted to tell a story to Yue Yang and coax him to sleep. She did not realize what she had done. Perhaps subconsciously, she did not mind Yue Yang lying on her bed. Hoo, Yue Yang fell asleep the moment he laid down. In his hand was a sign that said, please do not talk to someone who is asleep. This action almost made Zhang Ying lose her breath from laughing. She fell on top of Yue Yang and punched his chest with her small fists. She was so happy that tears came out. After an unknown amount of time, she finally realized that this position was a little ambiguous. She raised her head in embarrassment and looked at Yue Yang. Realizing that his eyes were closed, she did not know what he was thinking about. She quietly buried her head and listened to his heartbeat. Hornless dragon Zhang Ying suddenly sighed faintly and said in an extremely soft voice, "In the future, after we defeat the Ocean Emperor, no one will talk to me anymore. I will return to my original self, an orphan with no one to rely on. Even if I have parents, they will not care about me." Yue Yang stretched out his hand and gently stroked her soft purple hair. "Actually, I am also an orphan, similar to you." Zhang Ying's body trembled slightly. She raised her head and looked at Yue Yang with her light green eyes, like a stray kitten that suddenly found a companion. She did not speak and only hugged Yue Yang tightly. 2 large teardrops silently rolled down from her long eyelashes. It was as if she was crying tears of joy, but also as if she was in the same boat. Even Zhang Ying herself could not explain her complex emotions. She only felt that she had seen a ray of light in the darkness of loneliness. A companion had appeared in front of her. It was him. She was no longer alone. Orphans finally had a companion. Since they were both orphans, why not travel together? Zhang Ying cried silently for a while and suddenly smiled through her tears. Her little face was like a pear blossom in tears, but her cherry lips could not help but curve upwards. "Good, so you are still an orphan. All right, let me take care of you from now on. I am very good at taking care of people. Just listen to me." Yue Yang did not have the time to retract his hand that was originally stroking her hair. Hornless dragon Zhang Ying suddenly grabbed his hand boldly and placed it on her waist, letting him hug her too. Maybe it was because they were separated by the blanket, so it didn't feel real. She immediately slipped back into the blanket, and wrapped her arms and legs around Yue Yang like an octopus. Her body was tightly pressed against him, and her breasts were pressed against his chest. However, she didn't feel embarrassed at all, and only felt satisfied and blissful. It had been a long time since she had felt such a warm hug since her childhood. Compared to the warm hugs of her family in her memory, it gave her a sense of security. A masculine scent that she had never felt before filled her whole body. In his warm embrace, there was an indescribable feeling of joy in her heart. Perhaps, this was the legendary happiness. Chapter 462 Zhang Ying had never thought that she would hug a man to sleep. Moreover, it was so natural and she did not feel embarrassed at all. In fact, both her body and mind felt very comfortable. After waking up, she still did not understand why. She only knew that hugging him like this and letting him hug her made her body develop a kind of dependence that she could not bear to let go. It was a lazy feeling that she had never felt before. It was natural, comfortable and warm. That's right, there was also happiness. Her heart was no longer lonely. With him by her side, a sense of satisfaction that she had never felt before filled her heart. Just as Zhang Ying yawned lazily and was about to go back to sleep, she suddenly realized that a hot big hand had entered her clothes and was rubbing her breasts without restraint. He did it so skillfully that he did not care about Zhang Ying's reaction at all. Only now did the hornless dragon realize that hugging him to sleep was completely different from hugging her mother or grandfather when she was young. She wanted to jump up immediately when her breasts were touched, but this offense was a little weird. It was not that kind of evil play, but a kind of natural caress. Zhang Ying looked up at Yue Yang and realized that he was asleep. She was instantly angry. Even if this guy is asleep, he is still a big pervert. Zhang Ying's whole body turned soft from the hot big hand's rubbing. She hurriedly pulled the bad hand out. If he continued to rub, she would not be able to take it. It felt too uncomfortable. She was still panting. Then she realized that it was moving towards her buttocks and reached into her pajama pants to feel it. The hornless dragon could not take this kind of attack and quickly grabbed it tightly. She wanted to push it back to his side, but after thinking about it, she felt that although her body was no longer soft, there was an inexplicable feeling of emptiness. She might as well press the bad hand on her lower back and let him continue hugging her. It would feel better this way. As for the matter of her breasts being attacked in his sleep, Zhang Ying guessed that Yue Yang did not know about it at all. It was just an instinct. She wondered how many bad things he had done to cause him to be like this. Zhang Ying hated the sleeping Yue Yang so much that her teeth itched. She really wanted to bite that quiet handsome face to vent the anger in her heart. Little fallen flowers, let me touch it again. Yue Yang was dreaming of being intimate with city mistress Fallen Flowers. Not only did his wolfish hands grope everywhere, he even flipped over and pinned Zhang Ying under his body. The hornless dragon shuddered. She felt something strange pressing against the forbidden area of her lower abdomen. It was scorching hot and extremely deadly. The most infuriating thing was that this guy was pressing down on him and calling his woman's name. You are so heavy, move to the side. Zhang Ying, who was weak all over, used all her strength to flip Yue Yang over again. Huff huff, Yue Yang breathed softly, still in a deep sleep. Sleeping with this guy isn't safe at all. It's so uncomfortable. Although Zhang Ying grumbled, she still could not bear to let go. She only stretched out her hand and lightly pinched his body. However, she was afraid that she would wake him up, so she could not bear to use any strength. In the end, even Zhang Ying herself felt that she had indulged him too much. His breathing stabilized. Zhang Ying suppressed her pounding heart and extended her hand downwards. Secretly, she reached into his pants. She closed her eyes shyly and touched him curiously. Her whole body was trembling. Her thighs were clamped together and her calves were tense. Her toes were so nervous that they almost cramped. After a long time, she finally pulled her hand back while trembling. She then turned around and shyly hid under the blanket. Although she was not 100% clear and did not see it with her own eyes, she already knew many secrets. In an instant, she also understood many things from the original ignorance without a teacher. The one that her aunt had once told her about might be the one who came in and gave birth to the baby. However, that thing of his was a little too big. Could it really go in? If it was really that, maybe he had a way. Zhang Ying's imagination ran wild. She brought the small hand that she touched to her nose and sniffed. There seemed to be a very strange smell left on her hand. It was very light but different from the rest. It gave off a very masculine and very attractive feeling. Was it the smell from his place? Zhang Ying was extremely embarrassed. She buried her head in the blanket and her mind was in a mess. The burning sensation from when she touched him just now kept flashing through her mind. Huge, fiery, masculine, high-spirited. That feeling was too strange. Thinking about it made her even more embarrassed. The last step of body fusion that he mentioned before, could it be that he was referring to that? Not good. The hornless dragon suddenly thought of something and her body shook. There were only a dozen hours left before the birth of the Mother Earth potion. She had not started cultivating with him yet. During the day, she had wasted too much time playing. At night, she still slept like this. It was such a waste. By the time she woke up tomorrow, there would only be a few hours left. How could she cultivate? How would she have the time to level up to fight the Ocean Emperor? Thinking of this, Zhang Ying immediately sat up. Anxiously, Yue Yang woke up from his sleep and asked her curiously, "What's wrong?" "I did not touch you." "Ah no, I mean, we have to start cultivating immediately. Otherwise, there won't be enough time." Zhang Ying pulled Yue Yang up anxiously. "Get up quickly. Now is not the time to sleep." Ah, Yue Yang did not understand. Didn't they waste more than 10 hours in the day? Why was she in such a hurry to cultivate at night? Just like this, she was like a primary school student playing for the whole summer. She only had a few days left to do her summer homework. Looking at Zhang Ying's anxious look, Yue Yang wanted to laugh. Of course, he was happy to see hornless dragon Zhang Ying's change. She took the initiative to ask for it. It was much better than him thinking of ways to bring her to cultivate. She had probably let go of the burden in her heart. With success in sight, Yue Yang wrapped Zhang Ying in a blanket and carried her up. "Let's go to my grimoire world. If we level up, there will be a lot of strange phenomena. It would not be good for others to see it." This really dispelled the embarrassment in the hornless dragon girl's heart. Of course, it was better for no one to see it than to alarm the servants. Even though those were the maids who had watched her grow up, it was best not to let them know about this. The more secret, the better. Grimoire world. Because city mistress Fallen Flowers, sickly beauty and impatience were all accompanying Fourth Mother in the Tian Luo Palace's mirage, there was really no one inside. However, even though they were not there were still beasts. Bloody Queen Red, Barbarian Cow Shadow Ah Man and the others were all there. Zhang Ying, who was currently dizzy and stiff from nervousness, did not have any thoughts to sense this. She did not even think about it. She thought that she would have to strip naked and do that once she started cultivating body fusion. She was feeling uneasy. She waited for Yue Yang to explain the mantra one by one so that she could cooperate. Only then did Zhang Ying know that there was no need to do that at the beginning. Instantly, her nervousness was reduced by more than half and her spirit was lifted. She nodded, indicating that she understood. Actually, her cooperation was very simple. The main thing was to relax her mind and let Yue Yang lead the entire cultivation process. Her mind could not be startled in the middle, so as to not affect the cultivation process. Also, it was a very simple way to circulate energy. For a hornless dragon who had cultivated to innate level 7, this could not be any easier. Moreover, this energy circulation method was being led by Yue Yang. Understood. Zhang Ying felt that she was really stupid. If she had known this earlier, she would have started cultivating. What a waste of time. At the beginning, they only touched each other's palms. Yue Yang's energy flowed into her body and flowed back. In this cycle, the innate qi continuously expanded her meridians. Because the meridians that she had cultivated were already connected, body fusion was twice the result with half the effort. Very quickly, they entered the second stage. This time, body fusion was more intimate. Their bodies hugged each other. Zhang Ying did not feel any pressure at all. Anyway, they had just slept in each other's embrace, so this was nothing. More innate qi flowed into her body, making her feel that her energy was undergoing a qualitative change and continuously improving. She was extremely surprised. Once the second stage was over, she automatically cooperated with his movements. When he kissed her lips, she did not hesitate at all. She stood on her tiptoes and opened her mouth slightly to receive his kiss. Only when he kissed her lips did she realize that this was a kiss, her first kiss. However, that wonderful feeling in the innate qi that came from his mouth made her unable to stop. Instead, she excitedly hugged him and sucked hard. Instinctively, she passionately kissed him. Other than innate qi, there was also nirvana flame burning in Yue Yang's palms. He inserted nirvana flame into the vital point on her back, purifying her body while purifying the energy in her body at the same time. The intense pain almost made Zhang Ying scream out loud. But she knew that in order for her body to be reborn, she had to undergo this intense purification. The pain was actually a kind of dissolving process. Their clothes had already turned into ashes. Their bodies were tightly pressed together. The energy in Yue Yang's body continuously refined the energy in Zhang Ying's body while the nirvana flame continuously purified them. Zhang Ying was in so much pain that her body could not take it anymore and reverted to her real body. Her upper body was still the same, but below her legs, she had turned into the body of a hornless dragon. Golden dragon wings grew on her back. Below her buttocks, her legs turned into a small and cute silver dragon tail. It slowly extended until it was a few meters long. The black dragon fins, golden dragon wings and silver dragon scales that originally grew on the dragon tail melted under the nirvana flame and were instantly reborn. Zhang Ying, who was in unbearable pain, wrapped her tail tightly around Yue Yang's body. Her dragon wings trembled weakly. If not for Yue Yang's innate qi replenishing her, she would probably die in 10 minutes. Under the refinement of the nirvana flame, she would only be left with her soul and the dragon crystal in her body. However, Yue Yang's innate qi immediately replenished her lost energy and continuously stimulated the potential in her body. Every time Zhang Ying was at her weakest, Yue Yang would drip God's dew into her mouth, allowing her to recover instantly. After an unknown period of time, Zhang Ying found that the pain in her body was getting lighter and lighter. Finally, she was not in pain at all. Instead, she felt a kind of enlightenment and a wonderful comfort. When she opened her eyes, she found that her skin had become 10 times whiter and as smooth as jade. The entire dragon tail looked like it was carved out of white jade and was incomparably beautiful. The dragon wings on her back had also become crystal-like. Other than the bones of the dragon wings which still had a faint dark gold color, everything else was completely different from before. The abundant energy and perfect body made Zhang Ying immediately realize that she had been reborn. Even though she had not reached innate level 8, she was only a step away from breaking through. As long as she started cultivating, she believed that she would break through immediately. Is this really me? My new tail is so beautiful, just like white jade. Zhang Ying was so excited that she could not control herself. She kissed Yue Yang repeatedly, thanking him for giving her a perfect new body. Her dragon tail swayed proudly and continuously, as if she was a happy child who got her favorite toy. Let's continue and break through innate level 8 in one go. Yue Yang could have tried to take over Zhang Ying's body with his shadow when she was in pain. Moreover, the success rate should be very high. However, he thought that this kind of thing could not be rushed. In the future, if she really could not leave him, she would take the initiative to ask for a contract. There was no need to cast such a shadow in her heart. Okay, Zhang Ying nodded her head in agreement. Then she understood that if she wanted to take another step forward, she would have to have even more intimate contact. Perhaps, she would even have to do that. Even though she was very embarrassed, she did not regret it. Instead, she bravely turned back into her human form. Her dragon tail retracted and once again became a pair of slender white legs. Chapter 463. Let alone Zhang Ying, even Yue Yang, who had mastered body fusion, was very serious when it came to the next step of cultivation. What he wanted was not to simply let the hornless dragon break through to innate level 8. Instead, he wanted to suppress her level to innate level 6, or even innate level 5, and then rush to innate level 8. If he did not do this, then Zhang Ying's gains would not be the greatest, and the increase would only be one level. If Yue Yang could first reconstruct her level to innate level 6 or innate level 5, then she would have a leap of 2 or even 3 levels. This way, the increase in her strength would definitely not be the same as before. Her inherent skills would improve by leaps and bounds. She could even contract a summoning grimoire and directly become a divine beast. Yue Yang did not know how much Mother Earth potion there was, but he guessed that it would definitely not be a lot. If Zhang Ying became a divine beast, then she would not need the Mother Earth potion anymore, and he would have more energy to break through. Innate Invisible Sword Chi level 6. This was the current level that he wanted to break through, but it was definitely not Yue Yang's final wish. With the Mother Earth potion, Yue Yang wanted to break through to Innate Sword Chi level 7, or even higher. Innate Invisible Sword Chi level 6. If not for his Nirvana rebirth, Yue Yang would have reached it long ago. Now that he had repeated it over and over again, Yue Yang felt that he was getting closer and closer to the level 6. The energy seemed to have accumulated into a lake, ready to gush out at any time. The longer he trained at a lower level, the better his foundation and the more things he mastered. But when it came to the point where he had no choice but to level up, Yue Yang could not let it go. Because every time he broke through a bottleneck, he would have a new understanding. At most, he would just have to train again and break through to a new realm. Moreover, now that he was about to kill the Ocean Emperor, it would be best if he could break through to a new realm. Yue Yang knew that if he helped Zhang Ying to break through to innate level 8 and become a divine beast, he would reap more rewards. The dragon energy in her body fusion would allow him to have a deeper understanding of innate sword chi level 6. Kissing, caressing. Yue Yang used the body fusion technique that he usually used on Shui Wuxia, Princess Sissy, Sickly Beauty and City Mistress Fallen Flowers on Zhang Ying. Even Yu, who had accompanied Yue Yang in his cultivation for several months, could not do this. At the very least, she would not allow Yue Yang to do this when she was conscious. Zhang Ying was very passive. She felt shy, happy, embarrassed, and scared. She didn't resist Yue Yang's actions, but she was at a loss as to what to do and passively accepted it. Actually, she didn't want to do this, but this was her first time experiencing this, so she didn't know how to cooperate at all. Fortunately, Yue Yang was the one in charge of the body fusion technique, so there was no need for perfect coordination. As long as they did not intentionally resist, it would be fine. In the beginning, Zhang Ying was extremely embarrassed. She looked at Yue Yang kissing her breasts, kissing her erect buds, kissing them all the way down. She didn't know what to do. The thrill and excitement burned her heart. She really wanted to reach out to touch him and kiss him, but her nervousness and shyness prevented her from doing so. When Yue Yang gently placed her on the bed and gently kissed her, the only thing Zhang Ying could do was to cover her face and not look. Her legs were tightly clamped together, and her calves were straight. She clumsily stood still and let him do whatever he wanted to do to her. Relax, don't think about anything, feel the flow of energy. Yue Yang could eat this hornless dragon right now. He knew that she would not reject him. However, the most important thing now was not to obtain her. It was to let her level up. Cultivating with a girl's pure body was the fastest. There was still a long way to go before she broke through. He couldn't just take her like this, or else she could only level up by one level at most. Since she would belong to him in the future, why should he be impatient? Hearing Yue Yang's comforting words, Zhang Ying gradually relaxed. Her stiff body softened. As Yue Yang kissed her body, she was immersed in the beauty of pleasure and pleasure. She let Yue Yang caress and kiss her burning body. She hugged him passionately, trembled with his every move, and let out a beautiful whimper. Her panting and moaning became a moving song, one of a kind. 10 minutes later, she completely lost herself in his embrace. She responded to his caresses one by one. Her previous reservations and nervousness had already been thrown to the winds. Her body was completely under his control. She wholeheartedly enjoyed the pleasure that he gave her. She had already forgotten about everything else in the world. Unknowingly, under the suppression of the nirvana flame and innate chi, her strength gradually condensed. Her cultivation level reverted back to normal, from innate level 7 all the way to innate level 6. 10 minutes later, she returned to innate level 5. If it was any other time, she would definitely jump in fright. However, at this moment, she completely trusted Yue Yang and let him do whatever he wanted to her. Heaven's Fury Fire Lotus, extreme cold frost and purple thunder lightning spread out from Yue Yang's body, forming a huge energy field. The summoning grimoire automatically floated out, and the beast's world of light expanded to a space of 60 meters. The innate chi flowed from Yue Yang's mouth into Zhang Ying's lips. It flowed through her entire body and returned to Yue Yang's body from her lower abdomen. On the other hand, the nirvana flame was the opposite. It entered her tailbone, flowed upwards, flowed through her entire body, and finally returned to Yue Yang's body from her chest to her heart. The nirvana flame transformed into an incomparably beautiful and ever-changing fire phoenix, passing through Yue Yang and Zhang Ying's body. Every time it passed through, Zhang Ying's body would tremble violently. Her energy and realm would also increase exponentially. From innate level 5, she rose to innate level 6, and then back to her original innate level 7. Finally, a strange light flashed and a rainbow appeared. Zhang Ying's dragon wings and dragon tail uncontrollably transformed and tightly wrapped around Yue Yang's body. As she broke through to a new realm, she screamed in pain and joy. Yue Yang could not find a bronze grimoire at the moment and hurriedly took out a silver grimoire. He pressed Zhang Ying's little hand on it and used his innate chi to help her contract the summoning grimoire. When Zhang Ying's breakthrough was about to end and the contract had not succeeded, Yue Yang became anxious. He bit the tip of his tongue and spat a mouthful of blood on the silver grimoire. He did not understand why he did this. Maybe it was because he was blessed. Maybe it was the knowledge passed down by the pitiful guy's mother that he used it. Subconsciously at that moment, maybe the heavenly sword goddess was commanding Yue Yang's subconscious. He felt that all three possibilities existed, but he did not have time to think. He could only wholeheartedly transfer innate chi to Zhang Ying to help her contract the grimoire. This was the best chance. It would be a pity if the contract was not successful today. Finally, countless colorful lights rose from the place where Zhang Ying's little hand touched the grimoire. A strong golden light blossomed and formed a female hornless dragon with a human body and a dragon tail in the sky. It flew around the contracted light pillar that shot towards the sky, then instantly turned around and entered Zhang Ying's body. Zhang Ying's dragon tail, which was originally tightly wrapped around Yue Yang, suddenly turned into colorful lights and disappeared. It once again transformed into a pair of snow-white, smooth, jade-like beautiful legs that were coiled around Yue Yang's waist. The dragon wings on her back rapidly shrunk and became slender. They turned into a pair of extremely beautiful crystal dragon wings and nimbly circled around Yue Yang's back. Zhang Ying hugged Yue Yang tightly. She was in the process of advancing to innate level 8. She was conscious for a second and confused for a second. The new realm of a divine beast affected her mind at the same time. What was more frightening was that she realized that she had a connection with him. Countless information made her mind confused and she could not sort it out in a short time. The pleasure of her body was also one of the reasons why she could not think. She felt the delicate flower petals in her private parts being pushed against by the high-spirited dragon spear. That feeling made her whole body tremble. It seemed to be uncomfortable, but also seemed to be happy. Her body seemed to be automatically searching for that feeling. Although she was not consciously controlling it, her hands, legs and dragon wings were hugging him tightly, as if wanting him to enter immediately and become one with her. Yue Yang also had the same feeling. He felt that he had reached a thin barrier. That was the symbol of protecting young girls. As long as he continued to advance, she would truly become his woman. If he took away her virginity like this, she might not be able to level up like City Mistress Fallen Flowers and the others. This was because she had just leveled up and it was impossible for her to level up again. Moreover, he did not have enough innate chi to help her level up. Forget it, he did not care about this anymore. He had already reached this step. Yue Yang could not bear it any longer and decided to take down this hornless dragon first. Just as he was about to attack, Zhang Ying's body turned into a ball of colorful light. It was as beautiful as a rainbow bridge and floated into Yue Yang's grimoire. The grimoire shone brightly. He flipped the page. Yue Yang, who was completely naked, jumped up and sweated profusely when he saw it. He did not know when he had contracted this hornless dragon. What made Yue Yang sweat profusely was that this was not like the barbarian cow shadow a man's possession. It was completely different from the Bloody Queen Red's possession. It was also completely different from the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen Duo's special contract. Could it be that Zhang Ying had spat out a mouthful of blood when she contracted the grimoire, and his blood had this effect? What made Yue Yang heave a sigh of relief was that he had finally dealt with the hornless dragon. Of course, he did not just poke her. That actually required at least a few more seconds to succeed. This was referring to his guardian beast. Yue Yang realized that his guardian beast had come about very confusedly. The hornless dragon Zhang Ying had also inexplicably succeeded in forming a contract. Without any mental preparation or premeditation, she had become his guardian beast. Yue Yang could not understand. Forget it, this was a good thing. He would ask the heavenly sword goddess next time. Maybe she had helped him. Yue Yang decided not to delve into this issue for the time being. Looking closely, he realized that the hornless dragon was in a deep sleep. She seemed to be in a state of confusion, but her energy was still increasing. The divine beast's power and the innate level 8 realm were still merging. At the same time, the guardian beast's power was also changing. These powers that she had obtained after breaking through had caused her entire being to be in a state of chaos. It was estimated that she would not be able to come out to fight for a while. Being able to contract her was already Yue Yang's greatest satisfaction. Yue Yang did not care about whether she would participate in the battle or not. Whether or not he could kill the Ocean Emperor was never Yue Yang's first priority. At most, he would kill him in the future. The only thing that gave Yue Yang a headache was that he was still a step away from breaking through the 6th level of innate invisible sword chi, but Zhang Ying was in a deep sleep. Impatience, Fallen Flowers and City Mistress were also not by his side. What should he do? A shadow glided down from the sky at an extremely fast speed. It was the Bloody Queen Red. Her face was crimson red as she dove into Yue Yang's embrace. Let Red help Master raise his realm. Red has already learned it. Chapter 464. Yue Yang was shocked by Bloody Queen Red's initiative. Since when did she become so human-like? He had thought that she would need a period of time to fully mature in terms of humanization. He did not expect that her body and mind had already matured so quickly. Yue Yang used his Heaven Eye's divine vision to observe. The current Bloody Queen Red was no different from a normal human girl. In fact, she was even more perfect. In terms of humanization, she seemed to have improved by leaps and bounds. Her body was still okay, but her mind, how could she improve so quickly? One must know that other people's beasts, in terms of humanization, would usually need tens of years, or even 100 or 200 years to perfect their bodies before they could evolve into a human. As for their mind, they would need hundreds of years before they could truly humanize. How long had Bloody Queen Red been contracted for? Yue Yang did not understand how she could improve so quickly. Compared to the barbarian cow Shadow, her improvement was much faster. She had even surpassed the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen. Master and Mistress have taught Red a lot. Bloody Queen Red lowered her head and did not dare to look at Yue Yang. Actually, the reason why she improved so quickly was because of Yue Yang's abnormal strength as her master. Secondly, the competition between her companions had greatly increased her intelligence. In the past, it was the barbarian cow Shadow, then it was the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen, then the Spirit of Earth Fire. She had companions competing with her all around her. Furthermore, all of them improved quickly, so that she would not fall behind. The biggest influence was Yue Yang's body fusion. First, the girls' training allowed Bloody Queen Red to learn many human girls' special emotions and skills. Her improvement was extraordinary. Then, Impatience's guardian beast, Charm Demon Queen and Hornless Dragon appeared. Charm Demon Queen was not only extremely powerful, she even had to serve her male master together with Impatience. Her actions had basically opened a door of life for Bloody Queen Red, giving her the best enlightenment. It also made her understand that she could do it too. Later on, the Hornless Dragon Zhang Ying gave Bloody Queen Red a sense of crisis. The charm demon queen was still Impatience's guardian beast, but this hornless dragon had become Yue Yang's guardian beast. The hornless dragon would always accompany her master from now on. If she walked ahead of her, then her position in Yue Yang's heart would be even lower. Competitiveness, demonstration power and sense of danger. These three factors had caused the Bloody Queen's thoughts to undergo an earth-shattering change, making an unimaginable improvement. In an instant, she had taken a huge step forward from a beast to a human. This step was something that hundreds of millions of beasts would never be able to achieve in their entire lives. To the Bloody Queen, she only used a few short days to bravely take this step. Don't worry, Red, you will always be the Bloody Queen in my heart, the one and only. Yue Yang could guess what the Bloody Queen was thinking. He gently lifted her chin and gently kissed her lips. Yes. Hearing this, the Bloody Queen's face was instantly filled with tears. The worries of the past few days had disappeared in an instant. A feeling of relief arose spontaneously in her heart. At this moment, she felt incomparably happy. It turned out that she was also the one and only existence in her master's heart. Even if by his master's side, there was the most pampered Lamia Loli, the most loyal barbarian Cow Shadow, the most ever-changing golden crown thorny flower queen, and all kinds of beasts, in his heart, he was still one of a kind. The Bloody Queen excitedly hugged Yue Yang and buried her head in his chest. Drops of hot tears fell down. She suddenly lifted her tear-stained face and looked at Yue Yang. She nodded her head very firmly. Red, I will definitely work hard in the future. Then, she excitedly kissed her master. She used the most passionate kiss to repay her master's love. Body fusion continued. The same body fusion technique produced a completely different effect when used on Red. Zhang Ying, the hornless dragon, was passive. She did not understand the relationship between a man and a woman at all. She was also afraid that her movements would affect Yue Yang, so she was extremely nervous. It was only when she forgot about him that she became better. Red was different. She, the Bloody Queen, had seen Yue Yang, City Mistress Fallen Flowers and the Impatience doing body fusion many times. She had even seen him having fun with them before. She knew how to coordinate with her master's body fusion technique. The effect produced was completely different between coordination and non-coordination. Although it could be achieved slowly without coordination, the speed of body fusion technique would definitely double if they could coordinate with each other. Just like the difference between Shui Wuxia and Snow Rain, Shui Wuxia had the best coordination with Yue Yang when they were training. Even Princess Sissy was envious of her speed of improvement. Yu was different. She knew that her soft water energy was helpful to Yue Yang, so she had no choice but to practice body fusion with him to help him level up. However, she wouldn't take the initiative. Towards some extreme movements, she would also pay attention to avoid it. Thus, her leveling speed was the slowest. Although to the outside world, Yu's improvement was extremely fast, but compared to Shui Wuxia, she was actually considered slow. Red was completely open to Yue Yang. Although they did not combine, she and Yue Yang were already at the final stage of body fusion technique. Yue Yang did not push Red down immediately because he was about to improve. If he improved in the process, it would have unpredictable consequences for the Bloody Queen. He did not want to take this risk. Moreover, the combination of the moment of fusion and the breakthrough might have an immeasurable impact on himself. Look at the hornless dragon. Because she had improved too much, her mind was in a mess due to the impact of the breakthrough. She was in a muddled state and had no choice but to sleep. If Yue Yang was in the same state, then his plan to assassinate the Ocean Emperor would be ruined. Most importantly, Yue Yang hoped that when he pushed Red down, he could let her enjoy a happy sexual life. He wanted her to have a wonderful process, and not just become a tool for him to train. To her humanoid form, this was also the greatest encouragement and reward. Red's body was hanging upside down. She was imitating her mistress, sucking on her master's dragon spear. As for Yue Yang, he borrowed the energy from her body fusion technique and combined it with his explosive innate chi to break through to the 6th level of innate invisible sword chi. The soundless explosion and the shockwave sent the Bloody Queen flying in an instant. Miraculously, she did not suffer any injuries. However, everything within a 5-meter radius around Yue Yang had been turned into fine powder. Even the space had been shattered. The Nirvana flame on Yue Yang's body formed an extremely high fire pillar that pointed towards the sky. The Nirvana flame wings on his body flew him in the middle of the Nirvana flame pillar, bathing him in the center of the Nirvana flame pillar. Sword chi that filled the sky shot out from Yue Yang's 10 fingers. Every sword strike could cut through space. The strongest sword strike could even shatter the void. Nirvana's flame formed into a beautiful fire phoenix, carrying Yue Yang on its back as it dived down from the sky. In an instant, the entire grimoire world shook, and everything trembled. Boom! The fire phoenix crashed onto the ground with Yue Yang. It instantly returned to Yue Yang's body, while Yue Yang stood firmly in the deep pit. He bent down and the fire wings formed by the Nirvana flame shot towards the sky for more than 10 meters. When Yue Yang straightened his back, raised his hand to the sky and stamped his feet on the ground, he let out a "ha" sound. The entire grimoire world immediately shook. An image of a golden giant that was almost 1,000 meters tall and looked exactly the same as Yue Yang quickly grew on Yue Yang's body and made the same movements. The sky of the grimoire world also seemed to be broken by it. There were deep footprints on the ground. Countless colorful lights were emitted from Yue Yang's body. His summoning grimoire also floated out. His world continuously absorbed the energy that Yue Yang emitted. The radius of the ring of light that was originally 60 meters suddenly expanded to 80 meters. The Bloody Queen was also screaming. Her body was also bathed in colorful lights. Her energy continued to increase and her body became more and more perfect. Just a little more and she would be able to break through. At the latest, the next dual training would be the time she would break through. Yue Yang wanted to continue punching the ground, but little Wen Li suddenly appeared. Flash! Her 6 little hands held onto his fist. Her big black eyes stared at him, full of pleading. Little Wen Li was trying to stop Yue Yang, who was still immersed in the new realm. However, she would rather be injured than use her binding chains inherent skill on Yue Yang. Howl! Yue Yang's body reacted naturally. One of his hands grabbed little Wen Li's neck, while the other hand swung his fist. However, little Wen Li was not afraid at all. She even hugged his arm tightly and did not let go. In an instant, Yue Yang's eyes that were shining with golden light quickly disappeared. He returned to his original clarity. When little Wen Li saw this, a sweet smile appeared on her pink face. Her big eyes narrowed into 2 little crescent moons. Hee hee, she succeeded. She successfully used her mind to call back Yue Yang's consciousness. Good baby, I can't do this next time. What if I hurt you? After Yue Yang regained his consciousness, he quickly let go. He hugged little Wen Li and kissed her fiercely. Finally, he caressed her little head. His heart ached terribly. He almost hurt her when he lost control. It was really dangerous. Hey, little Wen Li shook her head to indicate that it was nothing. She also happily held Yue Yang's face and kissed it. She was extremely cute. Bloody Queen Red flew up quickly. She did not fight with little Wen Li for Yue Yang's embrace. She happily hugged Yue Yang from behind. She even hugged Yue Yang and little Wen Li. Her joyful face was plastered on her master's strong back. Barbarian Cow Shadow Aw Man also flew over. She was so excited that her brute force exploded. She simply hugged Yue Yang, little Wen Li and Bloody Queen Red and spun around happily. Far away, the Reaper Mantis was also happily flying around in the sky. Its master's improvement also made it excited. Only the spirit of Earth Fire who was hiding in the lava pool of the volcano did not understand this at all. To her, there were still too many mysteries about emotions. She stuck her head out to look at Yue Yang, then looked at the Bloody Queen and the Barbarian Cow Shadow's happy faces in puzzlement, as if she didn't understand what was there to be happy about. Or perhaps, she had a kind of confusion towards human emotions like happiness. What was happy? Everything had a process. The current her was similar to the Barbarian Cow Shadow in the past. However, the current Barbarian Cow Shadow was close to a human. She was no longer the silly Barbarian Cow Shadow in the past. Luckily the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen did not wake up today. Otherwise, the grimoire world would be even more lively. After devouring so many innate rancors, and with Yue Yang continuously channeling innate chi into her, the next time she wakes up, she should be able to grow into a beautiful royal queen, right? One thing was for sure, she would definitely be more perfect than before. This was because in terms of transforming into a human, she was the one who had the most perfect transformation. Every time she was reborn, she would improve tremendously. 2 hours later, Yue Yang, who had just rested for a while, rushed to Fire Island before he could completely digest the power from the 6th level of innate invisible sword chi. This was because the Mother Earth potion would be born in at most 5 hours. If he did not prepare in advance, he might miss it. Yue Yang, who had improved greatly, was now very confident that he could defeat the Ocean Emperor. At least, he was confident that he could obtain the Mother Earth Potion. If he consumed the Mother Earth Potion, his strength would increase again. How could the Ocean Emperor not die? If he killed the Ocean Emperor, the Black Hell King, the traitor from 6,000 years ago, would be the one to send him on his way. Chapter 465. This time, when Yue Yang came to Fire Island again, he naturally couldn't use the identity of the scumbag butler from before. Instead, he used the identity of Titan. He wore the gold-ranked Gemini mask and carried the gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear on his back. Just like that day when he entered the Thunder Fortress, Yue Yang came to Fire Island. Titan's fame was only spread in the Thunder Fortress. Unlike other innates who would proudly send people to spread the news every time they did something, the mercenaries near the entrance of the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower would talk about the legend of the Titan brothers. In the 7th floor of Tong Tian Tower, almost no one knew about the existence of the Titan brothers. Only a small number of merchants who cooperated with the Titan Merchant Guild knew that Demon Eye of the Thunder Fortress had died and was replaced by Titan. Other than that, very few people knew that there were two terrifying innate rankers. Actually, forget about the 7th floor of Tong Tian Tower, even in the 6th floor or within the Thunder Fortress, not many people had seen Yue Yang, the little Titan. They only heard about it from hearsay. Welcome to Fire Island, distinguished guest. When Yue Yang walked out of the teleportation circle, a sexy tour guide immediately came forward and bowed, indicating that she was willing to serve Yue Yang and lead the way. She was Hai Yingwu, but she could not recognize Yue Yang anymore. What's so noisy? Yue Yang asked on purpose. It's like this, distinguished guest, maybe you don't know yet. Because a treasure appeared in the deep-sea trench of our Fire Island. The treasure has light and rose from the deep sea. Then, it was sensed by a ranker and spread to the world, inviting heroes to explore it. His Majesty the Ocean Emperor is incomparably generous. He specially allowed all the employees of Fire Island to serve the heroes and help everyone complete this epic adventure, leaving behind a magnificent battle poem. Hai Yingwu replied respectfully on the surface, but she was secretly sizing up this guest. He seemed to be a level 7 overlord, but he was wearing a gold-ranked mask on his face, and the long bag on his back seemed to be a treasure. With his strength, was he not afraid of being robbed by others? Don't talk nonsense, you just need to tell me why the gongs and drums are so noisy here. Yue Yang interrupted her coolly without looking at Hai Yingwu. Ah, I'm sorry, honorable guests, it was like this. After many brave heroes explored and fought with the deep-sea demonic beasts for a day and a night, 3 lucky ones were born among the hundreds of heroes. A lucky hero obtained the best sea calming pearl. Unfortunately, he refused to accept our congratulations and has already left. The other 2 heroes who obtained gold-ranked treasures respectively obtained the Lion Stone Fish's Beast Summoning Crystal and the Bone Spike Watershed Trident. They are currently receiving our congratulations and protection. The entire Fire Island is celebrating because of this. We are preparing to hold a party, which is why there are so many lanterns and colored banners, and gongs and drums. If I have unintentionally disturbed you, please allow Hai Yingwu to represent a member of Fire Island to express our sincerest apologies. Hai Yingwu was probing Yue Yang. She suspected that the guest in front of her was also an adventurer who came to look for treasures, but was late for some reason. I hate it when other people also have good treasures, it's so annoying. Yue Yang snorted, immediately pushed Hai Yingwu away and strode away. Hai Yingwu was stunned. In her entire life, she had never met a man who completely ignored her sexy body. If he was a man from a different race and did not like humanoid women, then it would be fine. But he was a human, how could he ignore her? She was shocked by Yue Yang's casual push, but also felt a sense of humiliation. It was a kind of humiliation that hurt her self-esteem. Since when did she become so unattractive? Maybe this guy was jealous that others obtained treasures. It must be like that. If the lecherous butler's groping made her feel disgusted, then this man today made her feel angry. That scum still liked her voluptuous figure. This masked man made her feel deeply humiliated. He completely ignored her. Hai Yingwu really wanted to rush forward and angrily scold the other party, but in the end, she endured it. For the Ocean Emperor's grand plan, I have to endure it. Hai Yingwu gritted her teeth. This masked man's mask is a gold-ranked treasure. A few mercenaries walked towards them. They were already a little drunk. Maybe because they did not get anything, they were a little bored and prepared to leave. The man leading them saw Yue Yang and his greed rose. He pointed at Yue Yang and shouted excitedly. Oh no, Hai Yingwu saw the greed in the mercenaries' eyes and knew that a fight was inevitable. Leave the gold-ranked mask and crawl under my crotch, then I will spare your life. The few men realized that the masked man in front of them was only a level 7 overlord and became arrogant. Among the 5 of them, there were 2 level 7 overlords, 2 level 8 emperor, and one of them was a level 6 elder. Based on their strength, they felt that they could definitely defeat Yue Yang, so their attitude was extremely arrogant. Leave the long bag on your back too. Another level 8 emperor warrior added when he sensed the ripples of treasures in the long bag. Hai Yingwu was secretly anxious. If she exposed her full strength and used her lesser innate strength to stop them, then there would definitely be no problem. However, for the Ocean Emperor's grand plan, how could she expose her identity so easily? It might not be a good thing to watch the two sides kill each other. That masked man had so many treasures on him, but he was not strong enough. He must have a strong backing, maybe he was the nephew of an innate. If he was killed here, then it would definitely incur the wrath of the power behind him. There were only a few hours left until the Ocean Emperor's grand plan. The Ocean Emperor was about to arrive. With great difficulty, he managed to deceive the world by using a combination of treasures and the scheme of stealing a beam and replacing it with a pillar, thus preserving the true secret treasure. At this moment, they must not cause any more problems. Just when Hai Yingwu was anxious, she suddenly saw 3 figures flying over from the sky. Hai Yingwu saw them and immediately used a secret method to call for help. Although they were unwilling, the 3 figures still landed. It was a secret method set by the Ocean Emperor. Once someone used it to call for help, no Sea clan could ignore it. Of the 3 people who landed, on the left was an ugly fatty with a large head and a small body. In the middle was a general of the Yue clan who wore scale armor and had a biting cold aura. On the right was a skinny man wearing a dark green slippery leather coat. He was strangely tall and slender, with extremely small eyes. The dark green leather coat on his body had several dark brown golden lines, and there were many inexplicably slippery and sticky liquids on the coat, which would make people lose their appetites at a glance. What happened? We are preparing to welcome the arrival of the Ocean Emperor. Your interference has affected the whole situation. You are just a small fry, how dare you use a shipwreck level to call for help, you really don't know what you are talking about. The ugly fatty scolded Hai Yingwu loudly. Reporting to the 3 sea generals, it's like this, Hai Yingwu quickly reported the conflict between Yue Yang and the mercenaries. Not far away, Yue Yang was slowly untying the long bag. The mercenaries guessed that the other party would not easily hand over the treasure, so a fight was inevitable. They immediately surrounded Yue Yang in the middle. A conflict was about to break out between the 2 sides. The 3 sea generals also saw this situation. The sea general wearing scale armor waved his hand to indicate that he did not care. The skinny man laughed evilly. He didn't want to care, but after a few mercenaries succeeded, he would kill a few mercenaries and seize the treasures. In this way, he would gain the reputation of revenge and also obtain the treasures. On the other hand, the ugly fatty, the sea general who had scolded Hai Yingwu previously, stood up and shouted at the mercenaries, "What are you all doing?" The mercenaries were caught unprepared by the sudden intervention of the ugly, fat sea general. Could it be that this masked man was from the Sea clan? Luckily, a man with the strength of a level 8 emperor reacted. While quibbling, he probed, "General Big Head, I am the grandson-in-law of the Hermit Shrimp clan's General Lang Yi, Bai Zhu. I even came to toast you at the wedding, don't tell me you don't remember me. Today, it is not that we want to break the rules of Fire Island, but this masked man is my enemy. He killed my brother and sister and raped my sister. Now that we have met, how can I let him get away scot-free? General Big Head, you have to help me." The ugly fat sea general scratched his bald head and muttered, "Is that so? Did we drink wine? How come I don't remember? Forget it, since it has come to this, I don't care anymore." Hai Yingwu almost sweated to death after hearing this. Wasn't this fatty too gullible? How did he become a sea general? Even a fool would know that Bai Zhu was spouting nonsense, but this idiot fatty actually believed him. It really made people speechless. If she did not care about her identity, Hai Yingwu could stand up and expose Bai Zhu. But she endured it in the end, in order to not affect the Ocean Emperor's grand plan, forget it. Moreover, this masked man had nothing to do with her. Even if he died, it would only be a guest. At most, it would be troublesome in the future. Endure it, there were only a few hours left until the Ocean Emperor's grand plan. Hai Yingwu lowered her head and did not speak. She felt that the masked man was dead. Even if he was not killed by the mercenaries, General Leech would not let him go. It seemed that General Leech was eyeing the masked man covetously. He was also drooling over the masked man's treasure. Maybe he was waiting for the last moment to snatch the treasure in the name of revenge. So, this masked man was dead for sure. Hai Yingwu sighed in her heart and could not bear it. Even though the masked man completely ignored her existence and had an arrogant attitude, she still did not want him to die the moment he arrived at Fire Island. Hey, kid, you have committed a heinous crime. Heaven's net has a long reach. Today, we have finally caught you. Now that you have met us, your death has arrived. The mercenaries saw that the 3 sea generals did not care and that the masked man in front of them was dead for sure. Do you want my treasure? I'll give it to you. Yue Yang slowly opened the long package. With a speed faster than light, he attacked in an instant. One of the mercenaries was laughing loudly. Suddenly, the laughter was as sharp as a knife. A spear tip had already pierced his throat. Hai Yingwu's pupils shrunk. She was extremely shocked. Because she did not even see how the golden spear was brandished. There was not even an afterimage as it directly pierced through the mercenary's throat. The remaining 4 mercenaries were petrified. The person who was killed was a level 8 emperor. He was practically the strongest person in the team. He was actually killed by the enemy in one move. Then what kind of strength did this masked man possess? Chapter 466 Inches Impossible. A mercenary was extremely shocked. His finger trembled as he pointed at Yue Yang, unable to accept the fact that his comrade had been killed in an instant. But in the next second, he clearly felt the cold tip of the spear forcefully penetrate his lips. It quickly pried open his teeth, pierced through his tongue, and went straight to his throat. With a slight pain at the back of his head, all consciousness disappeared. Who else wants my treasure? If you think the gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear is too big, do you want this gold-ranked dragon-slaying dagger? Yue Yang threw the gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear and nailed a mercenary who wanted to escape to the ground. He then pulled out the dragon-slaying dagger from his waist, flashed behind another mercenary, kicked him down, and then pressed his hand against the mercenary's head, bit by bit stabbing the dagger into the mercenary's temple. The process was very slow. The mercenary was shocked and in pain. He was so scared that he cried out loud. He was so scared that he peed his pants and struggled desperately. However, no matter what, he couldn't escape death. The last one left was Bai Zhu, who claimed to be the granddaughter of the leader of the parasitic shrimp clan, Lang Yi. He was scared out of his wits and staggered towards the big-headed carp general. His face was distorted as he cried, "Help, help." Yue Yang kept the gold-ranked dragon-slaying dagger and gently pulled out the gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear that was nailed to the mercenary's corpse. The 3 sea generals were shocked by the way he killed 4 people in a row. In terms of strength, the masked man's strength was not that of an innate who was above everything. He was not even a lesser innate, but an ordinary level 7 overlord. There were 2 reasons why he could kill 4 people in an instant. One was speed. It was unknown what this level 7 overlord's beast was, but it made his speed extremely fast, even faster than an innate ranker. It was so fast that no one could react. The other reason was that he had a divine weapon. The gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear itself was a divine weapon that could kill in an instant. Combined with the masked man's super speed, the power he displayed was not something that a warrior of the same level could contend against. Not to mention a level 7 overlord or a level 8 emperor, even a lesser innate would find it hard to withstand such a fatal attack. The big-headed carp general secretly swallowed his saliva. He wasn't afraid of those with great strength, but with his relatively slow movements, it would be the biggest headache for him to encounter such an opponent with super speed. Even the sea generals, who appeared to be the strongest and wore scaled armor, felt troubled. Although the defense of the scale armor was extremely strong and it was also a gold-ranked treasure, could it withstand a strike from the gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear? The answer was no. The gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear was something that even a giant dragon could not withstand. Scales could withstand normal weapons, but against the gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear, it was definitely not a good thing. Therefore, regarding Bai Zhu's request for help, the Tuna Sea Admiral, who was the strongest and had the highest status, still turned a blind eye, refused to help, and did not intervene in the vendetta between the 2 sides. Only the thin leech general wearing a wet leather jacket was still looking at them with an uncertain gaze. He didn't seem to be too afraid of the gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear in Yue Yang's hands. Instead, he was a little afraid of Yue Yang's super speed. After all, speed was the foundation of an attack. Hai Yingwu, on the other hand, had a strange feeling. With a woman's intuition, she started to feel that this masked man was not simple. Perhaps, what he had displayed was only a portion of his full strength. This man was most likely an innate rancor. Can you spare his life for my sake? Everyone is training in Tong Tian Tower. It's hard to avoid grudges, but vendetta should not be a dead end. If you are willing, I can let him pay a ransom in exchange for his life. How much do you want? Name a price. The big-headed carp general stood up again and tried to mediate. I am willing to use all my assets to atone for my sins. I will give you the deep-sea pearl and the magic crystal. Spare my life, please spare my life. I was confused for a moment, I shouldn't have coveted your treasures. I was wrong, please spare my life, please have mercy. Baizu's face was filled with tears and snot. He hid behind the big-headed carp general and knelt down. He kowtowed repeatedly, begging for mercy from Yue Yang and begging for help from the big-headed carp general, hoping that he would speak up for him and save his life. Hai Yingwu despised this kind of person. If you don't have the strength, you should be more honest. If you don't have the strength to rob others, aren't you just looking for death? It's too late to regret now. Big-headed carp general led by Zhu hug his deformed legs and cry. He was a little soft-hearted and really thought that Yue Yang was his friend. Yue Yang walked over slowly and spun his gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear elegantly, indicating big-headed carp general to stop begging. Today, I am in a bad mood. You guys better leave immediately and don't meddle in other people's business. If no one resists, I will at most kill 100 people on this island and my anger will slowly subside. Otherwise, I will start a massacre. As for the ransom, I don't lack money. Pauper, keep your money for your coffin. Once he said this, the 3 sea generals choked and almost choked to death. Hai Yingwu also felt that these words were too arrogant. Where was Fire Island? It was the power of His Majesty the Ocean Emperor. Even if His Majesty the Ocean Emperor did not come often, it still represented a kind of dignity that could not be challenged or violated. What he said just now was too embarrassing. Who did he think the Ocean Emperor was? One of the 5 emperors, the Ocean Emperor's Fire Island. Was it a place where he could kill indiscriminately? One could be arrogant, but one must have the strength. If he was stronger than the Ocean Emperor, then no matter how arrogant he was, everyone would have to listen to him. The problem was that he did not have the strength now. The agitated big-headed carp general's ugly face swelled red. Shut up, your words have already provoked the Ocean Emperor's dignity. This time, we can treat it as if you did not mean it. If there is a next time, we will definitely protect the Ocean Emperor's dignity with all our strength. Please do not treat my words as an alarmist. Young man, this will be the best advice. You, leave Fire Island immediately. This place no longer welcomes you. The strongest sea general wearing scale armor finally opened his mouth to express his stance. Hehe, if you are not convinced, then I can play with you. At the same time, let me tell you, not every place is a place where you can behave atrociously. The skinny man laughed sinisterly. Others might be afraid of your gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear, but I can tell you that it has no effect on my body. Baizu realized that the skinny man and the 3 sea generals were in conflict. He was secretly happy. As long as they fought, then he could take the opportunity to slip away. Hai Yingwu, on the other hand, felt that the 3 sea generals were very stupid. The other party's words did not mean anything, and were not targeted at His Majesty the Ocean Emperor. If big-headed carp general's words were said to be rational, then tuna general's words were a little too much. It was best for Fire Island to remain neutral. It was really stupid to go against the other party for a liar, Baizu. As for Leech General's words, Hai Yingwu could understand it as a provocation. This fellow did not consider Fire Island's benefits or His Majesty the Ocean Emperor's image. Instead, he used the Ocean Emperor's name and his own strength to bully others. His motive was 99% certain that he had his eyes on the other party's treasures. In other words, Leech General was the same as Baizu and the others. Greed had already taken over his heart. Hai Yingwu secretly crushed the Sea Cry Pearl. This was a request for help that was 1 level higher than the shipwreck level. As long as 1 Sea Cry Pearl was broken, Fire Island's headquarters would immediately send experts to deal with the crisis. Hai Yingwu felt that if the problem in front of her was not dealt with properly, it would affect His Majesty the Ocean Emperor's grand plan. She did not know that Yue Yang was deliberately causing trouble. Otherwise, he would not be so high profile as to not let go of the mercenaries' problems. If it was any other time, he would at most kill them and leave. Why would he find trouble with Sea General? He did it on purpose. The Ocean Emperor was very cunning. He used the method of stealing the beam and changing the pillar to divert the adventurers' attention. Everyone thought that the treasures had been dug out. Even if the situation calmed down, Yue Yang could not let Fire Island be peaceful. He had to make it chaotic. The more chaotic Fire Island was, the more attention the Ocean Emperor would have, and the higher the chance of that old fellow and she assassinating the Ocean Emperor. In any case, no matter what he did to make the Ocean Emperor upset, Yue Yang would do it. It was like throwing stones at someone who was down, trying to kill him. Want to play? Then let's play your sister. After Yue Yang finished speaking, he had already flashed behind Leech General. Leech, who was wearing a slippery leather coat, immediately shot into the sky. His reaction was extremely fast. Seeing the other party make a move, Tuna General also blasted out a thunderous attack. Big-headed Carp General, who had the slowest reaction, did not have the time to make a move. Hai Yingwu had the chance to make a move, but she did not move, unwilling to participate in this pointless battle. A human head flew into the sky. Bai Zhu, who was preparing to escape, had blood spurting out of his neck. Hai Yingwu could not see clearly, but she knew that it was the masked man who killed him. In the sky, when Leech General was preparing to dive down, he suddenly realized that there was a hand pressing down on his head. He twisted his body, twisting his entire body into a spiral shape, trying to avoid the attack. However, just as he was feeling proud of himself, thinking that he had avoided the other party's fatal attack, he suddenly realized that countless flaming fists were raining down on him like a meteor shower. He could not help but let out a scream in horror. Woo! Tuna General wanted to jump into the sky to help Leech, but his body tilted and he fell to the ground, clutching his left rib in pain. Oh my god! Hai Yingwu realized that the scales on Tuna General's left rib were freezing. He threw a punch at the enemy just now, but he did not expect to hit his opponent. Instead, his opponent punched his left rib. It was so fast that he did not even notice it. It was only when the power of the punch exploded and froze that he could no longer hold on. Leech, who was falling from the sky like a meteor, fell to the ground in pain. His long and skinny body smashed a deep pit. He groaned in pain. He was no longer arrogant. If he used the gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear to attack, his special body and slippery leather clothes would allow him to be unafraid of sharp blades. However, Yue Yang did not even use the gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear to attack. Instead, he used the purple flames of his Yang ability. Leech General, who could ignore sharp blades, was burned by the flames. His special body was countered by the elements, and he was in so much pain that he wanted to die. Yue Yang lightly floated to the ground, pierced Leech's body with the gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear, and hung him on the spear tip. Do you still want to play? Play your sister. This young master hates people who are more arrogant than me. You are just a rotten leech, and you dare to be so arrogant. Who the hell do you think you are? Leech twisted his body in pain. He was not afraid of being pierced, but he was afraid of the flames. He wanted to open his mouth to beg for mercy, but the flames poured into his throat, and he could not make any sound. A man with a huge body landed with a rumble. He was 5 meters tall, covered in silver shark armor, with a platinum-ranked wave-splitting blade at his waist. On the 10 fingers of his huge arms, he wore extremely sharp shark tooth rings. His muscular body was streamlined, his face was fierce, his eyes were demonic, and his aura was heroic and unparalleled. Compared to him, Tuna General was like a childish child. The person who came was the overlord of Fire Island. Not only Fire Island, but the entire 7th floor of Tong Tian Tower was under his control. Shark King. One of the 4 kings under the Ocean Emperor. Chapter 467. Once Shark King appeared, Tuna General and Big-Headed Carp General were elated. Even Hai Yingwu secretly heaved a sigh of relief. They finally made it in time. If the masked man killed Leech, the situation would be irreversible. The masked man was arrogant. Even though he was in Fire Island and knew that it was the Ocean Emperor's territory, he still dared to kill people and even attack the 3 sea generals. This proved that he had a strong backing and might not be any weaker than the Ocean Emperor. It was unwise to clash with him. The Ocean Emperor's grand plan was about to start in a few hours. They could not afford any more trouble. Shark King, this person challenged the dignity of our emperor and even attacked us. His attitude is arrogant, despotic and condescending. This subordinate is useless and has damaged the dignity of our emperor. Shark King, please punish me. Tuna General and Big-Headed Carp General quickly half-kneeled and apologized. As for Hai Yingwu, she also quickly kneeled down to welcome him. All of you, get up. Shark King did not look at Tuna General and Big-Headed Carp General. He did not even look at Leech, who was screaming in pain on the spear tip. He looked at Yue Yang. According to Tuna General and Big-Headed Carp General's thoughts, not to mention the innate level 8 Shark King, any one of the 8 great marshals would be able to deal with the masked man. Because the 8 great marshals were innate level 5 or even innate level 6, they were more than enough to take down the masked man. What everyone did not expect was that Shark King did not fly into a rage. Instead, he was very humble. Shark King cupped his hands towards Yue Yang and greeted him amiably with a smile. Welcome to Fire Island. Even though I am not sure what happened, I believe that everything that happened was a misunderstanding, definitely a misunderstanding. Tuna General and Big-Headed Carp General almost choked on their saliva when they heard this. They thought that Shark King would use his fingers to kill the masked man with one finger. They did not expect him to have such a reaction. Was this really the Shark King who was famous for his bad temper in the 7th floor of Tong Tian Tower? Unbelievable, he couldn't be an imposter, right? Hai Yingwu was sweating profusely. If Shark King had to be polite, how could this masked man be simple? Thinking back to his words and actions, Hai Yingwu scolded herself for being an idiot. If he wasn't a super ranker, why would he be so arrogant? How could he be so arrogant without any strength? Did he really think he could survive until now? He would have been slaughtered long ago. Do you know me? Of course, Yue Yang knew that Shark King recognized him. Although ordinary warriors did not know about Titan's get-up, amongst the supreme innates, it must have spread. As the Shark King who ruled over all the seas in the 7th floor of Tong Tian Tower, if he had not heard of the Titan brothers, then he would not be called Shark King, but deaf. Moreover, Shark King and Chong Ni of the Thunder Fortress were good friends. It would be weird if he didn't know about the appearance of Yue Yang, the little Titan. Killing Nightmare Tiger Nian, Demon Eye, Heaven Dragon. The identity of Little Titan had killed so many innate experts. If Shark King didn't know about it, what was he doing? Even though he did not dare to be 100% sure, but seeing Yue Yang's calm expression and indifferent attitude, Shark King immediately knew what kind of person had come. It could be said that in the entire Tong Tian Tower, no innate could be more of a headache than this person. He was young, but his strength was outstanding. Shun Tian and the Black Prince, who were stronger, were also defeated by him. The great demon King Baruth let him barge into the demon palace, but he could do nothing about it. Because of his appearance in the soaring dragon continent, the Black Hell King had no choice but to bring forward his plans to conquer the continent. Shark King knew all of this. He even knew that this young man's fame was widespread among the Eastern Goblin tribe. The rebelling Southern Demon King and the Dragon Emperor were all fighting to show goodwill to this young man, even though he had killed the Southern Demon King's right-hand man, the 9-headed Goblin Marshal. A young man who possessed Nirvana Flame and World-Exterminating Wheel, an abnormal genius who became an innate at the age of 20. Ever since he was born, he had never lost a battle. Everyone who looked down on him, no matter who they were, would fall under his feet and become history. Little Titan's name is well known, how could I not know him? This time when you came to Fire Island, I apologize for not going out to welcome you. Today, I am busy receiving His Majesty, otherwise, I would not have neglected you. Little Titan, please have a seat at the 5 Stars Imperial Residence and have a cup of wine. When His Majesty comes down, Old Shark will introduce you to him. I believe that His Majesty will be overjoyed to know that Little Titan has come. He has always cherished talents as much as his life, haha. Someone, bring Little Titan to the 5-Star Emperor's residence. He must be received with the highest respect. When Shark King said this, everyone felt a headache coming on. They had never heard of the name Little Titan. However, looking at Shark King's attitude, this fellow was simply an unprecedented distinguished guest. Even when King Chong Ni, Southern Goblin King and Northern Goblin King came here, they didn't treat him with the highest level of respect. Don't come here, I am afraid of trouble. As long as there is a place to sit, it is fine. Yue Yang pretended not to know about the Mother Earth potion and asked, Senior Shark King, I am not lying. I heard that there is a treasure on Fire Island, is that true? Don't tell me there isn't. I received a top secret message saying that the treasure is at least 8th grade holy level. So don't try to fool me with some gold-grade treasure. Only kids would believe those things. Haha, brother Little Titan, you are indeed as forthright as the rumors say. There is indeed a treasure, but Shark King was having a headache. He was 100% sure that it was Enshi, that old fellow, who sent top-secret messages everywhere. With his name and the temptation of an 8th grade holy level treasure, it would be strange if Little Titan was not tempted. The problem was that the Mother Earth potion could not be given to him. His Majesty the Ocean Emperor must have it, as it was the key to breaking through to the innate Elder Realm. Actually, when he saw Yue Yang, he guessed that this young man came for the Mother Earth potion. He was just thinking of how to make use of him. If he made use of him well, he could use him to help His Majesty the Ocean Emperor kill Enshi. But if he made use of him badly, he would get himself into trouble. Shark King was having a headache for a while. He pretended to smile bitterly and said, "Little Titan, you know that old shark's words do not count. You should tell this to His Majesty. I believe that even if there is a problem with the treasure, His Majesty will give you the best compensation. Come, let's go to the Emperor's residence for a drink. Old Shark will go and welcome His Majesty first, then we can slowly talk. We can actually work together first, and after getting the treasure, we can slowly think about the ownership." As a high-ranking person for a long time, Shark King's tactic was very good. If he said that he did not know about the treasure, he would definitely not be able to lie to Yu Clan's third young master. If he said that he did not want to give it to him, even if he compromised on the surface, he would still snatch it from him. He was a typical tough guy and was not afraid of threats. It was useless to say that he was a senior expert, he would never look at that. The best plan was to stall for time. Since this brat did not know the exact time of birth of the Mother Earth potion, he could just wait in the Emperor's residence and send a few women to play with him for a while. When His Majesty the Ocean Emperor obtained the Mother Earth potion and became much stronger, this brat would not be able to vent his anger even if he wanted to. Maybe she could even join hands with the Black Hell King to kill this brat. Of course, it would be best not to provoke this brat if she could. Because if she failed to kill him and he managed to escape, Jizun would probably come over immediately. She was not a joking matter. Come and serve Little Titan, you must use the best service. Shark King recalled something and transmitted a message to Hai Yingwu. If I remember correctly, you seem to have His Majesty's bloodline. I think you are number 168, or the daughter of number 188 female slave. Forget it, if you serve Little Titan well, I will ask His Majesty to bestow you the status of a princess and marry you to Little Titan. The two families will be united by marriage. Work hard." Yes. Hai Yingwu's heart beat wildly. Bestow the status of a princess. Wasn't this what she had been dreaming of? Would she still marry him? His name was Little Titan, although he was not very famous, but seeing how Shark King treated him as an equal, she knew that he was not a simple person. Could it be that he was also a supreme innate? Would she be able to marry a supreme innate in the future? Thinking of this, Hai Yingwu blushed and could not raise her head for a long time. Shark King chatted with Yue Yang for a while and used the excuse of welcoming the Ocean Emperor to enter the teleportation circle to leave. He left Hai Yingwu behind to deal with Yue Yang using beauties. His plan was to stall for time. As long as he could stall for a few hours, he would be successful. Of course, it was necessary to report to His Majesty the Ocean Emperor as soon as possible. His Majesty the Ocean Emperor might have a better idea. Of course, Yue Yang went with the flow and acted according to his plan, working together with Enshi, that old man. Enshi had already snuck into the Crystal Canyon. As for Yue Yang, if the Ocean Emperor did not bring him along, he would kill his way in. If he brought him along, then he would work with Enshi to kill the Ocean Emperor. Shark King was scheming against him, so why wouldn't he be scheming against him? This was nothing more than a mutual scheme of deception and deception. Let's see who has the last laugh. Master Little Titan, please come with me. This way please. Hai Yingwu was very nervous and could not even speak properly. As for Tuna and Big Head Fish, they were so scared that they almost fainted. They kneeled on the ground and did not dare to move. Only Leech was lying on the ground, holding back his cries. He endured the pain and did not move, pretending to be unconscious. Only when Yue Yang walked far away did he raise his head slightly, revealing a trace of viciousness. After entering the Emperor's residence, Yue Yang looked around and sighed. No one knew if he was mocking the luxurious and corrupt lifestyle or if he liked this kind of Emperor-style lifestyle. Hai Yingwu's mission was to serve this future husband. She had to use all the methods in the world. Shark King even secretly told her that she did not need to use any methods to make this little titan happy. It would be best if he could enjoy himself to the point of forgetting home. Originally, Hai Yingwu also thought that this was an opportunity. But what made her helpless was that this little titan had no interest in any kind of entertainment. He looked around for half an hour. There were countless beauties in front of him, but he ignored them as if they were sardines in the sea. After finding a room, Hai Yingwu wanted to go in and serve him with all her might. She wanted him to have a taste of the beauty's ecstasy. She did not expect him to politely and coolly invite her out and close the door to cultivate. 3 hours later, there was still an hour before the birth of the Mother Earth potion. In the room, Yue Yang still did not move. There was no sign of him ending his cultivation. Is he really still cultivating? Shark King was a little speechless. This little titan did not like beauties. It was a big problem. But fortunately, it seemed that this little titan did not know the exact time of the birth of the Mother Earth potion. That was why he could still cultivate so calmly. Chapter 468 inches. He has always been training there. I sneaked in a few times and he seems to be in a deep state of meditation. It seems like he won't wake up for a few hours or even a few days. Hai Yingwu reported everything. She did not dare to raise her head because beside Shark King, there was a man covered in a cloak and his face could not be seen. He was one of the 5 emperors of Tong Tian Tower. He was also the ruler of almost all the seas in the 7th, 8th and 9th floor of Tong Tian Tower. He was even Hai Yingwu's biological father, the Ocean Emperor. A female slave gave birth to children like Hai Yingwu. If not 1,000, there would be at least 800. Hai Yingwu relied on her unrecognized status and bloodline to avoid the tragedy of being a female slave. She became one of the beautiful assassins under the Ocean Emperor and specialized in spying. Among the many daughters of the female slaves, Hai Yingwu was not the most outstanding one, nor was she the most backward one. Her performance was always ordinary without any highlights. Because, since she was a few years old, she knew that sisters who were too outstanding would die silently. Beside the Ocean Emperor, other than the hundreds of daughters of female slaves and his unrecognized sons, there were also more than 100 princes and princesses of the Empress and concubines. As long as someone performed slightly better than the princes and princesses with a dignified bloodline, they would disappear silently. Hai Yingwu was kneeling on the ground, not only out of respect for her father, the Ocean Emperor. She was also deeply afraid of the men and women beside him who were also covered in cloaks and their faces could not be seen clearly. She believed that if she performed slightly better now, one of the princes or princesses would be jealous and make her disappear from the face of the earth. If you can let him stay inside for another hour, then I will recognize you as the daughter of this female slave and grant you the title of princess. I will even marry you to Little Titan. The Ocean Emperor hid all his aura and acted like an ordinary person. But that natural majesty still made Hai Yingwu tremble. Of course, other than excitement, she was also afraid of the murderous intent of her sisters and brothers. Yes, Your Majesty, Hai Yingwu respectfully kowtowed. At the same time, she felt prickles on her back because the princes and princesses were staring at her coldly like poisonous snakes. What a beautiful sister. Father's decision is too wise. If she is married to Little Titan, it is simply a match made in heaven. One of the princes spoke. His voice was as warm as spring. It seemed that he was as excited as an elder brother who had just found his sister after searching for many years. He seemed to want to take out something to give to Hai Yingwu as a gift, but a princess was faster than him. How could the gifts given by you guys be suitable for me? I have a necklace made from East Sea pearls here, it would be suitable for my sister's swan-like neck. Princess Sis took off the necklace that had her body temperature and personally put it on Hai Yingwu's neck. Although his body temperature was warm, Hai Yingwu's heart shivered. It was the same sister with the same gentle voice. When she was 8 years old, she once said the same words and did the same action to another female slave's older sister. However, not long after, she used this priceless Eastern Sea pearl to strangle that smiling and smart older sister to death. Hai Yingwu still remembered all of this at that time and believed that she would never forget it. Hai Yingwu tried her best to squeeze out her tears and put on a grateful look, thanking her sister and brother again. Of course, she did not dare to call them brother and sister, she had to call them prince and princess. No matter how polite the other party was, no matter how much they asked her to call them brother and sister, she could not really call them brother and sister. If she called them brother and sister, she would not be far from death. After sending off the Ocean Emperor, the princess and the 4 kings including Shark King, on her knees, Hai Yingwu shivered and hurried back to the emperor's residence. She quietly opened the door and saw that Yue Yang was still sitting cross-legged on the bed. Seeing that he was still concentrating on his training, she secretly heaved a sigh of relief. If she messed up this matter, she would definitely die. Those princes and princesses would definitely not let her go. She believed that they would immediately get rid of this useless bastard. Luckily, the Ocean Emperor's plan was not greatly affected by the arrival of this little titan. Things went unexpectedly smoothly, but this was also a good thing, wasn't it? If he did not wake up after an hour, would the Ocean Emperor really grant her the title of princess? Would she really marry this Titan Jr. at that time? If that's the case, wouldn't he be her future husband? There was no need to talk about his strength and identity. Just his appearance. She did not know how he looked like. Hai Yingwu thought about it and felt her heart beating fast. The arrival of this little titan wasn't a bad thing. Forget about her identity as a princess. If she married him, she wouldn't have to worry about being persecuted by the princes and princesses. She would be able to display her hidden talents and help him do many things. Maybe this was fate arranged by the heavens. Hai Yingwu secretly peeked through the crack of the door and found that he was still inside. Another 10 minutes passed and he still did not move. She was instantly filled with joy and only hoped that time would pass faster. As long as after an hour, the Ocean Emperor would get the treasure and it would be a success. Unfortunately, he seemed to have no interest in her, otherwise everything would be perfect. What should she do to make him fall in love with her? Hai Yingwu sighed slightly. Why are you so worried? This question made Hai Yingwu jump up, because this was asked by Yue Yang. Why are you awake? Weren't you training all this while? Hai Yingwu was scared silly. Smart you, do you think that I am a fool who can be deceived by others? Yue Yang stood in front of Hai Yingwu, his eyes looking straight at her, causing her to tremble. Hai Yingwu suddenly realized that he had not been fooled, or rather, he had been going with the flow, using an illusion to confuse everyone. Actually, he knew everything, but he did not say it out loud, secretly mocking others for their stupidity. Hai Yingwu's whole body trembled. She felt that the world was falling apart. It was impossible to complete the 1-hour time limit. He was about to leave and fight with the Ocean Emperor for the treasure, and the Ocean Emperor would be furious because of her failure. The princes and princesses who called her sister affectionately just now would definitely send people to bring her over, destroy her, and throw her into the scary insect cave to be devoured by the demon insects. Or throw her into a brothel to be humiliated to death. The happiness that she looked forward to, and the hope for the future, were all gone. Fate had played a trick on her. It gave her a beautiful hope, but when it was about to come true, it ruthlessly destroyed it, and even gave her a future of waiting for death. Hai Yingwu immediately wanted to commit suicide, because when the princes and princesses returned, it would be impossible for her to die even if she wanted to. She would only live a life worse than death, a life worse than death. However, looking at the man's black gem-like eyes in front of her, Hai Yingwu made her last struggle. She knelt down and hugged Yue Yang's thigh, tears falling like rain. I beg you, grant me happiness. Do you know, happiness was once so close to me. As long as you stay here for an hour, just an hour, I can obtain a lifetime of happiness. I am the daughter of a female slave, I have never had a father, but after an hour, I will obtain something that I have never had before, a father that others would have when they were born, and the identity of a princess. I don't have to be a princess, but if you are willing, I can be your female slave, and serve you for the rest of my life. I will do my best to help you develop your hegemony. I know a lot, and I will learn humbly. I am willing to be your right-hand man, as long as you give me a chance. I beg you, I am so close to happiness. If you just nod your head, I can obtain happiness. I beg you, please have pity on me. I have waited for so many years, and it was not easy for me to wait for this day. Even if it is a dream, please don't break it immediately, okay? Let me dream for another hour, just 1 hour. I understand, I have no intention of breaking your beautiful dream. Yue Yang bent down and carried the crying Hai Yingwu on his shoulder. Hai Yingwu was confused. She did not understand what he was trying to do, but she knew that the situation was already irreversible. Her fingernails gradually sharpened, forming a sharp blade. Using her greatest strength, she dug towards her own heart. Rather than having her beautiful dream cruelly broken like this, she would rather die immediately. At least she would not have to become food for the demon insects, and would not have to become a prostitute that could be humiliated by anyone. Yue Yang stretched out his hand and lightly tapped her. His innate chi penetrated into her body, causing her body to turn soft and powerless. There's no need to commit suicide. You are indeed an outstanding daughter. I will bring you to the Ocean Emperor and tell him. He will definitely grant you the status of a princess. As for the marriage alliance, I am sorry, but I think it will be a little difficult, because do you think the daughter of the Ocean Emperor will marry the enemy who killed her father? Smart Hai Yingwu, pursuing happiness is not wrong, it will never be wrong, but you have to be stronger and persevere, because happiness is not easy to obtain. He brought Hai Yingwu and teleported out of the Emperor's residence. They appeared on the surface of the deep-sea trench. When they teleported to the surface, Hai Yingwu anxiously screamed, "Why? You could have coexisted peacefully, why did you do this? You can choose not to be enemies with the Ocean Emperor, why did you kill him? Even if I did not kill him, he would still kill me. That's because I'm his archenemy. Once he becomes the new sovereign, he won't be satisfied with just being an Ocean Emperor. He'll have even greater ambitions and conquer even more. For a junior like me who has the potential to surpass him, he won't let me go. Even if he marries you to me, it's just a temporary honey trap. There are many stars in the sky, but only one is the brightest. If he wants to be the brightest, he is destined to fall." Yue Yang stopped to explain. Hai Yingwu instantly became silent. She understood her father more than anyone else. He was right, absolutely right. However, was she going to watch him kill her own father without doing anything? Chapter 469. After entering the graveyard of the sea and even the Crystal Canyon, the Ocean Emperor did not encounter any abnormalities. It was very smooth. This kind of calm situation made him feel inexplicably strange. In fact, he was already prepared for a battle. It was like a boxer who swore to kill his opponent in the ring. His body was trained to its peak, his blood was boiling, his morale was exploding, and his strength was like a volcano. However, right before the fight, his opponent suddenly gave up, leaving him depressed on the ring with nowhere to vent his anger. This was the feeling that the Ocean Emperor had now. He was depressed that he had nowhere to vent his anger. "Come out, and I know you are here." The Ocean Emperor could not see Anshi, but he knew that this old rival of his for hundreds of years would not miss this opportunity. He also believed that Anshi would not make a move easily. The best time to assassinate Anshi would be the moment the Mother Earth Potion was born. When he was in the process of absorbing it, Anshi would launch his strongest attack. The Ocean Emperor knew this would happen, but he had to take the risk. If he did not defeat Anshi, he would never be able to advance to Elder Innate Realm. Today, no matter what, he had to obtain the Mother Earth Potion. This was the best and last chance. His potential to advance further had been exhausted. If he wanted to break through, he would need external help. Although there were many treasures in the world, there were only 3 treasures that could help people advance to Elder Innate Realm. 1. The legendary God's Blood. 2. The legendary Martial Soul. 3. The Mother Earth Potion that was about to be born. God's Blood and Martial Soul could not be found in Tong Tian Tower. There was only one place in the world that could have them, and that was the inner part of God's ruins in the Soaring Dragon continent. However, the difficulty of entering God's ruins was a super challenge that almost all the rankers in Tong Tian Tower had a headache. Since ancient times, the inner part of God's ruins had always been a mystery. Everyone knew that there were treasures there, but no one could enter and no one could get the treasures inside. The Mother Earth Potion was a treasure that was born once every 10,000 years. In comparison, it was a treasure that was very easy to get. The Ocean Emperor felt that he was lucky, because he had waited for the birth of the Mother Earth Potion. After waiting for hundreds of years, he finally got his reward. The only problem was that he had to deal with his old enemy. "My best friend in the past, rest in peace." The hemp-clothed old man slowly appeared from a crystal prism. When he appeared, the Crown Prince and Grand Princess who were traveling with the Ocean Emperor turned pale with fright. The legendary ultimate assassin, Anshi, who had slaughtered millions of people, was actually so close to them, less than 20 meters away, and they did not even notice him. If Anshi had attacked just now, wouldn't it be? When the Sea Dragon Crown Prince and Sea Anemone Crown Princess thought of this, cold sweat seeped out of their backs and they shuddered. Although Sea Dragon Crown Prince and Sea Anemone Crown Princess both had the power of innate level 7, they would definitely be killed instantly when compared to Anshi who was a peak innate level 10. "Ocean Emperor, you are early. There are still 45 minutes before the birth of the Mother Earth potion. The hemp-clothed old man and Zai's tone was very light. The energy in his body was like a giant dragon diving into the abyss. He looked old and withered, but even the Ocean Emperor did not dare to underestimate him. How could I not come earlier to meet an old friend? The Sea Emperor laughed heartily. After the old hornless dragon left, you're the only old friend left. If only you remembered that we were old friends when you chose to betray everyone. The hemp-clothed old man sighed slightly. I had no choice. If I didn't betray everyone, I would have been killed. You also know that my talent is extremely high. I was really unwilling to die at such a young age. I was only a level 1 and 8 at that time, but I had the potential to rise to level 10 and 8. I was unwilling to die just like that. In order to live, I had no choice but to give in. If it was you, you would also waver in that kind of hopeless situation. They caught me and tortured me non-stop. They used all kinds of cruel methods. If they had killed me in one go, they would not have given me the chance to surrender and betray them. I would not have betrayed them like that. However, I could not stand that kind of endless torture. In the end, I survived and secretly trained hard. I leveled up and killed them all. It could be considered as taking revenge for everyone. And no, my brother Sash, that cannot be considered a betrayal. That was suffering humiliation. That year, our leader did not blame me. When I hugged him to repent, he, who was on the verge of death, used his blood-stained hand to touch my head. He had already forgiven me. This is something you do not know. The Ocean Emperor slowly explained what happened in the past. His voice was calm and there was not a trace of agitation. Perhaps our leader had already forgiven you. He was born as a kind person. He would rather blame himself for not doing well enough than to blame his comrades. However, Ocean Emperor Guanlan, I have not forgiven you. You only need to know this. No matter how beautiful your words are to defend your past, it cannot erase the hatred in my heart. That year, dozens of sisters were humiliated and killed by the enemy in front of me. Before they died, they cried in pain. Their eyes were filled with despair. There was also the bloody scene of their children being picked out from their stomachs and eaten alive by the enemy. I will never forget that. The hemp-clothed old man sat in the crystal. A trace of anger flashed across his gray eyes. It immediately disappeared and was quickly hidden. However, the killing intent that was released in less than a tenth of a second had already caused Sea Dragon Crown Prince and Sea Anemone Elder to retreat 3 steps. Even Shark King, who was the most loyal and devoted, felt his body turn cold. And the killing intent of this ultimate assassin was too terrifying. If it was a normal warrior, he would have been scared to death by that sudden burst of terrifying killing intent. Even the powerful innate level 8 Shark King was shocked when he heard it. That's great, old friend. I haven't seen you for a year and your cultivation level has increased again. The cloaked Ocean Emperor was completely unaffected. Instead, he laughed out loud. Likewise, the hemp-clothed old man slowly stood up and was about to attack. The 4 of you can leave. Crown Prince, you have to listen to Ah Shah in the sea outside. If anyone barges into the graveyard of the sea, kill them. If the hybrid fishmen cause trouble, you just have to defend for 45 minutes. The Ocean Emperor waved his hand. He decided to fight the hemp-clothed old man and when he raised his hand, Shark King, Sea Dragon Crown Prince and Sea Anemone Elder Princess knelt down and respectfully retreated. Ocean Emperor, if I kill you, I will leave you a son or daughter. However, to be honest, your son and daughter are all trash. None of them are presentable. The hemp-clothed old man disdainfully evaluated the most outstanding Sea Dragon Crown Prince among the princes and the most outstanding Sea Anemone Elder Princess among the princesses. There are some who are not bad, but they always die prematurely. This is the saddest thing about being an emperor. The Ocean Emperor smiled bitterly. It seemed like he knew a lot of things. Let's begin. Today, it's either you or me. We should make a final conclusion. The hemp-clothed old man's aura erupted like a volcano. The ancient guardians that surrounded the outer circle immediately retreated when they sensed it. Although they did not have intelligence, their instincts were outstanding and they were extremely sensitive to danger. On the other side, the hemp-clothed old man and summoned a diamond level 10 Hell Black Dragon King. On the other side, the Ocean Emperor Guanlan also summoned a diamond level 10 3-headed golden dragon. The battle officially began. In the graveyard of the sea, the 4 kings were led by Shark King and assisted by the 8 great sea marshals. They guarded outside the 5 big whirlpools. At the same time, There were more than 10 princes and princesses, led by Sea Dragon Crown Prince and Sea Anemone Elder Princess. They were divided into 2 camps and supported each other from afar. Surrounding them were 108 sea generals and more than 3,000 Ocean Emperor's royal guards. The sea generals and Ocean Emperor's royal guards mostly came from the 9th floor of Tong Tian Tower. Every one of them had at least the strength of a lesser innate. Some of the sea generals had even reached the innate realm, but they did not have a summoning grimoire. In the higher levels of Tong Tian Tower, there were many powerful races. They were born with great advantages, but they also had a natural flaw. It was almost impossible for them to contract a grimoire. In the beginning, they were a powerful race with outstanding natural advantages. However, when the humans, elves and other races improved through cultivation, they would be left in the dust. The higher one lived in the Tong Tian Tower, the more it was so. Did I miss something? When Yue Yang appeared, the 4 kings, including Shark King, had a slight change in expression. This brat still came after all. Little Titan, if you are willing to cooperate, the Ocean Emperor will reward you with 2 holy relics. Shark King knew that it was not possible, but he still wanted to try. If he could use 2 holy relics to exchange for the other party to give up, it might not be a bad thing. Shark King, please tell the Ocean Emperor that I want to enter the Crystal Canyon to personally thank him for his good intentions. I hope that he will grant me an audience. Moreover, isn't he going to marry some princess to me for a marriage alliance? As his future son-in-law, how can I not thank my father-in-law? If this gets out, people will say that my family has no upbringing. Yue Yang's eyes were full of ridicule. He only looked at the 4 kings and did not even glance at the 8 sea marshals and the dozen princes and princesses. Shark King's heart was bitter. He knew that he could not be kind today. You Clan 3rd young master, even though you have some fame, if you think that you can put on airs in front of us, you are wrong. Sea Dragon Crown Prince could not stand Yue Yang's disregard. He stood up and retorted coldly, if your eyes are fine, you can count how many rankers there are in our sea clan. Any one of them can turn the Tong Tian Tower upside down. Moreover, you Clan 3rd young master, the Black Hell King is currently attacking your homeland. Instead of going back to defend, you came to provoke us, the Sea Clan. Can you be any more arrogant and reckless? Who is the one speaking? You look like a dog, can you be any more deformed and make people vomit? Yue Yang retorted without holding back. You, Sea Dragon Crown Prince's face twisted. You don't look like a crown prince even after wearing the dragon robe. If I were you, I would be so ashamed that I would kill myself. Yue Yang's mouth was definitely sharper than a knife. I have heard of you Clan 3rd young master's name before, but I did not expect him to be 100 times more arrogant than the rumors. Maybe you have not heard of this famous saying, arrogance without strength is ignorance and idiocy. Sea Anemone Crown Princess laughed coldly. Very good, you have completely embodied the true essence of this famous saying. Yue Yang clapped his hands and praised. Chapter 470 inches. Do you really want to fight? Little Titan, we can actually work together. We can send Sea Clan elite soldiers to help you fight against the Black Hell Army. We could have become a family, why do we have to do this? Even if you enter the Crystal Canyon, you won't be able to get the Mother Earth Potion. The difference between you and His Majesty the Ocean Emperor is too great. Even if you are very outstanding, His Majesty the Ocean Emperor has trained for 1,000 years, while you have just started. Shark King made his last effort. You are right, but I still want to try. Yue Yang would definitely not give up on the Mother Earth Potion. Rather than relying on others, it was better to rely on oneself. If the Ocean Emperor obtained the Mother Earth Potion and broke through to the Elder Innate Realm, would he send Sea Clan elite soldiers to fight against the Black Hell Army? Impossible, he would only cooperate with the Black Hell King to destroy the soaring dragon continents Da Sha and Tian Luo, then deal with Jizun and Night Empress together. To Yue Yang, the Mother Earth Potion was also a treasure that could only be found by chance. It was impossible for him to give it to the Ocean Emperor. Most importantly, this was the best chance to kill the Ocean Emperor. Because the hemp-clothed old man and she was prepared to fight to the death with the Ocean Emperor, if Yue Yang did not take this chance to snatch the Mother Earth Potion, he would be an idiot. As a man from another world, the Ocean Emperor and the others were just living NPCs to him. How could he give them the treasure so easily? Even in RPG games, this was not the way to survive in another world. Go, kill him. Sea Dragon Crown Prince hated Yue Yang to the core. A large group of sea generals and a large number of Ocean Emperor's imperial army swarmed forward and surrounded Yue Yang. Shark King and the other three kings looked at each other and felt that the situation could no longer develop well. They could only follow the Ocean Emperor's orders to protect the 5 big whirlpools and kill anyone in the future. As for killing the Yu clan third young master, whether Ji Zun would be furious and come to punish them, they could no longer care so much. The 4 kings, Cuttlefish King, Jellyfish King and Manta Ray King observed their surroundings vigilantly. This was because they knew that this Yu clan third young master would not come to die if he was not confident. The other party must have helpers. The 8 great sea marshals began to increase their strength one by one. They would be the main force in this battle, and they were prepared to kill this young human who had come to provoke them in this graveyard of the sea with the wheel tactic and the human wave tactic. They were not like the 4 kings who ruled over their own seas and were able to understand the latest news from all aspects. The sea marshals had always been by the Ocean Emperor's side and lived in the higher levels of Tong Tian Tower for a long time. It could be said that they knew very little about Yue Yang, the Yu clan's third young master. If it wasn't for Shark King's scruples, they would have killed this arrogant young human long ago. Yue Yang saw countless sea generals slowly approaching him and calmly asked the Sea Dragon Crown Prince, "Is this the legendary bullying with numbers?" Sea Dragon Crown Prince sneered, "So what if I bully you? This is the sea, the territory of our sea race." Yue Yang raised his hand. He made a gesture of surrender. "All right, I have to admit, I'm shocked by your idiocy." Following Yue Yang's gesture, countless hybrid fishmen floated up from the abyss. They appeared beside Yue Yang. Among the hybrid fishmen, the octopus man boss's calm voice sounded, "Your Highness, if I remember correctly, this should be our territory that has not been conquered by the Ocean Emperor. It's not that you can't fight and snatch treasures here, but you better ask us first. For example, the young man beside me is more polite. He came over a few days ago to greet us. But you guys didn't. Your Highness, I have to say, we are a little disappointed. Bullying with numbers, Old Zhang, can't stand it." Following that, a buzzing voice sounded. The swordfish man did not speak, but his eyes were full of fighting spirit. "Just say it, we are here to help the Yu clan's third young master. Why, we have already decided to cooperate, so you should regret it. Who asked you to not cooperate with us earlier? However, even if you cooperate with us, we will not agree. You are all fools, incompetent fools. We will not cooperate with you. This *TC Dragon Crown Prince, I hate you. You actually spat on my boat just now. Damn it, don't you have any manners? I worked so hard to fish it up from the bottom of the sea and clean it, but you spat on it. You really make me sick. You green-headed fly, uncultured maggot, go and die. Blast, you must help me beat him into a cripple. I want to press down on his ugly head and make him stick out his tongue to lick all the phlegm clean, then lick my sunken boat again. Damn it, I haven't finished talking and you already made your move. I hate trash like you who don't have the demeanor of a warrior." The mudskipper man's mouth was undoubtedly the most annoying. Yue Yang wanted to tear this guy's smelly mouth apart several times. However, after thinking about it, this was a characteristic of the mudskipper man, so he ignored it. Kill, chop off his fish head and cook it into soup. The Sea Dragon Crown Prince was so angry that the mudskipper man was trembling. Shark King saw that the situation was not good. Although they had more people, the other side had more than 30 innates. Moreover, the weakest mudskipper man was a level 5 innate. Even though these hybrid fishmen had been trapped here for thousands of years, their strength was not to be underestimated. The Ocean Emperor was not willing to provoke them. Just now, the octopus man boss had appeared to negotiate with the Ocean Emperor and promised not to do anything. Now that he was going back on his words, it should be related to the Yu clan's third young master. The Yu clan's third young master must have used something to move the hybrid fishmen and made a secret agreement with them. He hurriedly bowed to a man hidden in a cloak. "Mr. Tai Hu, now, we can only ask for your help. Only you can successfully take down the Yu clan's third young master." The cloak slowly slid down. It revealed a silver-haired Fox clan old man. He looked very benevolent, and a smile that could eliminate hostility hung on the old man's lips. His eyes were slightly blue and looked like sapphires. It was unexpectedly peaceful. He wore a fiery red silk robe that fit him well. He also held a silver cane in his hand. He looked like a wise and knowledgeable sage. Of course, if someone knew him, they would know that 500 years ago, the most notorious killer among the killers, the ghost-eyed demon fox, was actually this benevolent-looking old man Taihu. Peak innate level 9. Under Yue Yang's Heaven Eyes divine vision, this Taihu elder's strength was slightly higher than Shun Tian and the Black Prince. The only difference between the three was that other than the 5 transformations power, Shun Tian still had hidden strength that he never revealed. The Black Prince also had hidden strength. However, this Taihu elder didn't. He had used up all his potential and trained to the limit. The highest realm he could reach was the peak of innate level 9. And she once chased after him for thousands of miles. When he was on the verge of death, Taihu managed to escape. And she thought that Taihu was already dead. He didn't expect that the Ocean Emperor not only didn't kill Taihu, but also saved him, perhaps, because he had no hope of breaking through to innate level 10. Taihu chose to cooperate with the Ocean Emperor and was willing to be the Ocean Emperor's lackey. Young man, don't be too arrogant. When I became famous, your grandfather's grandfather was still drinking milk. Taihu sneered. That's right. However, when I became famous, you were rotting in your coffin. Yue Yang first gave Taihu a middle finger, then released his innate level 1 strength in an instant. Yue Yang's shout shook the heavens and the earth. The power that erupted from his body was like a hurricane, causing a circle of biting cold shockwaves on the dead silent sea surface. In an instant, huge waves rose to the sky. Although he was only innate level 1, his power was more ferocious than innate level 6. The Ocean Emperor's royal guards and the sea generals were blown all over the place by the hurricane. This was only Yue Yang's Qi Jin. If he really attacked, none of them would be a match for him. Anyone who met him would be instantly killed. After Shark King saw this, his face changed. He waved his hand and ordered his subordinates to pull away from the encirclement. The 3 kings and 8 ocean marshals beside him also increased their power quickly. Following the explosion of many innate rankers, the whole sea was overturned and the waves were 1,000 feet high. Taihu slowly took out a pearl and threw it into the whirlpool on the sea. Tossing it into the whirlpool on the surface of the sea, a strange light flashed, and the raging waves on the surface of the sea strangely calmed down, returning to the deathly stillness of an ancient well. No matter how powerful the shockwaves emitted by the innate rankers were, they did not cause any waves, only slight ripples. Dinghai Pearl. Yue Yang finally understood. Why was the Ocean Emperor so fearless towards the hybrid fishmen? So it was because he had the Dinghai Pearl. Turning the sea surface into a land-like existence, to the Sea Clan, it would at most not increase their power. But to the hybrid fishmen, it would be the biggest weakness. After Taihu threw out the Dinghai Pearl, he quickly exploded to innate level 8. His whole body was burning with a terrifying dragon flame. The silver staff in his hand combined with his summoned beast, Lightning Snake, becoming a lightning snake staff. It was temporarily upgraded from a platinum rank treasure to a holy rank treasure. His eyes were faint, like the eyes of a ghost. Anyone who saw them would be dazzled and dizzy. This was Taihu's ghost eye domain. Once trapped in the domain, one's body would be controlled by Taihu. Taihu summoned a 9-headed demon fox, platinum ranked level 10. Although it wasn't a guardian beast, nor a holy ranked beast, it was extremely fast and could fly in the air. No other beasts could compare to it. Taihu quickly summoned 5 platinum ranked level 10 lava devil kings. These were all beasts that could restrain the hybrid fishmen. When the Dinghai Pearl activated, the sea surface was like a mirror. The shortest of the 5 lava devil kings was at least 60 meters tall. They stepped on the mirror-like sea surface and charged towards the hybrid fishmen. As for Yue Yang, Taihu believed that he could defeat him with the lightning snake staff in his hand. The current lightning snake staff had the power of a holy rank treasure. Even if it was only temporarily, its power was unparalleled. Showing off your beasts. Interesting. Yue Yang laughed and shouted. Stupid dog, come out and show this old fellow what a real beast is. Wei Tai Lang, who had been idling in the Yu clan castle for a long time, had not fought with his master for a long time. Yue Yang had specially brought it here to train. With such an opportunity, how could it not do its best in front of its master? It immediately shook its head and wagged its tail to please its master. Its paw confidently pressed down, and a high-ranked bronze grimoire appeared in a golden light. Although this grimoire had not been upgraded to silver-ranked, it had already been upgraded to a high-ranked bronze grimoire. After this battle, it would probably be upgraded to silver-ranked. When Wei Tai Lang's grimoire appeared, the countless jealous gazes from the opposite side immediately revealed a sour taste. Divine beast. Damn it, This brat's watchdog was also a divine beast. Chapter 471 Wei Tai-Lang's impressive performance made the other side jealous. Especially Sea Dragon Crown Prince, his eyes were red as if blood was about to drip out. Although Wei Tai-Lang did not have a contract, he knew that there was no hope for him. This was because holy beasts and above had a strong will to choose their own masters. As long as holy beasts and divine beasts did not belong to him, it would be a waste of effort to obtain them. Now, Sea Dragon Crown Prince only wanted to kill Wei Tai-Lang before it matured. This was because Wei Tai-Lang had a high-level bronze grimoire, which belonged to the early stage of divine beast's growth. Killing it now was the best opportunity. If it matured and became a peak-level divine beast, not to mention Sea Dragon Crown Prince, even the Ocean Emperor would not be able to take it down. Ah Wu, Wei Tai-Lang summoned his guardian spirit beast and combined it with his inherent skill. Wei Tai-Lang leapt into the sky. Exactly the same, they both emitted the same aura and their eyes flashed with the same murderous intent. Even the flapping of the wings on their backs was at the same frequency. At first, Taihu thought that Wei Tai-Lang would attack his nine-headed magic fox. With the speed of the nine-headed magic fox, no matter how strong this divine beast was, he would not be able to defeat it. As long as he could drag on for another half an hour, the Mother Earth potion would be born and everything would be perfect. He did not expect that Wei Tai-Lang in the sky did not have the intention to attack the nine-headed magic fox. Instead, it pounced towards the Ocean Emperor's imperial guards and sea generals. Instantly, it was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. Blood splattered and danced in the sky. The Ocean Emperor's imperial guards and sea generals in the encirclement screamed in pain. Yue Yang had already unsealed his innate level 2 power. Before Taihu attacked with the Thunder Snake Staff, he had already unsealed his innate level 3 power. An extremely terrifying aura soared into the sky. An energy giant that was nearly 100 meters tall rose above Yue Yang's head. This was specially condensed from the energy he emitted. Around him, there was not a single shockwave. All the energy had condensed into such an energy giant, and then, with all its might, it heavily smashed down onto the surface of the sea. The entire surface of the sea was shaking, but what was strange was that it was actually like a mirror. It did not shatter, and there was not a single splash. The sea calming pearl had completely leveled the surface of the sea like a mirror. The energy giant's attack caused the surface of the sea to cave in, and then the surface of the sea bounced back like jelly, causing the entire surface of the sea to tremble. The lava devil kings, covered in lava and flames, lost their footing and fell into the sea. Break. Yue Yang raised the crescent moon blade in his left hand and the Wei Jin magic blade in his right. He slashed out the first move of the heaven-destroying earth slash, first slash, earth-splitting slash. A long saber mark split the surface of the sea. One of the lava devil kings unfortunately fell at the edge and slid in, sinking into the seawater. The flames covering its entire body were doused by the seawater, immediately evaporating into steam. White steam filled the air, as though the magma of a volcano was flowing into the sea. This lava devil king was in extreme pain. Water was its nemesis. Even if no one attacked it, it would drown if it fell into the sea. Furthermore, it would cool down and turn into a stone statue. The consequences would be unimaginable. Without the sea calming pearl, it would have been impossible for it to walk on the surface of the sea. Now that it had fallen into the crack, it immediately howled in pain, and its cries were earth-shattering. It tried its best to crawl out. However, before it did that, it had to ask for permission from one person, and that person was Yue Yang. With a kick, Yue Yang kicked it down. After sinking into the bottomless abyss of the sea, what awaited it was only death. Taihu's thunder snake staff filled the sky with thunder and lightning, striking towards Yue Yang. However, Yue Yang swam around like a fish. The mysterious three styles graceful sword dance. Under his new understanding of the realm, he grasped it even more mysteriously, displaying it even more perfectly. Every strike of the thunder snake staff missed its target by a hair's breadth. However, all the attacks brushed past Yue Yang's body, and none of them hit Yue Yang. Regarding this, Taihu was incomparably furious. As he sped up his attacks, he used his domain of power to suppress Yue Yang, intending to affect Yue Yang's mind and cause his movements to stagnate. His ghost eye had been staring intently at Yue Yang's eyes. "You dare, I'll stab." Yue Yang pretended to be hit, and waited for Taihu to attack. Suddenly, he closed in like lightning. He kept the crescent moon sword in his hand, and his fingers formed the two dragons vying for a pearl gesture, stabbing Taihu's ghost eye. Even though Taihu closed his eyes in time, it still caused Yue Yang pain. Only now did he realize that this brat's speed was 10 times faster than what he had imagined. It was simply super speed. All hit, all hit, all hit again. Yue Yang was unforgiving. The crescent moon sword appeared and deflected the thunder snake staff. His Wei Jin magic blade slashed Taihu's body a few times, breaking through Taihu's protective chi. His glossy fur was cut open, and blood splattered everywhere. When Taihu was trying to escape, Yue Yang followed up with another attack. He swung his flame whip. The flame whip had already leveled up to the whip of pain. With a whistling sound, it whipped down on Taihu's head. The whip of agony that had swallowed the scarlet concubine's scarlet lotus fire and blood of hatred, after being refined by Yue Yang's heaven's fury fire lotus infused with his raging anger, combined with the whip of agony, it could be said that its power was boundless. If it was compared to a treasure of the same power, it would at least have the power of a platinum-ranked treasure whip. This attack almost took Taihu's life. It was so painful that even a senior like him couldn't help but groan. The silver hair on his head flew everywhere, and the whip mark went deep into his brain. His face was even more lacerated. Just as Taihu deflected the flaming whip, another similar whip lashed down from the sky. It first hit Taihu's heart, and then tightened. The flame whip tightly strangled his neck, almost suffocating Taihu. This was the bloody Queen Red who had just flown out to ambush the enemy. If not for Shark King's timely rescue, Taihu would probably have died. Because Yue Yang's Wei Jin magic blade had arrived again. This time, it was his self-created Great Totem battle technique. Blood Prison Totem, Shark King, who came to rescue, also felt as if he was in a blood pond hell. He didn't dare to take Yue Yang's attack head-on. Using his natural agility, he grabbed Taihu and leapt into the sky, escaping from the battlefield. He then summoned his sea battle beast and spat out a large amount of energy to help Taihu recover from his injuries. The other three kings also rushed over to fight against Yue Yang. Get lost. Yue Yang kept his crescent blade and Wei Jin magic blade. He raised both his hands, and the flame spear made of Nirvana's flame spun rapidly, creating thousands of spear sparks. Although the three kings managed to escape in time, the sea generals and the ocean emperor's royal guards that were targeted by Yue Yang's spear were all hit. Even if they were hit by a strand of Nirvana's flame, the pain was unbearable. If their limbs were hit by the spear, they could still mercilessly cut off their wrists and save their lives. If they were hit by Yue Yang's spear, or their heads were burned by Nirvana's flame, then they would only be dead. No one could save them, and no one dared to. Once Nirvana's flame was ignited, there was no power that could stop its purification and destruction. Although the Sea Dragon Crown Prince had the power of a level 7 and 8, he did not dare to fight against Yue Yang. Once Nirvana's flame appeared, it chilled his heart. His will to fight had long turned into cold sweat. The 8 great sea marshals were loyal and devoted. Facing a strong enemy like Yue Yang, they still gathered their courage and attacked together. You're simply courting death. Yue Yang suddenly bent his body into a ball. When the 8 great sea marshals were about to attack him, he suddenly stood up. The Nirvana's flame on his body formed a fire pillar that shot towards the sky. The 6 great sea marshals who reacted quickly escaped in time. However, the 2 great sea marshals who reacted slightly slower had already rushed into the Nirvana's flame pillar. They knew that they would not be able to escape. Not only did they not struggle to escape, they desperately rushed towards Yue Yang, intending to hug Yue Yang and self-destruct. After the battle with the Scarlet Emperor, the super speed and energy explosion that Yue Yang had secretly learned were all put to use. The moment when the 2 great sea marshals pounced on Yue Yang, or maybe it was only a thousandth of a second, an energy fountain exploded from the bottom of Yue Yang's feet, blasting the great sea marshal who bore the brunt of the attack into the sky. The other great sea marshal realized that Yue Yang's right hand was glowing. Countless runes were condensing and instantly formed the world-exterminating wheel. It's over. This great sea marshal did not even have the time to have a second thought before he realized that the world-exterminating wheel had slashed past his body. The great sea marshal who was blasted into the sky was still in pain. Die. A left hand that was burning with Nirvana's flame pressed down fiercely, pressing down on his face and smashing onto the mirror-like surface of the sea that was fixed by the sea calming pearl. Countless Nirvana's flame spewed out from Yue Yang's hand and drilled into the great sea marshal's 7 orifices. It drilled into his shattered skull and directly burned his brain. At this moment, the great sea marshal who was cut into 2 fell down from the sky, fresh blood splashing out. Countless flower stems rose from the sea surface. One of the largest thorny flower demons immediately opened its huge mouth and swallowed the two halves of the great sea marshal into its stomach. The golden-crowned thorny flower queen had awakened from her deep slumber. When she appeared, the entire audience let out another wave of wails. Whether they were alive or dead, those thorny flowers did not care about these. The ocean-like thorny flowers waved their long branches and entangled everywhere, opening their bloody mouths to swallow whoever they caught. If they really could not swallow them, they would entangle them to death and strangle them to death. Then, they would forcefully swallow them and digest them. Wei Tai Lang would also eat his enemies on the spot, but it was incomparable to the sea of thorny flowers controlled by the golden-crowned thorny flower queen. Even if there were 100 of Wei Tai Lang, they would not be able to defeat the sea of thorny flowers. Other than the lava devil king that had sunk to the bottom of the sea, the remaining 4 lava devil kings were also beaten into a sorry state by the hybrid fishmen. This was because not only did they have the strength of an innate, they were also proficient in water techniques. Many beasts could shoot out water pillars. If the sea surface was not fixed like a mirror, the 4 of them would have been dead long ago. Not good. The sky has changed color. Shark King was fighting with Yue Yang when he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Although the sky was originally gray, there shouldn't be so many dark clouds. What was going on? A loud and clear storm horn was blown. A strong wind blew between the sky and the sea. Dark clouds rolled, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Heavy rain poured down. Only now did Shark King and the others realize that in the middle of the sea of thorny flowers, there was a beautiful mermaid blowing the storm horn that summoned a storm. Chapter 472. Sea Anemone Royal Princess pointed angrily at the storm mermaid and screamed, "Quick, someone come quickly, go kill her immediately." A few sea generals and dozens of ocean emperors' royal guards heard this and charged forward. Another sea marshal saw it and bravely swooped down, preparing to obstruct the storm mermaid's summon. A golden arrow pierced through the air and nailed into his shoulder. In an instant, the sea marshal's shoulder started to turn into stone. Before he could react, another lightning bolt came down from the sky and directly hit his head. His head and face were charred black. Blood flowed out from his 7 orifices. At the last moment before he fell down powerlessly, the heavily injured sea marshal saw 2 sharp ice blades slashing his throat like the wind. His consciousness instantly disappeared. Since the storm mermaid appeared, how could stone element Medusa, thunder naga and ice serpent demon not be here? The remaining 5 sea marshals quickly retreated to a safe area, afraid to follow in their companions' footsteps. The combination of stone element Medusa and thunder naga was already fatal enough. Furthermore, there was an even stronger ice serpent demon. Furthermore, they were all under the protection of the thorny flower sea. With the golden crowned thorny flower queen here, entering the thorny flower sea was undoubtedly courting death. 3 out of the 8 sea marshals were now gone. The enemies were increasing in number. Less than 10 minutes had passed. They needed at least another 20 minutes to complete the Ocean Emperor's mission. Shark King saw the grim situation and couldn't help but feel a headache. Yu Clan's 3rd young master was 10 times stronger than imagined. Not only did he have Nirvana Flame and World Exterminating Wheel, he also had super fast speed and powerful beasts. He didn't look like a young innate at all. His battle techniques were more like a cunning old fox that had trained for thousands of years. The scariest thing was that this Yu Clan's 3rd young master did not use his full strength. He was still holding back. He was probably still holding back to obtain the Mother Earth potion. But even so, no one could defeat him. Even Tai Hu, who was a peak innate level 9, was extremely afraid of Nirvana Flame and World Exterminating Wheel. These two were his nemesis. What made Tai Hu, Shark King and the rest collapse the most was that there was a little Lamia Loli. For some unknown reason, she suddenly swam out from the deep sea. Her swimming posture was beautiful and her speed was extremely fast. She completely disregarded the seawater that all life forms in the sea and the sea tribe were unable to swim in. She easily split the water and split the waves. The most maddening thing was that she was holding the sea calming pearl in her little hand. She easily held the sea calming pearl in her hand, which no sea creature or sea clan could touch. How was this possible? He watched as she passed through the mirror-like surface of the sea without being affected by any obstacles. She floated up to Yue Yang and handed the sea calming pearl to him like she was presenting a treasure. Shark King and Tai Hu wanted to hug each other and cry bitterly. The perfect plan that they had thought of using all sorts of methods, they did not expect that a little Lamia Loli would turn into bubbles. He even lost a treasure like the sea calming pearl. Good girl. Yue Yang took the sea calming pearl and hugged little Wen Li before kissing her. Hey! Little Wen Li laughed and hugged Yue Yang obediently and kissed him back. Her beautiful big eyes were like the crescent moon. Her smile was curved and cute, very cute. Once the sea calming pearl entered Yue Yang's hand, the mirror-like surface of the sea immediately collapsed and returned to its original state. Because of the innate's aura, the sea water started to churn. In addition to the storm mermaid's storm conch's summon, the sea was even more turbulent. Countless ocean emperors, imperial forest palace and sea generals fell into the water. The 4 lava devil kings that were almost drenched into stone let out their final cries and sank to the bottom of the sea. The situation on the ocean emperor's side changed drastically, and the hybrid fishmen who had been fighting for half a day all roared at the sky. This time, it was finally their turn to show their might. They had already become hybrid fishmen and could not fight in the water. Their battle power had been reduced by at least half. On the contrary, if they could fight in the water, their battle power would immediately double. Just how great was the difference between them? Of course, the Ocean Emperor's subordinates would not lose out in the water. They could even gain a small boost in strength. However, they were definitely not willing to fight with the hybrid fishmen in the water. This was because they needed to face more than 30 innate rankers whose strength had been doubled. Little Titan, leave this to us. Octopus Man Boss indicated that Yue Yang could leave. He now had enough confidence to fight. Even if he could not obtain the final victory, a draw was definitely not a problem. Quickly send people into the Crystal Canyon and block the 5 whirlpools. Sea Dragon Crown Prince shouted anxiously. Because only 5 people could enter the Crystal Canyon, there was already the Ocean Emperor and Enshi inside. If 3 more people were sent, then no one would be able to enter. Immediately, 3 of his most loyal subordinates entered the 5 great whirlpools. Yue Yang watched from the side and did not stop them. Shark King also had a headache. Sea Dragon Crown Prince was too arrogant. If this method of blocking people worked, then why did the Ocean Emperor let everyone out? Wouldn't it be better to just let people block it? One must know that there was still the super assassin Enshi inside. Not to mention Enshi, there were also 100 ancient guardians inside. How many seconds could the 3 of them survive? If the Crystal People's ancient guardians did not make a move and Enshi did not make a move, how many seconds could the 3 of them survive in a battle between 2 innate level 10 super innates? They would probably turn into ashes the moment they entered. So smart, Sea Dragon Crown Prince. Your brain is so useful. Did you eat too many retarded pills? Yue Yang applauded and praised. Sea Dragon Crown Prince was so angry that his whole body was trembling. If it was another person, he would have already rushed up and torn the opponent into pieces. However, the person in front of him was Yue Yang. He did not dare to make a move. Even if Yue Yang said that he would not make a move or fight back, Sea Dragon Crown Prince did not dare to make a move. He had seen his sea generals being sliced in half by Yue Yang's Nirvana flame wings or burned into ashes more than once. He hated Yue Yang. He gritted his teeth in hatred. However, he did not dare to take a step closer to Yue Yang, even if it was just 1 step. At this moment, Taihu jumped out and pretended to be an old senior. He waved his thunder snake staff and faced Yue Yang head-on again. Now, he was no longer arrogant. He displayed the power of a peak innate level 9. It could be said that the current him was slightly stronger than Shun Tian and the Black Prince. However, he could not be compared to the Scarlet Emperor and the Black Hell King. Even the weakest Scarlet Emperor could kill him in an instant. Yue Yang, who had experienced the attacks of the Scarlet Emperor, Scarlet Concubine, Shun Tian and the Black Prince, felt very relaxed against Taihu, a pretentious old senior. Even when he sparred with the Impatiens, it was not as easy. Taihu's main advantage was his mental attack and speed. In addition, the Thunder Snake Staff's paralysis. Others might be afraid of these, but to Yue Yang, these were just like a drizzle. In terms of mental attacks, Taihu was not even worthy of carrying Phoenix Fairy Beauty's shoes. Phoenix Fairy Beauty's charm inherent skill could charm all living things, while Taihu's Ghost Eye would only make Yue Yang feel that it was a joke. To put it bluntly, Wei Tai Lang's angry stare might even be stronger than his Ghost Eye. In terms of the killing power of eyes, when did Taihu's Ghost Eye become the strongest? Barbarian Cow Shadow Aw Man's death stare would probably make Taihu cover his face and cry in shame. Hit. Taihu's Thunder Snake Staff hit Yue Yang's shoulder. He was extremely pleased with himself. He quickly shouted and prepared to add another sentence. Fool, Yue Yang laughed coldly. His Nirvana fire wings had already turned into Nirvana fire armor to protect his shoulder. This attack was practically useless and only caused him a slight pain. However, Tai Hu, who had fallen into Little Wen Li's binding inherent skill, was unlucky this time. Before Shark King could save him, Yue Yang attacked with extreme speed. His right fist heavily hit Tai Hu's heart. His left hand's index and middle fingers pierced into Tai Hu's ghost eye. Tai Hu could no longer close his eyes. Even if he could close his eyelids, he would not be able to defend against Yue Yang's innate invisible sword chi. After destroying Tai Hu's ghost eye, Yue Yang kicked Tai Hu's lower body. It was a heavy kick that could send you 1,000 miles away. Amidst the roar of the attack, one could faintly hear the sound of his balls exploding. Raging Sea Devour. Shark King finally arrived, but it was already too late. Slow, Yue Yang imitated Shun Tian's Dracophant power and used Fatty High's Hippopotamus Meteor Fist to bombard Shark King's body like raindrops. With the support of the Giant Shadow and the external assistance of the Energy Giant, Shark King's entire body was dented with deep fist marks. Fortunately, his shark skin was extremely strong and he had the strength of a level 8 innate. After snatching Tai Hu back, he quickly escaped and did not fight with Yue Yang. In the sky, the other three kings got rid of the entanglement of Octopus Man Boss, Whale Zhong and Swordfish Man Blast and rushed over to protect Shark King and the dying Tai Hu. Yue Yang held the gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear and charged into the Ocean General and the Ocean Emperor's Imperial Army. He started a massacre. Yue Yang only stopped when no one dared to approach him and everyone fled in panic. Yue Yang, who was covered in blood from head to toe, looked like an ancient demon god. Wherever he looked, there was no one who wasn't terrified. Yue Yang glanced at Sea Dragon Crown Prince. Clever Crown Prince, do you still want to send people to stop them? If no one is willing to continue sending themselves to death, then I should go and greet your father, the Ocean Emperor. Crown Prince, you want to play with me? You are still too inexperienced. Don't think that just because you have the Ocean Emperor as your father, you are really a Crown Prince. You are actually a cowardly and useless quail. Quickly go back and hide under your father's dragon bed, the outside world is very dangerous. Sea Dragon Crown Prince's face turned red and green at Yue Yang's merciless mockery. He did not dare to retort. This was because the murderous Yue Yang scared him. Seeing the powerful Tai Hu in such a miserable state, Sea Dragon Crown Prince almost peed in his pants. It was not easy for him to hold it in. Shark King was coughing out large mouthfuls of blood, while Tai Hu was still being treated by a few sea generals with all their might. The other three kings of the sea were occupied by Octopus Man Boss, Whale Zhong and Swordfish Man Blast. No one dared to stop Yue Yang from entering the Crystal Canyon. Sea Dragon Crown Prince and Sea Anemone Prince lowered their heads and pretended not to see anything. Yue Yang only brought Little Wen Li. Wei Tai Lang, Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen, Bloody Queen Red and Stone Element Medusa, Storm Mermaid, Thunder Naga and Ice Serpent Demon were all left outside. With these powerful beasts around, the Ocean Emperor's subordinates would not be able to gain any advantage. Moreover, there were still Mudskipper Man and more than 30 hybrid fishmen in the sea. Crystal Canyon. When Yue Yang entered the Crystal Canyon, there were still 10 minutes before the birth of the Mother Earth potion. However, he did not expect that it had already turned into a bloody hell. More than 10 huge beasts had died here. Their blood almost dyed the entire Crystal Canyon red. Even the ancient guardians had more than 10 bodies that were badly damaged and were currently absorbing the energy from the crystals to recover. There seemed to be two suns in the sky. The Ocean Emperor Guan Lan and the hemp-clothed old man and she had already fought to the climax. Both sides attacked without holding back, clashing head-on, in the middle of the Crystal Canyon, at the deepest concave. Slowly, countless crystals began to grow, like flowers blooming from the ground. The process was very slow. That was the birthplace of the Mother Earth potion. Chapter 473 The terrifying shockwaves from the battle between the two rankers spread out wave after wave. The shockwaves from the battle between the Ocean Emperor Guan Lan and the hemp-clothed old man and she could overturn rivers and seas. If not for the fact that the Crystal Canyon was made of pure crystals, it would have been flattened. Countless broken crystal pillars and crystal shards flew into the air. Because they were at the center of the explosion, the ancient guardian crystal men would be smashed into pieces if they fell into the explosion. Yue Yang was lucky enough to pick up the remains of two crystal men. However, he soon realized that he could not take away the ancient guardian's souls. As long as he kept the crystal men's bodies in the platinum ring, the souls of the two crystal men would immediately escape and float to another pile of crystals to be reborn. Maybe it was because of the restriction of the ancient code, or maybe they could not leave the Crystal Canyon and were just a special life form that depended on the Crystal Canyon. Even so, Yue Yang, who had obtained the crystal men's bodies, had gained a lot. As long as he studied the structure of the crystal men's bodies, it would be very helpful for Yue Yang to complete the ghost genius Yue Gong's third wish. Yue Yang had also collected a lot of crystal shards and broken crystal pillars. The energy of these crystals was beneficial to sickly beauty. Impatience, City Mistress Fallen Flowers, Princess Sissy and Shui Wuxia all had their own improvements. Although sickly beauty was not a battle type, Yue Yang felt that there was a need to increase her fighting power. Especially now that there were such energy crystals, it would be a waste not to pick them up. However, what Yue Yang was most concerned about was the crystal lotus that was gradually growing in the Crystal Canyon. In there, the Mother Earth potion was about to be born. In another 5 minutes, then the unique, Mother Earth potion, would be born. Now, it was already at the final stage of brewing. Even if 2 innate level 10 rankers were to fight, its natural birth would not be affected at all. The shockwave could not damage the growing crystal lotus at all. Around it, there were countless giant crystal pillars that protruded from the crystal ground like guards, blocking the shockwave from the explosion. An indescribable fragrance had unknowingly pervaded the entire Crystal Canyon. It will not scatter with the wind. That was because it wasn't like the fragrance of flowers, but a kind of natural fragrant energy that directly refreshed the mind and nourished all life in the entire space. Under the envelopment of the heavenly fragrance's energy, the crystal men who were badly injured recovered quickly. They rushed to the crystal lotus and guarded the birth of the Mother Earth potion with all their might. The crystal lotus was still growing. The fragrance was getting stronger and stronger. In the sky, the battle between the Ocean Emperor Guan Lan and the hemp-clothed old man and she was coming to an end. The Ocean Emperor was obviously more skilled and had the upper hand. Yue Yang did not intervene immediately. Instead, he put the huge war beasts that had died in battle into his platinum ring one by one. He did not even let go of the broken limbs. He even thought of ways to pull out the blood-stained crystals and put them away one by one. One must know that all of the Ocean Emperor and Anzai's war beasts were diamond ranked and above. They were excellent leveling items for the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen, Wei Tai Lang, and even the Reaper Mantis and the Spirit of Earth Fire. How could Yue Yang miss this opportunity? The battle with the Black Hell King was coming soon. Yue Yang had to quickly raise the strength of each of his war beasts. Compared to the Ocean Emperor, the Black Hell King, who had reached innate elder level 1 or even innate elder level 2, was much more terrifying. Boom, boom. When the third huge explosion sounded in the sky, the hemp-clothed old man and she fell down like a meteor. He crashed heavily onto the crystal ground, smashing a large piece of the crystal ground. A deep hole was formed around his body. The broken spider web spread in all directions, extending to the feet of Yue Yang. He looked at the hemp-clothed old man and realized that his chest had been pierced through. His heart had suffered the heaviest damage. His head and spine were also heavily injured by the Ocean Emperor. Compared to the Ocean Emperor Guan Lan, one of the 5 emperors of Tong Tian Tower, and she, the number 1 assassin, was defeated in the end even though he had tried his best. And she spat out blood and gave a weak look, indicating that he would leave the rest to Yue Yang. He was not far from death. His only wish was to see Yue Yang kill the Ocean Emperor and let the Ocean Emperor die in front of him first. Yue Yang looked up to the sky. The powerful Ocean Emperor Guan Lan was now battered and exhausted, his whole body bathed in blood. He was wearing the Ocean Emperor armor. A holy dagger pierced through his chest. The shining dagger pierced through his chest and reached his back. This was Anzai's last attack. Even the Ocean Emperor with the Ocean Emperor armor and his guardian beast, the 3-headed Dragon King, would not be able to withstand such a fatal attack. The Ocean Emperor's heart was pierced by the dagger, but he did not fall. In an instant, he forcefully moved his muscles to change the position of his internal organs and moved his heart away from its original position, dodging Anzai's fatal attack. The Holy Ranked, God-killing dagger, was undoubtedly stronger than the Holy Ranked, Ocean Emperor armor. The Ocean Emperor armor was a high-ranked Holy Ranked weapon, but the God-killing dagger was of the highest quality. When the two of them clashed, the God-killing dagger won in the end. The only pity was that she could not kill his nemesis, the Ocean Emperor Guan Lan, on the spot even though he used his full strength. The Ocean Emperor pulled out the God-killing dagger and threw it away lightly. Before and she died, no one could use this god-killing dagger that had already recognized its master. The Ocean Emperor, whose head, limbs and even chest were severely injured, slowly descended and stood in front of Yue Yang. He was a giant that was more than 2 meters tall. He looked extremely mighty, with a head full of black hair that moved even though there was no wind. His tall and sturdy body was like a mountain that was filled with strength. His limbs were not full of fat like a muscular man's. On the contrary, they were very slender and his muscles were bulging like a tiger's. Every part of his body was in accordance with the golden ratio. He looked like a rare emperor. Even if he did not open his mouth, his aura had already suppressed everyone. The Ocean Emperor's eyes were clear, black with a hint of gold, as if he could easily see through people's hearts. Wearing the Ocean Emperor armor and a holy ranked weapon, he looked mighty and unparalleled. Yue Yang had seen many kings, but he had never seen any king who could surpass the Ocean Emperor. Zheng Wuyu also had a strong aura, but compared to the Ocean Emperor, he paled in comparison. The great emperor of Ji-Wei, Shun Tian, was also weaker. Even the great demon king Baruth, the ruler of the demon abyss, could not compare. The only one who could completely defeat the Ocean Emperor was not the Black Hell King that Yue Yang had met before, but the other overlord who was as famous as the Prison Emperor 6,000 years ago, the Scarlet Emperor. Needless to say, the Scarlet Emperor was a demon-like existence. He could no longer be described as an emperor. This fellow was basically a half-god, rancor. Even in his weakest state, the Scarlet Emperor could still suppress Shun Tian and the Black Prince, forcing them to bow down to him. Comparing the Black Hell King and the Scarlet Emperor, one was a general, the other an overlord. The difference between the two could not be compared at all. The Ocean Emperor could not be compared to the Scarlet Emperor, the demon-like senior innate, but it did not affect the prestige of the Ocean Emperor that dominated the entire Tong Tian Tower. Guan Lan was indeed the one and only Ocean Emperor in the world. No matter who, no one could erase his existence. The Ocean Emperor in front of Yue Yang, at this moment, even after the battle of life and death with Anshi, he still looked down on the world. You want to kill me? The Ocean Emperor asked. If you can let me come and get the Mother Earth potion, I will consider not starting a war with you. Yue Yang said an unchangeable fact. Why must I let you? The Ocean Emperor Guan Lan was not angry. In the last 3 minutes before the birth of the Mother Earth potion, he still had the time to ask Yue Yang. Ocean Emperor Guan Lan, I don't think I need to tell you to understand that your potential has been completely exhausted and there is no possibility for you to improve anymore. Even if you break through your current state and reach innate elder level 1, you can't improve anymore unless you get the Mother Earth potion or God's blood. It can be said that it is a waste for you to consume the Mother Earth potion. It could even be said that it is an unforgivable waste. I am younger than you and have more potential than you. My future is limitless, why should I let you have it? Back then, you did not hesitate to betray the whole team for the sake of your future and became the Ocean Emperor today. My future achievements will not be lower than yours, I will only be above you. Why should I let you have the Mother Earth potion? I am just being selfish, it should be a little better than your betrayal. After Yue Yang finished, he paused and said, if I let you have it, Ocean Emperor, you will still kill me because you will not be able to watch me grow. You will not wish for a junior to surpass you so easily. Your daughter once asked me, why should I kill you? If you did not force me, I would not have provoked you. My growth is all because of the pressure from you seniors. Let me sum it up with one sentence. Ocean Emperor Guan Lan, you are not the strongest and the most talented one. If you want to sit at the highest position, or try to stop others from sitting, you are destined to fall. That makes sense. The Ocean Emperor nodded and affirmed Yue Yang's words. He then asked, one last question. Do you think you can kill me? I have no confidence to fight against every supreme innate, but it doesn't matter. I am still young, I can afford to lose. I have learned my lesson and can fight again. As long as I am not afraid of fighting and persevere, the final victory will belong to me. Yue Yang answered. There were only 2 minutes left before the birth of the Mother Earth potion. At this moment, the giant crystal lotus was already high above the crystal canyon. Countless crystals pointed towards the sky. The heavenly incense's energy enveloped the entire crystal canyon. In the crystal lotus, the light started to shine bit by bit, from weak to strong. Countless of energy was accumulating, preparing for the final stage. The Mother Earth potion was about to be born. The Ocean Emperor Guan Lan looked at the crystal lotus from afar and nodded sadly. It's a pity you are not my son, otherwise I would definitely give it to you. With that, the Ocean Emperor Guan Lan moved. His whole body exploded with a light that was even more dazzling than the sun. Yue Yang immediately unsealed his innate level 4 energy. The current him was equivalent to a level 9 innate. Although there was a gap between him and the Ocean Emperor who was a peak level 10 innate, with the help of the Nirvana armor, World Exterminating Wheel and innate sword chi, he was confident that he could fight. Even if he had to pay the price of being heavily injured, Yue Yang would defeat the Ocean Emperor Guan Lan and obtain the Mother Earth Potion. Kill! Yue Yang shouted and moved at the same time as the Ocean Emperor. The two of them clashed with each other, using all their strength to determine who was stronger. At this moment, there was only 1 minute and 30 seconds left before the birth of the Mother Earth Potion. The battle between Yue Yang and the Ocean Emperor Guan Lan had officially begun. Chapter 474 The shockwave from the collision between the two was not much weaker than the collision between the Ocean Emperor and Anshi. With the support of the three-headed Golden Dragon King, the strength of the Ocean Emperor's fist was enough to flatten a small mountain. Yue Yang's strength was also earth-shattering with the support of the two giant shadows. Not only were their strengths similar, their attacking methods were also the same. No matter if it was the Ocean Emperor or Yue Yang, they did not attack each other's body. They both attacked each other's face at the same time. Yue Yang had the protection of the Nirvana flame armor, so the Ocean Emperor would definitely not attack his body. Similarly, the Ocean Emperor also had the protection of the Holy Ranked Ocean Emperor armor, and also had the support of the strengthening type Guardian Beast, the three-headed Golden Dragon King. Yue Yang also did not attack his body. Even the Ocean Emperor's heavily injured chest and defenseless heart did not become Yue Yang's first target. Attack the opponent's face. This was the choice made by the Ocean Emperor and Yue Yang at the same time. With great chemistry, they clashed head-on. The Ocean Emperor Guan Lan's speed was extremely fast. However, Yue Yang's speed was slightly faster. If he had not experienced the Scarlet Emperor's attack, he would probably be much slower than the Ocean Emperor Guan Lan. The Ocean Emperor's speed was the fastest that Yue Yang had seen other than the Scarlet Emperor. Compared to him, the speed that the Black Prince was so proud of was like a snail. No wonder the Ocean Emperor could compete with the fastest assassin, and she, in the blink of an eye. The World Exterminating Wheel was swung by Yue Yang and slashed towards the Ocean Emperor. It easily cut through the Ocean Emperor's protective aura and slashed towards the Ocean Emperor's face. On the other hand, the Ocean Emperor didn't dodge or evade. Instead, he punched Yue Yang's face with all his might, intending to perish together with him. He had the strength of a level 10 innate and the support of the three-headed Golden Dragon King. He could definitely take it. Just now, it was because of the three-headed Golden Dragon King's support that the Ocean Emperor was able to defeat the hemp-clothed old man Anshi. Yue Yang advanced instead of retreating. He bent his left arm in front of his face. He waved the World Exterminating Wheel in his right hand. The Heaven's Fury Fire Lotus, the Arctic Snow Frost, and the Purple Gold Electric Snake distorted the entire space. It was as if the World Exterminating Wheel had slashed past, and even the space was shattered. This was the strongest power of Yue Yang's new realm. Even if the Ocean Emperor had a strong body, as long as the World Exterminating Wheel hit him, he would be heavily injured and fall to the ground. The three-headed Golden Dragon King suddenly grew a giant head from the Sea Emperor's body. It charged towards the World Exterminating Wheel fearlessly. The World Exterminating Wheel slashed through its head. The heavily injured World Exterminating Wheel continued to move forward and devoured Yue Yang's body. At the same time, the Ocean Emperor's giant fist fiercely landed on Yue Yang's left arm that was blocking. The fist was about to break Yue Yang's left arm. Yue Yang was in extreme pain. His upper body spun backwards. He raised his right leg high and stepped on the Ocean Emperor's chest. The innate invisible sword chi pierced through the gap created by the god-killing dagger on the Ocean Emperor's armor and pierced through the Ocean Emperor's heart. An arm in exchange for a life. This was a plan that Yue Yang had planned for a long time. Even 3 days ago, Anshi and Yue Yang had discussed this plan. Anshi recklessly opened up a small hole in the Ocean Emperor's Saint-ranked Ocean Emperor's armor, then handed it over to Yue Yang to deal the fatal blow. After the Ocean Emperor's heart was pierced, his body became sluggish. He did not stop immediately. Instead, he attacked even more crazily. On his body, another giant golden dragon's head extended at the same time. It bit Yue Yang's body and smashed him heavily onto the crystal floor. Before Yue Yang's pain and dizziness had passed, the Ocean Emperor's body grew a third dragon head. It was huge and had an aura as cold as the sun. It spat out a strange forked halberd. The Ocean Emperor took it and fiercely stabbed it towards Yue Yang's body. FCK, Yue Yang was shocked. The Ocean Emperor actually had a saint-ranked weapon. Even and she did not know about it. The saint-ranked Ocean Emperor's halberd carried golden lightning and fiercely stabbed towards Yue Yang's body. If it pierced through him, Yue Yang's little life would be in danger. At the critical moment, Yue Yang's body escaped the pressure of the Ocean Emperor's domain. He used the graceful sword dance to dodge the attack. At the same time, he kicked his right leg, hoping to borrow the force to escape the threat of death. The giant dragon's head on the Ocean Emperor's body fearlessly opened its mouth and bit Yue Yang's body. Even though the Nirvana battle armor's Nirvana flame rapidly burned its huge mouth, it did not let go. Just 1 second of delay was enough for the Ocean Emperor to attack 100 times. The Ocean Emperor's halberd ruthlessly nailed down. Yue Yang could only do his best to retreat and avoid being hit in his vitals. However, he could not retract his right leg in time and was pierced by the Ocean Emperor's halberd. He was firmly nailed to the crystal floor. The largest giant dragon's head on the Ocean Emperor's body had been accumulating power for a long time. It opened its huge mouth and spat out a dragon breath that was 100 times more terrifying than hellfire. The Golden Dragon King's dragon breath was also in existence that could instantly kill all living beings. It was unstoppable. Just when the Ocean Emperor thought that he had won, the Nirvana battle armor on Yue Yang's body instantly turned into a fire phoenix made of Nirvana flames. Facing the dragon breath, he pounced towards the Golden Dragon King's huge mouth that was spewing dragon breath. Although the dragon breath was strong, it was far from being comparable to the Nirvana flame. The fire phoenix burned and purified all the dragon breath. It shot towards the Golden Dragon King's huge mouth and burned the Golden Dragon King until it disappeared and returned to the Ocean Emperor's body. If it had been a second later, it would have been incinerated alive by the fire phoenix. The Ocean Emperor's beast was not as strong as Yue Yang's. He still had the strength of a level 10 and 8. Yue Yang immediately summoned his grimoire and raised his protective shield. Although it was broken by the Ocean Emperor's fist, he managed to stop it for half a second. Little Wen Li appeared on Yue Yang's body. Her beautiful eyes widened and her binding chain's inherent skill was activated. The Ocean Emperor's fist paused again. The barbarian cow Shadow Awe Man jumped out and punched the Ocean Emperor's waist heavily. As the Ocean Emperor's holy ranked armor rebounded, the barbarian cow Shadow Awe Man shouted again. She lifted the Ocean Emperor, who was still in a binding state, and threw him far away. At this moment, there were only 30 seconds left before the birth of the Mother Earth potion. Yue Yang and the Ocean Emperor were both seriously injured. The only difference was that Yue Yang only injured his left arm and right leg. His internal organs were injured and he could still fight. The Ocean Emperor, who was already seriously injured, was on the brink of death after being hit by Yue Yang's world-exterminating wheel and stabbed in the heart. Furthermore, his guardian beast, the three-headed Golden Dragon King, had lost 2 of its heads. His strength was greatly reduced and it was even harder for him to hold on. When he stood up, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The Ocean Emperor's body was on the verge of collapse. Yue Yang was nailed to the crystal floor by the Ocean Emperor's halberd and was unable to struggle for a moment. The Ocean Emperor supported his heavily injured body and staggered towards the crystal lotus. If he consumed the Mother Earth potion, his body would definitely recover to its peak state and he might even break through to the Elder Innate Realm. The barbarian cow Shadow Awe Man used all her strength to pull the Ocean Emperor's halberd out of the crystal ground. However, holy level treasures already had a certain level of spirituality. It followed its master's will and firmly nailed to the ground, resisting the barbarian cow Shadow Awe Man's violent pulling. The Ocean Emperor's halberd was pulled out bit by bit, but it would definitely not leave the ground within 30 seconds at this speed. In other words, it was almost impossible for Yue Yang to make it in time for the birth of the Mother Earth potion. Guan Lan, it's time for you to apologize to everyone. The hemp-clothed old man and she flashed behind the Ocean Emperor. The god-killing dagger in his hand was completely nailed into the Ocean Emperor's carotid artery. The Ocean Emperor held onto Anzai's hand to stop him from cutting off his head. He used the last of his strength to lift and she up and smashed him heavily on the crystal stone pillar far away. It's not the time yet. When I die, I will go and meet those guys. The Ocean Emperor forcefully pulled out the god-killing dagger, causing blood to spurt out like a fountain. At this moment, the crystal lotus began to bloom. It was extremely beautiful. Thousands of golden lights shone from the crystal lotus. The whole crystal canyon became a golden world. The Ocean Emperor, who was drenched in blood, jumped onto the crystal lotus and looked at everything in front of him excitedly. The Mother Earth potion that he had been waiting for was finally here. The barbarian cow Shadow Man angrily pulled out the Ocean Emperor's halberd and threw it far away. But it was too late. Even if Yue Yang got up, he would not be able to stop the Ocean Emperor from getting the Mother Earth potion. Because it was already born. Countless golden lights shot out from the crystal lotus, forming a beautiful pillar of light. A rainbow-like spring water gushed out from the crystal lotus. Following the golden pillar of light, it slowly rose into the sky. The Ocean Emperor used the fastest speed in his life to conjure a jade bottle that he had prepared earlier and stored the spring water in an instant. Before she could rush over, he danced in the air and waved his hand to call back the Ocean Emperor's halberd that was connected to his mind. He blocked Zai's already weak attack with his halberd. Huge dragon wings spread out from his back and he broke through the air faster than lightning. The Ocean Emperor quickly left the crystal canyon through the teleportation gate. Yue Yang could only watch the entire process. The barbarian cow Shadow Man was furious. She lifted the huge crystal pillar and threw it at the Ocean Emperor. But it was too late to stop the Ocean Emperor from leaving. Little Wen Li also looked at Yue Yang pitifully. Her eyes were red and she looked like she was about to cry. Yue Yang carried her up and lightly touched her little nose. "What are you crying for? The real Mother Earth potion is still here. What the Ocean Emperor took just now was just the crystal spiritual liquid. If he took the real Mother Earth potion, how could I just stand by and watch? It would be weird if I didn't fight him to the death. Stop crying, let's go get the real one." Around the crystal lotus, the crystal men and the ancient guardians all knelt down. They did not move. It was as if there was a song that was 100 times more beautiful than the sounds of nature. It was not a sound, but it could resound through one's heart. This sound was the sound of the birth of the Mother Earth potion. The entire crystal canyon had a fragrance that was 100 times more fragrant than all the flowers in the world. It made one's soul intoxicated. This was the fragrance of the Mother Earth potion. The crystal lotus was in full bloom and unfolded. Countless rays of light fell from it like a rainbow. All the crystal energy in the entire crystal canyon flowed towards the huge crystal lotus like a river flowing into the sea. It then condensed and all the essence returned to the center of the lotus. The crystal men and the ancient guardians fell one by one and the energy in their bodies disappeared. Their souls merged back into the crystal and fell into a deep sleep. When Yue Yang brought little Wen Li to the front of the crystal lotus, he realized that there was only one drop of the Mother Earth potion left. In an instant, the melon that was ripe fell. The crystal lotus instantly shattered into millions of pieces, and the entire crystal canyon began to shake and collapse. The energy of the crystals had almost completely disappeared, and the entire crystal canyon had turned into ordinary white stones. Only a few crystal shards remained on the ground. The existence of the Mother Earth potion that was floating in front of Yue Yang could not be described with words. The energy it contained was unimaginable and extremely pure. It was golden and liquid, but it gave off a strange light. Chapter 475. Yue Yang turned back and looked at Anshi, who was struggling to sit up. If Anshi wanted to live, Yue Yang could save him even without the Mother Earth potion. However, Anshi did not care about life and death. He lived only to kill the Ocean Emperor. Now that the Ocean Emperor was on the verge of death, Anshi had no more regrets. What could Yue Yang do to a person who was determined to die? Don't be courteous with an old man like me. If eating it could help me live, I would definitely fight to eat it. The hemp-clothed old man smiled weakly. Yue Yang knew that it was useless to persuade him, so he could only nod his head silently. Rest in peace, he slowly laid down. I have seen the Mother Earth potion, I have no more regrets, brat, bury me here. With a toss of his hand, the god-killing dagger flew over. The hemp-clothed old man and she left his last words in this world. It was also his last wish. I won't give it to you for free, take it and cut off the Ocean Emperor's head. With that, he closed his eyes. A gigantic black demon dragon separated from his body. It gradually faded, turned into light, and disappeared into the sky. Before disappearing, it even roared softly, as if bidding farewell to its owner. The hemp-clothed old man's heart stopped beating and his breathing stopped. Just like that, the ultimate king of assassins in the entire Tong Tian Tower. Just like that, he passed away. Although he passed away, his wish of hundreds of years was fulfilled. There was still a faint smile on his lips. Although he did not personally kill his nemesis, he knew that the Ocean Emperor Guan Lan would not live for long. Furthermore, he had seen the birth of the Mother Earth potion with his own eyes, so he had no more regrets. After being alone for hundreds of years, today, he could finally throw everything away and return to nature. He could go back to his old friends and reunite with them. In the sky, countless strange lights transformed into all kinds of beautiful flowers. The Mother Earth potion would not exist forever. As the Mother Earth potion was about to disappear, Yue Yang guided it with his hand and sent it into his throat. At first, his body did not have any reaction. However, 3 seconds later, the grimoire floated out automatically. The sleeping hornless dragon Zhang Ying, spirit of earth fire, reaper mantis and even the quintet golden puppet mice all came out automatically. The hornless dragon was still in a deep sleep and the spirit of earth fire was confused. For a moment, Yue Yang's body emitted an indescribable strange light, as if his entire body had become transparent. At the same time, the strange light that carried the heavenly fragrances energy fluctuated around Yue Yang. It changed into various strange patterns along with the runes, or naturally formed various kinds of beautiful rainbow flowers. Little Wen Li, barbarian cow shadow Ah Man, hornless dragon Zhang Ying, spirit of earth fire, reaper mantis and quintet seeking golden mice were all bathed in this strange light that carried the pure heavenly fragrances energy. After the barbarian cow shadow Ah Man fused with the heart of the earth, her body evolved once again, and she took another big step towards becoming a human. Little Wen Li, who was hugging Yue Yang, benefited the most. She absorbed the most energy, even more than the summoning grimoire's halo beast, world. After this absorption, with just a little more, she would be able to advance from her current level 5 diamond rank to level 6 diamond ranked and continue to lead all of Yue Yang's beasts in terms of battle power and support. The hornless dragon Zhang Ying, spirit of earth fire, reaper mantis and even the quintet seeking golden mice all benefited to varying degrees. Of course, the one who reaped the most was Yue Yang. After consuming the Mother Earth potion, Yue Yang's body was instantly filled with an indescribable and unimaginable amount of energy. It was as if his body was stuffed into a crystal canyon or an even bigger terrain, making Yue Yang feel as if his body was about to explode. The injuries on the surface of his body were completely healed in less than 3 seconds. And his body, which had been purified by energy many times, once again received a huge amount of energy. The fire phoenix's nirvana flame burned rapidly in Yue Yang's body, helping Yue Yang to digest this torrent of energy, allowing this huge amount of energy to fuse into every cell in his body. Not a single bit of energy was wasted, forming the foundation of his body. The innate chi was also circulating at a high speed. If there was no circulation, Yue Yang's body would not be able to take it and would explode. The innate invisible sword chi level 6 circulated, bringing along the torrent of energy from the Mother Earth potion. Circulating through all the meridians in Yue Yang's body, speeding up the absorption. Even though the innate invisible sword chi did not level up, Yue Yang's grimoire started to turn pages and level up. From Yue Yang's original innate level 4 to innate level 5 easily, and was even trying to break through to innate level 6, the current Yue Yang was already breaking through to the elder innate realm. His mind was in a mess and he was completely unable to control himself. He could only let the innate chi and nirvana flame in his body circulate automatically. Yue Yang knew that it would not be good to forcefully break through to the elder innate realm with his current body. It would be a waste of the hard work he put into relearning his cultivation. If he suddenly jumped to the elder innate realm, all his previous efforts would be wasted. To level up, he had to level up step by step, that was the most beneficial. The problem was that Yue Yang could not control himself now. The pure energy of the Mother Earth potion was too great, so much so that Yue Yang could not imagine it. Drinking it in one gulp was equivalent to digesting the energy of the Crystal Canyon or even more. His body would not be able to take it. Fortunately, he still had the innate chi and nirvana flame. Otherwise, Yue Yang's body would definitely explode and turn into a soul energy body. The golden light pillar of leveling up pointed towards the sky. However, Yue Yang had only absorbed a little of the energy in his body, not even 1/10 of it. There was definitely a possibility of leveling up further. If he completely digested and absorbed the Mother Earth potion, Yue Yang estimated that he would definitely break through to the elder innate realm. So you secretly ate something good. Wow, I want it too. A rainbow flashed and the Qilin girl jumped out. When she saw Yue Yang's body emitting a strange light, she immediately flew over excitedly and hugged Yue Yang. Her little mouth was like a child fighting for candy as she sucked hard on Yue Yang's lips. She only let go of Yue Yang after she sucked away at least 1/10 of the pure energy of the Mother Earth potion. On the surface, she looked cute as if she had not done anything bad. Little Wen Li followed suit and also sucked in a mouthful. The clear cry of the phoenix echoed throughout the entire crystal canyon, causing people's souls to tremble. A gigantic pillar of nirvana flame rose from Yue Yang's body. Accompanied by countless rays of light, the Phoenix Sisters descended from the sky, riding on a fire phoenix that was close to 1,000 meters long. They commanded the fire phoenix to enter Yue Yang's body. They forcefully suppressed the vast energy in Yue Yang's body that had not been digested in time in Yue Yang's dantian. They condensed it into a drop and sealed it so that Yue Yang could slowly refine it in the future. I did not secretly eat anything. The Qilin girl waved her hands cutely, indicating that she had always been a good child and did not eat anything secretly. Little Wen Li was more obedient. She did not admit it, but at least she did not deny it. She only laughed secretly. The two Phoenix Sisters turned into intertwining rainbows and quickly entered Yue Yang's body, disappearing without a trace. Once they disappeared, the Nirvana flame pillar also dissipated quickly and disappeared in a few seconds, as if it had never appeared. As soon as they left, Yue Yang, who was still in a state of confusion, fell to the ground with a thud. The barbarian cow Shadow Aw Man quickly wanted to pick him up. The Qilin girl Bing Yin waved her hand. Don't let him rest. It's not a good thing to improve too quickly. His body can't take it. He's sleeping now, so his body can adjust automatically. I'm sleepy again. Let's go back to sleep. She yawned cutely and was ready to slip away. Looking at the god-killing dagger on the ground, her interest was piqued. With a wave of her hand, the god-killing dagger flew into her hand. She furrowed her brows and said, "Which idiot used the god-killing dagger like this? I've never seen such an idiot. The impure demonic energy has almost made this dagger rusty. The god-killing dagger is not a good item to begin with. If this continues, this little dagger will become a piece of trash." If the hemp-clothed old man and she heard this, he would cry. Fortunately, he died. Otherwise, he would probably commit suicide out of shame. The Qilin girl Bing Yin spewed out a white light, and instantly purified the black god-killing dagger. The god-killing dagger, which had returned to its original form, flickered with light, and there was at least a meter of brilliance around its edge. The Qilin girl waved it slightly, and it stabbed out a sharp light that was more than 10 meters long. The sword chi that was shot out even cut the hard crystal ground into cracks of tens of meters. I'll give it to you. It's not very useful. The Qilin girl Bing Yin was generous, and she gave Yue Yang's things to little Wen Li. Little Wen Li waved her hand and didn't want it. Then give it to him. Tell him that it's from me. He must remember to thank me. I rarely give gifts to others. The Qilin girl's last sentence was more honest. She always took other people's things, and the things she gave out were indeed very few. Yue Yang was the one who benefited more. The golden coffin that the Qilin girl carried back last time had not been opened yet. Yes, little Wen Li nodded, and accepted the god-killing dagger for Yue Yang. It was already very good that the god-killing dagger could be brought back after being in the Qilin girl's hands. If Yue Yang knew about this, he might break out in cold sweat. The Qilin girl yawned, and went back to sleep. Little Wen Li, Aw Man and the rest continued to stay behind to look after the sleeping Yue Yang. It was only until 3 hours later that Yue Yang had completely adjusted the energy in his body. He tried his best to absorb 1/10 of the Mother Earth potion, but he found that his strength had increased greatly. He estimated that he was now equivalent to a level 10 innate, which was comparable to the impatience before she broke through. He was not far from breaking through to the Elder Innate realm. To others, this was a good thing. But to Yue Yang, it was a bit of a headache. He had to think of a way to not break through to the Elder Innate realm and continue to stay in the Innate realm. At the same time, he could absorb the energy of the Mother Earth potion. Of course, it didn't matter if he couldn't think of a way. He could ask the Heavenly Sword Goddess, she would definitely have a way. Since there was no time to ask immediately, Yue Yang decided to go out to the graveyard of the sea to take a look. This was because when he was sleeping, he could feel the Bloody Queen Red's call more than once. How did the god-killing dagger become like this? Yue Yang took the dagger and looked at it. He found that the god-killing dagger, which was originally a saint-ranked god-killing dagger, was close to becoming a divine weapon. It had become a super holy weapon. Little Wen Li made a cute pose with horns on her head. Yue Yang immediately understood that it was the Qilin girl's doing. This girl was usually a troublemaker, but sometimes she could help out a little. The god-killing dagger that had become a super high-grade god-killing dagger made people drool. Yue Yang quickly kept it. Just as he was about to keep his grimoire, he looked at it. He had already known that innate level 4 had leveled up to innate level 5, so he could skip this. However, the divine vision that he had been looking forward to leveling up had made Yue Yang the happiest. He had been looking forward to leveling up this divine vision for a long time. Chapter 476. With the upgrade of Heaven Eye's divine vision, its abilities had increased again. From level 5 to level 6, Heaven Eye's divine vision had gained the ability to see through the enemy's blood vessels and energy circulation. To Yue Yang, this was a timely upgrade. When fighting against Tong Tian, Black Prince, Ocean Emperor and other super innates, Yue Yang's Heaven Eye's divine vision couldn't see through the enemy's weaknesses. It could only see the weaknesses of the enemy's items or techniques. As for energy circulation and body characteristics, especially after merging with beasts, Yue Yang couldn't see through them. That was why he couldn't directly attack the enemy's hidden weaknesses. He could only use tactics to lure the enemy to reveal their flaws. With the upgrade of Heaven Eye's divine vision combined perfectly again. The power was completely different. Now, it wasn't just low-level martial artists. Even inborn experts, sacred beasts, and other powerful existences could see the hidden weaknesses. Yue Yang reckoned that Tong Tian and Black Prince could announce the beginning of their tragic fates. However, Heaven-ranked level 1 Black Hell King and Scarlet Emperor wouldn't be able to see through it. Because they were stronger existences, their divine vision inherent skill still needed to increase. When it reached level 7, level 8 or even level 9 divine vision, at that time, not to mention the Scarlet Emperor, even the 3 great leaders of the Heaven Realm or even stronger existences should be able to see through it. Of course, this couldn't be rushed. It had to be upgraded slowly. He had to use Heaven Eye's divine vision more often in the future. Now that he could see through the blood vessels and energy circulation, it would be a great help for cultivation and healing. Let's go. Yue Yang kept Man, Spirit of Earth Fire, Reaper Mantis and Quintet Golden Puppet Mice. He only brought little Wen Li back to the graveyard of the sea. Man returned to digest the energy she had absorbed. Spirit of Earth Fire was reluctant to leave the remaining energy here. From her point of view, there was still a lot of energy to absorb. However, she still listened to Yue Yang. After Yue Yang left, in the broken crystal canyon, a small crystal man crawled out of the broken crystal pillar. It turned out that there were 100 crystal people in the entire crystal canyon. Now, there was only one left. It was not that the other 99 had died, but that the energy in the entire crystal canyon could only revive one crystal person. Perhaps, after another 10,000 years, the crystal canyon could be restored to its original state, and all the crystal people could be revived. However, the Mother Earth potion might not be born here anymore. He teleported out of the 5 great vortexes. Graveyard of the sea. Yue Yang was dumbfounded when he saw the scene in front of him. Everything that happened in the graveyard of the sea made Yue Yang unable to believe his eyes. Half of the sea surface, including those sunken ships, were densely packed with thorny flowers. To be more accurate, there were thorny flowers digesting corpses everywhere. Bloody Queen Red and Wei Tai Lang were chasing after Tai Hu's 9-headed magic fox. This was more normal. On the other side, the Ocean Emperor Guan Lan was not sure if he had gone crazy, but he was massacring his subordinates and children. Not only were the hybrid fishmen attacking the Ocean Emperor, there were also a dozen unfamiliar innate rankers, and even the princes and princesses led by Sea Dragon Crown Prince and Sea Anemone Crown Princess. Cuttlefish King, Jellyfish King and Manta Ray King were all dead. They did not know who killed them. Shark King was heavily injured and was lying on the wreckage of a sunken ship, vomiting blood. It was estimated that he would not live for long. The Ocean Emperor's injuries were even more severe. Initially, he was fatally wounded by Anshi and Yue Yang. Now, he was surrounded by more than 30 hybrid fishmen, more than 10 innate rankers and his many children. After fighting for 3 hours, he had already reached his limit. He did not even have the strength to wield the Ocean Emperor's halberd. If not for the Ocean Emperor's armor's super defense and the 3-headed Golden Dragon King's powerful body, the Ocean Emperor Guan Lan would have fallen long ago. Even if I die, all of you will accompany me to the grave. The Ocean Emperor roared crazily and used the last of his strength to wave the Ocean Emperor's halberd. In an instant, he exploded with the power of a level 10 innate, killing a few hybrid fishmen who rushed to attack him. He also cut 2 of his children who could not retreat in time into 2. Finally, he angrily shot out the Ocean Emperor's halberd, killing an innate rancor who was retreating hurriedly. His power was unparalleled in the world. For a moment, no one dared to go near him. Even the old man Tai who hid far away, screaming as he ran, everyone continued to surround him. He has no more strength left and will die soon. This is the best chance, we must not let him leave. The last 3 minutes, hold on for the last 3 minutes and we will succeed. Yue Yang was clear now. It was a betrayal. The Ocean Emperor Guan Lan had suffered the biggest betrayal in his life. Not only his friends, his subordinates, even his children and daughters had all betrayed him. If he was not seriously injured, if he was not the first to come out from Crystal Canyon, if he was a little more vigilant and guarded against his children, the Ocean Emperor would not have fallen to such a state. Those who did not betray him were all dead. The 3 kings, the 8 great ocean marshals were all dead. The only one who was still alive was Shark King. However, Shark King was not far from death. If anyone attacked him, Shark King would die before the Ocean Emperor. A prince secretly flew towards the wreckage of the sunken ship, preparing to kill Shark King and further attack the Ocean Emperor. Shark King suddenly leapt into the air and similarly exploded with the power of a level 8 innate. A huge shark shadow flashed in the sky and killed the prince with a raging sea devour. He then killed several of the prince's personal guards. Finally, he grabbed the body of a low-level innate and forcefully tore it apart. He raised his neck and opened his mouth to swallow the enemy's blood. When the Ocean Emperor, who no one dared to go near, slowly landed on the wreckage of the sunken ship, Shark King strode forward and knelt in front of the Ocean Emperor. "Your subordinate is useless. I am willing to die with your majesty." Shark King heavily kowtowed 3 times on the deck of the sunken ship. "Ah Shah, don't call me your majesty anymore. I remember that you are also my son. Now, I will restore your real identity. You are my, Guan Lan's, son. In the past, in order to obtain more power and a better future, I did not hesitate to betray my friends and family. I even married the daughter of my enemy and established the Ocean Emperor's hegemony. I have gained a lot. However, I have lost even more. Actually, I know that you are my best son. However, I have no way of letting you inherit my position. I can't even admit that you are my son. Without the support of the Sea Clan, I can't become the Ocean Emperor. I can't conquer the ocean of Tong Tian Tower. With my own strength, I can't compare to the absolute ruling emperor of the underworld. I can't compare to the parliamentary system Sky Emperor. I can't even compare to the divided and rebellious Dragon Emperor. The power of the Sea Clan has never truly been in my hands. I have always been working hard, but what I have obtained is only superficial obedience and illusory power. At this moment, before I die, Ah Shah, call me father. I am no longer the Ocean Emperor. I am only a lonely father who has been deserted by his family." The Ocean Emperor Guan Lan personally helped Shark King up and looked straight into his eyes. "Your Majesty, father." Shark King was an unyielding man. At this moment, he couldn't help but burst into tears. "Your son is useless. I can't help you reverse the situation. Indeed, the world's most outstanding son is not you. However, Ah Shah, I am already satisfied to have a son like you." The Ocean Emperor Guan Lan stretched out his hand and caressed Shark King's head. He sighed at Shark King who insisted on kneeling. "Son, if I have the ability to save your life, I will do it at all costs." "It's okay, father. I have no regrets to be able to die with you in this ocean." Shark King wiped his tears and kowtowed to the Ocean Emperor. "Your son will be leaving first." Shark King roared and pounced towards Sea Dragon Crown Prince. He wanted to help his father end this unfilial son before he died. However, how could Sea Dragon Crown Prince be willing to fight? More than 10 innate rankers rushed forward to help and besieged Shark King. The remaining hybrid fishmen and that old fellow Tai who pounced towards the Ocean Emperor. The betrayal of his family and the bloodbath between his brothers started again. In less than 3 minutes, Shark King who had forcefully activated his strength after being heavily injured quickly weakened. When he broke out of the encirclement and pounced in front of Sea Dragon Crown Prince, he already had no strength to raise his fist. Sea Dragon Crown Prince kicked Shark King heavily onto the wreckage of the shipwreck and sneered, "You still want to throw a tantrum in front of me after being hit by my poison dragon plague? So you are the illegitimate son of that old fellow, no wonder you are so loyal. Hee hee, this Crown Prince will now send you to reunite with that old fellow. On the other side, the Ocean Emperor was also gradually unable to hold on. After killing 2 hybrid fishmen, the Ocean Emperor was hit by Taihu's thunder snake staff and fell onto the wreckage of the shipwreck. His whole body was trembling in pain. However, he still insisted on standing up. Even when Taihu repeatedly hit him onto the deck, the Ocean Emperor still insisted on standing up, his body as straight as a spear. What an unyielding character. What a great Ocean Emperor who conquers the 4 seas. You are indeed different. Sea Dragon Crown Prince clapped his hands and praised. He kicked the almost unconscious Shark King heavily to the front of the Ocean Emperor, then flew down and stepped on Shark King's head. He kicked hard and grabbed Shark King's scalp, showing Shark King's painful and distorted face to the Ocean Emperor. Old fellow, do you see this? This is the son you gave birth to, just like this trash. You think this Crown Prince is your son? You idiot, this Crown Prince is a pure-blooded member of the Sea Clan, not a lowly human like you. You are only fit to breed with the fishmen and give birth to a bastard. Hey, Shark King spat a mouthful of blood on the Sea Dragon Crown Prince's face. Courting death. The Sea Dragon Crown Prince was furious and beat Shark King up like a madman. He then spat a few mouthfuls of thick phlegm on Shark King's body. In the end, he sneered, "You want to die? It's not that easy. This Crown Prince will hang you up to dry as a dried fish. Old fellow, do you see this? If you want your bastard son to die more comfortably, then hand over the treasure map, the key to the door to Heaven Realm and the Mother Earth potion." You idiot, do you really think that there is a key to the door to Heaven Realm? Do you really think that I have treasures? Incurable stupidity, ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. The Ocean Emperor Guan Lan laughed loudly. Taihu's Thunder God staff had knocked him down. He was still laughing non-stop. In the end, the Ocean Emperor struggled to stand up and face the direction where Yue Yang was hiding. He slowly opened his mouth and said, "I've let you see a joke. I can't help it, this is retribution. Let's make a deal. As long as you save my son, I will give you the Mother Earth potion." When he said this, everyone was shocked. No one knew of Yue Yang's existence. When Yue Yang's figure appeared behind the dark clouds and appeared in front of the Ocean Emperor, all the people surrounding him were shocked. Only Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen Duo, Bloody Queen Red, Wei Tai Lang and the other beasts knew that Yue Yang had already returned. At this moment, Octopus Man Boss, Whale Zhong, Swordfish Man Blast, Cancer Man and Mudskipper Man who had been watching from afar saw Yue Yang appear and immediately became spirited. They quickly rushed over. Stone Element Medusa, Storm Mermaid, Thunder Naga and Ice Serpent Demon were even faster than them. They formed another encirclement and surrounded Sea Dragon Crown Prince and the other rebels. When Yue Yang appeared, Sea Dragon Crown Prince was so scared that he almost peed in his pants. He quickly escaped and returned to his tribe. The Ocean Emperor took out a white jade bottle that was shining with 7 colors and handed it to Yue Yang. "My life and this Mother Earth potion can be given to you. Take Ah Sha away." "No, father." Shark King was on the verge of death and was too weak to speak. However, hot tears flowed down his face. "I said before, as long as I can get your life back, I will do anything. I have lost everything and only have one son left. Luckily, I, Guan Lan, still have a son." "Haha, this is not bad, the heavens have let me go in the end." The Ocean Emperor suddenly laughed out loud. He coughed out blood but he laughed happily, as if he had obtained the best thing in the world. "Do you know what I want to say? This Mother Earth potion is fake, it's just 100-year crystal spirit liquid, it's worthless. But forget it, if it's just cleaning up some rubbish, I will occasionally do good deeds for free. Just treat it as doing good deeds to accumulate merit." Yue Yang snatched the white jade bottle from the Ocean Emperor's hand and kept it without even looking at it. The Ocean Emperor was stunned and dumbfounded. He never thought that the Mother Earth potion he obtained was fake. Yue Yang did not explain and kicked Shark King into the air. Wei Tai Lang cooperated well and caught it with his mouth. A few innates who were ready to make a move looked at the gold-ranked dragon-slaying dagger in Bloody Queen Red's hand and then looked at the gold-ranked arrow in Stone Element Medusa's hand. They all shrunk back, no one dared to be the first to make a move. Taihu's expression was even uglier than death. The heavily injured Ocean Emperor had consumed the poison dragon plague and had been besieged for 3 hours before finally reaching his limit. Now, another Yu clan's third young master had appeared. This Yu clan's third young master was a super pervert who gave people headaches. Taihu would rather besiege the Ocean Emperor again than fight him. Thinking of his world-exterminating wheel and Nirvana flame, Taihu wanted to bang his head against the wall. Cough cough, this matter has nothing to do with you. The Ocean Emperor is also your enemy. Taihu expressed that if Yue Yang was willing to stop asking about this matter, he could give the Ocean Emperor's halberd and Ocean Emperor's armor, the two holy rank treasures from the Ocean Emperor. In other words, as long as Yue Yang was willing to stop, the Sea Clan could give him even more. No matter if it was beauties, gems or anything else Yue Yang needed, as long as he asked. The Ocean Emperor is indeed my enemy. I must kill him. Sea Dragon Crown Prince's expression immediately turned for the better after hearing Yue Yang's words. That is, we have the same goal and can be said to be on the same side, just say it, we can give you anything you want. Sea Dragon Crown Prince pretended to be very respectful. From his point of view, the two holy rank treasures had already moved the other party's heart. Although it was a little painful, but to make this Yu clan's third young master stop, he could only reluctantly give up his treasures. He secretly swore that as long as there was a suitable opportunity in the future, he would definitely gather all the Sea Clan's elites and join hands with the Black Hell Army to destroy the Soaring Dragon continent. Then, he would use all means to torture this Yu clan's third young master. What do you want? I want your life. Yue Yang raised the god-killing dagger and a long sword chi pierced through the air. Sea Dragon Crown Prince, who was dozens of meters away, only felt a slight chill on his neck. His head fell off and blood spurted out. Chapter 477. When Yue Yang's power exploded to innate level 5, the entire sea churned. The waves were 1,000 feet high. Including Taihu, all the enemies saw this scene and their eyes were filled with despair. Even the Ocean Emperor Guan Lan sighed. He had painstakingly guarded the secret of the Crystal Canyon for hundreds of years, but in the end, it was all for this young man. The Mother Earth potion, in the end, was obtained by this young man. What's in one's life will always come to pass, but what's not in one's life should not be forced. The Sea Emperor had finally come to terms with the fact that everything that did not belong to him was just an illusion. Not to mention the Mother Earth potion, even Tong Tian Tower's hegemony of the ocean was the same. In the end, it was just a lie. Everything he had sacrificed for the past 1,000 years, in exchange for a betrayal. Even if the matter of the Ocean Emperor being betrayed by his children's subordinates did not happen, Yue Yang was not prepared to let the people who knew the inside story leave alive. Unless they were people he could control, they would all be buried in this graveyard of the sea. Yue Yang did not hide his power anymore. He continuously unsealed his innate power, from innate level 1 to innate level 5. With his current power equivalent to innate level 10, even if the Ocean Emperor was not injured, Yue Yang could still fight. So, including Taihu, that cunning old man, no one was a match for Yue Yang. The massacre was about to begin. Yue Yang did not hold back anymore and decided to end the battle quickly. All the rebels, princes and princesses, the innates that Yue Yang did not know, and even the greedy hybrid fishmen, could all end this sea battle. The graveyard of the sea would be their final resting place. Ha! Yue Yang's earth-shattering roar was 100 times louder than a bolt from the blue. The entire sea was trembling. Countless shockwaves, under Yue Yang's control, formed a huge tornado, sucking in the boiling seawater and shooting up to the sky. The Storm Mermaid took the opportunity to blow the storm horn to assist her master, making the storm even more violent. Countless whirlpools rumbled and spun at the bottom of the sea, devouring the wreckage of the sunken ship like a prehistoric monster. The Thunder Naga summoned bolts of lightning. Apart from killing the enemy, it also illuminated the graveyard of the sea, making it look like a bloody hell. The stone element Medusa and the ice serpent demon worked together to reap the lives of their enemies. Every time they attacked, a seafolk rebel soldier would fall. The bloody Queen Red let out a soul-shaking banshee scream as she dove down. As if struck by lightning, the 9-headed demon fox fainted on the spot. He fell like a meteor. The golden crown thorny flower queen wielded the Tong Tian dragon blade that the golden beast had transformed into. With one slash, the cunning 9-headed magic fox was decapitated. Instant kill. Wei Tai Lang's doppelganger chased after the Shark King while he himself killed his way into the seafolk rebel soldiers. He was also invincible. Any claw or bite would kill a life on the spot. Below him, countless thorny flowers devoured the corpses. They did not even let off the fresh blood that was spilled, absorbing and digesting everything. The golden tiger shark summoned by the stone element Medusa could only pick up some small pieces of the enemy's body. However, it was still considered lucky. There was a prince's corpse that fell into the sea just now, so it was able to swallow it first. After digesting it, it would at least level up. 3 minutes. When Yue Yang started his massacre, the battle ended in 3 minutes. Taihu resisted stubbornly, but under the attacks of Yue Yang's god-killing dagger and world-exterminating wheel, he could not escape the fate of being killed in an instant. All the seafolk's traders, innate rankers and hybrid fishmen became the thorny flower's food. None of the enemies of Yue Yang survived. When the storm gradually calmed down, other than Yue Yang, Bloody Queen Red and the other beasts, there were only 7 people left on the surface of the sea. The dying Ocean Emperor Guan Lan, Shark King, who was heavily injured and unconscious. Other than that, there were 5 hybrid fishmen. They were the Octopus Man Boss, Whale Zhong, Swordfish Man Blast, Mud Skipper Man Sui Zui and Crab Man Ao, who had stuck to the alliance and did not work with the Sea Dragon Crown Prince. The remaining 30 or so hybrid fishmen were either killed when they surrounded the Ocean Emperor, or killed by Wei Tai Lang, Bloody Queen Red, Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen, Stone Element Medusa and the other beasts after they violated Yue Yang's alliance and cooperated with the Sea Dragon Crown Prince. The last few were killed instantly by Yue Yang before they could beg for mercy. Yue Yang would never mercifully give those who betrayed him a second chance. It's over, everything is over. Octopus Man Boss was a little sad. After all, his companions who had accompanied him for thousands of years were all dead. Fools, they are all fools, they can't blame anyone else. Moreover, we have advised them not to do stupid things. These beasts are still alive and well. How could Yu Clan's third young master be in trouble? How could he be defeated by the Ocean Emperor? They were greedy and cooperated with the Sea Dragon Crown Prince for treasures and power. If they did not surround and attack the Ocean Emperor, how could they die? I feel that they deserve to die. Nothing is better than freedom. What we want is freedom. Mudskipper Man sneered. He actually despised the betrayal of his companions. He felt that those fellows were short-sighted and short-sighted. They would rather believe the Sea Dragon Crown Prince's idiotic promise than to keep their original promise. Indeed, they deserved to die. Swordfish Man Blast actually wanted to kill his traitorous companions, but Octopus Man Boss dissuaded him. That's good too. Only the few of us are left, we are united. Crab Man Ao was more optimistic and felt that this was a good thing. That's right, Whale Man Zhong hummed in agreement. When the few hybrid fishmen were looking around the graveyard of the sea and reminiscing about the last time before leaving, Yue Yang landed in front of the Ocean Emperor. Grey Wolf also tried to curry favor with Shark King and threw his hill-like body in front of the Ocean Emperor. The last step was to kill the Ocean Emperor and fulfill Nzai's wish. However, this was just a procedure. Even if Yue Yang did not make a move, the Ocean Emperor Guan Lan would definitely die. Yue Yang waved his hand magnanimously. I must take his head. I promised but I can give you 10 minutes. The Ocean Emperor transferred a little bit of energy into Shark King's body. He then looked at Yue Yang and smiled bitterly. It's a pity that you are not my son, otherwise, although Ah Sha and I are related by blood, our attributes are completely opposite. He would not be able to inherit my energy and treasures. What a pity. Shark King had already woken up. He struggled to get up. Kneeling in front of the Ocean Emperor Guan Lan, the man's tears flowed down his face. He understood his father's regret, but he was helpless. It was as painful as when he saw his father being surrounded and attacked, and he was unable to save him. I didn't want to say it at first, but the Ocean Emperor, there might still be a little hope. You have an illegitimate daughter with the same attributes as you, and her potential seems to be not bad. Yue Yang took out Hai Yingwu, who had fainted previously, from the grimoire world and handed her to the overjoyed Ocean Emperor. You didn't kill her. That's great. I, the Ocean Emperor, finally have a successor. The Ocean Emperor's face flashed with an excitement that he had never shown before. Tears welled up in his eyes as he signaled Shark King to come over and take a look. Ah Sha, you will assist my sister in the future. You are destined not to become the Ocean Emperor, but my sister, who has inherited my power, still has a chance. Yes, father, I swear, I will definitely assist my sister to truly become the female Ocean Emperor who unifies the entire Tong Tian Tower Ocean. Shark King knelt down and solemnly swore. I, Guan Lan, have a son and a daughter. My bloodline will be passed down. I have no regrets even if I die. I have no regrets even if I die. The Ocean Emperor laughed loudly. He first placed Hai Yingwu on the deck of the sunken ship. He used the Ocean Emperor halberd to pierce through her heart. The blood-stained Ocean Emperor halberd and Ocean Emperor armor turned into golden light and entered Hai Yingwu's body. Soon after, it flashed on Hai Yingwu's body. He recognized her as the new master. The Ocean Emperor Guan Lan spat out a mouthful of blood. In the blood mist, the heavily injured and dying three-headed golden dragon king appeared. It turned into a crippled woman with dragon wings on her back. She also pierced through her heart with the Ocean Emperor halberd, letting the boiling dragon blood flow down the halberd and into Hai Yingwu's body, dyeing her in blood. When the Dragon King's blood reconstructed Hai Yingwu's body, the woman with dragon wings spat out a shining dragon pearl. It entered Hai Yingwu's forehead. In an instant, Hai Yingwu's body emitted thousands of rays of light, forming a dazzling light cocoon. Soon after, the woman with dragon wings slowly turned around and hugged the Ocean Emperor. Her body was on fire. The dragon flame continued to burn her body. Come, I owe and she and the blood debt from back then. Now, I will return it to him. The Ocean Emperor Guan Lan waved his hand and flicked the god-killing dagger that Yue Yang threw over. The middle finger of the god-killing dagger spun and flew back to Yue Yang's hand. But while it was spinning, the meter-long sharp sword Qi directly cut off the Ocean Emperor's neck. The first-generation Ocean Emperor died. Shark King kowtowed heavily and respectfully sent his father off for the last time. The raging dragon flame burned the Ocean Emperor and the woman with dragon wings into ashes. The entire sunken ship exploded, thick smoke billowed and slowly sank. Holding Hai Yingwu, who was still evolving in the dragon blood cocoon, Shark King painfully closed his eyes. On the same day, he first obtained the father that he never had, and at the same time, he lost his father forever. The only thing he inherited was his father's last wish to conquer the ocean. Wua, wah 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 wah, Mudskipper Man Sui Zui suddenly let out a dry howl, as if he was crying, but there were no tears. That look was very comical. Why are you crying? Swordfish Man Blast was confused. He thought that the Ocean Emperor was not Mudskipper Man's father. What does his death have to do with you? Even if the Ocean Emperor dies, he still has a son and daughter to send him off. When I die, I will have nothing. When Mudskipper Man said this, Swordfish Man Blast and the others almost sweated to death. So this was what he was thinking. After you go out, find a woman and let her give birth to 8 to 10 sons for you. Then wouldn't there be people to send you off? Octopus Man Boss comforted him. I have become a mudskipper. Now I am neither a human nor a fish. Who would marry me? Woo wah wah, Mudskipper Man howled even more sorrowfully. At least you still have some self-awareness. Swordfish Man Blast evaluated Mudskipper Man. Yue Yang, who had dived into the ocean without anyone noticing, surfaced from the deep sea. He looked at Shark King and Hai Yingwu, who was inside the dragon blood cocoon. He did not say anything and just turned to leave. Whale Zhong and Swordfish Man Blast looked at each other. Surprise flashed in their eyes. Could it be that the ancient seal at the bottom of the ocean had been removed? Octopus Man Boss hurriedly chased after Yue Yang and asked, has the ancient seal at the bottom of the ocean been removed? It can't be, so fast. Yue Yang shrugged his shoulders very humbly. Actually, I'm already considered slow this time. It's been too long since I've solved the runic circle. I'm a little rusty. This brat was so arrogant that the few hybrid fishmen seniors who heard him all fainted. One by one, they fell head first into the water. Chapter 478, 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower, Thunder Fortress. In the middle of the night, Yue Yang, who left Fire Island, wanted to return to Soaring Dragon Continent, but he didn't expect that a few hybrid fishmen would follow him closely. It was no wonder, they hadn't been out for thousands of years. Even if Octopus Boss and Mudskipper Man were seniors, they were still not used to it. With nowhere to go, they could only chase after Yue Yang. How could Zhengwu Yu, Elder Yu Hai, the old fox and the other old fogies endure bringing a few level 5 and 8 hybrid fishmen back to the Soaring Dragon Continent? Moreover, to the Black Hell Army and Zijin Kingdom, if they knew that Yue Yang had such strong reinforcements, they would have some scruples. The original plan of luring the snake out of its hole would then fail. Therefore, Yue Yang could only bring them to the Thunder Fortress. It was definitely impossible to bring them there openly, so he could only secretly bring a few hybrid fishmen who had lived for God knows how many years into the Thunder Fortress. There is a lake here and a few houses beside it. If you like to swim, go ahead. If you like to sunbathe, go ahead. If you want to eat, just order the servants to prepare it. Don't stand on ceremony with me. Yue Yang felt that it was good to have a few seniors as guards for free. How is this a lake? This is a bathtub. Mudskipper Man Sui Zui complained that this man-made lake was too small. Senior, the underwater graveyard is very big, Yue Yang reminded him. It was already good enough that they had water to overcome the difficult conditions. Hearing that Yue Yang's tone was not right, Mud Skipper Man Sui Zui quickly smiled. No, I was saying that this bathtub is small and exquisite, it is also quite fun. I have decided, I will stay here. Oh right, when are you going to release the seals in our bodies? We are neither human nor fish now, it's so miserable. If I can recover my human form, I can recover my grimoire. With the grimoire, my strength can also recover. Quickly think of a way, I only have so little strength left, the days are worrying. Yue Yang ignored him, releasing the seals in his body was not an easy task. What's more, he had to train harder to deal with the Black Hell King, how could he have the time to care about the hybrid fishman's recovery? Octopus Man Boss and Swordfish Man Blast were not in a hurry, they still had the strength of innate level 8, they were more than enough to protect themselves. Whale Zhong and Crab Manao didn't care about anything else as they ordered several hundred types of food. Apart from fish, he ordered a portion of everything. This was because they had not eaten any food other than fish for thousands of years. They missed it very much. When Yan Zheng and the fat toad saw Whale Zhong's mountain-like body, they had already instructed the servants to prepare the food. After half an hour of preparation, they served the food like roasted camel, roasted turkey and roasted goat. This time, Mud Skipper Man and the others no longer discussed the size of the artificial lake. They pounced on it like hungry wolves and opened their mouths to gnaw on it. Their table manners were even worse than Grey Wolf's. The fat toad even secretly asked, "Young master, where did these hungry ghosts come from?" As Yue Yang enjoyed the roasted dragon wing alone, he casually explained, "They are all prisoners who have just been released. They are temporarily staying here. That octopus man is the boss, Mud Skipper Man is the boss. If anyone comes to cause trouble, just let them handle it." Yan Zheng had always been a steady person. He asked, "What level of rankers are they?" "The weakest one, Mud Skipper Man, is innate level 5. As soon as Yue Yang said that, the fat toad jaw fell to the ground. Mr. Chen, who was drinking, almost choked to death. Even Yan Zheng the butler, who always had a poker face, was stunned. "Greetings to the seniors." Mr. Chen hurriedly got up and bowed. He really didn't sense that these weird-looking fellows were seniors. After thousands of years, I finally heard a descendant call me a senior. Third young master didn't count that time, he was threatening and mocking me. Mud Skipper Man Sui Zui looked like he was about to cry. When the fat toad heard this, he fell to the ground again with a bang. The rest of the matter was simple. The matter of receiving the guests was handed over to Mr. Chen, who respected his seniors, and the fat toad, who flattered him. When Yue Yang returned to his room to rest, Sha Yi, who was hiding at the corner of the corridor wearing a policewoman uniform, coughed lightly to indicate her presence. She didn't want Yue Yang to ignore her, but she didn't know what to say to him. Yue Yang suddenly stretched out his hand and pinched Sha Yi's face lightly. "Is your body still in pain recently?" Sha Yi just realized that this brat was teasing her and was furious. She wanted to punch him, but felt that he was concerned about her. She could only put down her raised fist resentfully and replied, "It's all your fault for making me like this." After saying this, her bright eyes were a little wet. She felt that this brat's concern was too late. If he had done it earlier, she might have forgiven him. But it was too late for him to care now. Actually, gradually, she realized that her body was not that uncomfortable anymore. She was also getting used to the strange power. The current her, compared to the past, was more than 10 times stronger. Sha Yi also knew that this was a good thing, but he didn't tell her earlier and only let her suffer in fear. So, she definitely couldn't forgive him. Even if he had good intentions, she couldn't forgive him, especially this set of clothes, he must have done something to it. There was an indescribable oddity. She would feel uncomfortable if she didn't wear it for a day. This kind of self-righteous brat is not worthy of forgiveness. Thinking about this, Sha Yi wanted to bite him. She definitely couldn't win against him, but she still wanted to bite him to death. Anyway, it's not over yet. Yue Yang was wearing the Gemini mask. Although she couldn't see it, she could see that he was smiling brightly. "If you don't want to feel uncomfortable, come and find me at night." Sha Yi was a little dazed after seeing this. She strangely realized that this brat's eyes seemed to be glowing. That smile of his seemed to be able to shine into her heart. She was stunned for a moment until he reached out to touch her face. Then, she struggled out of it and pushed his hand away angrily. "Dream on, I'm not going to find you at night. I'd rather die than find you, don't touch me." She hurriedly turned around and ran back to her room. She closed the door tightly and leaned against the door as if she was relieved of a burden. She clutched her thumping heart. That was close. I almost forgave him just now. This brat's eyes were a little weird. I definitely shouldn't look at him in the eyes in the future, or else I would definitely be fooled. Yi realized that her heart was beating very fast and her face was burning as if she was having a fever. Touching the face that was touched by Yue Yang just now, Yi's face became even redder. After a long while, she suddenly slapped herself lightly on the cheek that was being touched. She scolded herself resentfully. Are you a pig? Why didn't you hit him just now? You even talked to him. Yi, you're really an idiot. Yue Yang originally wanted to return to the grimoire world and count his spoils of war. When he returned to his room, he realized that the half-elf girl in maid attire was actively making the bed over and over again, not letting go of even the slightest detail. It was simply perfect. From her practiced movements, it could be seen that it wasn't the first day that she did this, it had become a habit. Even if Yue Yang never rested here, she would always be ready without any complaints. Master is back. When the half-elf girl saw that Yue Yang had returned, she cheered. She thought that Yue Yang would directly return to the grimoire world. She didn't expect that he would come back here to greet her. She immediately ran over happily and bowed. Before you rest, let me massage your legs, okay? Yue Yang took off the Gemini mask on his face. Anyway, this half-elf girl already knew what he looked like. There was no need to wear a mask in front of her. When Yue Yang saw her making the bed, he decided to rest here tonight. Although she was a little maid, she was really very cute. The half-elf girl was stunned at first, but the smart girl immediately reacted. She was so excited that her face turned red, like a pink apple. She immediately rushed over and hugged Yue Yang tightly, not letting go. She even asked in disbelief, Master is going to rest here tonight. Xiaonu was overjoyed. Was this for real? Is this true? Yue Yang lightly scratched her little nose as an answer. The half-elf girl's beautiful big eyes immediately became moist. Her mouth also flattened, looking like she was so excited that she was about to cry but was holding it in with all her might. I'll go get some water. The half-elf girl suddenly remembered that she had to help her master wash his face and feet, so she quickly ran out. When she went out, because she was too excited, she tripped on the doorstep and almost fell. Yue Yang saw her running out. Along the way, several drops of happy tears splashed on the ground. He couldn't help but feel pity for her. This half-elf girl was really pitiful. She was very lonely here. If he had time, he would bring her back. She liked to serve people, and the delicate girl at home needed it. This way, this little slave wouldn't be so lonely. When she came back with the water, the half-elf girl's face was red. She didn't dare to raise her head to look at Yue Yang, afraid that he would make fun of her. Yue Yang took a towel, wet it, and helped her wipe her face. At this time, the half-elf girl's eyes seemed to have opened a gate. Her tears fell down. She hugged Yue Yang's arm and sobbed, Grandma didn't lie to me. Master is really the best in the world. With great difficulty, Yue Yang coaxed her to stop crying and smile. After wiping her tears, the half-elf girl was even gentler than a kitten as she served Yue Yang. She massaged his shoulders and legs. After Yue Yang lay down, she resisted her shyness and put down the silk curtain. Seeing that Yue Yang didn't object, she entered the bed like a cat and slipped into the bed. At first, she curled up nervously. Then, she gathered her courage and stretched out her small hands. After searching for a long time, she found Yue Yang's big hands and hugged them. She slowly stretched out her legs and peeked at Yue Yang with her big eyes. Seeing that he still didn't object, she used her legs to clamp Yue Yang's legs and pressed her whole body against him. Sleep. Yue Yang originally wanted to take the opportunity to enter the dream realm and ask the heavenly sword goddess about how to absorb the Mother Earth potion without becoming an innate elder. However, hearing the half-elf girl's heartbeat, he reached out his hand and stroked her soft hair. Yes, but there's still that thing that hasn't been done yet. Master must be feeling very uncomfortable. The half-elf girl resisted her shyness and pulled Yue Yang's hand to her fragrant butt, indicating that she was ready to serve her master at any time. She felt that if she couldn't make her master happy, it would be the biggest failure of her life. She didn't even consider whether it would hurt. Don't think too much, sleep obediently. Yue Yang patted her perky buttocks and kissed her forehead. The half-elf girl felt extremely happy. Although her master didn't want her, he didn't reject her. Being able to hug her master to sleep so comfortably was more blissful than a dream. With sweetness and satisfaction, she snuggled into Yue Yang's arms like a kitten. Before falling asleep, she decided to work harder in the future to make her master the happiest person in the world. 2 hours later, she felt very hot and kicked away the blanket. She put one of her legs on Yue Yang's chest and turned upside down. She, who was originally hugging Yue Yang's arm, was hugging Yue Yang's leg. 5 minutes later, she, who was murmuring that she would make her master happy, turned over and fell off the bed. She felt pain from the fall and woke up from her dream. She looked again and kicked the blanket to the ground. There was nothing to cover her master's body. She stuck out her tongue cutely and quickly put the blanket on Yue Yang's body. Finally, she sneaked under the blanket and hid for a long time. In the end, she realized that Yue Yang didn't wake up and didn't notice her embarrassment. Only then did she feel relieved. Serving her master was indeed not an easy task. The half-elf girl felt that she still had a lot of things to work on. However, she finally had a good start. Chapter 479. After returning to the Soaring Dragon continent, the Yu clan castle had nothing to do. Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the others also went to the outskirts of the Death Canyon to train. After Yue Yang strolled around, he slipped away to Tian Luo Palace's mirage. City Mistress Fallen Flowers, Sickly Beauty and the others were all there. Since it was daytime, they were too embarrassed to be too intimate with Yue Yang. If it was nighttime, the guy from another world would probably have a threesome again. On the other hand, Phoenix Fairy Beauty had left. She might have gone to look for the Night Empress. Yue Yang was not worried about her. As the new female Jizun, even if she met the Black Hell King, she would be able to retreat easily. If it wasn't for the fact that he was afraid of exposing his true strength and causing the Black Hell King to retreat, Yue Yang would have brought Phoenix Fairy Beauty to the mysterious space to stop the Black Hell King. Fourth Mother and Yu were happy for Yue Yang from the bottom of their hearts after killing the Ocean Emperor clan in the graveyard of the sea. His younger sister, Yu Bing, worshipped him even more. One of the 5 emperors of Tong Tian Tower, the Ocean Emperor Guan Lan, was actually defeated by her brother. Although his death was mainly due to the ultimate assassin and Zai's battle and the Sea Clan's betrayal, the final victor was her brother. On this trip, not only did he obtain the Mother Earth Potion and the God-killing dagger, he had also leveled up to innate level 5. Yu Bing felt that her brother was simply the most perfect man in the world, no one could compare to him. It was too dangerous, it was a narrow victory. When the Sickly Beauty heard about the battle at the Crystal Canyon, she patted her chest with lingering fear, expressing that she was afraid. I'm dying of laughter. The Ocean Emperor actually got the fake Mother Earth Potion and treated the crystal liquid as the real one. Ha ha ha, the Ocean Emperor's taste is really. City Mistress Fallen Flowers had already become Yue Yang's wife, but her bold and sexy laughter was still the same. She held onto Yue Yang and laughed so hard that her shoulders shook. She almost fell into Yue Yang's embrace. Actually, not only her, Yu and Yu Bing also found it funny. The Ocean Emperor guarded for hundreds of years and finally got a fake one. He even thought that he successfully snatched the treasure. Just thinking about it made people speechless. Traitors can't escape such a fate. But the Ocean Emperor is lucky to have a son and a daughter. San you did well this time. Fourth Mother admired Yue Yang's decision to hand Hai Yingwu over to the Ocean Emperor. She felt that he had done a good deed. Usually, Fourth Mother rarely praised Yue Yang. No matter how many treasures he obtained, Yue Yang gave up the Ocean Emperor's armor and Ocean Emperor's halberd and gave Hai Yingwu to the Ocean Emperor to inherit. This action made Fourth Mother extremely gratified, and she happily praised Yue Yang. Actually, it was not that Yue Yang did not want to get the Ocean Emperor's armor and Ocean Emperor's halberd, but those were items with special requirements. Even if he got them, he would not be able to use them. So he might as well go with the flow and do a good deed. Moreover, letting Hai Yingwu become the new Ocean Empress might not be a bad thing for Yue Yang in the future. Even if Hai Yingwu had Shark King's help, she would definitely not be able to become the Ocean Empress. The Sea Clan, especially the Sea Dragon Crown Prince's mother and clan, would definitely plot to take over the position. In the future, Yue Yang reckoned that he would have a lot of things to do. Of course, Yue Yang could not predict how things would develop in the future. But this could be considered as him planting a chess piece in advance. Brother, we can't look at the Mother Earth Potion now. Take out the God-killing dagger and let us have a look. Let us broaden our horizons. Yu Bing pulled Yue Yang's arm. Her face was flushed with excitement. She was still unable to calm the excitement in her heart and had to look at the spoils of war. Be careful, it's very sharp. Don't hurt your hand. Yue Yang was worried that she would ride on a holy ranked artifact. He gently grabbed her hand and put down the god-killing dagger. It doesn't look good at all. Yu Shuang was not interested in weapons. In fact, she was only interested in delicious food. Fire Island has a type of snow coconut that is very delicious. When Yue Yang said this, Yu Shuang immediately beamed with joy. She called him brother the best and pulled him down to kiss him. In the end, she held the Fire Island specialty, snow coconut, and jumped around. Even though she was hungry, she still wanted to play with it for a while before eating it. She could not bear to eat it all at once. Seeing her cute look, Luo Hua city mistress and the sickly beauty couldn't help but laugh. Mother Earth potion and god-killing dagger, the rewards are not bad. Yu Bing praised. Actually, what Yue Yang obtained was not as simple as the Mother Earth potion and god-killing dagger. Almost all of his beasts had leveled up in this sea battle. Little Wen Li obtained the energy of the Mother Earth potion and was about to level up from Diamond rank level 5 to Diamond rank level 6. Bloody Queen Red was about to level up to become a divine beast and only needed Yue Yang's help. Barbarian Cow Shadow Aw Man did not gain much. However, after merging with the Heart of Earth and gaining the energy from the Mother Earth potion, she would definitely evolve more perfectly after digesting it. Even the Spirit of Earth Fire, Reaper Mantis and Quintet Golden Puppet Mice had gained something. It was just a matter of how much they gained. Yue Yang felt that the Quintet Golden Puppet Mice, which had never shown any signs of evolution, seemed to have undergone some changes after absorbing the energy from the Mother Earth potion. There was no time to study the specific situation. However, Yue Yang felt that ghost genius Yu Gong's hard work was about to find a breakthrough in his research. Needless to say, the one who gained the most was the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen. The Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen, who had leveled up to Gold rank level 1, had swallowed so many innate rankers and Sea Clan members. Breaking through to Platinum rank level 1 or even Diamond rank level 1 was a sure thing. One must know that there were more than 30 hybrid fishmen that were innate level 5 and above. There were also more than 10 innate rankers that Yue Yang did not know. There were also the 3 kings of the sea clan who were equivalent to the Shark King, 8 sea marshals, 108 sea generals and 3,000 ocean emperors royal guards. After swallowing more than 10 princes and princesses, the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen had also swallowed a huge tonic, the innate level 9 Tai Hu. Although only a small portion was eaten by Wei Tai Lang, it was almost insignificant. Yue Yang reckoned that if the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen came out again, it would be incredible. He reckoned that even without his help, she would be able to reach the Divine Beast realm. The Golden Beast had swallowed Tai Hu's Lightning God's staff and digested it into a pile of scraps. Yue Yang did not find it a pity. As long as this little thing could eat, it did not matter what treasures it ate. In reality, Yue Yang had obtained countless rings, treasures and magic crystals from Sea Dragon Crown Prince, Sea Anemone Princess and the others. For the time being, he did not have the time to sort them out. Yue Yang no longer stopped the Golden Beast from eating the magic crystals crazily. No matter how big its stomach was, it would still eat one magic crystal at a time. Compared to the Halo Domains world, it was truly abnormal. No matter how many magic crystals were placed in the halo, even if it was a small mountain, it would still absorb them all. It would not be satisfied at all. Yue Yang would of course prioritize nurturing powerful beasts. The Black Hell King was covered in holy rank treasures. Yue Yang reckoned that the god-killing dagger might not be able to kill him. The one who would most likely kill him would be the golden beast that could ignore everything. After it transformed into Tong Tian Dragon Blade, coupled with Yue Yang's innate chi, even if the Black Hell King had the holy armor to protect his body, he would not be able to handle it. This is the 9-headed demon fox's magic crystal. I have already purified it with Nirvana Flame. Yue Yang passed a crystal clear energy crystal to City Mistress Fallen Flowers. Aya, it's just right, if only I could find another strange flower. City Mistress Fallen Flowers' 6-tailed fox spirit had already evolved into a fox lady, but she was still a step away from becoming a holy beast. Normally, 6-tailed fox spirit would maintain the form of a 3-tailed snow fox. However, she could transform into a fox lady at any time, and could even transform for a long time. The biggest obstacle for her to break through was the lack of an inner pellet from the Eastern Goblin tribe. City Mistress Fallen Flowers had been working hard to help her evolve. However, Yue Yang felt that becoming a holy beast was not considered slow. If she wanted to become a divine beast, she would probably need to mutate into a nine-tailed fox spirit. Take your time, you will level up. What about Tigress and Inan? Yue Yang asked about the two girls, Princess Sissy and Inan. Inan is in the 100 Flowers Valley. Her training is not bad. When she came back last time, you weren't there, so she went to the 100 Flowers Valley to train. She is improving very quickly now. The next time you see her, you will be shocked. Qianshan doesn't know. The last time she sent a letter, it has been almost 10 days, and she still hasn't received a letter. Sickly Beauty understood Yue Yang the most. She knew that the person Yue Yang was most concerned about was Shui Wuxia, but she didn't ask. Shui Wuxia was currently training with Ji Zun. She probably wouldn't be back for the time being. Yue Yang nodded. All right, everyone is improving. This is a good thing. I have to work hard too. While I still have time, I want to see if I can fulfill the third regret of Ghost Genius Yu Gong. Fourth Mother was sitting beside Yue Yang. At this time, she immediately corrected Yue Yang. You are not allowed to call the ancestor's nickname like that. You have to call the ancestor respectfully. Yu and Yu Bing were secretly happy. Usually when Fourth Mother wasn't around, Yue Yang would casually call the Yu clan's ancestor's name. Now, he was finally caught by Fourth Mother. Yue Yang immediately pretended to be an obedient child. He thought of something else. Last time I got a gold coffin, but because I was very busy, I didn't have the chance to open it. Now, I want to open it and see what's inside. Gold coffin. City Mistress Fallen Flowers and the others were very curious when they heard this. Last time I got it from the mysterious palace, Yue Yang didn't mention it to City Mistress Fallen Flowers the last time he came back. When he came back, he hugged the beauty and had a bath together. He didn't even think to tell them about the gold coffin. After that, he went to look for Impatience. After a series of tests, he ate Impatience. The girls were also absorbed by the fact that Impatience became an innate elder. Yue Yang almost forgot about the gold coffin. After that, he went to look for Hornless Dragon Zhang Ying to fight for the Mother Earth potion. Many things happened in between. He got to know Hai Yingwu and Zhang Ying, who almost pushed him down. In the end, he joined forces with Enshi and the hybrid fishmen to fight against the Ocean Emperor Guan Lan. They obtained the Mother Earth potion and buried all the elites of the Sea clan. Only then did he remember about the gold coffin. When the gold coffin was taken out, even Yue Yang couldn't understand the strange and mysterious carvings on it. Fourth Mother was surprised and blurted out, "This looks like the gold coffin that sealed the god servant in the god's ruins." Ah, Fourth Mother, you know it. Yue Yang and City Mistress Fallen Flowers looked at Fourth Mother. No, I only heard about it from my sister, San you guys take your time to study it. I will open that snow coconut for Shang Fourth Mother's expression froze for a moment. She waved her hands, indicating that she didn't know it. Then, she led the little girl to open the coconut. Yue Yang, Yu Bing and City Mistress Fallen Flowers looked at each other for a while. They couldn't believe that Fourth Mother, who never left her house, actually recognized this gold coffin. She even said that it was the god's servant's coffin in the god's ruins. Could it be that Fourth Mother had also entered the god's ruins? Fourth Mother didn't admit it, so Yue Yang was too embarrassed to ask again. However, after hearing what she said, Yue Yang felt more at ease. It seemed like there wouldn't be any monsters inside the gold coffin. If there was any danger, she would have warned them. Yue Yang decided to open it on the spot and see what was inside the gold coffin. Chapter 480 The Gold Coffin. After studying the gold coffin for a long time, Yue Yang and Sickly Beauty realized that the runic circle was very complicated. There were more than 10 links and 3 large runic circles. Moreover, they corresponded with each other and were connected from head to tail. Balanced, mysterious. Anyway, it was extremely complicated, completely different from normal runic circles. Although there were many ancient seal circles under the graveyard of the sea, they could not be compared to this one. As long as one of the seal circles was unlocked, all of them could be unlocked without much effort. Yue Yang could successfully unlock them in a few minutes. However, this gold coffin could not be unlocked. He estimated that it would take a few hours to unlock. As the Sickly Beauty studied, she copied down the runic circle at the same time. She had a strange intuition that these 3 runic circles that resonated with each other would be of great use in the future, so she became even more focused. After 2 hours, Yue Yang and Sickly Beauty had only unlocked the simplest small runic circles. To unlock the 3 main runic circles, it would take at least 3 to 4 hours. Yue Yang and Sickly Beauty felt that the more they unlocked the runic circles, the more they gained. They were full of energy and did not need to rest to continue studying. City Mistress Fallen Flowers saw that the progress of unlocking the gold coffin was so slow. She, who was originally full of enthusiasm, immediately became discouraged. She yawned and decided to return to the grimoire world to catch up on her sleep. She estimated that she would have to fight with her sweetheart at night, so she needed to rest first. "Brother, you must call me when you're done." Yu Bing also went to train. She wouldn't be able to help Yue Yang even if she was by his side. "Let's just return to the grimoire world, this little girl is too annoying." Yu found that the naughty little girl Yu Shuang would come and disturb her brother from time to time. She would give her brother some coconut at one moment, and then climb onto his back to ride on his horse at another moment, seriously affecting his progress. Yue Yang could only move the gold coffin back to the grimoire world. Since their last separation, Yu had not returned to the grimoire world. Now that she saw this warm little home that she had helped build, she could not help but sigh. Actually, she liked living here. However, she knew that there were some things that could not be crossed, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. She wasn't worried about others, but she was worried about herself. Fate made fools of people. There was nothing she could do about it. When Yu saw that her room was still the same, her heart ached, and her eyes reddened. While Yue Yang and Sickly Beauty were still discussing the runic circle on the golden coffin, she quickly wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes and continued to copy the changes of the runic circle. Perhaps this way, quietly doing something for him, was already the best ending for her. She didn't want to think about it anymore. As long as he was living well, it was fine. "I will always be like this." Yu forced herself to pull herself together. Sure enough, once she got rid of all the distracting thoughts in her mind, her work efficiency greatly increased. After another 2 hours, she had copied down all the runic circles and the way to crack them. Yue Yang and Sickly Beauty also discussed again and again, and felt that it was time to start. This place, and the star position above are all important points. Sickly Beauty estimated that with Yue Yang's strength, it would take at least 10 minutes. "Do you want to drink some water first?" Yu poured a cup of water for Yue Yang and Sickly Beauty, indicating that they should rest first. "Sister Yu, it's good to have you here. Usually, no one would pour water for me, but I have to serve the ladies instead." Yue Yang's unintentional words made Yu blush slightly. She said lightly, "What nonsense are you talking about? Who would bother you, the Yu clan's third young master? You always look like a master, waiting for others to serve you." Actually, Yu's criticism was right. Yue Yang usually did not help much with their daily lives, he was always in charge of enjoying himself. However, City Mistress Fallen Flowers and the Impatiens were used to being served by servants. Pouring water for Yue Yang was a rare action. Princess Sissy, if she was thirsty and her cup did not have any water, she would directly pour some water from Yue Yang's cup into hers, or, when she saw Yue Yang drinking water, she would snatch it and drink a few mouthfuls first to save time. After training body fusion, Princess Sissy no longer resisted Yue Yang's items. According to her, her lips had already been kissed by this brat, drinking water was nothing. Of course, this was only limited to the grimoire world. She would never do this outside. The Sickly Beauty was very good at serving people and took good care of Yue Yang. However, most of the time, she was copying runes or studying some ancient books. Once she was engrossed, she would forget about Yue Yang. This was true. If Yu was here, with her meticulous care, not only could she take care of Yue Yang, even Sickly Beauty, Princess Sissy and City Mistress Fallen Flowers could be taken care of. Hence, when Yue Yang picked up the cup of water, he reminisced about Yu's good points in the past. Yue rebuked and rolled her eyes, but she was secretly happy. This brat did not forget his roots, he still remembered that he had an older sister. The unsealing continued. When the innate chi in Yue Yang's hands flowed through the runic circle of the gold coffin immediately shone brightly. Without any external influence, the gold coffin opened automatically. There wasn't a mummy jumping out like what Yue Yang had imagined. Instead, there was a mysterious fragrance. It wasn't like the fragrance of flowers, but a kind of pure energy. It was similar to the Mother Earth potion, but it wasn't as pure and vast. It was similar to the 100-year crystal liquid, but it wasn't. Inside the gold coffin, there was a long silver box. At the head and tail of the silver box, there were 2 crystal bases that bloomed like flowers. They were overflowing with energy and were more beautiful than the crystal pillars in the crystal canyon. Not only were they transparent, they were also emitting green, cyan, blue, purple and silver lights. These 2 crystal bases are very suitable for you. Wu Hen, I have waited for so long, I think it's time for you to increase your power. There was always a small regret in Yue Yang's heart. Although he had increased Sickly Beauty's power and realm, and was the first to practice husband and wife body fusion, he had benefited a lot from her. However, because Sickly Beauty had studied heaven runes in the past, her body was damaged. Although Yue Yang had used his innate chi and nirvana flame to repair her body many times, he was still unable to reach the perfect state. Yue Yang had to find the best crystal energy to help her repair her damaged body, potential and guardian beast. This was also Yue Yang's biggest wish. Yeah, it's nothing. I'm not a battle type, it's fine even if my body is slightly weaker. Of course, Sickly Beauty was happy, but she was a gentle person. If it wasn't for this opportunity, she would not force Yue Yang to help her find this kind of treasure. Even without these 2 crystals, I have obtained a large amount of crystals, God's water and 100-year crystal liquid from the crystal canyon. Wu Hen, I have said before that you will definitely get better. Not only must you be perfect, you must become my most perfect crystal bride. Yue Yang embraced Sickly Beauty and kissed her lips. Alright, put me down first. Sickly Beauty saw Yue and hit Yue Yang lightly, a little embarrassed. When Yue Yang put her down, Sickly Beauty saw that Yue was not looking, so she quickly kissed him back. She was actually very grateful for what he had done for her. Her lover cared about her so much, of course it was sweet. Yue pretended not to see the 2 of them being intimate, and bent over to take out the long silver box. After spending half an hour, Yue Yang opened the silver box. It opened. The 3 of them were stunned again. There was actually a bronze box inside, but inside the silver box, there were 2 crystal bottles. They did not know what was inside. Yue Yang picked it up and gently pulled it open. He sniffed it and looked at it with his heaven eyes divine vision. He immediately covered it and cried out involuntarily, "This is the Fountain of Youth." Oh my God, there are 2 big bottles. The Fountain of Youth, as the name suggested, was a spiritual spring that could extend the youth of living beings. It was extremely rare, and was a level 7 treasure like the Wishing Dutchman's Pipe, Dream Jadeite and Sand of Time. Although it could not make one immortal after consuming it, it could extend one's life and maintain one's youth. It was said that 1,800 years ago, there was an emperor called Tong Tian Tower in the Dasha kingdom of the Soaring Dragon continent who obtained a small cup of the Fountain of Youth. This emperor, Tong Tian Tower, was a good and devoted man. He only loved the ordinary-looking but knowledgeable and intelligent empress. He was prepared to drink the Fountain of Youth with the empress and enjoy the time of youth together with his lover. If this legend ended here, it would be very touching, but in fact, it was a tragedy. Anyone could be devoted, but an emperor could not. This was because the emperor only loved the empress, but the empress did not have any children. The concubines who married her and were responsible for giving birth to princes were all extremely jealous of the empress. A concubine who could not obtain the emperor's love poisoned the cup of Fountain of Youth with hatred. In the end, this emperor Tong Tian Tower and the empress drank the poisoned Fountain of Youth together. Not only did they not retain their youth, they even died together, becoming a pair of mandarin ducks. After the prince succeeded the throne, he placed his father and the empress into a silver coffin and buried them together in the same tomb. 300 years later, the most savage tomb robber secretly dug up the emperor's tomb and dug out the silver coffin. After opening it, he discovered that the bodies of Emperor Tong Tian Tower and the empress did not decompose, but were instead very lifelike. It was a miracle, so he quickly put the pair of mandarin ducks back. It was not until 10 years later that the robber was caught and confessed everything. Only then did the world know that the Fountain of Youth had such a miracle. If a normal person drank a mouthful of the Fountain of Youth, how long could they maintain their youth? The innate rankers had already determined that a normal person's physique could absorb the least energy from the Fountain of Youth, and the power of the Fountain of Youth was the weakest. It was estimated that drinking a mouthful would at most maintain 10 years of youth. If it was an innate rancor, it would be more than 50 years, or even 100 years. Of course, the greatest benefit of the Fountain of Youth was not to maintain youth, but to increase the potential of the human body. It was a necessary item for the martial god pill. The martial spirit pill that made the lesser innate rankers crazy could stimulate the potential of the human body. The martial god pill, which was more advanced than the martial spirit pill, could break through the limit and increase the potential of the human body. It was the most popular medicine among the innate rankers, and its medicinal ingredient was the fountain of youth. In the past, the Night Empress had given a small bottle of the fountain of youth to Yue Yang. At that time, Yue Yang did not know its value. Only later did he know that the fountain of youth was a priceless treasure. No matter how much money one had, it could not be bought. Yue Yang was having a headache over the fountain of youth. Many of his pills required the fountain of youth, but the one given to him by the Night Empress was almost used up. Now that there were 2 large bottles of the fountain of youth, Yue Yang had picked up a treasure. This is good, everyone can drink a small cup. Last time, everyone wanted to try it, but unfortunately, it was too little. Hearing the news, the city lord of fallen flowers was overjoyed. She jumped over and hugged Yue Yang. Ignoring Yu, she kissed Yue Yang repeatedly. Scoundrel's luck is really good. I thought there was a set of rotten bones inside. I didn't expect it to be full of treasures. Oh right, what's in this bronze box? Continue to open, maybe there are even better treasures inside. The 3 girls were extremely excited and full of expectation. Are they blueprints? After Yue Yang opened it, he found that there were only a few blueprints. There were no other special treasures. City Lord of Fallen Flowers, Sickly Beauty and Yu were a little disappointed. They had thought that the best treasures were at the end, but they did not expect it to be a few blueprints. Furthermore, they did not look like runes, they were just a bunch of weird objects and special lines. Damn, this is what I really wanted. The Qilin girl was right, this is indeed the most helpful thing for Yu Gong's 3rd wish. Yue Yang was so happy that he burst out with vulgarities. Seeing that he was extremely happy, the 3 girls pretended not to hear him and surrounded him to look at the blueprints in his hands. What kind of blueprints were these? What made him so excited? These, could it be the blueprints of the legendary ancient war dolls? Chapter 481. These papers were indeed the blueprints of the ancient war dolls. Out of Yue Yang's expectations, these blueprints not only surpassed the standard of the Soaring Dragon Continent's war dolls, but also exceeded Yue Yang's imagination. It was a combination of life and machinery, but it wasn't a silicon-based life like the Transformers. Instead, it was a life form that was between silicon-based and carbon-based, a perfect combination of flesh and crystal. To be precise, if this ancient war doll was designed, it would be more advanced and perfect than the Crystal Canyon's ancient guardians. Not only could it have life, it could also have intelligence. Furthermore, this ancient war doll could even have many forms like special innates. Some forms were suitable for fighting, some were suitable for living, and some were suitable for learning. According to different needs, it could change into different forms. To a certain extent, it was superior to humans and elves who couldn't change their forms. Of course, these ancient war dolls had a huge weakness. That was the problem of growth. Its ability was completely fixed. Once it was successfully created and born, its ability would reach its peak. It didn't need to grow. This also meant that it was the same as other war dolls. Its ability would never change and it couldn't grow, no matter how much time it had to learn. It could only use its own fighting skills or absorb energy to improve. It couldn't really improve. For example, it was like a warrior whose potential was completely exhausted and couldn't be improved anymore. Battle Angel. Holy Tier, all-purpose war doll. 3 forms. Possesses a special life form and high intelligence. Uses its instincts and learns skills to fight. Needs to contract a strong soul as its spiritual host. Will never betray, self-repair. When the master of the contract dies, the battle angel will disintegrate. Any additional battle equipment could only be used through relative learning. As for the original battle equipment, it could use its instincts and awareness to unleash its power. Depending on the degree of its instincts and awareness, the final effect would be determined. There's a holy tier war doll. Once this thing comes out, all the innates who were complacent about owning a golden king beast would kill themselves. City Mistress Fallen Flowers felt that this was too abnormal. A holy tier war doll with life and intelligence, how could other people live? It's really scary. Sickly Beauty also felt that if a war doll had life and intelligence, it would be like a frog turning into a prince. It looks very complicated. It won't be easy to create, right? Yu was worried that the requirements to create a saint-tier ancient war puppet were too high. Having the blueprint is already half the battle. I think we should be able to overcome it. Yue Yang now had 2 crystal man bodies. He had also prepared a lot of materials, such as meteorite gold essence, emperor's heart obsidian and other high-quality materials. He also had the divine molten meteorite gold that could be used to create divine equipment. Furthermore, the ghost genius Yu Gong had already prepared some materials. Therefore, although the materials were still lacking, it shouldn't be a problem. At most, he would just spend a lot of money to buy them. No matter what, he had to fulfill Yu Gong's third wish. The real puppet grimoire, the mysterious crystal pillar and Yu Gong's third unfinished work. It could be said that Yu Gong had prepared a part of the conditions for Yu Yang. Most importantly, he had pointed out a new path for Yu Yang. That was a battle puppet with life. The enlightenment that Yu Yang obtained from the ghost genius Yu Gong's original experience was undoubtedly the best gift. One must know that if some things were not solved properly, the entire world's science and technology would be stuck for hundreds or even thousands of years. However, once it was solved, it would be extremely simple. For example, before Yu Yang transmigrated, the sailors in Europe suffered from scurvy. Countless of them died. All the sailors feared scurvy like a tiger. However, in the East, almost no sailors would get this disease. The reason was simple. The sailors in the East would bring some beans to their ships and grow them into bean sprouts, easily solving the problem of scurvy. Another example was the Black Death. At that time, it caused 75 million deaths in the world. Europe lost a third of its population. It was said that this disease was spread by the ancient Hua Xia dynasty. There were many records of the plague in the ancient Hua Xia dynasty. However, if all the damages were added up, it would not be as serious as the Black Death in Europe. Although the grass roots and tree barks used in traditional Chinese medicine looked backward, if one looked at the history, one would realize that the doctors of the ancient Hua Xia dynasty were quite effective in treating the plague. There were many small disasters, but the plague was usually controlled very quickly. If it was another method, such as using the most advanced bloodletting treatment in Europe, or using urine baths to treat the plague, the people of the ancient Hua Xia dynasty would have long been extinct. Experience was very important, this was undeniable. The medicine that was passed down from generation to generation, using grass roots and tree barks to treat the plague might not be able to achieve the best results, but it was still better than bloodletting and urine baths. If someone pointed out that bloodletting and urine baths were not effective, would the European doctors of that time still do it? Obviously not. Let's take our time in creating this battle puppet. The most important thing is to increase traceless strength. When Yu Yang said this, Sickly Beauty's face turned red. Yu rushed out of the door and went back to her own room. She knew that her brother was going to do something inappropriate with her sister-in-law. Then I'll go back first. Castellan Fallen Flowers knew that she would not be of much help here. However, she guessed that she would need to join the battle after the upgrade was over. Yu Yang took out the bottle of crystal spirit fluid and poured it out. He used his yin ability to condense it into a ball in the air, then used his innate true chi and nirvana flame to purify it. Although this would reduce a lot of energy, it would definitely be purer. In an instant, Yu Yang turned the purified crystal spirit fluid into a rainbow water dragon and slid it into Sickly Beauty's mouth, allowing her to swallow it slowly and fully absorb it. At the same time, he used his innate true chi to drive the energy of the crystal spirit fluid to circulate in her body. Sickly Beauty hugged Yu Yang lightly and kissed her lover tightly. She closed her eyes and let him use body fusion to drive her. The crystal pillar, countless crystal shards, and the 2 glittering crystal bases from the golden coffin were all placed beside Sickly Beauty. Yu Yang guided their energy into Sickly Beauty's body, seeping into every part of her skin. The energy of the crystal spirit fluid, on the other hand, nourished the interior of Sickly Beauty's body. Yu Yang's body ignited with nirvana flame, turning his clothes into ashes. Sickly Beauty hugged her lover tightly in the burning pain. She endured the process of nirvana flame purifying her perfect body. Fortunately, Yu Yang had his innate true chi to support him, otherwise she would have fainted from the pain. Countless runes appeared on Yu Yang's body, repairing Sickly Beauty's previously damaged body one by one. Although it had been repaired once before, it became even more perfect with the help of Yu Yang's innate true chi, nirvana flame, and the crystal spirit fluid. Sickly Beauty cooperated with Yu Yang. Under the guidance of body fusion, she lifted her jade-like feet and swayed her buttocks, hanging on Yu Yang's waist. Then, She slowly sat down and joined with her lover tightly. As a wife, Sickly Beauty was definitely qualified and outstanding. As the two energies of the body fusion officially merged into one, Sickly Beauty's body finally completed its final repair, reaching a perfect state. Countless crystals quickly gathered on her body, forming a unique and wondrous armor. That was her guardian beast. After the perfect repair, it had evolved. What was even more amazing was that not only did it form a crystal armor on Sickly Beauty's body, it also formed a crystal armor on Yue Yang's body. However, it was more majestic and more suitable for a man's body. The only difference was that Sickly Beauty had long crystal wings that extended out from her back, while Yue Yang had nirvana flame wings that extended out from his back. A golden pillar of light rose from both of their bodies. Thousands of runes flew everywhere and interweaved into a new pattern before returning to their bodies. Sickly Beauty's grimoire automatically floated out. Turn the page, level up. After an unknown period of time, both of them finally recovered from this wonderful state. Under the control of Sickly Beauty's mind, the crystal armor returned to her body. At this moment, Sickly Beauty's body was even more flawless than a crystal. She was like a transparent crystal doll, her whole body glowing and crystal clear. After her body was perfectly repaired, Sickly Beauty's body had another change. Her originally black waterfall-like long hair had become crystal-like thin strands, looking clean, flawless, and extremely soft. Yue Yang moved closer and sniffed. He could even smell the beautiful fragrance of the crystal liquid that was faintly emitting from her hair. It complemented the fragrance of Sickly Beauty's body perfectly. Sickly Beauty also felt that her hair, which she couldn't control with her mind before, was now like her own fingers. She could control it freely and release it as she wished, just like the crystal armor and crystal wings. The first time, Sickly Beauty didn't have a perfect repair, which made Yue Yang secretly feel regretful. Until today, Yue Yang finally achieved his wish. Wow, so beautiful. No wonder you're my crystal bride. Yue Yang praised. A great sense of achievement arose from the bottom of his heart. Hearing this, Sickly Beauty became even more shy. Her starry eyes didn't dare to look at him anymore. She lowered her head and closed her eyes, burying her head in his chest. When her lover started to play tricks on her, the virtuous Sickly Beauty resisted the pleasure of her whole body trembling. Her fragrant buttocks cooperated with her lover and tried her best to satisfy his various attacks. She gave him the most comfortable tolerance, and at the same time, she enjoyed the pleasure that he brought to her. Originally, her weak physique couldn't withstand his fierce attacks. But now, she felt that she had improved a lot. Her physique and strength were better, and she could control her body more freely. Even if it was a position that would easily tire her out, she could still easily cooperate with him. Yue Yang also quickly noticed the change in Sickly Beauty. He kissed her excitedly while he attacked even more fiercely, giving her even greater pleasure. Very quickly, Sickly Beauty reached her climax. Her heart and soul floated in bliss. Scoundrel, it's starting so soon. I want it too. City Mistress Fallen Flowers heard the noise and sneaked over. Her jade face was flushed because of excitement. She quickly closed the door, undressed herself and joined the battle. Sisters flying together. This wasn't the first time, and it wouldn't be the last. City Mistress Fallen Flowers and Sickly Beauty did their best to serve Yue Yang. Their moans could be heard from time to time. The battle was intense. They indulged themselves in the pleasure brought by their lovers. However, the Yu clan's second miss, who was hiding in her room and covering her ears, was unable to stop the sounds from entering her ears. Even though she was curled up in her blanket and covered her ears, the faintly discernible sounds still occasionally entered her ears. In the past, it was fine when there was only Sickly Beauty. Her voice wasn't very loud. She was shy, so she would suppress it a little. City Mistress Fallen Flowers was so excited that she lost herself. Her happy moans were completely unrestrained. Yu clan's second miss, who was extremely embarrassed, could only pretend that she didn't hear anything. This was human nature. Her younger brother had a wife, so it was natural for him to do this. Yu didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. It was just that she heard it and it was inevitable that she would feel a little embarrassed. Moreover, this sound made her heart beat faster. Yu tried hard to let herself fall asleep, but this was really a little difficult. She was actually a little happy in her heart. She had returned here again. Although it was a little awkward here, it was better than letting her imagination run wild outside. At least she felt much better. Chapter 482. Yu, who had let go of the knot in her heart, did not care about anything else. When Yue Yang was creating the holy ranked battle doll, the attentive Yu gave Yue Yang the greatest help. Sickly Beauty was in charge of runes, and focused on researching the 3 runic circles on the golden coffin. Her intuition told her that if these 3 runic circles were to be researched, it would definitely be useful to Yue Yang. As for City Mistress Fallen Flowers, she spent most of her time nurturing her 6-tailed fox spirit. She lacked the patience to organize the materials. Thus, Yu, who was observant, meticulous and had a gentle personality, was the best choice to be Yue Yang's assistant. Sometimes, when Yue Yang's research was not going well, she could still comfort him gently and cheer him up. In just 2 days, Yue Yang had almost finished preparing all the materials. The first thing he needed to break through was to research the life characteristics and body structure of the ancient guardian crystal man. The crystal man had no gender. Unlike humans, there was no difference between male and female. It was a neutral life form that was born from the crystal and relied on the energy of the crystal to live. It was different from the cycle of birth, aging, sickness and death of humans. But it was indeed a life form. Yue Yang couldn't imagine how its soul could control its body even after studying it for a long time. It was impossible for the hard crystal body to move like a human, but in battle, the crystal man was even more agile than a normal human. After observing for a long time, Yue Yang's Heaven Eye's divine vision saw through some of the truth, but he was unable to study it further. Yue Yang was in a state of enlightenment. Maybe we can ask the Night Empress when she returns. Yu suggested. She might not understand. Yue Yang thought that he might be able to gain something if he entered the mysterious palace again. Not only did the mysterious palace have the Black Hell King, it also had a strong defense golden barrier. Even the upgraded Yue Yang had no confidence of entering. Lu Yi's perforate deer might be able to try, but it might not succeed. He could only try. Moreover, Lu Yi, Bao and the others had gone to the outskirts of the Death Canyon to train and would not be back for a while. Yu saw Yue Yang's troubled look and quickly changed the topic. She passed a blueprint to Yue Yang. Why don't we study weapons first? We can't make battle dolls in a short time. We are not in a hurry. Yue Yang thought that was a good idea. Yue Yang felt that it was a good idea. Since he was at a bottleneck, it would be good to change his thoughts. Yue Yang's thought that, of the battle puppet was the hardest created. This was because a saint-ranked battle angel's weapon had to be at least a platinum-ranked treasure, so it was not easy to defeat her. Forging a platinum-ranked weapon required a large amount of materials. Although Yue Yang had the Nirvana flame to refine and extract the materials, it was still extremely tiring. Yu couldn't help at all. She could only pass water to Yue Yang, wipe his sweat, or record the materials that he had forged. Forging a platinum-level weapon required a lot of materials. Although Yue Yang had Nirvana's flame, he was exhausted. Yu could not help. She could only pass water, wipe his sweat, or record the materials. In order to ensure the success rate, Yue Yang and Yu discussed and decided to use secondary items to make one. Once they were 100% sure of success, they would start making it. This way, they would not waste the materials that they had worked so hard to make. Rune circle here and here. The star position is not accurate enough. Adjust it again. Yue Yang, Yu, and Sickly Beauty were exhausted. They finally completed 2 angels' blades that could be freely expanded, folded, rotated, and even turned into mechanical wings. They were just short of activation. Since they were made with secondary items, these 2 angels' blades had to be platinum level at least. Even if they did not fail, they would only be silver level. Yue Yang did not care about the level, but he had to succeed. After activating it with energy, 5 minutes, the 2 angels' blades that were connected together slowly deformed and twisted under the powerful energy. It did not seem to be able to withstand such a powerful energy flow. Yue Yang felt dizzy and had to melt it with Nirvana flame again. Sickly Beauty went back to think about whether it was a problem with the rune circle and whether it could be combined with the 3 major circles. Yu suddenly saw a problem and said excitedly, "In fact, we may be close to success, but we don't have a carrier. This weapon must be made on the basis of the battle angel. If we have a carrier, that is to say, a person wearing it, then activate it and control it with the mind, just like a battle doll, we may be able to succeed." These words stunned Yue Yang. He was immediately overjoyed. Yu was right. All treasures above platinum level had a certain spirituality and were connected to the master spirit. Angel's blade was the same. Even if it was activated successfully, it would lose control without the master's control. This should be the case with the failure just now. But then again, who was going to be the experimental carrier? It had to be someone with strong mental strength and good at communicating with treasures. City Mistress Fallen Flowers cultivated flowers to improve the spirit fox. She definitely did not have the time to accompany him in experiments every day. Bing could not practice combat skills. Inan's mental strength was not bad, but she was in the 100 Flowers Valley. Sickly Beauty needed to help determine the rune star position. He could not do it either. Whether it was the assembly or the last step of energy input, he had to be busy outside. The only candidate was Yue. However, her physique was weak. If an accident happened, it would be very dangerous. Let me do it, it's okay. I believe in you. You can do it. Yue encouraged Yue Yang. She had absolute trust in him. Alright, let's make some changes this time. We'll modify the design again. It turns out that there are breastplates and wings in the front and back of the battle doll. Sister Rain, you don't have these. We'll set the 2 angels' blades on the back, shoulders, and arms. This will be more reasonable, and the rune map will be easier to distribute. In the front, we'll add a breastplate to connect and fix the angel's blade. In case you start to lose control of it, it won't hurt your body. Of course, the weight here will also be more balanced. Yue Yang boldly made an improvement. With the new plan finalized, Yue Yang seemed to see the light of hope in the darkness. In his mind, new ideas kept coming up. He created 2 new angel's blades. Because of the experience, the angel's blade this time was more perfect and more suitable for women to use. After all, he had to let Yue control it. The huge angel's blade had shrunk a lot. In order to make the breastplate, Yue Yang also accurately measured Yu's chest, waist, and hip circumference. Yue was a little embarrassed when she saw him measuring. But she didn't refuse. Do you feel uncomfortable with such a width? Yue Yang knew that even the slightest mismatch would cause serious consequences. Therefore, he had no choice but to measure accurately and ask repeatedly. No, it's good. Yue wore a sample mold made by Yue Yang. She tried to sit, walk, and fight, and fed the feeling to her brother. Then it's finally confirmed. That's it. Yue Yang felt that Yu's chest circumference was actually a little bigger because she used her clothes to tie it too tightly. Once she wore the metal and crystal breastplate, it might feel very tight. However, he was embarrassed to say it out loud because he was peeking with his Heaven Eyes divine vision. He found that Yue had tightly bound her plump breasts and did not expand them to their fullest state. Okay, Yue was also a little embarrassed. She felt that her body was becoming more and more mature. Her breasts were getting bigger, and her hips were getting rounder. She was afraid that her breasts would tremble when she walked, so she had to use tight clothes to bind them. However, it was not convenient for her to ask her brother to increase the circumference of her breasts. The winged angel's blade with the breastplate was made. Yue officially tried it for the first time. Sickly Beauty did not come. She had been in a meditative state recently because she was studying the 3 major runic circles of the Golden Coffin. She hoped that she could understand it. City Lord Fallen Flowers was also not here. There were only 2 people in the entire laboratory, Yue Yang and Yue. For Yue, it was at least a little less awkward. Seeing him busy assembling the angel's blade on her back and chest, sweating profusely, Yue felt a little sorry for him. This brother of hers, no matter what he did, he was too serious. When it came to research, he did not sleep or rest. If no one took care of him, his body would probably collapse from exhaustion. After installing the energy crystal, he activated the runic circle. Yue Yang used his innate chi and nirvana flame to fuse it. The heaven runic circle, float, haste, and transform, shone with a brilliant brilliance. Following Yu's mental control, the angel's blade finally fused with her, becoming a superweapon that supported her. In battle, while maintaining its wings, the angel's blade could shoot out a 2-meter-long angel's blade from its left and right arm to attack the enemy. The angel's blade had at least 18 modes that its master could control. When the enemy was attacking, the angel's blade could also be folded and transformed to form a shield to defend. It could also be combined with the wings on its back to form a rotating wheel to defend against the enemy's attacks. Furthermore, during special attacks, the angel's blade could even be used to form a crystal shield that lasted for 10 seconds. In the Soaring Dragon Continent or even in the Tong Tian Tower, the weapons of the war dolls could not reach this level. This was a divine weapon from ancient times. Although it wasn't made of the best materials, Yue Yang felt that this silver-ranked breastplate, Angel's Blade, would be the best among silver-ranked treasures. It was even better than many gold-ranked treasures. Yue controlled the Angel's Blade and happily showed it to Yue Yang, performing various combat skills. Even she could easily control this outstanding ancient divine weapon. It's very comfortable. I feel like it's my wings, my arms. It's easy to control and I can do whatever I want. Yue did not know that the reason why this ancient divine weapon was so suitable was because Yue Yang had secretly expanded the chest of the armor a little. Moreover, he had made 2 corresponding arcs according to the wonderful shape of Yu's breasts, just like a bra to hold her treasures. That was why it was so fitting. If I had known that I could succeed on my first try, I would have made a gold-ranked one for you. Yue Yang sighed with slight regret. No, this is very good. I like this. Yue was very excited. She wanted to caress Yue Yang's head and praise him. Because of the height difference, she could only touch his face. She quickly withdrew her hand and smiled sweetly at him. Thank you, Xiao-san. This is the best gift you have given me, and the best gift I have received in my life. Chapter 483. With the experiment off to a good start, Yue Yang's research was finally on the right track. The successful birth of Yu's Angel's Blade was a great inspiration to Yue Yang. His inspiration suddenly surged like a spring. On this day, Yue Yang and Yue were experimenting. City Lord Fallen Flowers was very filial as she brought a cup of fragrant tea to Fourth Mother. Normally, she rarely did this because she was used to being served by others. However, today was a little different. Because the cup of tea she held was made with the fountain of youth and the petals of starlight serene indigo grass. Drinking it had the effect of retaining one's youth, especially for women. The effect was even more obvious. In short, Luohua City Mistress, this little daughter-in-law, wanted to curry favor with Fourth Mother, this elder. At first, Fourth Mother didn't notice it and only thought that it was an ordinary flower fragrance. She opened the lid and happily took a sip. Her body shook slightly and she cried out, "This is the fountain of youth. And the starlight serene indigo grass, Fallen Flowers, do you have a lot of fountain of youth? You actually used it to make tea. Forget about you girls, I am the mother of Bing and Shuang. It is such a waste to use this tea on me." City Lord Fallen Flowers quickly patted her shoulders to please her. "This is everyone's good intentions, please drink it." Fourth Mother heard and smiled bitterly. In the end, she didn't let down her daughter-in-law's good intentions and drank it gracefully. She reached out and caressed City Lord Fallen Flowers' face. "You are all very obedient, but these things are useless to me. In the future, you can drink it yourselves. Fourth Mother will accept your good intentions." "Oh right, San didn't give this to Bing and Shuang right?" "What? San is really messing around." When Fourth Mother heard that Yu Bing and Yu Shuang drank the fountain of youth, she was not happy, but shocked. City Lord Fallen Flowers was afraid that Fourth Mother would be angry, so she hurriedly explained, originally, he only wanted to give it to Bing so that she could cultivate faster. However, when Shuang saw it, she insisted on drinking it. "You know how greedy that little girl is. She drank the fountain of youth. Could it be that she won't grow up and will always be a little girl?" After saying that, even City Lord Fallen Flowers was shocked. Fourth Mother waved her hand, indicating that she didn't know. Then, he sighed, "How can I not know that San cares about his sister? It's just that Bing and Shuang are the same as me. Drinking this won't have much effect." Fallen Flowers returned and told Yue Yang, Yue, and Sickly Beauty. The 3 of them were puzzled. Anyone who drank the fountain of youth would have the effect of retaining one's youthful appearance. Why did Fourth Mother say that it had no effect on her? She said that she was being modest and didn't want to waste it. However, she also said that Yu Bing and Yu Shuang didn't have much effect on them. This aroused Yue Yang's suspicion. Could it be that in Yu Bing and Yu Shuang's bodies, there was some kind of secret that Yue Yang couldn't see through with his Heaven Eyes Divine Vision? Yue Yang's Heaven Eyes Divine Vision could even see through an innate level 10 innate. Yue Yang's Heaven Eyes Divine Vision would not be able to see through it unless it was a Heaven Ranker or an innate Supreme Ranker. Fourth Mother, Yu Bing and Yu Shuang couldn't be innate level innate rankers. If there was a secret in their bodies, who was it that hid it? The pitiful guy's mother. That was Fourth Mother's sister. In Yue Yang's heart, this mysterious woman flashed in his heart again. It seemed that the pitiful guy's mother was really not simple. She was the first woman in history to enter the god's ruins. In the entire Tong Tian Tower, she was unknown, even in the soaring dragon continent. However, The mysterious ability that she displayed was simply beyond Yue Yang's imagination. She inherited knowledge like a vast ocean, possessed the black jade necklace that sealed Queen Vivian Li, and also knew the secret of the Heaven Stairway. She even left behind the Heaven Ascension scripture that could allow one to enter the Heaven Realm without going through the Heaven Realm door. The pitiful guy's mother was even more mysterious than the strongest human Jizun. Now, Yue Yang felt that Fourth Mother was very mysterious. Fourth Mother definitely knew some secrets, but for some reason, she didn't mention it to everyone. Because of this small matter, Yue Yang remembered it in his heart. He was curious about the details that he didn't pay attention to before. Fourth Mother's body couldn't be touched, but for Yu Bing and Yu Shuang, Yue Yang decided to study them properly. Maybe there really was some shocking secret hidden in their bodies. Don't think too much. It's not good to give the fountain of youth to a child to drink. Yu chose to believe it. She felt that if a child drank too much of the fountain of youth, she would be a little girl who couldn't grow up. That was not a good thing. Yue Yang didn't want to let Yu Shuang drink at first. After all, she was too young. However, he couldn't resist the little girl's mouth. If she saw her sister drinking and didn't have a share, she would definitely cry. Moreover, the little loli was also quite cute. Raising a little loli was the great wish of all Otakus. The legendary light source plan was just like that. This matter is over. City Mistress Fallen Flowers didn't probe further. She brought another news to Yue Yang. I heard that Fatty Hai and the others have returned. When are you going to visit the mysterious palace again? Yi Kong and Fatty Hai are back. How's the progress? Yue Yang felt that they had returned so quickly. Could it be that the exploration had failed? Nothing, City Mistress Fallen Flowers said. As expected, these guys were all pigs. So many innates in the Death Canyon have returned empty-handed. It's normal for them to be like this. It would be weird if they had any progress. Sickly Beauty covered her mouth and snickered. She wasn't optimistic about this exploration. However, when Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the others set off complacently, she didn't want to dampen their enthusiasm. It could even be said that Zheng Wuyu, Elder Yu Hai and the others already knew that this would be the outcome. They just let Fatty Hai and Yi Kong go. The outermost area of the God's ruins was the Death Canyon. There were many restrictions and mazes here. Moreover, the beasts here were ridiculously strong. Fatty Hai and the others had no experience. If they wanted to explore it, they would definitely be overestimating themselves. Yue Yang temporarily stopped his research and returned to the Yu clan castle. Taking advantage of the fact that the Black Hell King wasn't in the mysterious palace, he decided to bring them there to train and increase their courage. He also wanted to see if Lu Yi's perforate deer could pass through the golden barrier. Yue Yang also wanted to see what the divine grimoire in the mysterious palace was like. When he returned, he found that Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the others were all covered in dust. The ox-head Fan Lun Tai and the 4 orc girls were all lying on the ground exhausted, not caring about their image at all. Anna was healing everyone. The strongest ice cube man Shui Tan Lang, Prince Tian Luo and Elder Ning Hai who refused to leave were all injured to varying degrees. Only the lucky Bao was unharmed. Seeing that Yue Yang had returned, Fatty Hai became spirited and boasted loudly, "You don't know who we met, the strong Fierce Tooth of the North." "What, you don't know who Fierce Tooth of the North is? Damn, he is one of the 5 commanders of the Black Hell Army. War Tiger of the East, Gale of the West, Blood Hoofs of the South, Fierce Tooth of the North, Thunder of the Center, one of them is a tiger, one is a condor, one is an old ox, one is a wild boar and one is a lizard. The one we met this time is that wild boar with thick skin and thick flesh, Fierce Tooth of the North. You don't know how scary he is. He is a level 7 and 8, maybe even a level 8 and 8. If we didn't run fast enough, we would have been annihilated. Then why did the wild boar run to Death Canyon? Yue Yang didn't think that a level 8 and 8 like Fierce Tooth of the North would be so bored as to chase after Fatty Hai and the others. I don't know the exact situation. When we saw him, he was hitting a giant bronze door. However, that giant bronze door had a protective shield. He was exhausted but it was not damaged at all. It was a waste of effort. Fatty Hai was excited. He loved to see his enemies in trouble. Is he still there now? Yue Yang felt that if Fierce Tooth of the North was still there, he would go and kill him. I don't know. Fatty Hai shook his head. He shouldn't be there now. That giant bronze door actually has a time limit. It will open and close every 3 hours. I guess Fierce Tooth of the North was hitting the door because his subordinates were trapped inside. We actually walked past that door before, but it was open at that time. Elder Ning Hai respectfully reported to Yue Yang. What a pity. Yue Yang secretly felt pity. If they had found him the moment they came back, then this wild boar might not have been able to escape. It can't be. You can kill a level 7 or 8 innate fierce tooth of the north now. Are you really a human? Ox-head Fan Lun Tai reacted and was shocked. If I can't beat him, I can cut off one of his arms or legs. Of course, Yue Yang wouldn't say that after absorbing the Mother Earth potion, he already had the strength equivalent to an innate level 10 innate. He laughed and waved his hand. Everyone still believed this statement. Yue Yang was able to kill a level 6 innate sky dragon previously. They reckoned that Yue Yang would have a high chance of winning even if he fought a level 7 innate ranker. Facing a level 7 or 8 innate fierce tooth of the north, using the world exterminating wheel to ambush and cut off one of his arms was really possible. As for whether he could kill fierce tooth of the north, everyone felt that he was still a bit off. However, even if Yue Yang had this kind of growth speed, Yue Yang was already extremely abnormal. Is there a better place for us to take a look? Lin En and Prince Tian Luo felt that Yue Yang wouldn't just come here to laugh at them. There must be something good. Let's go. Shui Tan Lang was a man of action. I can't, I need to rest. If it's an abnormal place like the Five Elements Palace, then I'll pass. I don't want to die young. Fatty Hai felt that the wind breath seabird was already troublesome enough. If another beast took a fancy to him, he might as well commit suicide with noodles. I'll raise my hand to sign up. There's nothing to be afraid of in the Five Elements Palace. Bao who had been sleeping the whole time, was the only one who thought that the Five Elements Palace was a good place. It's not impossible for all of you to go, but you'll have to bear the consequences. I'm only in charge of leading the way. You guys take care of yourselves. Yue Yang stated in advance, then threw out the biggest temptation in the world. Over there, there's a divine grimoire. Not to mention the treasures inside, even the trash on the ground is silver ranked. If you have the ability, then go ahead and pick it up. Yes, you didn't hear wrongly, I'm talking about the divine grimoire. Wow, does the divine grimoire really exist? Even Lu Yi, who was never tempted by material things, was so excited that her face turned red. What kind of concept was the divine grimoire? Even the Black Hell King was drooling. No one knew how many years the tragic Black Hell King had been knocking on the divine grimoire, but he couldn't even enter the golden barrier. For Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the others who had never seen the divine grimoire before, when Yue Yang mentioned the divine grimoire, they were all dumbfounded. They couldn't think at all. Actually, if they still had a clear mind, they would know that no matter how powerful the divine grimoire was, they wouldn't have a share in it. Because the divine grimoire chose its owner. Even if it was placed in front of it, it wouldn't choose it if it wasn't strong enough. Otherwise, why would the Black Hell King be so depressed? Only Yue Yang knew that there were only 10 divine grimoires in total. The number of divine grimoires was extremely small. Only the legendary deities could possess a divine grimoire. Of course, Yue Yang wasn't sure if the other divine grimoire was a divine grimoire. He guessed that it might be, and guessed that it was a divine grimoire that was still growing, not to mention that Yue Yang was a guy from another world. People like Queen Vivian Li and the 3 great leaders of Heaven Realm, Ming Yu Guang, only possessed a divine grimoire. The divine grimoire was something that ordinary warriors could only dream of. That was a dream that could never be touched. Even if it really existed in the world, it did not belong to mortals. Did you say that it's very dangerous there? Yi Kong suddenly asked. It's not that dangerous, it's just that the Black Hell King would appear occasionally. Yue Yang's words immediately scared Fatty Hai. Shui Tan Lang and the others were also shocked. Chapter 484. When the Black Hell King's name was mentioned, everyone was terrified. Fierce Tooth of the North, the wild boar commander, was incomparable to the Black Hell King. With Yue Yang around, if they were to meet the wild boar Fierce Tooth of the North, they would still have a chance to escape. However, even if they had Yue Yang by their side, they would still die if they met the Black Hell King. There was no chance of survival. Everyone felt that the Black Hell King was at least a supreme innate level 10 peak innate. If they knew the truth and knew that the Black Hell King had the power of heaven rank level 1 or even level 2, they would feel even more despair. Of course, to Fatty Hai and the others, there wasn't much of a difference between a level 10 innate and a level 1 heaven ranker, because they would be able to kill them instantly. If the enemy was innate level 5 and above, they would be killed instantly. This included Shui Tan Lang, who was the strongest in the team. I'm not going, I don't want to die, that wild boar fierce tooth of the north had already scared me so much that I almost peed my pants. Black Hell King, that fellow will definitely skin me alive and roast me alive, I don't want to die. Fatty Hai hugged Yue Yang's leg and cried loudly. He definitely wouldn't go to such a dangerous place. Yi Kong kicked this cowardly Fatty to the ground, and together with the Li brothers, they forcefully dragged Fatty Hai away. Don't worry, the Black Hell King would at most kill you instantly. He has no interest in your flesh. Yi Kong's words made Fatty Hai cry even harder. Let's go. Shui Tan Lang's fear had already turned into battle intent. Actually, everyone knew that if the Black Hell King appeared, Yue Yang would definitely not lead them to their deaths. But even if the Black Hell King didn't appear, that place was still extremely dangerous. Otherwise, he wouldn't have warned everyone to be careful. The eyes of Shui Tan Lang and the others flashed with the desire to fight. Following Yue Yang, they were playing with their hearts pounding. However, this was also very satisfying. As a man, rather than living a mediocre life, it was better to live a vigorous life. Since the Black Hell King was going to the place, he had to see it no matter what. Not only Shui Tan Lang and the others, even the quiet Lu Yi and Anna, and even the fearless Bao could not suppress the excitement on their faces. Thrilling. This was really exciting. As for the brave ox head Fan Lun Tai, she was even more impatient, urging Yue Yang to hurry up. Returning to the mysterious palace, Yue Yang had actually gone there once to investigate. He only left after seeing the Black Hell King leave. During this period, Yue Yang had already grasped a little of the Black Hell King's movement patterns. Every 3 days, the Black Hell King would appear in front of the golden barrier. He would knock on it for half an hour each time, using this as a pretext to train and open the golden barrier. The Black Hell King was extremely cautious. Even if there were no accidents, he would always carry out a routine investigation. Fortunately, Yue Yang had already figured this out. He also had a way to deal with it, and that was to secretly learn from the ultimate assassin, Zai's stealth. The Black Hell King wouldn't be able to detect this concealment, even if they were discovered by the Black Hell King. Yue Yang could also throw Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the rest into the grimoire world and escape with them. After being strengthened by the Mother Earth potion, even if Yue Yang couldn't defeat the Black Hell King, he wasn't afraid of him. Fatty Hai was so scared that his teeth chattered and his body trembled. Actually, the Black Hell King had already left and wouldn't appear for the next 3 days. Yue Yang didn't say it out as a way to train their courage. He believed that after the threat of death from the Black Hell King, they wouldn't be afraid of the fierce tooth of the north anymore. The whole team was very careful and didn't dare to breathe too loudly. Only Bao wasn't afraid of anything. She even said to Yue Yang, "This place is so beautiful. Why don't we move here after we defeat the Black Hell King?" This is a good idea. Yue Yang was a little speechless. Defeat the Black Hell King. Unless they could kill him, this home would never be safe. I don't want to be neighbors with the Black Hell King, and I don't want him to knock on my door in the middle of the night. Fatty Hai felt goosebumps when he thought of this. It's so beautiful. When they came to the front of the golden barrier, Lu Yi and the rest had little stars in their eyes. Looks like it won't be easy to enter. This barrier is too big and its energy is unimaginably vast. As expected of the Divine Grimoire's barrier. Before Lin En could finish his sentence, the ox-head Fan Lun Tai slashed at it with her axe. In the end, she was sent flying 200 meters away. Everyone's jaws dropped to the ground. Wasn't the defense of this golden barrier too terrifying? The battered ox-head Fan Lun Tai immediately became listless. She knew that her brute force couldn't be used and could only rely on Yue Yang now. Fatty Hai, Yi Kong and Shui Tan Lang all tried. Although they were mentally prepared, they quickly realized that the rebound force wasn't just their own attack force, there was also an irresistible force. When the two forces combined, they were sent flying 100 meters away. Their ending wasn't much better than Fan Lun Tai's. Anna looked at Yue Yang. Using force definitely won't work, do you have any ideas? Yue Yang shrugged his shoulders. If I had a way, I would have already gone in to move the treasures. Not to mention me, even the Black Hell King can only watch helplessly. Fatty Hai heard this and became excited. He climbed up and rushed to Yue Yang and asked excitedly, "You mean, none of the treasures inside were touched? And they're all still here? Wow, if I go in and pick up another divine equipment." Yi Kong gave a flying kick and sent this daydreaming fool flying 10 meters away. It wasn't impossible to daydream, but it had to be done at the right time. Prince of Tian Luo and Lin En started to understand why Yue Yang brought everyone here. It was because there was Lu Yi in the team. Lu Yi saw that everyone was looking at her and blushed. She lowered her head and said softly, I'll try. She summoned her grimoire and summoned her guardian beast, Perforate Deer. She ordered it to rush towards the golden barrier. The result was within Yue Yang's expectations. The perforated deer didn't bounce back, but after it entered the golden shield, it instantly lost its connection with its owner. Without high intelligence, it didn't know what to do. It stood there in a daze, frozen, and trapped in the golden shield. Immediately, Lu Yi, who was afraid that it would get hurt, quickly recalled the perforate deer back into her grimoire. It was possible for perforate deer to pass through the golden barrier, but with Lu Yi's and perforate deer's current strength, it was impossible. Yue Yang nodded. As long as there was hope, it was fine. No matter what, it was better than the Black Hell King's relentless attacks. As long as Yue Yang thought of a way to increase Lu Yi's strength and level up perforate deer, it was still possible for them to pass through the golden barrier. Yue Yang had thought of this outcome before, and he was very satisfied with it. I'm sorry. Lu Yi apologized to Yue Yang in embarrassment. She knew that Yue Yang must have high hopes for her. He must be very disappointed with her failure this time, so she felt very guilty. Perforate deer didn't have any fighting power, its level was too low, and it didn't have high intelligence. Once it left its owner's control, it wouldn't know what to do. Let him help you level up your guardian beast, he should have a way. Anna quickly comforted Lu Yi. Help me level up too. Bao hugged Yue Yang's arm and shook it. Yes, I'm willing to serve you, beautiful Miss Golden Elf. Yue Yang's joke made Bao extremely happy. Everyone also laughed. Actually, Yue Yang didn't bother with Bao. He felt that it was necessary to level up this big lowly golden elf's guardian beast. After all, Bao's guardian beast was the little flower fairy that increased her luck. There was no treasure in this world that was more powerful than luck. With luck, you would have everything. Without luck, it would be the unlucky Black Hell King who could only stare at the golden barrier for the rest of his life. To Yue Yang, Bao was a human-shaped treasure that increased his luck. If he didn't level her up, it would be a waste of a human-shaped treasure that could be leveled up. On the way back, Bao, the unbeatable lucky star, gave Yue Yang another surprise. She bumped into something and actually triggered a hidden mechanism that Yue Yang didn't notice. A special and broken teleportation circle shot out from the ground with sparks. Yue Yang didn't have time to figure it out. He only knew that this was a rare opportunity. He kicked Fatty High into the teleportation circle and carried Bao and Lu Yi with each hand. He led everyone into the teleportation circle that was about to disappear due to lack of energy. Plop, plop, plop. When the last Wei Tai Lang fell into the water, Yue Yang realized that he was teleported to a dark and huge special space. Let go of me. Lu Yi shook her body shyly, trying to break free from his big hands. Yue Yang didn't see it clearly just now. He held Lu Yi's waist with one hand and pressed his big hand on her chest. He even held her small and fragrant little pigeon. Don't let go, I don't want to fall into the water. Bao hugged Yue Yang tightly, her long legs clamping onto Yue Yang's waist. She, who had night vision, laughed out loud when she saw Fatty High and the rest falling into the water. She felt that it was safer to stay on Yue Yang's body. Although everyone reacted very quickly, they were already drenched all over, and all of them were in a very sorry state. Lu Yi struggled in Yue Yang's hands for a while. She felt his big hands loosen a little, but she was still embarrassed. This is actually the ancient passage in the God's ruins. Yue Yang used his Heaven Eye's divine vision to observe and came to a conclusion that shocked him. The divine palace was actually connected to the God's ruins. Was there a connection between the two? The mysterious palace, could it be a part of the God's ruins? Anywhere is fine, as long as we can stay away from the Black Hell King. Fatty High finally felt more at ease. Move aside. Shui Tan Lang knew that the real training for this trip had just begun. The previous dangers could be predicted, but the changes now were unknown even to Yue Yang. Being in the ancient passage in the God's ruins, if one didn't use 100% of their energy, even if Yue Yang was by their side, their lives would still be in danger. This was definitely not a place to joke around. After a while, he and Prince of Tian Luo found an exit. It was a guillotine door. There were countless strange places like this in the ancient passage. No matter what passed through the guillotine door, it would be cut in half by the invisible guillotine. Shui Tan didn't have Heaven Eye's divine vision, but as a warrior, he instinctively felt danger. He picked up a stone and threw it towards the exit. As a result, the stone cracked into two halves. Fatty Hai was so scared that he trembled and quickly retreated behind Yue Yang. Although he claimed to be the boss, but with Yue Yang around, he definitely wouldn't stand out. He would obediently be a follower. If Lu Yi wasn't here, Shui Tan and the rest would have to forcefully tear down the entire mechanism wall. They would probably be exhausted and might even attract powerful ancient beasts. Go and try. Yue Yang could easily pass through, but he decided to take the opportunity to train Lu Yi. Yes, Lu Yi felt a slight pain in her breasts where his hot hands had held. Although she knew that he didn't mean it, she was still extremely embarrassed. Her chest felt weird and she wanted to reach out and rub it to soothe it. Her body was also a little weak. She seemed to have a problem walking, but everyone was watching. Lu Yi didn't want everyone to find out that something was wrong with her, so she quickly lowered her head and pretended that nothing had happened. She forced herself to calm down and summoned her guardian beast, Perforate Deer. In front of the golden barrier, Perforate Deer failed to break through. This time, she decided to put on a good performance and not let him down. Chapter 485. A silver deer flashed in the golden light. Its four slender limbs moved lightly, instantly turning into a stream of light, cutting through the air. When everyone's eyes refocused, they found that it was already standing safely in the passage outside the guillotine gate. Looking back, it was very cute. Although it didn't have super high intelligence, this Perforate Deer was still a very intelligent little animal. How do you bring us there? Fatty Hai felt that Lu Yi and Bao could ride on it, but if he rode on this deer, it would be strange if he didn't collapse. Shut up, no one will think you are mute if you don't speak. Yi Kong and Fatty Hai were natural enemies, except in battle. Who knows how to teleport? Yue Yang asked. In the end, only one person raised his hand. This wasn't surprising. What surprised Yue Yang was that the person who knew how to teleport was actually the big lowly Bao. You actually know how to teleport? Are you sure you know how to teleport? Even Ning Hai, the self-proclaimed master, didn't know. He was extremely shocked that Bao knew how to teleport. If it was super speed movement, many people could fly 100 meters in a second. Shui Tan, Prince of Tian Luo, Yi Kong and even Fatty Hai could do it. According to their speed, their super speed movement was even faster than normal innate rankers, teleportation. When normal innates used teleportation, they might not be faster than their normal movement. However, teleportation was teleportation. No matter how fast it was irreplaceable. Of course, teleportation was related to each person's growth and attributes. Some people could easily learn teleportation. For example, Shui Wuxia could successfully use her light wind teleportation at a young age. It was completely equivalent to an inherent skill. As for Shui Wuxia's brother, Shui Tan, he was also extremely talented and even had the wind attribute. His speed far surpassed warriors of the same level, but he couldn't understand the teleportation skill. Looking at Yue Yang, he only watched the Marquis of Zijin use it a few times and he successfully learned teleportation. Of course, Yue Yang was a super abnormal guy from another world. It wasn't appropriate to use him as a comparison. If they were to compare the bald master Ning Hai, this old fellow who had lived for hundreds of years and knew countless skills, he just couldn't learn teleportation. That was strange. Actually, the real reason was that without comprehension, one would not be able to learn how to teleport. Teleportation is a breakthrough in comprehension. It is a challenge that surpasses the limits of one's body. It can be said to be very difficult, and some people will never be able to learn it in their entire lives. It could also be said that it was very easy. Some people, like me, could successfully master it in a day. If you want to learn it, it has to do with your perception. The better your perception, the faster you can learn it. Yue Yang's words caused Ning Hai, the old man, to cry, while Bao was very proud. Didn't he say that she had good comprehension? Shui Tan clenched his fists tightly. He could be weak, but he could not allow himself to be weak. If a person's comprehension was insufficient, then what was the point of cultivating? Yue Yang actually knew that it was possible for Shui Tan and the others to learn teleportation. Their abilities and realms were all there, but their thinking was too rigid. They were used to moving at an extremely fast speed. What they did was teleportation. They could move very far in an instant, but it was not teleportation. They were used to it, so they could not surpass themselves. Usually, they would have a teacher to guide them. This was because Zheng Wuyu, elder Yu Hai and the others did not know teleportation. And the old fox who was good at teleportation after teaching his abnormal disciple, Yue Yang, he no longer had the patience to teach Fatty Hai and the others about teleportation. He only taught them the techniques of aerial combat. The hardest part of teleportation is to sense a target. That target must be within the range of your ability. Some people can sense it very far, while others can only sense it very close. But it doesn't matter. No matter the distance, as long as you can sense it, the distance will slowly increase. Yue Yang kindly guided them, using qi to sense it. Yi Kong asked, "No, qi is only used to sense the surface. Teleportation requires more senses. To be more precise, you have to use your heart to sense it." When Yue Yang said this, Bao nodded her head furiously. Actually, it was because of her innate talent that she did not know any teleportation techniques. She was only born with the ability to sense it with her heart. And then, this time, it was Lin En's turn to be a humble primary school student. When the teleportation technique is successful, and you feel that you can grasp everything about the target, then you can try to move, or jump, closer to the target. You have to use the energy in your body, not to let it explode to your legs. Instead, you have to give the energy to your heart, and let the heart control your body. During that process, you will feel a lot of difficulties. For example, your body might not be able to move, or you might be stopped by some kind of power before you teleport, or you might have the illusion that you are being pulled back by someone. There are many problems that I don't want to explain one by one, and I don't need to explain. I just want to tell you that you have to believe in me. You will definitely be able to move, and the teleportation will definitely succeed. Believe in me, and believe that you can do it. That will be enough. Yue Yang explained the method of using the energy in one's body during the teleportation technique. This was his best understanding and the best teleportation technique. He did not expect everyone to be able to learn it. However, as long as everyone could get some inspiration from this best technique, and slowly practice it, it would be enough. The most embarrassing thing was that after Bao heard it, she tilted her head to one side. She seemed to be unable to understand Yue Yang's words. She even asked, "Can I teleport like this? I don't need to think about anything. As long as I give it to the flower fairy, she will teleport me to the place I want to go. I think this is better." Fatty Hai and the others all fell to the ground. It turned out that Bao's teleportation technique was completely passive. It was not something that she could control at all. "Hey, I can teleport like this." Bao was about to get angry. In fact, it was true. No matter what method it was fine as long as it could teleport. Shui Wuxi's light wind teleportation was different from Yue Yang's light wind teleportation. Shui Wuxi's light wind teleportation required wind and air. In a vacuum environment, it was impossible to teleport. Yue Yang's light wind teleportation did not require it at all. The only place that could not be teleported was the place where the target could not be sensed. However, there were very few vacuum environments. Furthermore, after body fusion with Yue Yang, Shui Wuxi had also mastered Yue Yang's teleportation technique. It was just that she preferred to use the light wind teleportation that she was better at. Shui Tan Lang put down his cool face and humbly asked Yue Yang a few questions. Towards this brother-in-law of his, he did not show it on the surface, but he definitely worshipped him in his heart. Learning from Yue Yang and following in his brother-in-law's footsteps was his biggest wish. Prince Tian Luo also desired to learn teleportation and listened carefully. Not only the two of them, Lin En, Anna and Lu Yi also had a thoughtful look on their faces. On the other hand, Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, the Li brothers, the ox-head Fan Lun Tai and the bald Ning Hai were completely confused. As for the ox-head Liao and the four orc girls, they had already given up on learning. They knew that they were not that kind of material, so they might as well save their breath. In the end, the old man Ning Hai also let out a long sigh. He had given up on learning. How could it be easy to learn a skill that he could not learn for his entire life in a few minutes? Regarding teleportation, the one who learned it the fastest was not Shui Tan Lang, nor was it Prince Tian Luo or Lu Yi who had the perforate deer. It was Wei Tai Lang. After listening to Yue Yang's words, it quickly understood. After almost failing, Wei Tai Lang accidentally grasped the teleportation technique and successfully teleported. Although the effect of teleportation was very bad, it deviated from its target by more than 10 meters and crashed straight into the rock wall. However, its performance still made Shui Tan Lang and the others dumbfounded and ashamed. Could it be that a dignified human could not compare to a wolf? Fatty Hai was about to cry. He realized that he really could not compare to a wolf, especially when this wolf was Wei Tai Lang. Success. Half an hour later, Shui Tan Lang successfully teleported 10 meters away. Although it deviated by 3 meters, his face was still flushed with excitement as he howled excitedly towards the sky. Woof, awoo, Wei Tai Lang howled towards the sky. He had now completely grasped teleportation and would not deviate at all. Although the teleportation distance was not considered far, it was undoubtedly much better than Shui Tan Lang. Plop. Fatty Hai was so anxious that he let out a loud fart. After everyone heard it, they all scrambled to avoid it. Under this kind of pressure, Lu Yi, Prince Tian Luo and Anna all successfully teleported. Especially Lu Yi, who had the most accurate grasp of teleportation. She, who had a natural advantage, in order to give Yue Yang a surprise, bravely teleported to the outside of the guillotine gate. She went to the side of her guardian beast and became the first person to pass through the barrier of the guillotine gate. Of course, in front of her, Wei Tai Lang was already jumping around. It quickly teleported inside and outside, trying its best to provoke Fatty Hai, wanting him to let out another loud fart. Yue Yang decided to give everyone a little more pressure. He teleported to Lu Yi's side and inserted a crystal pillar that emitted energy waves into the ground. Those who can teleport, come over. Those who can't, wait for the guillotine gate to open automatically. It should open once a day. I won't wait, you guys slowly practice. When he said that, Bao became anxious. Wait for me. She couldn't wait to summon her guardian beast and closed her eyes. With a wave of the small flower fairy's hand, she instantly teleported to Yue Yang's side. She hugged his arm and proudly raised her small face. Let's go and find the treasure first. When we find the treasure, we'll take it first. Lu Yi originally wanted to stay and practice with everyone, but Yue Yang waved his hand. You follow too. Her heart inexplicably jumped a few times. She hurriedly lowered her head, not daring to look at his eyes. She weakly replied, yes. After Yue Yang, Bao and Lu Yi left. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. It was too painful to have such a strict teacher, especially when this teacher was still very young. It made them feel even more ashamed. Shui Tan Lang, Prince Tian Luo and Anna, who had learned how to teleport, did not follow. The three of them knew that Yue Yang had the intention to specially train Bao and Lu Yi, especially Lu Yi, who had the perforate deer and the purification inherent skill. It seemed like she would be the focus of his training. Chapter 486 Inches. I'm such a pig head. Even now, I still can't learn it. Fatty Hai beat his chest and stamped his feet. Actually, he felt a little bit of it, but he kept failing. After hundreds of attempts, he did not succeed even once. You only know now that you're a pig head. Yi Kong had also failed a few hundred times. However, he had at least succeeded once. Although he was too excited afterwards and didn't manage to grasp that feeling, and had to start all over again, he had at least succeeded once. Compared to Fatty Hai, he was still considered to be a little stronger. Therefore, he hit Fatty Hai even more when he was down. La. What was even more infuriating was Wei Tai Lang. He teleported from Fatty Hai's side, shaking his buttocks and wagging his tail as he danced in the palace. His attitude was so arrogant that it made Fatty Hai cry even more. Shui Tan Lang clenched his fists tightly. Not only did he want to succeed, he wanted to be fast. He wanted to be like Yue Yang, teleporting at will. Although he knew that there was still a huge gap between him and his brother-in-law, he would never lower his requirements. Instead, he always used extremely strict standards and vowed to be as perfect as Yue Yang. In terms of training, he had always been a perfectionist. Of course, it was not only Shui Tan Lang, but also Prince of Tian Luo and even Yi Kong. Lin En and the rest were already used to their masochistic training. They also understood why humans grew so much faster than the elves, ox heads, orcs and other races. The reason why human warriors grew so fast was not because they were superior to other races. On the contrary, humans were born with the least advantages. They had short lifespans, poor abilities and harsh living conditions. The reason why humans were able to produce strong warriors so quickly was very simple. It was because human warriors were too focused and crazy in their training compared to the elves and ox heads. Let's not talk about Yue Yang. If we were to compare the young human Shui Tanlang, his 1 year of training would at least be comparable to the 30 years of training of the peaceful Golden Elves, or even more. With this comparison, it was not difficult to understand why a Golden Elf warrior who had lived for hundreds of years could not compare to Shui Tanlang, who was not even 20 years old. While Fatty Hai and the rest continued to train hard, on the other side of the passage, Yue Yang brought Lu Yi and Bao forward to explore. Lu Yi lowered her head. After following Yue Yang for a long distance, she suddenly asked softly, "Do you have something to tell me?" She felt that Yue Yang had looked at her a few times along the way. Could it be that he had something to say to her? Although she was shy, she couldn't help but ask. "I'll tell you when the time is right." When Yue Yang said this, Lu Yi suddenly understood. With Bao here, it shouldn't be convenient for him to say it, but what would he say to her? Lu Yi was a little curious and looked up at Yue Yang's face. Seeing his smile, her heart inexplicably jumped a few times. She quickly lowered her head and did not dare to look again. Yue Yang pointed to a dark path in front of them and said to Lu Yi, "Let's do a special training first. Bao and I will be in charge of concealing ourselves. You have to act like hide and seek and use the perforate deer to find us. We will conceal ourselves 10 times. If you can find us 10 times, then you pass. Otherwise, I won't give you any special training in the future." "Yes, I will do my best." Lu Yi was actually very eager to have a chance to prove herself in front of Yue Yang. She couldn't tell why. On the contrary, seeing him disappointed was what she didn't want the most. For example, when the perforate deer stopped at the golden barrier and couldn't successfully pass through, it made her secretly sad for a long time. "Sense it, you must pay attention to feeling it with your heart. I believe you can do it, you are very talented." Yue Yang gave Lu Yi a bright smile to encourage her. Lu Yi looked at Yue Yang and didn't say anything. She just nodded very seriously. It took a lot of effort for her to suppress the excitement in her heart. After hearing his praise, Lu Yi felt an indescribable excitement in her whole body. An hour later, the exhausted Lu Yi walked in the dark, forcing her mind to sense her surroundings. She was only left with the last 2 times. The further she went, the more difficult it would be to sense him. To be precise, every time she found Yue Yang, his next hiding would be slightly more difficult. It was fine at the beginning, but after 5 times, it would take a lot of energy to sense him. Even if he wasn't hiding very far away, even if he was within 50 meters of her and kept looking at her, she couldn't find him. She suppressed her tired spirit, focused her attention, and felt it with her heart. Lu Yi searched for the dark surroundings over and over again. She sensed wrongly more than a dozen times, and she couldn't continue sensing because of her mental exhaustion. But she didn't give up and bit her cherry lips. Finally, there was a slight flash of feeling. Lu Yi was so excited that she almost screamed. But while the feeling was still there, she immediately ordered the perforate deer to go over and determine the target. When the perforate deer arrived, Lu Yi once again resisted the dizziness in her head and used teleportation to rush to Yue Yang's side. According to the rules, she caught him. The 9th special training was considered a success. Because of the extreme mental exhaustion, there was a slight deviation in the teleportation. Her hand didn't catch him, but instead, she hit the wall behind him. "Are you okay?" Yue Yang reached out and gently supported Lu Yi, who had fallen to the ground. "No, I'm fine. I still need one more time." Lu Yi was embarrassed. She covered her hurting forehead and shook her head in embarrassment. Why was she so stupid? Why did she always make a fool of herself in front of him? "Do you want to rest?" Yue Yang rubbed her forehead and used his innate qi to disperse the blood on her swollen forehead. He asked her if she wanted to rest. "No need." Lu Yi shook her head stubbornly. She actually wanted to rest. Her body was already overdrawn and she was really tired. If she sat on the ground, she would definitely not be able to get up again. Even though she knew that the ground was full of mud and extremely dirty, she still had a desire to lie down and rest immediately. But when he asked if she wanted to rest, Lu Yi had a strong stubbornness. She didn't want him to see her weakness. Not only did she have to meet his requirements, but she also had to exceed his expectations. Lu Yi tried hard to stand up straight, trying not to let him see that she had reached her limit. She nodded heavily, indicating that she could do it. Secretly, she was holding back her tears. She also clenched her teeth. She didn't want to show her weakness, and she didn't want him to know. 3 hours later, Lu Yi stumbled in the passage. She couldn't remember how many times she had fallen or how many times she had failed to sense him. There was one time when she fell to the ground and even thought of giving up. This was because she suddenly had a kind of suspicion in her heart. She suspected that Yue Yang had already left her here to train alone. However, she immediately rejected that kind of thought that would waver her willpower. She firmly believed that Yue Yang was not far from her. He had always been watching her in the darkness. Her cowardly tears and her useless failure had all fallen into his eyes. He must be very disappointed in her. She must not let him down. She had met his requirements, and she had to exceed his expectations. No one had ever been sure of her, only him. Only him. With an unimaginable tenacity, Lu Yi stood up again and tried to sense him again and again. In a state of exhaustion, she struggled to support her body and overdraft her spirit, constantly exploring and sensing his existence. Her body reached its limit countless times, and she almost fainted. She forced herself to hold on. Finally, in one of her senses, she found a very small breath. It seemed to be his breath, but it also seemed like an illusion. But Lu Yi quickly bit the tip of her tongue and used the pain to stimulate her numb spirit, trying to sense it. At the moment when she clearly sensed it, something in her mind suddenly exploded, like a broken mirror, or like the sudden collapse of ice. In short, Lu Yi felt that something in her mind had broken. She had a terrible headache, and the tendons in her body were twitching. Even if she died, she had to teleport to his side and complete his request. Lu Yi was determined. She summoned her grimoire and summoned her guardian beast, Perforate Deer. Go, little deer. Lu Yi pointed to a dark place and ordered the silver deer to go. Then, before she fainted, she followed the Perforate Deer and teleported. Well done. Lu Yi felt herself falling into a warm embrace, and strong hands caught her falling body. His voice rang out. It seemed to be praising her. However, Lu Yi didn't hear it clearly and fainted. She, who was in a daze, did not see that her grimoire was emitting countless rays of golden light. A golden pillar of light rose up and enveloped her body. As for the silver deer that was bathed in the golden light, its body slowly changed shape and grew a little bigger. The tiny antlers on its head also extended into a small fork. After Lu Yi broke through her limit, her level increased. Her guardian beast, Perforate Deer, also increased at the same time. It was promoted from silver level 2 to silver level 3. Moreover, Lu Yi didn't know what she did at the last moment. When the Perforate Deer arrived at Yue Yang's side, she didn't take the time to sense it like usual. She didn't determine the target and hurriedly teleported. Even at the last moment, she synchronized with the Perforate Deer and arrived in front of Yue Yang at the same time. This was the result that Yue Yang wanted to see the most. Originally, Yue Yang had thought of using a month or even 3 months to train her so that Lu Yi could synchronize with the Perforate Deer's teleportation. He didn't expect that this stubborn Lu Yi only used 3 hours to do it. Her innate talent, combined with her stubborn willpower, the power that she could unleash was beyond Yue Yang's expectations. Although she had not really achieved teleportation in one body, with this successful start, Yue Yang believed that as long as he used his innate chi to open up the meridians in her body, and then used Nirvana Flame to purify her body, Lu Yi would be able to master teleportation in one body with her guardian beast, Perforate Deer, after training for half a month or even shorter. If she could do that, then her future would be limitless. The golden barrier of the mysterious palace and the various restrictions of the god's ruins probably wouldn't be able to stop her. With Lu Yi, Yue Yang felt that he could enter the mysterious palace before the Black Hell King. Let the Black Hell King continue to attack the golden barrier from the outside. Anyway, this guy's fate was destined to be tragic. Chapter 487. When Lu Yi woke up, she realized that she was lying on Yue Yang's back. At the side, Bao the golden elf was cheering, as if she was cheering for someone. Lu Yi quietly raised her head and looked over Yue Yang's shoulder. She was shocked. She realized that there was a huge space in front of her. Fatty Hai, Yi Kong, Shui Tan Lang and the others were fighting fiercely. Countless monsters were like a tide, surging out from the huge blood pool. What's going on? Lu Yi was shocked. You're awake. I was the one who found this blood lake torture chamber. I'm amazing, right? Bao proudly showed off. Lu Yi roughly understood what was going on from Bao's incoherent, confusing and illogical speech. With Yue Yang's occasional additions, she finally understood. So Bao was the same as her, participating in the special training. However, her special training was 10,000 times easier than hers, because the task that Yue Yang gave her was to sleep. Bao didn't need to do anything. She just needed to sleep and let Yue Yang adjust her body. When she woke up, she realized that she had improved a lot. She was secretly a little proud, but there was no one else around, so she couldn't show off. Lu Yi was unconscious and Bao had nothing to do. She was so bored that she could only wander around. When she was waiting for Shui Tan Lang and the others to come, she accidentally opened another secret door. After Yue Yang's appraisal, this ancient secret door could actually be opened. However, ordinary people's strength would not be able to move it. Only innate level 5 and above could open it. Although the person who opened the secret door was Yue Yang, Bao still gave most of the credit to herself. Just like that, Yue Yang and Bao found this Blood Lake torture chamber. This was the entrance to the Blood Lake torture chamber. Beside Yue Yang, there was a strange ancient obelisk. On it, there was a sentence written in heaven runes. If it was translated into modern words, it would be, Giant Wu Su blasphemed God, he committed a heinous crime and must receive the most severe punishment. Death is not enough to atone for his crimes, so this Blood Lake torture chamber was specially built. He will be tortured here until 100,000 years later. When he is released, he will officially receive the death sentence. Yue Yang couldn't recognize the combination of these heaven runes, but he had a rough idea. That was to say, there was a giant called Wu Su who was imprisoned in this Blood Lake torture chamber. He would be imprisoned and tortured for 100,000 years before he could be executed. If it were any other powerhouse, they might have acted like a savior and thought of a way to save the Wu Su giant. Yue Yang didn't have that much of a headache. He also wanted to see Wu Su, but not to save him, but to kill him. Yue Yang guessed that there must be some kind of treasure that could trap Wu Su for 100,000 years. Whether Wu Su had to be tortured for 100,000 years, Yue Yang didn't care. What he liked was the treasure that trapped this giant. If there really wasn't any treasure, then he would kill this giant. Yue Yang felt that his Wei Jin magic blade was still lacking an evil soul. If he devoured it, he might be able to refine it into a holy ranked weapon. It wasn't that there weren't any holy ranked weapons. The god-killing dagger was one, and it was a top-grade one. However, the Wei Jin magic blade was made by Yue Yang using his own blood, so it was more important. The possibility of the platinum-ranked crescent moon being upgraded was not high, but the Wei Jin magic blade could be upgraded. As long as there was an evil and strong warrior's soul, the Bone Dragon's Demon Dragon Crystal, the Flame Lord's Flame Heart, the Dark Golden Spectre's Black Soul Pearl and the Golden Golem's Silver Soul Pearl. With these conditions, it was definitely possible for the Wei Jin magic blade to be upgraded to a holy ranked weapon. It might even become a top-grade holy ranked weapon. As for upgrading it to a divine ranked weapon, Yue Yang didn't want to think about it at the moment. Divine ranked weapons weren't something that could be upgraded just because one wanted to. The owner had to be strong enough. Furthermore, Yue Yang didn't lack divine ranked weapons. Wasn't the prison emperor divine seal still there? Even if it didn't recognize him as its owner, Yue Yang could only use it to smash chestnuts for now. Do your best, be careful, there are a few more blood pythons coming out. Bao cheered Fatty Hai and the others excitedly. Little ancestor, it's fine if you don't want to help, but don't open your mouth again. My heart is trembling when I hear you. Fatty Hai begged Bao not to shout as if he was begging his grandpa and grandma, because if she shouted, a few strong monsters would appear out of nowhere. Of course, he knew that he couldn't blame Bao. This Blood Lake torture chamber was such an abnormal place. They had already killed tens of thousands of ancient beasts, but there was still an endless stream of them coming out. All of you, get out of the way, Shui Tan Lang was enraged. He exploded with a terrifying aura and rotated with the storm giant. The entrance of the Blood Lake torture chamber turned into a world of ice and snow in an instant. Countless snowflakes floated down from the sky. Shui Tan Lang's guardian beast, the storm giant, turned everything into ice sculptures wherever it passed. Even the gold rank level 6 giant blood pythons rolled on the ground in pain, gradually becoming stiff. Prince of Tian Luo cooperated well. His guardian beast, Skyfire Meteor, was summoned and crashed down from the dome. Even the most powerful blood python was unable to withstand the dual attacks of Frost and Meteor. One by one, they turned into corpses that were either shattered or charred, dying miserably on the spot. Throughout the whole battle, Yue Yang didn't make a move at all. He only watched Yi Kong and Fatty Hai fight. This was just the beginning. There would be more and more cruel battles waiting for them. However, this kind of battle was an extremely good stimulant for cultivation. Although it was painful, it was certain that as long as Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, Shui Tan Lang and the others could endure it, leveling up would definitely not be a problem. At the entrance of the Blood Lake torture chamber, after 1 hour and 5 minutes, they passed. At the first floor of the Blood Lake torture chamber, after 3 hours, Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the others used their great totem battle technique and passed. At the second floor, after 5 hours and 17 minutes, the Li brothers fainted from their heavy injuries. The ox head Liao and elder Ning Hai collapsed on the ground. Passed. At the third floor, after 9 hours and 23 minutes, Fatty Hai transformed into an ugly behemoth and exhausted all his energy. The 4 orc girls and the ox head Fan Lun Tai collapsed on the ground. Lin En was heavily injured. Passed. At the fourth floor, after 18 hours and 42 minutes, Yi Kong was heavily injured, Shui Tan Lang and Prince of Tian Luo were heavily injured, Anna fainted, Lu Yi fainted, Fatty Hai collapsed on the ground after his second transformation, the ox head Liao's horn was broken, the Li brothers were heavily injured and on the verge of death. Other than Yue Yang, only Bao still had energy left. Passed. At the fifth floor, when the whole team reached the fifth floor, they arrived at the real Blood Lake torture chamber. The weakest monster here was also the strongest gold-ranked level 6 giant blood python outside. There was only one person who could fight, and that was Yue Yang. Wei Tai Lang summoned his grimoire and raised his protective shield, protecting the whole team in the middle. Yue Yang took a big step forward, emitting the aura of a demon king. All the monsters ran away when they heard him. 2 kilometers away, there was a wall that was close to 1,000 meters tall. Several dark golden chains hung down from it, and a person was hanging from it. This person was an unimaginable giant. Yue Yang had never seen such a tall giant before. Forget about humans, even the demon abyss demons that were 10 meters tall were insignificant compared to this giant. This giant was 200 to 300 meters tall, or even taller. This was because the lower part of his body had completely disappeared, leaving only his upper body, which was more than 100 meters tall. From this, it could be deduced that his original height was around 300 meters tall. Needless to say, this person was definitely the legendary Titan giant. Compared to him, the 50-meter tall King of Black Light and the 60-meter long Black Dragon looked like miniature toys. As for meeting such a Titan giant, Yue Yang had never thought that he, a fake, little Titan, would meet a real, great Titan, one day. This unimaginable Titan giant had bulging muscles all over his body. He was incomparably sturdy, and his skin was as black as iron. It was a visual impact. Fatty Hai, who was coughing blood, fainted from shock when he saw this giant. Even Shui Tan Lang, who was the bravest among them, was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Not only them, even Yue Yang felt his blood boiling. No one knew how long this Titan giant had been locked up in this Blood Lake torture chamber. Now, he had at least the strength of an innate level 1. In other words, this Titan giant who was locked up here had the strength of the Black Hell King. The only difference was that he didn't have any holy ranked equipment to protect himself, and was being strangled by those extremely long dark golden chains. An extremely concentrated killing intent flashed in Yue Yang's eyes. Kill this giant, steal his power, strengthen his Wei Jin magic blade. As for justice and evil, that had nothing to do with him. Maybe this kind of encounter was fate's arrangement. If not, how could he coincidentally barge into this Blood Lake torture chamber? What an interesting young human. Tens of thousands of years have passed, and the humans now are much stronger than before. He's only in his 20s, and he's still a budding little boy, but he's already improved so much. It's really scary. It was indeed not wrong for me to massacre a large number of humans back then. It's a pity that those stupid old fellows still think they're infallible. Ha ha ha, I, Wu Su, have always said that humans are the Titan's natural enemies, but no one agrees. Do you want to kill me? Young Bean Sprout, I'm sorry, but I think you still don't know that we Titan giants have an immortal body. The giant opened his mouth. His voice was even louder than thunder. Once he opened his mouth, the entire Blood Lake torture chamber shook. If there weren't a few god-binding chains restraining you, I wouldn't be able to kill you. However, the current you is just an old dog that has fallen into the water. Yue Yang tried his best to mock the enemy to cheer himself up. What, are you trying to make me laugh to death? Wu Su is not someone you can defeat. Because Wu Su is a Titan with an immortal body. Even a god cannot kill me, Wu Su, understand? The giant who called himself Wu Su struggled with all his might, pulling the dark golden chains. Instantly, An earthquake was triggered, and the entire Blood Lake torture chamber shook. Chapter 488 Inches. You guys go back first. Yue Yang turned around and waved his hand at Ye Kong, Fatty Hai, Shui Tan Lang and Prince of Tien Luo, who were covered in blood and were still standing up stubbornly, ready to fight with their last bit of strength. This guy is my opponent. Ye Kong wanted to stay, even though he knew he couldn't help, he still hoped to stay and see if he could share some of the burden with Yue Yang. Alright, Shui Tan Lang was different, he immediately turned around and left. Compared to Ye Kong, Shui Tan Lang's determination to stay and fight with his life was not reduced at all. But Shui Tan Lang was very clear, he knew that with his team's current strength, not to mention all of them were heavily injured and exhausted, even if everyone was in good condition, they wouldn't have the chance to help Yue Yang. Staying would only be a burden, there was no other possibility. That Titan giant was many times stronger than the wild boar king Fierce Tooth of the North from the Black Hell Army, and with such a huge body, it was impossible to win. If they really wanted to help Yue Yang, the best way was to leave and find a supreme innate, such as Sky Law, to let her help. Staying at home would definitely implicate him. Lin En and the others understood and left with Shui Tan Lang. Only Fatty Hai suggested to return to the 4th floor and come down after the battle. Lu Yi stood up for the first time in her life and made a decision, all of you go back, I will stay. Everyone was taken aback by her actions. How could they leave her, the weakest one, behind? Any random blood python would be able to swallow her whole. Even the shockwave from the clash between Yue Yang and the Titan Wusu could kill her. Leave her behind? Absolutely not. Lu Yi had her own reasons. I have the perforate deer, if he is really in danger, I can teleport to his side and bring him away. Prince of Tien Luo thought about it and rejected it. It might be a good idea for you to stay, but Lu Yi, we can't let you take the risk. Furthermore, we have to believe in Yue Yang even more. There's no need to use this plan that will fail in the end. We have to believe in him. He will definitely win. If he isn't confident, Yue Yang wouldn't take the initiative to challenge the other party. Since he wants to fight, then we have to believe in him. Now, let's all leave and return to the Yu clan castle, then we can discuss further. Unable to resist the strong demands of the crowd, Lu Yi finally changed her mind. You want to leave? Let me, Wu Su, send you on your last journey. The titan that had been strung up in front of the giant wall suddenly started laughing loudly. Countless magical beasts surged out like a tide as he willed them to do so. However, the most terrifying killing move was the 2-finger gusts that he flicked out when he bent down halfway. He flicked his finger at Yue Yang. The other one flew towards Ye Kong and Fatty Hai. The 2-finger gusts that Wu Su had casually flicked out did not feel strong at first. However, as it moved forward, it continued to increase in speed and quickly exploded. It broke through the sound barrier and formed 2 huge wind pillars that seemed as if they were going to shatter space. One of them flew towards Yue Yang, who was ready to attack, while the other flew towards the crowd who were 2 kilometers away. Its speed was extremely fast, even faster than the speed of sound by a few times. The huge pillar-like finger gusts reached the 2-kilometer distance in a few seconds. It was unimaginably fast. Ye Kong, Fatty Hai and the others were overwhelmed with shock. Such a terrifying power was actually just a casual flick of the opponent's finger gusts. Wei Tai Lang was like a demon king that had descended to the world. He roared towards the sky, his voice piercing everyone's ears like thunder. His whole body was burning with dark golden flames. With an irresistible force, he forcefully collided with the wind pillar. Rumble. Wei Tai Lang, who had leapt forward 50 meters, was still pushed back more than 30 meters despite his claws digging into the ground. 4 deep claw marks were left on the hard ground. The shockwave from the collision caused Ye Kong, Fatty Hai and the others, who were already prepared for it, to stagger. It was just a finger gusts from 2 kilometers away. Even when it was blocked by Wei Tai Lang furiously, it still had such power. Shui Tan Lang and the others knew that their opponent was extremely strong, but they never thought that this titan giant named Wu Su would be so unbelievably strong. This completely dispelled everyone's determination to stay. Everyone was clear that staying would not help Yue Yang at all. Instead, they would become his burden. Wei Tai Lang killed a few of the fastest beasts. He did not linger and quickly retreated to protect everyone as they left. He completely left the battlefield to his master. Yue Yang was different from Wei Tai Lang. The wind pillar that Wu Su shot out could be deflected to his side with a wave of his hand. Using this wind pillar, Yue Yang heavily injured many beasts. It's actually a divine beast. Even though it's still in its infancy stage, it's not bad. It's a pity that Wusu is trapped here. Otherwise, I would definitely kill all these troublemakers. The Titan giant snorted coldly. There was lightning flashing on his face. It seemed that he still had a long-range attack. Because of Yue Yang's casual way of dealing with the situation, he changed his mind. Yue Yang unsealed his innate level 1 powers and took out his gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear. The purplish gold heaven's fury fire lotus danced in the air. Wherever the spear pointed, all the beasts fell to the ground. Although the shape of the spear was not big, its power was not any weaker than the wind pillar that Wusu shot out. Every time the spear stabbed out, the spear would pierce through the beast horde, leaving a bloody and empty path. The beasts that looked extremely strong in the eyes of Shui Tan Lang and the others were nothing in the hands of Yue Yang. He could kill them easily. It was because of Yue Yang's help that the small team could leave the Blood Lake torture chamber unscathed. Before leaving, Wei Tai Lang even called out to Yue Yang a few times. He actually wanted to stay the most. However, Wei Tai Lang was already intelligent enough to understand the mission that his master had given him. That was to protect the lives of this team. Do you want to use this toothpick to clean my teeth? Ha. The Titan giant Wusu laughed unscrupulously. Although the gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear could kill the Golden Dragon King, it was not enough to deal with the ancient Titan. Unless he had a complete set of the dragon-slaying set and could unleash the power of a holy weapon, he would not be able to hurt him. These are your last words. Yue Yang laughed coldly as well and unsealed his innate level 2 powers. A strong shockwave spread across the entire 5th level of the Blood Lake torture chamber. The purplish gold flames formed a concentrated fire pillar that burned for a long time. Countless frost flowers floated down from the dome. The beasts that were chased out by the Titan giants were either roasted alive by the Heaven's Fury Fire Lotus, or frozen into ice sculptures by the frost flowers that contained extreme cold yin energy. Only a dozen or so of the strongest demonic beasts managed to escape with their lives. Yue Yang kept the gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear, closed his eyes and unsealed his innate level 3 powers. Wusu, the Titan giant, suddenly smiled mysteriously. Lightning appeared in front of him again. Hundreds of electric currents that resembled electric snakes quickly gathered in his right palm, forming a terrifying thunderbolt. In an instant, Wusu's aura exploded like a volcano eruption. With an unparalleled strength that could easily defeat a giant dragon, the cunning Titan Wusu swung his arm towards Yue Yang. The hurricane-like palm energy concealed the destructive thunderbolt. In less than a second, the thunderbolt had already surpassed the speed of sound, broke through the palm energy hurricane, tore through space and shot towards Yue Yang. Yue Yang stretched out his hand to catch it, but his entire body was immediately sent flying by this unimaginable force. He flew back 1,000 meters. With a loud bang, he smashed into the hard rock surface and was buried deep in the rubble. The shockwave sent the rubble flying everywhere, and dust filled the air. For a long time, there was still no movement in the huge pit. Wusu, the Titan giant, spat in disdain. PFF'd, human, what a puny creature. How dare you compete with the Titan clan? You overestimate yourself. Although he was slightly surprised that he could kill his enemy in one hit, he did not doubt the power of his thunderbolt. Not to mention humans, even giant dragons, or even the ancient behemoths in the heaven realm would fall in one hit. Although the human just now was not bad, he was still very young. How dare he unseal his innate power so slowly and leisurely against him? He was really a flower in a greenhouse. Didn't any of his enemies teach him to be wary of the enemy's sneak attack? At the thought of this, Wusu laughed out loud. He loved to kill humans, especially the little buds with the most potential. He wanted to kill them before they could grow. The thrill of killing a small sprout was too satisfying. Nothing in the world could compare to it. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Wusu's laughter was like thunder, resounding throughout the entire Blood Lake torture chamber. The entire Blood Lake torture chamber trembled under his maniacal laughter. Just as Wusu was laughing proudly and comfortably, a figure flashed in front of Wusu. He was wearing a tattered wyvern leather armor. His clothes and the ends of his hair were slightly burnt due to the thunderbolt. However, his eyes were unusually clear, like the spring water quietly flowing over the rocks in the stream. This person was, of course, Yue Yang. Between his hands, there was an extremely small and concentrated thunderbolt ball that was disappearing continuously. To be more accurate, he was using the devouring ability in his body to continuously devour and absorb the thunderbolt that Wusu had thrown out. Seeing Yue Yang in such a state, Wu Su's laughter was like a knife. For the first time, a look of disbelief appeared in his huge eyes. He could not help but exclaim, "How can you devour my thunderbolt? That's my thunderbolt. Continue laughing, you will soon become history." Yue Yang waited until the last bit of thunderbolt was completely absorbed by the uncontrollable devouring black hole in his body. Then, he gently tore off the tattered wyvern leather armor on his body, revealing his perfect body. Wu Su saw that there was not a single wound on this young human's body. The attack that he had accumulated his strength just now was completely withstood by the other party. Completely unharmed. How could this be possible? If the thunderbolt hit directly, the giant dragon would also fall to the ground. How could a small human boy be immune to thunderbolt? And it was a thunderbolt thrown out by the titan. Wu Su suddenly realized something and roared, "Cunning human, you have a treasure that can resist thunderbolt." Yue Yang shook his head. His lips curled into a mocking smile. "Fool, don't think that you are the only one who knows how to control thunderbolt." As he finished speaking, the purplish-blue thunderbolt on Yue Yang's body flowed endlessly as if it had a life of its own. Countless electric arcs were like small electric snakes that gathered in Yue Yang's palm, forming a special form of purple lightning that was similar to the Titan's thunderbolt. The only difference between the two was the color. The thunderbolt that Wu Su had condensed was a bright silver Titan's thunderbolt. On the other hand, the thunderbolt that Yue Yang had condensed in his hand was a deep purple. Within the purple, there was a tinge of blue and even a hint of golden light. As Yue Yang condensed the thunderbolt, he unsealed himself to innate level 4. Then, with a burst of strength, he angrily threw the purple thunderbolt back at Wu Su. "Cry, you pathetic egomaniac." Chapter 489. The purple lightning struck Wu Su's huge hand that he had used to block. Wu Su was confident that as a titan, the controller of thunder and lightning, there was no electric current in the world that could hurt him, especially the pair of huge hands that he used to condense thunderbolts. Boom! A deafening explosion occurred between Wu Su's huge hands. The lightning was like a snake, flashing wildly. It then spread out in midair, forming a mysterious diagram that was formed by countless purple electric snakes. It was big on the outside but small on the inside. The electric current extended inward as if it was swallowed by a black hole. When it reached its limit, it exploded with earth-shattering power. The original purple lightning seemed to have received some kind of energy and expanded rapidly. With a power that was 100 times stronger than before, it formed a purple lightning storm that surrounded Wu Su's body. Even as the controller of thunder and lightning, under the purple lightning storm, Wu Su was shaken by the electric current. His huge body convulsed violently. "I, Wu Su, am a titan, how can I be hurt by electric current?" Wu Su was confused. If it was an ordinary giant that was hit by lightning and injured, then it would be fine. However, he was an ancient titan, a natural controller of thunder and lightning. He was almost immune to any electric current in the world. However, he was hit by the purple lightning and the pain was unbearable. This was too strange, unimaginable. His thunderbolts were unable to hurt the other party, but the human boy that looked like a bean sprout could hurt him with purple lightning. Could it be that he was dreaming? Yue Yang laughed coldly and did not say anything. Ever since he merged with impatience, he gradually grasped the power of her god's punishment. Although it was not as powerful as impatience, who could destroy the world with one strike, it was not weak either. If it was not for the fact that Yue Yang had not fully grasped the power of thunder and lightning, Wu Su, the ancient titan, would have been more seriously injured and in an even more pathetic state. Impatience's heaven's punishment thunder contained an extremely strong judgment type. Spiritual energy. Even the Hell-Black Dragon King, who was known to be immune to elemental damage, would fall to the ground immediately after taking a hit. Putting aside impatience's judgment and destruction type of heaven's punishment power, if it was Shui Wuxia instead, her yin ability and destructive will thunder was not something that Wu Su could be completely immune to. The purple lightning released by Yue Yang was no less powerful than the Heaven's Fury Fire Lotus, which contained a suppressive force and a violent will. Combined with the Heaven Rune Circle, it formed a purple lightning storm. Although it was unable to cause more damage to Wu Su, who was an ancient titan, it was not a problem to make him suffer. This attack was not mainly for damage. It was intimidation, stepping on the enemy's proudest spot with one foot. Wu Su's most powerful Titan Thunderbolt was finally suppressed by the purple lightning. This was not because the purple lightning was stronger than the Titan Thunderbolt, but because of the user. If you think that I only know how to throw lightning bolts, you're wrong. You are gravely mistaken. Wu Su roared. His voice shook the entire Blood Lake torture chamber. His arms shone brightly. His skin, which was originally like black obsidian, became a blazing gold. An energy giant that was more than 100 meters tall slowly squeezed out from Wu Su's body. With Wu Su's powerful punch, it fiercely pounced towards Yue Yang. Doing the same action, it stretched out its hand to attack Yue Yang together with Wu Su's huge punch. Yue Yang's afterimage disappeared. Teleportation. He appeared under Wu Su's melted body. His Wei Jin magic blade carried a 100-meter-long purple-gold flame and slashed towards Wu Su's broken body. Insignificant skill. Wu Su jumped upwards like a skipping rope. The dark golden chains that were deeply embedded in his wrists made a circle in the air and easily destroyed the purple-gold flame. That blazing gold energy giant moved as fast as lightning. It immediately turned around and punched towards Yue Yang. If he was hit by this energy giant or Wu Su's punch, the consequences would be even worse than being hit by a group of golden mammoths. Yue Yang mysteriously dodged, not letting the enemy's attack graze him at all. Under the coordinated attacks of the energy giant and Wu Su, Yue Yang calmly escaped from the rain of punches. Wu Su looked at Yue Yang in disbelief. Now, he suddenly realized the benefits of being small. A human's body was very small and could not fight against a titan's strength. However, a titan's fist was too big. It was not easy to hit an agile human, especially when this human boy was 100 times more slippery than a loach. Brute force could not subdue him at all. Domain. Wu Su shouted. The blazing gold energy giant heavily hit the ground with both of its hands. Its energy body quickly melted and turned into golden light that shot out in all directions. A circle of light spread out rapidly. It easily went beyond Yue Yang's front, back, left and right, enveloping him within it. The circle of light was 100 meters wide. From the ground, a light barrier that seemed slow but was actually fast rose. It was also 100 meters tall and completely enveloped Yue Yang within it. Yue Yang, who was within the range of Wu Su's domain, did not panic. He did not even summon his grimoire. He only used his Yang ability to wrap the Heaven's Fury Fire Lotus flames around his body. At the same time, he carefully sensed the opponent's domain power. What kind of domain power was this? This was not the first time Yue Yang had seen a domain. He already knew about the existence of domain power when he was fighting against Moki Shu Ling. However, Yue Yang had never seen a domain like Wu Su's. Not only was it huge, it could also form a semicircle and completely envelop the enemy. Compared to his own star explosion and devour, this energy giant transformed into a shield-like domain was definitely terrifying. Energy deprivation. Wu Su stretched out his hand and grabbed at Yue Yang. Yue Yang felt a force that was close to the law surging around his body. It completely drew away the Heaven's Fury Fire Lotus around him and bounced him out of the shield. What's the use of a little sprout like you without protective chi? Wu Su unleashed the power of a level 1 and 8. His entire body was like a dark golden sun. Obsidian's body was almost golden, so brilliant that people could not look at it directly. The energy radiating from his body was even more intense than the sun's light, making Yue Yang unable to look at it directly. Amidst Wu Su's maniacal laughter, the energy radiating from his body formed into a sharp golden light arrow. All the light arrows were formed by energy and shot towards Yue Yang like a storm. Ice. Countless cold air surged out from Yue Yang's body. The entire space seemed to have turned into a world of ice and snow as countless snowflakes floated down. When the light arrows shot towards him, the ice shield around Yue Yang and the crystallized snowflakes reflected them back one by one. Even if the Heaven's Fury Fire Lotus could not be used, it was not a problem for Yue Yang. Yue Yang not only mastered the Yang ability, but he was also proficient in the Yin ability and was not inferior in the slightest. Compared to the Heaven's Fury Fire Lotus, the Frost Flowers and the Ice Shield were more effective. Wu Su roared and stretched out his giant hand again. Energy deprivation. What made Yue Yang feel strange was that it was the same this time. A kind of power that was close to the power of the ancient code appeared, sucking away all the Frost Flowers and the Ice Shield, and then bouncing them out of the shield-shaped domain. Yue Yang frowned. He was clearly consciously controlling the Yin ability. These Frost Flowers and the Ice Shield were like his own weapons. They were filled with his will but could be easily taken away. Wu Su's domain was really strange. It seemed that the ability of this domain was to deprive others of their energy. Of course, it was only limited to the surroundings of the other person's body. The energy in the body should not be able to be deprived. What other tricks do you have? My domain can last for a month. Before it disappears, you won't be able to leave. nor will you be able to protect yourself. Watch how I toy with a little being like you to death. Human boy, cry, scream, pee your pants. You humans will never be able to defeat us titans. Wu Su laughed out loud. If he did not have the power of the domain, it would be really difficult for him to kill this slippery human boy with the god-binding chains hanging here. Especially since the thunderbolt was ineffective against this boy. However, now that the domain was out, this boy was definitely dead. He could not escape from the domain, nor could he have anything to protect his body. He was fighting with him naked and without any defense. If this boy could win, he would have to be the incarnation of the legendary god. Ice, fire and thunder don't work. Yue Yang tried to throw a purple lightning at Wu Su, but Wu Su immediately sent it out of the domain. In an instant, Yue Yang, who had used his Heaven Eye's divine vision, finally saw the true situation of this domain. Deprivation domain. The user can use the laws to deprive the enemy of the consciousness of any object and send the object out of the domain. Unable to deprive living objects, unable to deprive the consciousness of holy objects or divine weapons. However, there is a certain probability that the holy object will be sent out of the domain. Within the deprivation domain, there is an absolute law of duel. The user and the enemy coexist. The deprivation domain will only disappear when one of them survives. Currently, it can only last for a month. Yue Yang understood with one look. With this damned deprivation domain, other than holy objects and divine weapons, he could forget about using anything else. What was even more annoying was that the domain could only last for a month. Wu Su shook the entire Blood Lake torture chamber with all his might. The god-binding chains rattled under his shaking. He laughed maniacally. Human, you laughable little bean, what else do you have now? Don't struggle anymore. Cry out loud. This is the only thing you can do, ha ha ha. Yue Yang was speechless. Even with this deprivation domain, it did not mean that he would definitely win, right? Did he not have a domain? And it was not just one. Yue Yang did not summon his grimoire. If he did, he believed that the world domain would absorb the energy of the deprivation domain. Even if the world did not come out, Yue Yang still had a black hole-like, devour, domain. Even if the absorption was slower, Yue Yang was sure that no matter how powerful this deprivation was, it would not be able to withstand his devour. Wail under my light arrows. I, Wu Su, really can't bear to kill you in one go. Tremble, human, this is your fate. Wu Su gleefully shot out thousands of light arrows. Without the ice shield and frost flower, what other energy was there to protect Yue Yang's body? Why do people always make people speechless when they're about to die? Yue Yang's body flashed with flames and automatically formed a fire armor. Energy deprivation. Wu Su did not even look and stretched out his hand. Thousands of light arrows shot towards Yue Yang. All of them incinerated the fire armor and disappeared. Wu Su was shocked. When he calmed down and looked again, he was stunned. The legendary Nirvana flame actually appeared on this damned human. Wu Su was dumbfounded. Yue Yang revealed a unique mocking smile. The Nirvana flame that could not be replicated in the 12 zodiac temples and the Gemini temple could not be replicated. It was a unique existence in the world. Would the deprivation domain take away its owners will and send it out of the protective shield? Of course, it was impossible. It was an existence that no one could copy, absorb, deprive or even assimilate. Even if it was the black hole-like, devour, in Yue Yang's body, or the halo-like, world in his grimoire, it was impossible for them to absorb even a tiny bit of Nirvana's flame. With just Wu Su's deprivation domain, he wanted to touch the Nirvana flame. This could only be said to be wishful thinking. At first, Yue Yang was shocked. He was afraid that the deprivation domain would corrode his Nirvana flame, so he did not dare to use it immediately. He did not expect to observe carefully with his Heaven Eye's divine vision. The deprivation domain could not even take away the will of a holy object, let alone the Nirvana flame. If the Nirvana flame was compared to an item, the Heaven's Fury Fire Lotus was only a platinum-ranked treasure. However, the deprivation domain was definitely a divine-ranked weapon, or even a supreme divine-ranked weapon. You actually have the Nirvana flame. The pride in Wu Su's eyes quickly disappeared. Not only the Nirvana flame, I also have the world exterminating wheel. Are you surprised? Cry and tremble, Titan Giant, this is your fate. Yue Yang completely returned Wu Su's arrogant words. Chapter 490 Yu Clan Castle. A day had passed, but Yue Yang had yet to return. Everyone was extremely anxious, but no one could help at all. Ever since they came out of the Blood Lake torture chamber, Shui Tan Lang, Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the others had tried to re-enter, but their attempts had failed. The Blood Lake torture chamber had already been completely sealed, and it was impossible to re-enter. What made them feel even more helpless was that when they left the ancient passage from the god's ruins and teleported back to the Yu clan castle, even the teleportation point that the ancient passage originally recorded had disappeared. Even the old fox who was proficient in teleportation, or the heavenly imperial guardians of Da Sha and Tian Luo Kingdom. However, they had no choice but to give up on the plan of returning to find support for Yue Yang. Zheng Wuyu, Elder Yu Hai and the other seniors did not show it on the surface, but they were secretly anxious. Yue Yang's opponent was not an ordinary innate, but an ancient titan. Would it really be alright for him to fight against an innate elder-level ancient titan alone? It would be a lie to say that they were not worried. When Luo Hua's city mistress and the sickly beauty heard this news, they couldn't sit still. Only Yu Bing believed that her brother would definitely be able to defeat all the rankers and return safely. The little girl had an indescribable confidence in her brother. Fourth Mother was the same as Yu Bing. Fourth Mother comforted the worried Yu, sickly beauty and city mistress Fallen Flowers with a gentle voice. She also comforted Inan who had rushed back after hearing the news. What are ancient titans? Only the carefree little girl Yu Shuang thought that the ancient titans were the same as those peddlers selling sugar figurines on Shangalin Street. Go to sleep, brother will be back soon, it's okay, you guys go rest. Fourth Mother was naturally worried about Yue Yang, but she knew that as the mother of the family, she couldn't let her children see her cowardice. Furthermore, she had to maintain confidence in her own son. In this world, anyone could choose not to support Yue Yang, but she, the fourth mother, couldn't. I can't sleep now, let's wait for a while more. City Mistress Fallen Flowers was stronger, she could still force a smile and comfort fourth mother. Blood Lake Torture Chamber, 5th floor. The battle had long since erupted to its climax. In the great battle between Yue Yang and the ancient titan Wu Su, both sides tried their best to kill their opponent in the Blood Lake Torture Chamber and win the battle. If Yue Yang had used all of his methods to plot against Wu Su, the war between the humans and the titans would have already ended. Wu Su, who had lost his freedom and only had half of his body left, would not be able to fight against Yue Yang, who had the Nirvana Flame, World Exterminating Wheel, Devouring Domain, Innate Chi and many others. When that stripped domain loses its effect, the God-binding chains will decide Wu Su's fate. However, Yue Yang wasn't in a hurry to kill an opponent who couldn't escape the Blood Lake Torture Chamber. He wanted to use Wu Su to practice his martial arts. Just like how he fought against Diablo in Diablo 2, he would slowly grind and kill the enemy while improving his own skills, so that he could gain more benefits from this battle. If the Marquis of Zijin, who caused Yue Yang's life to be in danger for the first time, was Andriel, then Shun Tian would be Duriel. If the Ocean Emperor was Mephisto, then the current ancient titan would be Diablo, and the Black Hell King would be Ba-Er. As for the Scarlet Emperor at his peak, and the three great leaders of Heaven Realm Void, Zhu Shao and Ming Yu Guang, Yue Yang still couldn't give them a clear position. Those fellows weren't people that he could defeat now. Therefore, Yue Yang decided to use this opportunity to practice his martial arts to improve himself as much as possible. In any battle, there wouldn't be such an enemy. An enemy who was fixed on the stone wall and couldn't move was 100 times safer than the Scarlet Emperor who was struggling in the ancient seal. As long as he couldn't kill him in one hit, the final victory would forever belong to the free Yue Yang. Damned human, no matter what you do, it's impossible to kill me, Wu Su. Because I'm an ancient titan. Ever since I was born, I bathed in the god's water. When I became an adult, I received the god's blood bestowed by the Titan King. I have an immortal body, do you think you can kill me with a broken dagger? Damned human, what you're doing is meaningless. If you can help me burn off these damned god-binding chains, then I might consider sparing your life. Little bean sprout, we don't need to fight. Why don't we work together? As long as you give me freedom, then I can bestow you the Titan's blood, so that you can have an immortal body and the strength of a titan. Most importantly, we, the ancient titans, are the descendants of gods with endless life. Little boy who only has a few hundred years of life, do you want eternal life? Wu Su's body was riddled with wounds and he looked battered and exhausted. Now, he finally knew that it was impossible for him to kill that cunning human. His opponent's speed was too fast and his intelligence was too high. No matter what method he used, it was impossible to kill him. On the contrary, the little boy who possessed Nirvana's flame and world-exterminating wheel could injure him severely. Wu Su was already tired of this unwinnable battle. He made an unimaginable decision and decided to stop fighting, negotiating with the enemy, hoping that the other party would use Nirvana's flame to burn off the god-binding chains. Without freedom, it was impossible to use his full strength. Would Yue Yang accept a deceptive negotiation? Of course not. Hearing Wu Su's exasperated words, Yue Yang smiled. For the first time, he summoned his grimoire. A golden light shone and a protective shield rose. The unique world domain spread out like a halo and continuously absorbed energy from the deprivation domain. Barbarian Cow Shadow Ah Man, Bloody Queen Red, Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen Duo, Reaper Mantis and even the Spirit of Earth Fire were all summoned. Only the hornless dragon Zhang Ying, who was still in a state of chaos, was left. On the other side, little Wen Li turned into a rainbow and floated out. Under Wu Su's astonished gaze, she started to summon her grimoire. Stone Element Medusa, Storm Mermaid, Thunder Naga and Ice Serpent Demon appeared one after another. How can you have two divine beasts? Ah, no, this is a diamond grimoire. She is not. What is going on? Wu Su was about to go crazy. His enemies weren't getting fewer and weaker as they fought, but more and stronger as they fought. I know that there is God's blood in your heart and I like it very much. So, I have decided to take it. Yue Yang raised his hand and all the beasts formed a semicircle around him, ready to attack. Yue Yang had never thought of negotiating with Wu Su, nor did he want to be friendly with him. He did not care about the sinful past of this ancient titan, nor did he care about his future judgment. He only cared about the present. He wanted to kill this giant, obtain the god's blood in his body, improve himself, then kill the Black Hell King, kill the Scarlet Emperor, kill the Heaven Realm's three great leaders, Void and Zhu Shao. Wishful thinking. No matter how many beasts you have, it is useless against me. Although Wu Su said this, his heart was actually trembling. All the signs showed that this brat was nurturing his beasts. In other words, he was confident that he could kill him. What should he do? Wu Su decided to kill the weakest one, such as the Reaper Mantis. Countless lightning flashed in his hands and condensed to form a huge silver thunderbolt. The thunderbolt struck towards the Reaper Mantis at lightning speed. What made Wu Su astonished was that the Reaper Mantis did not make any attempt to escape or evade the thunderbolt that was thrown with such great force. Could it be that it could not react in time? Yue Yang also did not make any movement and only watched quietly. The Thunder Naga flew up fearlessly. Looking at her, it did not look like she was blocking Wu Su's thunderbolt, but more like she was hugging. As for the Spirit of Earth Fire, her actions were even more exaggerated. Compared to the Thunder Naga's hug, her actions were directly devouring. While still in midair, the Spirit of Earth Fire wrapped the thunderbolt with her body and tried her best to digest it in one gulp. Of course, it was impossible. In the end, the thunderbolt pierced through her elemental body and struck down furiously. Facing it was the Thunder Naga. She raised both her hands and held onto the thunderbolt tightly. Then, she continuously absorbed the electricity from the thunderbolt and flew downwards with the help of the thunderbolt's aftershock. The Spirit of Earth Fire rushed up unwillingly and opened her mouth to fight for the electricity, just like a child fighting for candy. Wu Su was dumbfounded. These beasts could also devour the electricity from the thunderbolt shot by the Titan. I'll smash you all to death. In his anger, Wu Su bent down and waved his huge right hand, smashing the Spirit of Earth Fire and Thunder Naga on the ground. Roar! A thunderous roar exploded. Wu Su felt that his left hand was pulled by a strong force. He missed his hand and smashed it on the ground, leaving a deep palm print. The entire Blood Lake torture chamber shook from the impact. However, Wu Su was stunned. It had been tens of thousands of years. Even before he was locked up, other than the ancient behemoth, which was also known for its strength, he had never been moved by the power of any foreign species. Even a giant dragon couldn't do it. Today, there was actually a creature that pulled his attacking left hand away. What kind of creature could do this? Wu Su turned his head and stared at the ground. At a corner of the Blood Lake torture chamber, there was an extremely tiny girl with goat horns. She was dragging a huge god-binding chain and pulled his left hand away. It was her, the girl with goat horns, who pulled his left hand. Goat tribe girl? No, it's a barbarian bull tribe girl. What's going on? How can a brainless barbarian bull evolve into a holy beast? Moreover, how can it evolve into a human so perfectly? Even if it evolves, it's impossible for it to compete with me in strength. Wusu felt that the female barbarian bull was getting stronger and stronger. She could almost compete with him. He turned pale with fright. "Ah, man is so powerful. Do your best, drag him down to the ground." Bloody Queen Red clapped her hands and praised. "Dream on." Wusu was completely driven mad. A tiny female barbarian bull wanted to drag an ancient titan like him down to the ground. Although he had lost both of his legs, his arm strength alone was enough to flatten mountains. Ha! Barbarian bull Shadow Ah Man's strength was extremely terrifying. She exerted strength in both her arms and dug her legs deeply into the hard rock surface. She was frantically wrestling with Wusu. Her strength was actually slightly weaker than Wusu, the ancient titan. However, with the heart of earth, she would never feel tired. Endless energy from the depths of the earth continuously replenished her strength. Although she couldn't drag Wusu down, she could hold on for a long time. At the very least, she could destroy Wusu's entire left arm, under Barbarian Bull Shadow Ah Man's full-strength pull. If Wusu didn't want to fall to the ground and become the first ancient titan in history to be defeated by a little bean sprout, he had to divert his attention to defend against her strong pull. The storm mermaid blew the storm horn. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the entire Blood Lake torture chamber. Countless dark clouds pressed down. Rumble. The rainstorm poured down. The Reaper Mantis flew high in the sky and started to kill the remaining demonic beasts. Bloody Queen Red dived down and let out a shrill banshee scream. So noisy. Wusu painfully stretched out his right hand. He wanted to grab this Bloody Queen Red and squeeze her to death. Little Wen Li appeared in front of him in a flash. She glared at him with her beautiful big eyes and activated her binding inherent skill. "The god's blood belongs to me from now on." Yue Yang took the opportunity to throw an item at Wusu. It was the Prison Emperor Divine Seal. Although this item didn't recognize Yue Yang as its master, it was definitely terrifying to use it to smash someone. The Scarlet Emperor had a taste of it before. Yue Yang held the god-killing dagger in his left hand and the innate invisible sword Qi in his right hand. With the power of the strongest sword, he ruthlessly struck Wusu's chest where his heart was beating. Chapter 491 10 hours later. The ancient titan, who had completely lost its fighting strength and was on the verge of death, collapsed after Yue Yang's last attack. Its huge body smashed heavily into the water that had already been dyed the color of blood, stirring up tens of thousands of waves that splashed everywhere. In the sky, Yue Yang, who was already exhausted, also relaxed his mind and fell down uncontrollably. The storm mermaid rode on the waves, her beautiful fishtail swaying gently as she glided over quickly. She stretched out her slender hands to support Yue Yang. Standing on the waves, in the sky, the Bloody Queen Red and the Reaper Mantis were also falling from exhaustion and could no longer fly. The Bloody Queen Red was still fine as she could land lightly on the back of the Golden Tiger Shark. As for the Reaper Mantis, it flapped its wings powerlessly and dived into the water, creating a wave. It was a mess. If the stone element Medusa had not pulled it out of the water in time, it would have become the first Reaper Mantis to drown in shallow water. Not only them, almost all the beasts that participated in the battle were exhausted. Only the barbarian cow Shadow Ah Man, who would never get tired once she stepped on the ground, maintained her strength. Other than her, the spirit of Earth Fire, Thunder Naga, Ice Serpent Demon, Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen Duo, and even little Wen Li were all exhausted. Wusu had lost half of his body and was only left with the strength of a heaven-ranked level 1. He did not have a grimoire or any treasures. But as an ancient titan, he still had the strength to fight until now. It had to be said that the ancient titan was very powerful. If Wusu was free, or at his peak condition, if he had a summoning grimoire, or a guardian spirit beast, or even a supreme treasure, then the outcome of the battle could have been different. The reason why Yue Yang could defeat Wusu was not because he had many beasts, but because of the god-binding chains. It restricted Wusu's freedom of movement. As a living target, the reason why Wusu was able to fight so tenaciously until now could be said to be entirely due to the unparalleled strength of the ancient titan's body. "I will remember you. You are really strong." Yue Yang had fought so many big battles, but Wusu was the only one who did not use any underhanded tricks. He used his combat power and patience to grind down the big boss. His hand was currently holding a huge heart. The titan's heart, which was bigger than a house, kept shrinking in the Nirvana's flame. After a long time, after the Nirvana flame had refined it for more than 10 minutes, it finally shrunk into a hard crystal the size of a cantaloupe. It was as hard as diamond and as clear as crystal. Inside, a drop of colorful and dazzling god blood slowly dripped out of it. When the divine blood dripped out, the surrounding space gave off an auspicious light. The golden light was dazzling, making it hard for people to look at the drop of blood that contained a huge amount of energy. There was an indescribable pressure and supreme will that almost controlled Yue Yang. However, Yue Yang seemed to have known about the pressure of the god blood. He kept injecting the innate chi that he had just recovered into the god blood. The Nirvana's flame formed a fire pillar and condensed into a ball. He wanted to challenge the god blood that could never change. He was prepared to use his innate chi and Nirvana's flame to purify it completely. He did not care about the divine consciousness in the god blood as it could not be controlled. Therefore, Yue Yang only wanted the energy in the god blood. Was the god blood with divine consciousness stronger? Or was the Nirvana's flame and innate chi more superior? 20 minutes later, the divine consciousness in the god blood disappeared continuously. The drop of golden god blood became almost transparent, with a tinge of gold and a tinge of red. That was the sign of the Nirvana's flame and innate chi completely dispersing the divine consciousness and being occupied by Yue Yang's will. The other beasts were not interested in the dispersing divine consciousness. Only the spirit of earth fire kept trying to absorb it. Yue Yang did not stop her. On the contrary, he felt that it might be a good thing. A drop of God's blood has such power. Yue Yang was now concentrating on the purified drop of God's blood in his palm. Just this drop of God's blood contained the power of a level 10 innate. Hey, little Wen Li smiled sweetly at Yue Yang. She was exhausted to let Yue Yang obtain this drop of God's blood. Good baby, I'll give it to you. Yue Yang passed the drop of God's blood to little Wen Li. Little Wen Li smiled and waved her hand, then shook her head continuously. You don't like it? Yue Yang was stunned. Little Wen Li suddenly opened her 6 snow lotus-like arms and hugged Yue Yang's thighs tightly, indicating that she already had the best thing in the world and did not need God's blood. Yue Yang was stunned at first, then he felt warmth in his heart. This little Lamia was like this. She was number 1 in killing monsters, but she never coveted any rewards. Even if it was God's blood that everyone in the world would go crazy for, she did not care about it at all. Most of the ancient titan's body will be given to Duo, most of the blood will be given to the little mantids and the medusas. The titan's heart will be given to Man. This drop of God's blood, since little Wen Li doesn't want it, you can have it. Yue Yang felt that this drop of God's blood would be useful to any girl, but their bodies might not be able to take it. Impatience could, but she had already reached the elder innate realm. Leveling up could be delayed. It would be better to use God's blood to nurture her guardian beasts first. Especially Bloody Queen Red, Man and Duo, these 3 main battle powers, they were the most important. Thank you Master, but Red doesn't want God's blood. Bloody Queen Red shook her head and waved her hands. Not only her, Barbarian Cow Shadow Man also waved her hands. Duo, what about you? Yue Yang felt strange. Why didn't they want it? Hehe, I don't want it either. Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen didn't take the God's blood from Yue Yang's hands. Instead, she smiled and stuck out her tongue, licking the wounds on Yue Yang's body. She looked like a greedy little cat. If it was any other time, Yue Yang would definitely be furious. He wasn't nurturing vampires. Could it be that you guys like my blood more? Seeing this, Yue Yang seemed to have understood something. It's very sweet. Duo's body had already evolved into a heavenly beauty, the Flower Queen. However, her personality hadn't fully matured yet. She was still like a big loli. In terms of evolving into a human, she was better than Red. In terms of intelligence, she was also not bad. However, in terms of human emotions, she was slightly inferior to Red. Actually, Red had only recently surpassed Duo. If Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen Duo didn't need to evolve countless times during her growth and hibernate too much, if Bloody Queen Red didn't receive inspiration from Yue Yang, Sickly Beauty, City Mistress Fallen Flowers and the Impatiens, she wouldn't be able to compare to this plant-type queen. Although Duo and Red didn't directly answer, Yue Yang had already gotten his answer. Maybe their reaction was just an instinctive action that couldn't be explained by their consciousness. However, Yue Yang had experienced Queen Vivian Li's blood contract, Little Wen Li's transformation from his own blood, the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen's blood-licking action, and the Reaper Mantis and the Spirit of Earth Fire's miracles. If Yue Yang didn't doubt himself now, he would be a big idiot. All this while, Yue Yang thought that it was the innate chi in his blood that had a special effect. Now, it seemed that it wasn't the whole story. The innate chi was definitely beneficial, but the real deciding factor should be his blood, the guy from another world. Did the old Taoist priest's flying kick contain immortal energy or something? Did it change his physique? Or did the heavenly sword goddess give him the immortal pill in her Chenkin pouch to save his life when he was injured during his transmigration? Yue Yang couldn't figure it out. However, since Red and Duo would rather have his blood than the god's blood, it proved that even if his blood wasn't the god's blood, it was probably something good. Maybe it was like Tang Seng's meat, immortality after eating it. Yue Yang's imagination ran wild, but he couldn't explain it. He could only put this mystery aside and slowly research it in the future. He first kept the god's blood, then used the Nirvana's flame blade to slowly cut open the ancient titan's corpse. Other than his right arm, he gave the rest to the golden crown thorny flower queen so that she could continue to improve. Originally, after eating so many innates and hybrid fishmen, the golden crown thorny flower queen could at least level up to a divine beast. Now, with the addition of the ancient titan, Yue Yang estimated that her future would be limitless. Of course, the golden crown thorny flower queen's grooming value was extremely high. Yue Yang had always prioritized grooming her, so he naturally wouldn't be stingy with the ancient titan's corpse. When I wake up from my hibernation, I will definitely do my best to repay you, master. The golden crown thorny flower queen hugged Yue Yang and kissed him fiercely before reluctantly returning to hibernation. All the blood has been collected. The storm mermaid gathered all the blood that had dripped into the pond and formed an incomparably huge blood ball. She held it in the sky and slowly brought it in front of Yue Yang. Among the stone element Medusa, Thunder Naga and Ice Serpent Demon, she had the fastest mental evolution. When the storm mermaid could open her mouth and speak clearly, the stone element Medusa and the others were still struggling to learn the human language. Even their master, Little Wen Li, couldn't open her mouth to speak. However, Yue Yang suspected that his little darling had already learned how to speak. It was just that her voice was still very tender, so she wasn't willing to open her mouth to speak. This could also be due to her personality. The Titan's blood was also a good thing. Yue Yang felt that if he could refine it, it would be the best item to groom beasts. He couldn't waste it. The problem was that he didn't have the time and energy to refine it. Yue Yang could only keep the Titan's blood. He kept it into the platinum ring and slowly dealt with it. After another hour, Yue Yang used Nirvana flame to burn a god-binding chain. Suddenly, countless lights appeared on Yue Yang. Little Wen Li, Bloody Queen Red, Barbarian Cow Shadow Aman, Reaper Mantis, Spirit of Earth Fire and Stone Element Medusa. The reason was that the battle had only ended now. The summoning grimoire was still there. It automatically flew to Yue Yang's side. The guardian beast, World, which was a domain-type light ring, shot out a blazing light that was as bright as the sun. The light ring that was originally 80 meters in diameter suddenly expanded to 100 meters. All the beasts leveled up together. Even Little Wen Li, who was the hardest to level up, leveled up continuously after the Scarlet Emperor's attack, the Ocean Emperor's interception and Wu Su's encirclement. Most importantly, she had absorbed the energy of the Mother Earth potion. In an instant, her energy skyrocketed. After the tempering and fusion of this battle, how could it not advance? The current Little Wen Li had officially leveled up from level 5 diamond ranked to level 6 diamond ranked. Yue Yang's original intention of killing Wu Su, the ancient titan, was to nurture this little Lamia lowly. Seeing that she had finally broken through level 5 and leveled up to level 6 diamond ranked, Yue Yang was elated. The multicolored light was like a rainbow, filling the entire room with light and a rich fragrance that refreshed the mind. Little Wen Li slowly floated in the bright light. Her entire body was as clear as white jade. She grew a little bit at a speed that could be seen by the naked eye. Although she was still a little lowly, Yue Yang was delighted to find that Little Wen Li had grown up again. The plan to nurture her had to continue, but it seemed that the results were obvious. For a moment, Yue Yang felt a sense of accomplishment and was especially gratified. Chapter 492 Yue Yang felt as if a mysterious energy exploded in his mind, as if he was enlightened. His understanding of the pitiful guy's mother's knowledge had improved greatly. Little Wen Li turned into a stream of light and entered Yue Yang's body. Instantly, this state of enlightenment became clearer. Yue Yang felt that not only the pitiful guy's mother's knowledge, but also Little Wen Li's previous life's knowledge, memory fragments and Queen Vivian Li's bloodline inheritance. At the same time, he quietly woke up from this state of enlightenment. While he was still immersed in this state of enlightenment, the entire blood lake torture chamber shook. The ground rumbled and collapsed. The originally indestructible giant walls also started to crack. Blood Lake Torture Chamber. It could collapse at any time, even the entire space might collapse. Barbarian Cow Shadow Awe. Man was the first to exit from her enhanced state. She flew over and lifted Yue Yang up, running with all her might. Bloody Queen Red followed closely behind and flew into the sky to block the falling rocks for Yue Yang and Aman, so as not to affect her master who was still in a state of enlightenment. Reaper Mantis flapped its wings and wanted to fly away. Looking at the ground, it saw that there was still a god-binding chain that its master had not kept in time. As if thinking, Reaper Mantis circled in the sky. Even if the entire Blood Lake Torture Chamber was about to collapse, it still dived down, not forgetting to bring along the treasure its master had painstakingly obtained. On the contrary, the spirit of Earth Fire who had absorbed a portion of the divine sense did not have such awareness. After absorbing the divine sense, the spirit of Earth Fire's form became bigger and closer to a human's. Most importantly, she was fusing with the divine sense, using the energy of the divine sense to evolve, perfect herself and break through. She excitedly flew around the Blood Lake Torture Chamber. Sometimes, she would knock away the falling rocks, and sometimes, she would use the small amount of divine sense she could control to gather the rocks around her before flying away. She was having a great time and had no sense of danger. To her, the collapse of the Blood Lake Torture Chamber was not dangerous at all. Of course, she did not know that her master was a human with flesh and blood. The stone element Medusa, the storm mermaid, the thunder naga and the ice serpent demon followed closely, protecting him from all sides. The stone element Medusa, who was at the front of the team, stopped moving because of a sound. It was a gold-ranked level 8 Blood Python King. For some unknown reason, the Blood Python King was surprisingly tenacious and had not died yet. It hissed in pain and wailed at Yue Yang and the others. At first, the stone element Medusa thought that it was going to attack, so she drew her bow and prepared to kill it. Seeing that it was about to die, the Blood Python King actually shed tears. Seeing that it was crying, the stone element Medusa slowly put down the bow in her hand. The ice serpent monster, who was dressed as a female general, let out a shout of dissatisfaction. As the most powerful person in the team, she would never allow her sisters to be distracted while protecting their master, let alone staying in this space that could collapse at any time for an insignificant Blood Python King. Hiss, hiss. The Blood Python King seemed to want to ask stone element Medusa for help. It was too injured to escape from the Blood Lake Torture Chamber. Moreover, the Blood Lake Torture Chamber had a restriction on it, so it was impossible for it to really leave. It saw that the stone element Medusa had abandoned it, looked up at the sky, and hissed in pain. Her voice was extremely sad. The stone element Medusa paused and looked back. The Blood Python King hurriedly struggled to move towards her, but before it could follow, the ice serpent monster let out an even harsher shout from afar. After hearing that, the stone element Medusa immediately raised her bow and arrow at the Blood Python King. Since it could not keep up, then it was time to end its life. Before the stone element Medusa could shoot the golden arrow, she suddenly saw the Blood Python King rolling in pain. A large amount of blood seeped out of its tail, and a small head slid out of its dilated reproductive hole. The small life was constantly struggling in the almost transparent egg membrane, as if it wanted to drill out and see the outside world. It was the birth of this premature baby that made the stone element Medusa give up on shooting the Blood Python King. She took out a green crystal and pointed it at the Blood Python King. Before she started chanting the contract incantation, the Blood Python King impatiently turned into a golden light and flew towards the green crystal along with the few small lives that were continuously being born. Yue Yang, who was still immersed in the state of enlightenment, did not know any of this. Of course, even if he saw it, he would not stop it. He would even be happy, because the stone element Medusa was no longer a killing beast. She had started to have the intelligence and emotions of a human. This was a huge improvement. Yue Yang was only awakened by the violent tremors when he reached the ancient obelisk at the entrance of the Blood Lake Torture Chamber. Seeing that the entire Blood Lake Torture Chamber had almost turned into ruins and the entire space was distorted, he quickly took out the best teleportation crystal. Bloody Queen Red, Barbarian Cow Shadow, Reaper Mantis, Stone Element Medusa, Storm Mermaid, Thunder Naga and Ice Serpent Demon had all returned to the grimoire world. Only the spirit of Earth Fire came late, which made Yue Yang furious and scolded her. The spirit of Earth Fire was scared to death, but she still did not understand why. She only vaguely remembered that she would be scolded every time she played for too long. She finally remembered it, when Yue Yang kept the spirit of earth fire in the god-binding chains, and crushed the teleportation crystal, the entire blood lake torture chamber collapsed completely. The earth trembled, the sky fell and the earth cracked. The entire space started to distort. The moment Yue Yang teleported away, the entire blood lake torture chamber exploded with an earth-shattering explosion. Rumble. Although the teleportation was successful, the shockwave from the explosion still sent Yue Yang flying. When he appeared in the martial arts training plaza, he landed at the wrong place. The huge spatial distortion directly sent Yue Yang flying, smashing into the flag tower at the side of the Yu clan castle's martial arts training plaza. More than half of the tower was destroyed. Fortunately, the Yu clan's flag and Da Sha's flag were not broken. Otherwise, it would be seen as a bad omen before the war, and everyone's morale would drop. Wei Tai Lang was the fastest. Before anyone could react, he had already rushed to Yue Yang's side. He wagged his tail with all his might. He was extremely happy. "Brat, your return is too exaggerated, isn't it?" Zheng Wuyu heard the commotion and came out to take a look. When he saw the ashen-faced Yue Yang standing up from the pile of rubble, he was overjoyed. Not only did he not blame him for smashing the flag tower, he even joked with him in a good mood. "Young people should be more mature. How can you be so reckless?" Elder Yu Hai criticized him on the surface, but in his heart, he was extremely grateful to his ancestors. If something were to happen to this genius grandson of his, he would definitely not be able to live anymore. The whole Yu clan's only hope rested on this brat. If he did not return, the Yu clan would definitely collapse. Fortunately, this brat who made people worry about him had returned. Moreover, he seemed to be in good condition, and was not heavily injured like what they had imagined. The old cunning fox hurriedly tried to smooth things over. He flew over and pulled the slightly dizzy Yue Yang out, and brushed away the rubble on his body. "It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back. Don't say anything, we all understand. Fatty Hai, what kind of boss are you? Hurry up and get some water for third young master to wash his face. Your little brother has become like this. What kind of face do you have as a boss?" Fatty Hai's face was full of tears just now, but now he wiped his face and became proud. "Don't worry, I don't need to do this, there will be others who will rush to do it. Lu Yi, although I'm good at fetching water, as your boss, I've decided to give you a chance to perform." Before he could finish his sentence, he had already been sent flying by Yi Kong's kick. Compared to Bauer who hugged Yue Yang and cried, Lu Yi was much more reserved, but her face was also like a pear blossom in tears. Not to mention her, even Shui Tan Lang who was like a block of ice also turned his head away, holding back the tears in his eyes. Yi Kong, the Li clan brothers and everyone else crowded around him in high spirits, completely releasing the anxiety and pain that they had accumulated from waiting for a day and a night. Girls could cry out loud, but they were men. They were embarrassed, so they could only cheer and excitedly throw Yue Yang into the air. "Go go go, you guys go to the side. We, master and disciple, haven't seen each other for a long time, let's have a chat." The old cunning fox waited for them to have enough fun, and impatiently hugged Yue Yang's shoulders and asked, "Brat, what kind of treasures did you get? Quickly take them out and let me broaden my horizons." "Nothing much, they're all broken. This time, I only got a holy ranked god-binding chain, and it's even broken." Yue Yang deliberately said modestly. Pooh, pooh pooh, Zheng Wuyu, Elder Yu Hai and the other old fellows realized that when Yue Yang was around, they couldn't drink water. Otherwise, they would definitely choke to death. Originally, everyone was acting like a senior, thinking that no matter what, they shouldn't embarrass themselves again. They had to act like a senior who wouldn't flinch even if a mountain collapsed. They didn't expect that in the end, they still couldn't hold it in. Who had a holy rank treasure? Not to mention normal warriors, even innate rankers and heavenly imperial guardians didn't have one. Being able to have a platinum rank treasure was already something to be proud of. Now that they had casually walked into the god's ruins and brought back a holy ranked god-binding chain, how could they live? However, when everyone thought about it, Yue Yang already had a divine equipment. His self-made Wei Jin magic blade was already close to holy ranked, the whole god-binding chain was really nothing. The old cunning fox knew that he didn't have a share of the god-binding chain, so he didn't ask anymore. Asking was a waste of effort anyway. This was used to bind the ancient titans, he couldn't use it even if he gave it to him. He continued to hold onto Yue Yang's shoulders, beaming with joy as he congratulated him. Is there anything that we can use? You can keep the God-binding chain to deal with the Black Hell King. Give us some platinum-ranked or gold-ranked treasures. I can easily get rid of them. I'll be satisfied with just 1 or 2. Feng Xiaoyun, Shui Wendao and Yan Qianzhong almost fell to the ground when they heard this. Could it be that the Yu clan's third young master's shamelessness was learned from this old fellow? At this moment, Elder Yu Hai had the urge to beat the old cunning fox up. Shui Donglu, it wasn't easy for the Yu clan to have a genius descendant. We had spent so much effort to send our grandson to learn from you, but you actually taught a young man who was supposed to be a great hero to become a shameless pervert. Although it wasn't easy to be at a disadvantage when one was shameless, his image was too bad. He couldn't find an excuse to praise his grandson even if he wanted to. I don't have any treasures. Yue Yang rejected flatly. As a treasure collector, why would he give his treasures away? Then is the ancient titan dead? It's good to get some meat. I just contracted a young dragon. If it could eat some of the ancient titan's meat, You really have it. Oh my god, I'm going to faint. The old cunning fox looked up and saw a giant shadow in the sky. A giant arm that was more than 100 meters long smashed onto the ground, causing the entire Yu clan castle to tremble slightly. The entire martial arts training plaza was completely destroyed. Not to mention the old cunning fox, even Zheng Wuyu, Elder Yu Hai, Eastern Sky King and Feng Kuang who were watching from afar trembled in fear. The teacups in their hands fell to the ground. Everyone present, no matter who it was, felt dizzy. They couldn't recover from the shock even after a long time. An ancient titan's finger was almost 20 meters long, its entire arm was more than 150 meters long. The reason why Yue Yang left one arm was to motivate everyone. Firstly, it was to motivate everyone. Secondly, it was to increase everyone's beast strength. With the ancient titan's meat, the old cunning fox and the others' beasts would definitely level up. The god-killing dagger shot out a long sword light. Yue Yang cut off pieces of meat from the arm and gave them to the old cunning fox and the others as gifts. As for Yi Kong and Fatty Hai, they naturally wouldn't miss out. Wei Tai Lang, it had already started to chew on the arm, not holding back at all. It knew that most of the arm was prepared for it by its master, so it could eat as much as it wanted. Alright, there's no need to eat so much. You should keep this precious arm. These fellows are already old, it would be a waste to use it. Just give them something. The old cunning fox quickly stopped Yue Yang from cutting off more meat. It was useless for everyone's beasts to level up, it was better to level up Yue Yang's beasts. That's right, the ascetic practice saint agreed. My good son-in-law, you killed the ancient titan alone. Ha ha ha, awesome, it really makes my heart happy. The Eastern Sky King was very pleased. What's the use of having a son? I can't have a son, but I'm still awesome. Look, it's good to have a daughter. Look at how awesome my son-in-law is. Feng Xiaoyun, Yan Qianzhong, you fellows who gave birth to sons, go and cry in a corner. He didn't say it out loud, but his complacency made Yan Qianzhong and the others so mad that they wanted to commit suicide. Don't show off in front of me, who doesn't have a daughter? The one who could look down on the Eastern Sky King was obviously Zheng Wuyu who gave birth to Tigress. San is so capable. You can rest in peace. Elder Yu Hai secretly turned his head away. His face was filled with tears. Chapter 493 After the battle at the Blood Lake Torture Chamber, Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, Shui Tanlang, Prince of Tian Luo and the others all had different degrees of improvement. Among them, Shui Tanlang, Yi Kong and Fatty Hai had improved the most. After Yue Yang's guidance and his own hard training, in addition to the resources of the two kingdoms, Shui Tanlang could become the second 20-year-old innate after Yue Yang. He was now a lesser innate and was very close to the innate realm. As long as he took the martial arts pill, he would definitely be able to break through the innate realm and become a true ranker. Of course, this lesser innate ranker wasn't like Yue Yang who had trained by himself. If he didn't have Yue Yang's guidance, he reckoned that he would need at least 50 years of training, or even longer, to reach his current realm. Because of this, Shui Tanlang was not willing to break Yue Yang's previous record and did not take the martial arts pill immediately. He was prepared to break through to the innate realm in a month. That way, he would be ranked behind Yue Yang's record. What I want to do is to continuously chase after others, not to deceive myself and surpass others. Shui Tanlang felt that if he broke Yue Yang's record, it would be disrespectful to his brother-in-law. He knew that without his brother-in-law's guidance, he would not have been able to train so easily. Brother-in-law had cleansed his marrow and tendons, allowing him to be reborn. He had also imparted his insights to Shui Tianlang, giving him many pointers, saving him 50 or even 100 years of training time. If he used this opportunity to break brother-in-law's record of becoming the first innate ranker in history, to Shui Tianlang, it would be the greatest disrespect, and also an unbearable humiliation. Why are you so stubborn? Everyone knows that your brother-in-law is the strongest. Moreover, even if you don't break this record, Yu Bing and Yu Shuang will definitely break it in the future. Shui Tianlang rejected the old fox's persuasion. In the Soaring Dragon continent, the main idea is that men are the most glorious. Even if Yu Bing and Yu Shuang became innates before the age of 20, everyone would know who the reason was, so they wouldn't take it to heart. But I, as a man, can't do this. In the history of the Soaring Dragon continent, brother-in-law will always be our number one, no one can surpass him. I definitely won't destroy his glory just to reach innate 1 month earlier. Shui Tianlang's attitude was very firm. This was probably the longest sentence he had ever said in his adult life. The old fellows at the scene were very touched when they heard this. How could they not know of Yue Yang's contributions? They were just anxious to groom more young innates. Shui Tianlang had reached the lesser innate realm, while Yi Kong and Fatty Hai followed closely behind. Now, they were already level 8 intermediate emperors. They were still a distance away from becoming a lesser innate, but with their current rate of improvement, breaking through to the innate realm was only a matter of time. One must know that Yi Kong and Fatty Hai had trained at a lower level, so it was even more difficult for them. When Fatty Hai first met Yue Yang, he was only a level 3 beginner hero. His strongest beast was a bronze-ranked level 2 iron rhinoceros. Now, Fatty Hai's not-so-smart wind breath seabird already had 3 great beasts. Among them, the platinum-ranked level 3 iron rhinoceros was the most promising, followed by the gold-ranked level 5 hippopotamus. As for the gold-ranked level 8 thunder mammoth, although it was the strongest at the moment, its potential was almost depleted. It could only be used as a beast now, and would definitely be weaker in the future, unlike the hippopotamus and iron rhinoceros. It was the same for Yi Kong. Before he met Yue Yang, he had almost starved to death. He was extremely dispirited. Today, although he did not have a grimoire, with Yue Yang's guidance, he had risen again. With the help of the King Kong demon ape and the Herculean rhinoceros beetle, his battle power was even higher than Fatty Hai's. He was fully deserving of being the number 2 in the team. When Yue Yang was not around, Yi Kong was the backbone of the team. He led the whole team and had great leadership skills. Even the Ice Cube guy Shui Tianlang listened to him. Other than the 3 of them, the Prince of Tian Luo, who was also an intermediate emperor, was also the most likely to become an innate. His starting point was very high, and he met Yue Yang later, so his improvement was not as exaggerated as Yi Kong and Fatty Hai's. However, the Prince of Tian Luo, who was as talented as Shui Tianlang, definitely had a bright future. As for the Li brothers, Lin En, Anna, Bao Lu Yi, Liao, Fan, Lun Tai and the others, they could forget about becoming an innate in the short term. They were still far from it, and had to continue to train hard. Continue to work hard, don't let Wei Tailang lose to you. Yue Yang's words made Wei Tailang happily wag his tail. Of course, Yue Yang's words were not exaggerated. With Yi Kong and Fatty Hai's current level, they really could not be compared to Wei Tailang. Wei Tailang, who had leveled up to become a divine beast, had become much stronger. If Yi Kong and Fatty Hai could not catch up, the gap between them would only get bigger and bigger. Not to mention catching up to Yue Yang, even catching up to Wei Tailang would be difficult. It was because of this pressure that Shui Tianlang, Yi Kong and Fatty Hai trained crazily. They really did not want to lose to Wei Tailang. Losing to Yue Yang was fine. After all, Yue Yang was an abnormal genius that could not be found in 10,000 years. Losing to Wei Tailang, even the dignity of the human race would be lost. Yanpo Jun and Feng Qi Sha's faces were filled with tears. Because they had just finished training and reached level 7 Overlord, they had become the weakest existences. Other than Lu Yi and Bao they couldn't even compare to the 4 orc girls. They were actually geniuses, becoming level 7 Overlord at the age of 20. Looking at the history of the Soaring Dragon continent, they could probably squeeze into the top 100 of the genius youngsters ranking. The problem was, under the leadership of the abnormal genius, Yue Yang, the Soaring Dragon continent had ushered in an explosive era of geniuses. Even Yi Kong, Li Qi and Li Jie, who did not have a summoning grimoire, were already level 8 Emperor. The two of them who had just reached level 7 Overlord were already tragic. Let's all train together. Let bygones be bygones. Our future is not in the soaring dragon continent, but in the Tong Tian Tower, or even the higher heaven realm. Yue Yang's words were more or less comforting. Actually, Yan Po Jun and Feng Qi Sha knew that becoming an innate was already their limit. Heaven realm, its sky only belonged to the soaring Yue Yang. It did not belong to them. This brat has become more sensible. I was worried about his stubborn temper previously. Zheng Wuyu was the happiest to see this scene. If Yue Yang was willing to let Yan Po Jun and Feng Qi Sha join the team, the four great clans would be truly united. They would be like a rope and the four clans would be dependent on each other. They would not have to worry about internal strife anymore. No, he still looks like a child to me. Elder Yu Hai looked humble on the surface, but he was actually very proud of himself. He was originally a child. The old cunning fox laughed when he heard this. Leaving the Yu clan castle, Yue Yang returned to the Tian Luo Palace's mirage. Before going to see Fourth Mother, Yue Yang first gave the Tian Luo Emperor Hua Shuri a bottle of refined, Titan's blood. Firstly, it was to thank Hua Shuri. It was all thanks to the Tian Luo Emperor's care that Fourth Mother could safely stay here. It would be a bit unreasonable if he did not show his gratitude for such a long time. Secondly, it was because Yue Yang was curious. He guessed that Hua Shuri was actually a girl. Otherwise, when he fell into the mirage, he felt like a girl. Moreover, if he was a guy, Fourth Mother would not stay here for a long time. Why didn't Fourth Mother stay in the Dasha Palace? Why was the Night Empress and the mysterious Tian Luo Emperor so close? There were many questions that Yue Yang wanted to know. That was why he specially went to see Hua Shuri, in the name of giving him the Titan's blood. His Majesty asked me to pass on the message that Third Young Master has accepted the treasure and is very happy with it. However, because his body is not feeling well recently, His Majesty will not see Third Young Master. Also, His Majesty heard that Third Young Master is creating an ancient puppet, so he will give you a treasure to help you succeed. The Tian Luo Emperor Hua Shuri's personal guard came over to reply Yue Yang. She smiled and bowed, tactfully rejecting his request to see Hua Shuri. Then I wish His Majesty good health soon. Yue Yang was 70% sure that Hua Shuri was a female. But what was the relationship between the Tian Luo Emperor and the Night Empress? Were they sisters or relatives? Friends? He could not guess at the moment. Yue Yang went to see Fourth Mother again. It was obvious that Fourth Mother had already received the news of Yue Yang's return. She looked calm on the surface, but she was actually very excited on the inside. On the other hand, Yu Bing was so happy that she jumped up when she saw her brother had returned. She rushed into her brother's embrace before Inan could. Inan rushed in front of Yue Yang. Her small face had a cute look of wanting to cry but trying her best to hold back her tears. She bit her lips lightly, enduring the desire in her heart. She really wanted to hug her sweetheart that she had missed 1,000 times. But she did not have enough courage, and was unable to express it with her actions. Yue Yang stretched out his hand towards her and gently wiped away the tears that secretly rolled down her cheeks. "Don't worry, didn't I return safely? I'm fine." Inan blushed and shyly blocked his big hand, as if she did not want everyone to see such an intimate action. She forced herself to say, "I didn't cry." Before she finished speaking, another teardrop flowed out of her eyes. Yu Shuang squeezed her little head and forced herself to squeeze out a space beside her sister. She looked up at her brother and asked, "I didn't cry either, I have always been very obedient. Even when Mummy spanked me, I didn't cry." Inan was amused by her and quickly wiped away her tears. She pretended to rebuke, "It's all your fault." When Yue Yang reached out to hug her, Inan saw that City Mistress Fallen Flowers, Sickly Beauty and Yu were all smiling and looking at them. She was so shy that she dodged and conveniently lifted the little girl into his arms, avoiding his wolfish claws. The little girl did not stand on ceremony. She intimately hugged her brother and rewarded him with 2 Lolita kisses. When she saw a snow fruit in Yue Yang's hand, she immediately snatched it and sweetly said that her brother was the best. The sugar content of this brother is the best, was so high that it entered one's heart. Yu Bing slapped the little girl's butt and scolded her, "You only know how to eat. Come down quickly. Brother just came back, I'm exhausted." Yu Shuang was not afraid of anything except this strict sister. Since she got the snow fruit, she immediately jumped down from Yue Yang's arms and ran away. When she reached a safe place, she turned around and made a cute face at her sister. Brother is not tired, she turned around and complained to fourth mother, Mummy, sister hit me. My butt hurts. Fourth mother did not protect her. She raised her hand to show that she wanted to hit her too. Immediately, the little girl turned around and rushed into Yu Yu's arms to hide. She knew that second sister was the most gentle. She never hit anyone and even doted on her. When the little girl finished acting coquettishly, City Mistress Fallen Flowers rushed over and hugged Yue Yang's arm without hesitation. She asked anxiously, quickly tell me about the ancient titan. Did you defeat the ancient titan? How did you defeat it? If I had known earlier, I would have gone. Too. It's a pity that I missed such a good opportunity. Oh right, what treasure did you get? No, you have to start from the beginning. I'm dying of anxiety. Quickly tell us. Sickly Beauty looked at him and laughed. Let him sit down and drink some water. If you want to ask, there's no need to hurry. City Mistress Fallen Flowers saw Yu Yu coming over with a cup of water. She immediately snatched it and passed it to Yue Yang. She pretended to be an obedient maid. Young master, drink some tea. Everyone laughed at her. Chapter 494 The Alliance Army of Zijin Kingdom and Black Hell Army officially declared war against the armies of Da Sha and Tian Luo. Of course, this was only a small-scale war. The 3,000 elites of the Black Hell Army conquered the three cities of Da Sha, Qianfeng, Hutu and Zhongmu. Although Zheng Wuyu had repeatedly ordered the three city lords to retreat immediately and shrink the area of resistance according to the plan, so as to not make unnecessary sacrifices, the three city lords still refused Zheng Wuyu's imperial edict with the reason of defending the city with their lives, defending the country. Just like that, the three city masters who were not successfully bribed by Zijin Kingdom all died in battle. After the alliance army conquered the three cities, they did not massacre them. Instead, they treated the citizens well and won over their hearts. Even the corpses of the three city masters were sent to Shangjing for Zheng Wuyu to bury. When Yue Yang heard the news, he sent someone to ask if they should take revenge on the enemies. It's none of your business. How can there be no deaths in war? You don't have to worry about these things. Elder Yu Hai did not give Yue Yang any chance to intervene. The Black Hell King is yours, leave the rest to us, we old bones can still be of some use now. The old cunning fox persuaded Yue Yang, but scolded Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and Shui Tan Lang who requested to fight. Soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals, kings against kings, how many soldiers can you kill? Kill 3,000, 30,000 or even 300,000. Is that useful? Do you know how many monsters there are in the demon abyss? Do you know how many mercenaries there are in Tong Tian Tower? This world will never lack soldiers, it will only lack generals and kings. Go and do what you need to do, train and level up. The war has just started, it will not stop in a month. This war will last for years, or even decades. This is just a test, understand? The Black Hell King has just made his first move, what we need to do is to respond to it. If you can't even keep your cool, what is the point of playing chess? The only thing to move now is the chess pieces. Since the old fellows who were proficient in warfare were as calm as Mount Tai, Yue Yang did not ask about the war. Zheng Wuyu and Elder Yu Hai had already said that the war would be a situation where they would lose first before winning. Da Sha and the Tian Luo alliance army would make use of time and space to fight against the Black Hell army in Zijin Kingdom. Moreover, Yue Yang reckoned that the Black Hell King was still hitting the golden barrier. Without any treasures to strengthen him, he wouldn't make a move immediately. After a day, Yue Yang finally knew the reason why the Black Hell King sent his troops to battle. Ojen from the Warriors Guild in the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower wrote a letter to Little Titan. In the letter, it said that the Sea Clan of the 8th and 9th floor of Tong Tian Tower, because the Ocean Emperor was killed by Anshi and Little Titan, they were furious and decided to take revenge. The Ocean Emperors, Empress Jellyfish, had sent out 100,000 Sea Clan elites, led by one of the 4 remaining kings, Shark King. In the next 3 months, 100,000 Sea Clan would pass through the ancient passage and enter the Soaring Dragon continent to find and kill the Little Titan who had murdered the Ocean Emperor and Sea Dragon Crown Prince. The Black Hell Army had probably formed an alliance with the 100,000 Sea Clan, so they attacked in advance to seize the initiative. At this moment, the name, Little Titan, had shaken the entire Tong Tian Tower. It was fine if a newbie killed Tiger Nian, Nightmare and Demon Eye. After all, the three of them were below innate level 5, so they couldn't be considered as true innate rankers. However, the act of killing Sky Dragon shocked everyone who heard it. Sky Dragon was not a simple person, he had been famous for a long time. Fortunately, the demonic palace did not pursue Little Titan's crimes, so there weren't many people who knew about it. However, the earth-shattering thing that Little Titan did afterwards couldn't be concealed no matter what methods he used. One of the 5 emperors of Tong Tian Tower, Ocean Emperor Guan Lan, his name suddenly darkened on the innate crystal pillar. What did this mean? He was dead. Who killed one of the 5 emperors of Tong Tian Tower, Ocean Emperor Guan Lan? Vengeance tracking pointed out 2 names, one was the ultimate killer king, and the other was the newbie who had just entered the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower, Little Titan. A newbie who was only registered as a level 6 elder. Before the Ocean Emperor, a level 6 elder was weaker than an ant, and he could kill 100 of them with a single finger. However, no one knew what kind of battle had taken place, but this Little Titan had survived. The Ocean Emperor and the 2 supreme innates, both died. Only now did the warriors of Tong Tian Tower know the shocking truth. Before this, Little Titan had killed Tiger Nian, Nightmare and Demon Eye, the 3 fallen innates in the Thunder Fortress. No one knew when he killed Sky Dragon, one of the 10 great sky demons of the demonic palace. After killing Sky Dragon, the demonic palace did not take revenge on Little Titan. As the leader, Sky Execution did not seem to know that Sky Dragon was killed. Even earlier, there was a rumor that Little Titan, who had not entered the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower, had barged into the demon palace alone and killed the ally of the demon king Baruth in front of a few demon kings. Even earlier, it was said that after the Eastern Goblin tribe had captured the Soaring Dragon Continent's king, Little Titan had rushed into the ancient passage and chased after the Eastern Goblin tribe. After the Dragon Emperor of the Eastern Goblin tribe heard about Little Titan's bravery, he decided to release the captured king. No one knew if it was the Black Hell Army or someone with ulterior motives, but the warriors of Tong Tian Tower finally knew Little Titan's real name. In the Soaring Dragon Continent, this human was called Yue Yang. He was a super genius who relied on his own talent and hard work to become an innate at the age of 20. He was an unprecedented existence, and it was believed that there would be no one like him in the future. The portrait on this wanted poster is really ugly. Mr. Ogen also sent a C-Clan's wanted poster to Yue Yang. The price on it was 10 million gold, a holy ranked treasure, 10 treasures from the bottom of the sea that were ranked 7 and above, and 100 wisdom fruits. Yue Yang was very dissatisfied with the portrait of the Gemini mask on the wanted poster. He felt that the portrait was too ugly, but he was still satisfied with the reward, because he was the most valuable wanted criminal in the history of Tong Tian Tower. Xiao San, I didn't expect you to be so valuable. Yu saw it and couldn't stop laughing. You're still far from it. Kill all the Dragon Emperor, Sky Emperor and Emperor of the Underworld, and raise the reward to 100 million gold. That would be impressive enough. City Mistress Fallen Flowers was in a good mood. She hugged Yue Yang and kissed him, encouraging Yue Yang to continue working hard. If he killed all the 4 emperors, who would dare to put up a wanted poster for him? Furthermore, he doesn't have that much money. Sickly Beauty felt that 10 million gold was the limit. That's right, Grandpa and she only has a wanted poster of 5 million gold. He's only half of brothers. Yu Bing was proud of her brother. That old man and she is dead. Otherwise, this wanted poster would be his and his would be mine. Yue Yang laughed and waved his hand heroically. Let's not care about the C-Clan first. We should focus on training now. With strength, we don't have to be afraid of anyone. Fallen Flowers and Wu Hen can rest for a while. Inin, you should focus on leveling up now. Follow me. Wait. City Mistress Fallen Flowers hugged Yue Yang's waist. She slipped her head under his side and wrapped it around Yue Yang's chest. She raised her face and asked coquettishly, Zhang Ying said before that I want to know about that Hai Yingwu. If not for this wanted poster, it seems like there are still many things that we don't know. Good man, aren't you going to explain? Little San, you have to explain clearly. Yu did not help Yue Yang this time. Brother will definitely not like the daughter of the Ocean Emperor. It's impossible. Brother is the enemy who killed her father. Only Yu Bing would always believe in her brother. It doesn't matter if they are related. Anyway, Hai Yingwu won't make much of a difference. Sickly Beauty's words definitely added fuel to the fire, even though it was her true feelings. I really have nothing to do with her. We are just passing by. Yue Yang waved his hand guiltily. showing that he was a good boy who did not flirt. Really? Alright, I believe you, as if. City Mistress Fallen Flowers fiercely bit Yue Yang's chest. Alright, if he says he has nothing to do with it, then he has nothing to do with it. Everyone, don't make wild guesses. I also don't think it's possible. Inen hurriedly rescued Yue Yang from City Mistress Fallen Flowers. She lovingly rubbed Yue Yang's chest. Does it hurt? If you have something to say, then say it. Why did you bite me? HMPH, I can't bite him to death. City Mistress Fallen Flowers was originally not that kind of unruly princess. However, seeing Inen protecting Yue Yang in every way, she felt unhappy. She had to be angry at this girl who dared to pledge to marry herself, and even used the excuse of betrothing her sister to Yue Yang. One must know that until now, Inen was only 18 years old. When she met Yue Yang, she was only 16 years old. She was still a brat. At 16 years old, she dared to pledge to marry herself. With such a comparison, City Mistress Fallen Flowers felt that her 16 years old self was as pure as a little white flower. I'll deal with you tonight. Yue Yang did not say it out loud, but his expression meant it. He warned City Mistress Fallen Flowers not to be too complacent, or else he would punish her. Do you think I'll be afraid of a big pervert like you? City Mistress Fallen Flowers did not say anything, but her expression showed that her threat was ineffective. At most, she would act as the brave girl and fight the Demon King tonight. Inen and Yu Bing could not see. Even if they saw, they probably would not understand the meaning of Yue Yang and Fallen Flowers' expressions. Yu saw it and understood. It as well. Her face turned red, her heart trembled, and she quickly left. When Inen returned to the grimoire world with Yue Yang and prepared to start training, Yue Yang habitually used his Heaven Eyes divine vision to observe Inen's training progress. Suddenly, he exclaimed in surprise. This was because he realized that Inen's progress was far beyond his imagination. She was 10 times stronger than what he had imagined. To be precise, the current Inen, if not in terms of combat skills, had probably surpassed Yu, Sickly Beauty, City Mistress Fallen Flowers, and even surpassed Princess Sissy in terms of mental strength. She was catching up to Shui Wuxia, only below the Impatience who had the charm, inherent skill in himself who had the Heaven's Fury Fire Lotus. This Inen girl, how did she train? How could she be so fast? Yue Yang was curious. Could it be that Inen's aunt had some secret technique that could quickly increase Inen's strength? Or was it that the 100 Flowers Valley was a mysterious treasure land, and training in the 100 Flowers Valley could allow Inen to quickly increase her mental strength? Actually, it's because Inen seemed to know what Yue Yang wanted to ask. With a little joy and bashfulness, she organized her words and said, Chapter 495 Inches Aunt said that the best way to train one's spirit is to maintain an ethereal mind, allowing the body to be still like a dormant state, allowing one's spirit to expand infinitely. But I couldn't calm my heart down, so I thought of a way. Inen blushed, feeling a little embarrassed. She lowered her head and didn't dare to look at Yue Yang. After a while, she peeked at him from under her eyelids. Her voice was even softer than a mosquito's buzz. Once, I accidentally discovered that if I tried my best to think of you, I would be able to maintain one's heart. Although it wasn't an ethereal state, it was still better than letting my imagination run wild. Then, with the help of my guardian beast, little elf, and spirit mirror, I understood a very mysterious realm. Aunt said that it was the ethereal realm. Yue Yang muttered to himself. He knew that Inen would have some achievements in spirit, but he couldn't understand the ethereal realm that Inen mentioned. Inen thought that he didn't believe her, so she summoned her gold grimoire. The light shone brightly. The protective shield quickly expanded. Compared to before, Yue Yang felt that this protective shield was much bigger. Furthermore, it faintly possessed a different kind of spiritual defense. Looking at Inen's grimoire again, it was still a level 7 overlord and hadn't leveled up to level 8 emperor. However, Yue Yang felt that Inen's spirit had already surpassed many innate rankers. It was just that her close combat strength was too weak. Under special circumstances, for example, the enemy couldn't attack Inen from the start, or under special protection, then Inen would probably be able to torture an innate level 2 ranker to death with her spirit. During the battle at the Prison Emperor Divine Palace, Yue Yang could see the potential of this Inen girl. She could really kill people invisibly. Her coordination with the spirit mirror was simply perfect. Little elf, elemental type, guardian beast, silver rank level 3, living body, spiritual, special skills, assist, clear mind, spirit chan. Spirit mirror. Special type beast, gold rank level 5, illusory spiritual body, no spiritual sense, special skills, mirror transformation, spirit absorption, spirit mirror fusion. Other than these two beasts with limitless potential, Inon also had two hallucinatory butterflies and a silver Pegasus. As for the spider demoness that was afraid to fight previously, it had not been used for a long time. Yue Yang and Inon had almost forgotten about it. Yue Yang had never fully nurtured Inon because she was never the main fighting force. In terms of attack power and lethality, Inon was even weaker than Yu Bing. If it was in the past, Yue Yang did not have the most effective way to improve Inon. After all, spiritual power was not his strongest area. However, after body fusion with impatience, the spiritual power produced by impatience's charm, inherent skill in the charm demon queen's soul-frightening spiritual power had merged with Yue Yang's spiritual power, greatly strengthening Yue Yang's spiritual power. When Yue Yang helped impatience to enter the elder innate realm, he realized that Inon's spiritual potential was simply a treasure trove. No wonder the goddess of mercy chose Inon as the owner of the spirit mirror in the Virgo temple of the 12 zodiac temples. And not Shui Wuxia or Yu Bing. I didn't know how to do it before, but from now on, I will make you stronger. You might even become stronger than Fallen Flowers and the others. Yue Yang couldn't help but feel apologetic. He had given the least to Inon, but she had never complained. He reached out and naturally hugged Inon. Gently and shallowly, he kissed her smooth and flawless forehead. Inon's body trembled slightly. She raised her small hands and slowly closed them. She also hugged the lover that she had missed countless times. As for Inon, Yue Yang was not in a hurry to promote her. Because he knew that she had unlimited potential. This treasure trove could not be easily wasted. He had to use the best way to open it. In addition to thinking about it himself, he also wanted to discuss it with Impatience and Night Empress to see if they had any better ideas. Of course, this did not prevent Yue Yang and Inon from practicing body fusion. They had done it many times before. This time, after a passionate hug, they began to do it again. Yue Yang bent down. Inon tried to suppress her heartbeat. Her blushing face was slightly raised. Her eyes were closed, and her breathing quickened. Her cherry lips were impatient. As she tiptoed, she kissed her lover's fiery lips. Almost at the same time, Inon's jade-like arms had already wrapped around Yue Yang's neck. She hugged him tightly. In the midst of her intense heartbeat, there was joy, emotion, nervousness, and shyness. She felt the suction of his lips. An electric current flowed between their lips and finally spread to her whole body. Sweetness was exchanged in the kiss, and the fire of passion was burning in the passionate kiss. Not knowing how long it had been, Inon, who felt that her lips were a little swollen and painful, reluctantly let go of her lover. She felt as if her face was burning and her whole body was limp. She had no strength at all. However, she liked the feeling of lying lazily in his arms. It was very safe and very blissful. She didn't need to think about anything. With him hugging her, it was equivalent to having the whole world. What thousand-year hatred, what thousand-year secret, everything was far away from her at this moment. Tired, Yue Yang gently picked up Inon. The little girl's body was as light as a feather, almost weightless. Inon shook her head lightly. She didn't have the slightest intention to resist when he carried her to the bed. It felt very natural. Even if he took another step forward and wanted her, she wouldn't reject him at all. In fact, she didn't even think about these things. She only knew to snuggle in his arms and immerse herself in the little world of love between the two of them. She let her heart and soul be entangled in the embrace of the two of them. She enjoyed this sweet and warm moment very much. As long as she was with him, she would no longer be lonely. She would no longer be the descendant of the 100 Flowers Valley who had to bear hatred. She would be his fiancée. Inon, kisses, will never be enough. Over and over again. On the second day, when Inon stood in front of everyone with a radiant face, everyone discovered that Inon, who had been nourished by love, emitted a kind of astonishing beauty from her body. It was as if she had become another person. Because she had enough of being entangled with Yue Yang at night, Inon didn't pester Yue Yang during the day. Instead, she took the initiative to train her battle skills with Yu Bing. After that, she went to help Fourth Mother cook. For the whole day, Inon was full of energy as she busied herself. City Mistress Fallen Flowers observed for a long time and realized that this Inon girl wasn't actually pushed down. She couldn't help but be curious about Yue Yang. What's going on? You're not eating the lamb that's already in your mouth. I'll eat it after you've fattened up a little. Yue Yang stretched out his wolfish claws and caressed City Mistress Fallen Flowers' fragrant butt. Hypocrite. City Mistress Fallen Flowers didn't care about her lover's teasing. In any case, he had already played with her, so what's a little touch? She retaliated by reaching her hand into his pants and touching him, while nibbling on his earlobe. So you've starved after pretending to be a good child. So pitiful, I'll dote on you tonight. The two of them were flirting with each other when Yu came to find Yue Yang urgently. She flew over, and when she saw her brother and Fallen Flowers' ambiguous posture, she was instantly stunned. When she regained her senses, she hurriedly turned around and left. It's over, she saw it just now. Yue Yang was rather embarrassed. It seemed that his image in Yu's heart was ruined. Isn't it all because of you? City Mistress Fallen Flowers' jade-like face was completely red. When the beautiful female hero was battling the Demon King, it didn't matter how she used her seduction technique to deal with him. It was very normal for a married couple to do that. However, flirting in the courtyard made people realize that City Mistress Fallen Flowers was really embarrassed. She used her pink fist to fiercely pound on Yue Yang's shoulder. Her anger had yet to dissipate as she rolled her eyes at him coquettishly. If it wasn't for his wolfish claws caressing her regardless of the situation, she wouldn't have been so daring to put her hand into his pants. Fortunately, it wasn't Fourth Mother who saw it. Otherwise, she would be even more shameless. Yue Yang hesitated for a while, and decided to look for Yu. Maybe she really had something urgent. He realized that Yu's ears were completely red. When she saw Yue Yang enter, she immediately waved her hands to show that she wasn't hiding anything. Xiao-san, I didn't see anything, don't think too much. I'm looking for you regarding the runic circle. You can continue with your work, I have nothing to do here even if I'm late. When Yue Yang heard this, he was speechless. Yue Yang decided not to level up Inan's guardian beasts, Little Fairy and Spirit Mirror for the time being. He would wait for Impatience to come back and discuss about it. However, for Inan's Silver Pegasus and two hallucinatory butterflies, Yue Yang decided to immediately raise their levels and battle power. Inan's weakness was close combat. With the Silver Pegasus, her movement speed would be guaranteed. As for the hallucinatory butterflies, they were currently Inan's attacking weapon. Before the Spirit Mirror could display its full power, they would be Inan's limited attacking force. Before this, the Silver Pegasus had already leveled up from Silver Rank to Gold Rank because it had received the Golden Horseshoe's blessing and the reward for clearing the trial. It was now Gold Rank Level 3, but because it wasn't a battle-type beast and wasn't nurtured properly, the Silver Pegasus leveling speed was very slow. The hallucinatory butterflies were even more pitiful. Although they were evolved forms of the hallucinatory butterflies, they were only Silver Rank Level 4. They couldn't even compare to the Silver Pegasus. Nurturing a beast was a very long process. Of course, it was like that for others, but for Yue Yang, the difficulty of nurturing a beast didn't exist at all, especially a beast that could consume magic crystals. First, he took out the two Sea Clan innate orbs that he had refined after killing in the graveyard of the sea. He gave one to the Silver Pegasus and the other to the two hallucinatory butterflies to help them level up. If the Silver Pegasus and the hallucinatory butterflies wanted to completely digest the innate orbs, it would take at least a few decades. Furthermore, they didn't have Wei Tai-Lang's endurance, they might even explode. Of course, Yue Yang wouldn't sit and watch such a tragedy happen. The innate chi and Nirvana flame turned the Silver Pegasus into a flaming horse. It was so painful that its four hooves couldn't support it and fell to the ground, neighing miserably. It burned for a whole 10 minutes before the transformation ended. Yu Shuang, who was watching from the sidelines, was about to cry. In the end, the Silver Pegasus successfully changed and leveled up. In the bright light, it changed from a Gold Rank Level 3 Silver Pegasus to a Platinum Rank Level 2 Silver Horned Pegasus. The pair of wings that had been burned had regrown. A silver horn grew out of its forehead, and its four hooves became golden. With every step it took, a small halo spread out. It didn't need to spread its wings to float in the air, unstained by dust. Its silver eyes flashed with intelligence. Gold ranked and platinum ranked were completely different. This was a huge qualitative change. 95% of normal beasts wouldn't be able to level up to gold ranked. 95% of gold ranked beasts wouldn't be able to level up to platinum ranked. As for diamond ranked beasts, that was simply not the way for beasts to evolve. Only under special circumstances could a diamond ranked beast be born. Hence, Platinum ranked was actually the final evolution point that many beasts yearned to reach in their entire lives. After the evolution, the silver-horned Pegasus's limbs were even more slender, and its body was even more graceful. Its body proportions were breathtaking, and its skin was as white as snow. It could be said that no horse in the world could compare to it. Initially, when Yue Yang gave it to Inan, it was only a silver-ranked level 1 creature, but it was already enough to make Inan overjoyed. Now, seeing that it had successfully leveled up to platinum ranked, she cheered excitedly. Tears of joy flowed from her eyes. Platinum rank level 2 was definitely not the final evolution point for the silver-horned Pegasus. In its stomach, the orb that had not been completely absorbed was enough to support it to continue leveling up. Nay 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 nay, the silver-horned Pegasus raised its head, raised its hooves in the air, and stood up like a human, letting out a long neigh. It used its snow-white wings to gently lift Inan up, and signaled its master to ride on its back. It seemed like it wanted to bring Inan to the sky for a tour. Even faster than Inan, Yu Shuang, who was as impatient as a monkey, flipped onto its back and grabbed onto its elegant silver mane. She shouted excitedly, "Fly, I want to fly high." Yue Yang did not have time to play with this little girl, and turned towards the two hallucinatory butterflies. Yue Yang had seen through their evolution direction with his Heaven Eyes divine vision. They were completely different from the silver-horned Pegasus, and would become hallucinatory butterfly demons that killed people without batting an eyelid and sucked blood for a living. Gold-ranked, humanoid, demonic body, mind-confusing, sprinkling poison powder, paralyzing the enemy, sucking blood. This kind of hallucinatory butterfly demon was already very powerful, but could it be even more powerful? For example, could it add on Nightmare and Demon Eyes abilities? Yue Yang thought like this. Chapter 496. Unlike the silver-horned Pegasus, the hallucinatory butterflies once again evolved from the combination of the Sea Clan's innate orb, Nightmare Soul Pearl and Demon Eye Crystal. Yue Yang's prediction was successful. When the chrysalis period ended, the two hallucinatory butterflies would definitely become terrifying hallucinatory butterfly demons. Not only would they be hallucinatory butterfly demons, they would also possess some of the special skills of Nightmare and Demon Eye. This way, they would become one of the most important methods to kill the enemy in battle. Hallucination, poison powder, blood-sucking. In addition to Nightmare and Demon Eye, Yue Yang reckoned that even if he didn't raise Yi Nan to the innate realm, with her current mental power, 2 hallucination butterfly demons and spirit mirror, she would probably be able to kill enemies who were innate level 3 and below. In a battle where the weak won against the strong, Yi Nan would most likely become the person with the greatest contrast, even above Yu Bing, who had intense poison inherent skill. Inan also had a spider demoness that was almost forgotten. Yue Yang felt that this spider demoness potential was not that bad and was passable. If she did not know Zhang Ying, the spider empress, then this spider demoness was not worth nurturing. When Zhang Ying wakes up, she should have a way to level up the spider demoness. At that time, there might be a surprise. Really? Then I have to thank Sister Zhang Ying properly. Inan did not mind that Zhang Ying was a hornless dragon who had transformed into a human and nodded happily. Actually, the spider demoness was still considered loyal and would not betray her natural enemy. It was just that her level was too low and she did not have enough intelligence. She was frightened by the bronze-ranked barbaric bull that could instantly kill all living things. The bronze-ranked barbaric bull had long been possessed by the phantom shadow and became the current barbaric bull Shadow Aman. Yue Yang felt that Inan did not have enough offensive beasts. With a spider demoness holding the enemy back, it would be a great help to Inan. What Inan lacked now was a weapon that could increase her mental strength. It would be best if it was a holy ranked artifact. If that was the case, even innate rankers would be scared and flee if they met her. Of course, Inan's real battle power would not be in solo battles. It was a team battle. If there was Princess Sissy with the Prison Emperor Divine Sword in front of them, Shui Wuxia with her Thunder and Ice Frost from behind, Sickly Beauty's Crystal Shield to protect them, City Mistress Fallen Flowers' Aurora Light from afar, Yu Bing's intense poison inherent skill and Inan's mental hallucination. With such a combination, even Shun Tian, who had the 5 transformations power, or the Black Prince, who had the green phosphorus ghost fire, would have a headache. He wondered how Princess Sissy and Shui Wuxia were doing with their cultivation. Especially Shui Wuxia, with Ji Zun's personal guidance. What realm would she grow to? There must be a bigger breakthrough than Inan, right? Yanji Tigress, could she control the Prison Emperor Divine Sword completely? In Yue Yang's heart, he was really looking forward to the return of the two girls. On one hand, he missed Shui Wuxia and Princess Sissy. On the other hand, Yue Yang wanted to increase the strength of Inen and City Mistress Fallen Flowers. After all, an individual's strength could not be compared to a team's. It was still alright now. After defeating the Black Hell King, he would probably head to the Heaven Realm. At that time, it would not be enough for him to face the three great leaders of the Heaven Realm, or even more Heaven Realm rankers. Because of their reunion after a short separation, Inen was especially gentle towards Yue Yang. She changed her attitude of, "Brother Inen." At night, she did not pester him and asked him to go back to City Mistress Fallen Flowers. As long as they could have half an hour of lovey-dovey time, or practice couple body fusion together, Yi Nan would be very satisfied. She, who was still in a spiritual relationship, did not have many thoughts of lust. Yue Yang's gentle caresses and kisses were enough to make her feel satisfied. Of course, even though she was a little shy, she did not reject Yue Yang's wolfish claws. Sometimes when he reached into her clothes and touched her, she did not have any thoughts of resistance. Instead, she happily immersed herself in the pleasure of her lover's touch. It was precisely because of her silent encouragement and the relaxation in her heart that the couple's body fusion cultivation progressed rapidly. When she used her mind to lead Yue Yang into the ethereal realm that she had comprehended, during body fusion she and Yue Yang comprehended an even higher level of heavenly heart together. Compared to Inen, Fallen Flowers and Sickly Beauty, who practiced couple body fusion almost every night, improved even more. Yu Bing was extremely hardworking. Sometimes, Yue Yang would specially tutor her, so her close combat skills improved the most. As for her 1,000-year-old Treant General leveling up, Yue Yang had already prepared for it. Under the support of the Wisdom Fruit, Lustrous Branch, Everlasting Leaf, Underground Spring Dew and the Evil Tree Root of the Evil Millennium Ancient Tree, Yu Bing's 2,000-year-old Treant Generals started to evolve. Green light filled the air and golden light blossomed from the two Treant's bodies. Yue Yang used Nirvana Flame to burn the 1,000-year-old Treant General's branches, leaves and body, then used innate chi to recover. Meanwhile, Yue Bing's green light tree demoness continued to turn green, causing the Treant General to grow continuously while burning in pain, releasing all of its potential. The tree bark suddenly exploded. The tree trunk inside grew taller, the tree arms grew longer, the branches and leaves grew in the flames, and the tender shoots sprouted green. The golden light was like a chain, connecting the two Treants. When they grew to about 20 meters tall, they almost stopped, preparing to evolve and stabilize into the state of the 10,000-year-old ancient tree king. Yue Yang poured 2 barrels of Titan's blood that he had already prepared on the tree roots. When the green light tree demoness saw it, she immediately used her spirit root skill, allowing the two evolving Treants to desperately absorb the energy of the Titan's blood. Almost at the same time they absorbed, the two Treants started to grow crazily. The tree trunk gradually changed, becoming black and glossy as it grew taller. At the same time, it became thicker and stopped when it reached a height of 30 meters. The two Treants' tree trunks gradually turned into human shapes. Huge tree arms hung down, and the treetop looked more like a human head, with facial features, and long tree roots that were connected to the emerald green branches and leaves. The jet black body became thicker and sturdier, and 2 huge legs that looked like human and tree roots grew out. As Yue Yang carved the heaven rune circle on their bodies, the two Treants' bodies also continuously turned into Titan's skin color, with a hint of dark gold within the jet black body. When Yue Yang's heaven rune circle was inserted, the two Treants actually leapt up and jumped into the air. With another rumbling sound, they smashed deeply into the ground, their tree roots deeply piercing into the ground. They had officially surpassed the gold-ranked 10,000-year-old ancient tree king. They had surpassed the limit of growth and evolved into a platinum-ranked level 1 foot Titan ancient tree, a brand new species, a brand new beast created by Yue Yang himself, Titan ancient tree, battle-type guardian beast, platinum-ranked level 1. It has the body of a Titan, the king of all trees. It is immune to evil interference and weakens lightning attacks. Its branches and leaves are evergreen and do not wilt. Its roots absorb the blood of living creatures and the energy of the earth to restore itself. It possesses the special skills entanglement of roots, stun hit, whip, poison sting, and trample. Brother. When Yue Bing saw this, she was so excited that her face turned red. She excitedly pulled Yue Yang's hand and jumped. She jumped and jumped, but she couldn't express the happiness in her heart no matter what. She was already extremely satisfied to be able to level up to become a 10,000-year-old ancient tree king. Now, her brother had specially created a brand new beast for her, a unique, titan ancient tree. How could she not be moved by this? Yu, Inan and the others were also happy for her. They all congratulated Yu Bing for obtaining a strong new beast. Only Yu Shuang looked at it for a long time and muttered, "The tree is very big, but it doesn't seem like it can bear fruit." Actually, the thing that this little girl wanted the most was to eat fruits. As for other things, she ignored them. 2 titan ancient trees were already enough to become Yu Bing's strong arms. Next, it was how to nurture this element-type guardian beast, the green light tree demoness. Although the titan ancient tree's mutation was successful, it didn't increase Yu Bing's strength by much. The green light tree demoness that could fuse with its master would increase Yu Bing's strength by a lot. Furthermore, it would be easier for it to evolve into a holy beast. Titan ancient tree, wait for their wooden brains to grow high intelligence and evolve into a holy beast. That would be really difficult. The problem was that the green light tree demoness's level was still low. It was only silver rank level 3. If they wanted to nurture it, they would need to spend a lot of time. It's alright, with these 2 titan ancient trees, I can help brother in battle. Yu Bing was full of confidence. With these 2 strong titan ancient trees, in addition to her own mind control and intense poison inherent skills, her battle power would definitely increase by 10 times. Indeed, let Bing get used to controlling these 2 titan ancient trees first. Don't worry about the green light tree demoness, I'll think of something. Maybe it would be useful for Bing green light tree demoness. City Mistress Fallen Flowers caressed Yu Bing's little face with her lily-white hands. Not to mention that she was her sister-in-law, even before they had established their relationship, she had already looked at Bing in a different light. Now, she naturally doted on her even more. Thank you, sister-in-law. Yu Bing was the most polite. If it wasn't for Inan's special emphasis on calling her sister, in front of others, she would have called her sister-in-law. As for City Mistress Fallen Flowers and Sickly Beauty, Yu Bing had long since called them sister-in-law. While everyone was still celebrating the birth of the Titan Ancient Tree, at the other side of the corridor, a mature lady that Yue Yang hadn't seen for a long time walked over with big strides. She was Drunken Cat. Unlike usual, she wasn't drunk now. She was very sober. Tian Luo Emperor Hua Shu had received Yue Yang's, Titan's blood, a few days ago. Today, he asked Drunken Cat to give him a treasure in return, the Dream Jadeite. Before she could take out the Dream Jadeite, Drunken Cat was pulled over by City Mistress Fallen Flowers and the others for a chat. Compared to Drunken Cat, little panda girl Niunyu was more popular with Yue Yang. This cute little panda girl also liked Yue Yang very much. After greeting the girls politely, she sneaked a glance at Yue Yang. When she realized that there was no one beside him, she immediately opened her arms and rushed over. She threw herself into Yue Yang's arms and shouted loudly, "Brother, Niunyu misses you so much." "That's right, Niunyu drew a picture for you as a gift." Grandpa said it's very beautiful. The grandpa she was talking about was that old fox, Shui Dongliu. Yue Yang was curious. What kind of picture did little panda girl draw for him? Did she know how to draw? Niunyu glanced at Drunken Cat mysteriously. Then, she quietly leaned over to Yue Yang and said, "Don't let mommy see it. Otherwise, she'll be angry. Mommy doesn't allow Niunyu to draw brother. This is what grandpa taught me." She took out a drawing. When Yue Yang looked at it, he saw that there were 3 people drawn on it with messy lines. On the left was a tall man with unkempt hair. In the middle was a chubby girl with black and white hair. On the right was a tall woman with long hair. The 3 of them stood hand in hand. In addition, there was a sun, moon, and stars in the sky. On the ground, there were a few flowers and some grass. Yue Yang understood at a glance. However, he pretended not to understand and asked, "Who is this? Is it Niunyu?" "Yes, this is me. This is mommy. And this is brother." "Shush, don't let mommy see it. Otherwise, she'll spank Niunyu's butt." Little panda girl Niunyu gestured to Yue Yang to quickly keep this precious picture. "Niunyu is so obedient. I'll reward you with a malt candy." Yue Yang was definitely an expert at coaxing children. From afar, Drunken Cat rolled her eyes at him. It was obvious that she knew about this picture. However, she pretended not to know because of Niunyu the little panda girl. Yue Yang coughed and carried Niunyu over. He asked her, "What treasure does your majesty want to bestow upon me?" Drunken Cat extended her hand and said, "Give me your Qi Lan wine in exchange." Yue Yang was speechless. He knew it would be like this. Chapter 497. Yue Yang had given the Qi Lan wine to Zheng Wuyu, Elder Yu Hai and the old fox before. Drunken Cat must have found out about it. "Of course there's wine, but you're not allowed to get drunk." Yue Yang quickly pretended to be a child. If there wasn't City Mistress Fallen Flowers, Sickly Beauty and Yu beside him, and there was only Drunken Cat, he would probably get her drunk. The Qi Lan wine is famous in the whole Tong Tian Tower. "I've never tried it before, take it out quickly." Before Drunken Cat drank, she was definitely a violent woman. She grabbed Yue Yang's collar. It seemed that if Yue Yang didn't take it out, she would push him down on the spot. Sickly Beauty and City Mistress Fallen Flowers were already used to it. However, this was only because Yue Yang was strong enough. If it was someone else, upon seeing Drunken Cat's violent aura, they probably wouldn't even open their mouths and would directly offer the wine to her with both hands. They wouldn't even dare to look her in the eye. Princess Sissy couldn't be compared to Drunken Cat. Although Tigress also loved violence, she would only do it to people she knew. She wouldn't do it to outsiders. Drunken Cat would be violent to everyone, unless she was drunk. However, the panda girl Niu would be even more violent to protect her mother. Yue Yang took out the Qi Lan wine, but didn't pass it to her immediately. Instead, he asked, "You've already broken through to the innate realm?" When he said that, City Mistress Fallen Flowers and Sickly Beauty were stunned. They turned around and looked at Drunken Cat. Sickly Beauty even changed her usual demure demeanor and hugged her happily. She cheered, "Sister Yi, why didn't you tell us that you've broken through to the innate realm? When did you break through?" "I don't know either." When Drunken Cat said that, everyone fell to the ground. Mommy is an innate when she's drunk. Niu's words made Yue Yang sweat profusely. However, when he thought about it, he felt that it made sense. "I understand. You are now in two states. One is when you are sober is a lesser innate, and when you are drunk, you are a level 2 innate. The difference between the two is huge. If this continues for a long time, your body won't be able to take it." Yue Yang held onto Drunken Cat's pulse without any hesitation, and channeled a strand of innate qi into her body. Then, he used his Heaven Eye's divine vision to observe the condition of her body, and came to a conclusion: your long-term addiction to alcohol is caused by these two states. Other than the fact that you like to drink, you also subconsciously wish to stay in the innate realm for a long period of time. That's why you try your best to get drunk. Isn't that good? Anyway, there's alcohol to drink and increase my strength. There's nothing bad about it. I think I'm pretty good. Drunken Cat tried her best to snatch the Qi Lan wine from Yue Yang's hands, but with her strength, it was not easy for her to snatch something from Yue Yang's hands. "Sister Yi, drinking alcohol for a long period of time is definitely not good for your body." Sickly Beauty advised gently. She had advised her countless times already. "How can I live without alcohol?" Drunken Cat expressed that she could live without anything, but she must drink alcohol. "What will happen in the long term?" Yu was attentive, and could hear the warning in Yue Yang's words. She asked, "Xiao San, quickly tell everyone. After drinking, she will become crazier and crazier. When she is drunk, her strength will increase faster and faster, but when she is sober, she will always be stuck in the lesser innate realm. When she reaches innate level 3 and above, or even innate level 4 or 5, her body will not be able to take it and might even be destroyed. If she drinks this bottle of Qi Lan wine, she will fall into a deep sleep for a few days. All the alcohol will be converted into energy, and her body will also be damaged. Her body can still take it now, but when she reaches innate level 3, her body will not be strong enough, and it will be very painful. She will need to drink all day, and if she doesn't get drunk for a day, she will feel like her body will explode." Yue Yang warned with a hint of intimidation and a hint of truth. Actually, if Drunken Cat continued drinking, her body might not explode. But her body might adjust automatically, and her realm would not increase anymore, and she would remain stagnant. The only danger would be during a battle. If she increased her realm one day, and was in a special area without alcohol to drink, then Drunken Cat would be in extreme pain. After hearing what Yue Yang said, Sickly Beauty and City Mistress Fallen Flowers suddenly understood. Why did Sister Yi love alcohol so much? It was because she subconsciously wanted to drink to maintain a higher state. If her body also needed to drink to feel comfortable, it had become an instinctive habit. Of course, This kind of result was definitely not the best growth. To be able to reach innate realm, drinking was only a strong support, it was not absolute. Furthermore, if she kept drinking like this, definitely not. Is there no other way? Think of one for her. City Mistress Fallen Flowers looked at Yue Yang, asking him to come up with an idea. Tell her not to drink anymore. Yue Yang laughed. No, if there's no alcohol to drink, I'll just die. Drunken Cat rolled her eyes at Yue Yang, raised her fist and punched heavily, wanting to send Yue Yang flying, but he caught it with one hand. There's another way, which is to break through to innate realm when you are sober, and close the gap. This way, even if you are stronger when you are drunk, your body will not be injured. For example, if you are innate level 3 when you are drunk, and you are innate level 2 when you are normal, it will not affect you much. Yue Yang's words made Drunken Cat a little tempted. Although drinking was the first priority, her body was still important, she could not let it be destroyed. How can I induce Sister Yi to enter innate realm when she is sober? Sickly Beauty felt that this was a little difficult. Get angry. Yue Yang giggled as he kept the Qi Lan wine. When Drunken Cat was about to make her move, he nodded, indicating that this was the kind of angry state he wanted. That day, when the Eastern Goblin tribe attacked, Drunken Cat single-handedly killed the abnormally strong Plum Leopard. Yue Yang did not understand how she did it, but now he understood. Although this Drunken Cat Big Sis was not drunk, when she was in a state of anger, her strength exploded and she killed her opponent. This was similar to Yue Yang's uncontrollable state when his power increased by 10 times after he went berserk. When City Mistress Fallen Flowers heard this, she immediately patted Yue Yang's shoulder. I'll leave Sister Yi to you. Sickly Beauty also expressed her confidence in her lover. Yu followed them and left. Yu Bing and Inan went to train together, testing the power of their new beasts. In the end, only the Drunken Cat Big Sis and Yue Yang were left. Of course, there was also the little panda Niu. However, her eyes were smiling like crescent moons, not knowing that her mother was about to fall into the big bad wolf's mouth and become a delicacy. Isn't it easy to get angry? I beat so many people in a day, but I didn't trigger any innate state. Drunken Cat expressed her disbelief. That's not real anger. Yue Yang threw a golden coconut to Niu, telling her to share it with Yu Shuang. He then waved his hand at the doubtful Drunken Cat. Follow me, I promise you that you will be cured in a few days. You can drink as much as you want in the future. Really? Drunken Cat did not believe Yue Yang at first, but when she heard him say that she could drink as much as she wanted in the future, she was a little moved. For the sake of good wine, she decided to follow him. They entered the training hall. Yue Yang first asked Drunken Cat what relationship she had with the Night Empress, but Drunken Cat did not answer. He guessed that this girl was a descendant of the Night Empress. She might even be the niece of the Tian Luo Emperor, Hua Shuri. She might be the cousin of City Mistress Fallen Flowers and the cousin of Sickly Beauty. Of course, Drunken Cat was definitely older than City Mistress Fallen Flowers and Sickly Beauty. According to her cultivation, Yue Yang had reason to suspect that this mature sister was already 100 years old spinster. To the people of Earth, 100 years old was a birthday. To the people of the Soaring Dragon continent, 100 years old was just a youth. To the higher-ups of Tong Tian Tower, 100 years old was still a child. Not to mention other things, just comparing the Golden Elves, Bao was already 160 years old, but she was still a lowly 160 years old earthling. Even if she was placed in a coffin, her bones would have already withered. To the innate rankers who could easily live for hundreds or even thousands of years, 100 years old warrior was just the beginning. There was no one like Yue Yang, who was so abnormal that he became an innate at the age of 20. This made all the old fellows feel ashamed. Yue Yang didn't even dare to ask Drunken Cat's age. That would definitely be courting death. When he asked Drunken Cat's name again, she still turned her head away and didn't answer. Of course she had a name, but Yue Yang didn't know it. Alright, since you are not related to the Night Empress, then I can rest assured. Yue Yang took out his gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear, looking like a bully who wanted to take liberties with an innocent woman. You want to fight? That's easy. Drunken Cat was not afraid at all. She immediately took out a bronze-ranked halberd from the weapon rack in the training hall. Previously, she had changed her name to the Dragon Spear Lady and fought her way through the 100 Schools Elite Tournament. If it wasn't for the Eastern Goblin Tribe's attack, she would still be fighting with Yue Yang. Now was the perfect time. She wanted to fight with him. Yue Yang expressed that there were conditions for fighting. We will fight 3 rounds. I will put my strength at the same level as you. We will fight purely based on techniques and personal experience. I won't use my strength to bully you. However, if you lose, you have to promise me a condition. For example, if I ask to touch your chest, you can't resist. Do you understand? Drunken Cat was enraged. Her beautiful eyes stared at Yue Yang like a spear. Yue Yang acted as if he didn't see it. He smiled and waved his hand. Don't worry, if you win, I will let you touch me. If you want to touch me, I will definitely not resist. If you don't want to lose, then use your greatest strength and best techniques. I guarantee that I will be like a sober lesser innate. I won't need any beasts to support me. If you can level up to an innate, then you can definitely win against me. If you can't win, you can only blame yourself for being useless. Drunken Cat, who was about to explode in anger, was speechless again. Indeed, she had the upper hand in this kind of fight. Moreover, she also understood that he deliberately said that to motivate her. However, even so, she couldn't stand it. This was obscenity. Definitely, Drunken Cat really wanted to throw her spear away and not fight. She would rather die in the future. However, when she saw the faintly discernible smile in his eyes, as if he was mocking her cowardice, she was immediately enraged. She shouted and stabbed her spear into the ground. Let's fight then. If I win, I will let you arrogant pervert, bark like a dog. You dare to tease me, do you not know how to write the word, death? Her whole body erupted with power. Her aura was majestic, like a raging sea. The entire martial training hall trembled under the shockwave of her aura. A huge silver dragon image appeared above her head. It wasn't a beast, but it was a little like a domain. Of course, it was still far from a real domain. But just this alone was already terrifying enough. A lesser innate with energy close to a domain. It was easy to imagine how strong she was. Today is a good day. Yue Yang was completely unmoved. He was writing in his diary, preparing to commemorate this magnificent feat of touching her chest openly. Chapter 498. Now, Yue Yang finally understood why those students called Drunken Cat Dragon Spear Lady. The reason was because of her unique battle technique. Every time she thrust it out, the spear aura would be in the shape of a dragon. Although she was furious, Drunken Cat did not lose her rationality. She used the little dragon pathfinder, with a probing nature, and flew towards Yue Yang's heart. She knew that there was a 90% chance that she was not this brat's opponent. She had to be extremely cautious, or else she might be defeated in one move. And the 10% chance of defeating him was to enter the innate realm. How to achieve that without getting drunk was the goal of today's training. For this, she agreed to the humiliating condition of letting him attack her breasts if she lost. Under such pressure, she hoped that she could break through, and break through again, and beat this brat into a fallen flowers. Insufficient technique, insufficient aura, insufficient killing intent. Yue Yang said 3 inadequacies in a row. He did not thrust the gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear forward, but reversed the spearhead, rotated it, and used the end of the spear to knock away Drunken Cat's halberd. Then, with a pull, Drunken Cat lost her balance, and fell forward involuntarily. Is that so? Drunken Cat was shocked. Luckily it was just a probing move. If she had attacked with all her strength, she would probably be defeated in one move. When Yue Yang swept his spear, her waist bent backwards as if it was boneless. She bent her waist like an arch bridge and dodged the attack. The spear in her hand that was swung away revolved around her body, dissipating the force of Yue Yang's pull. With one hand pressing on the ground, Drunken Cat drilled out from between her legs like a beautiful snake, and flew towards Yue Yang. The halberd in her hand once again exploded out with a spear aura that could swallow everything, and counterattacked towards Yue Yang. Who would have thought that Yue Yang in front of her would disappear in a flash? Immediately after, he would appear behind her, very close. Drunken Cat was shocked. This kind of speed, she was unable to react at all. She gritted her teeth and thrust her halberd forward with 10 times the speed. He moved his whole body forward and escaped from Yue Yang. Drunken Cat was in danger, but she still turned around to look. If it was a real enemy, she wouldn't have done this. She would have used all her strength to defend herself. However, she knew that Yue Yang wouldn't hurt her, so she turned around to see how he would attack her. Yue Yang used the gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear as a pole and pointed at the ground. He shot forward like a meteor. Before Drunken Cat could react, a flying kick landed on her round and perky buttocks. If this wasn't a competition, Drunken Cat understood that if this wasn't a competition, but a fight to the death, then she would have been heavily injured, or even dead. This brat could have pierced him with his spear and kicked him in the butt. It was just a warning. Even so, she still felt extremely humiliated. It was undeniable that this brat also had a wicked sense of humor in his warning. Of all places to kick, he just had to kick the buttocks. "I'll kill you, you big pervert." Drunken Cat borrowed the force of Yue Yang's kick and did a big turn in the air. The halberd in her hand shot towards Yue Yang like a poisonous dragon coming out of its hole. This attack carried with it the power of a dragon's roar. The air in the entire training hall became stagnant, as if a giant dragon was pouncing down from the sky. Too slow, Yue Yang calmly thrust his spear outwards. He didn't block, but borrowed the strength of the Drunken Cat Big Sis to move her body. It was the same technique he used to break the little dragon's probing just now. However, this time, the Drunken Cat Big Sis had used all her strength, and there was no possibility of stopping. Drunken Cat was quick-witted and quickly let go. The halberd flew with great force towards the opposite wall of the training hall with a roar. A thud sound was heard. The halberd that flew out of her hand was nailed deeply into the incomparably hard granite wall. Cracks spread out like a spider's web around the hole. In the air, Drunken Cat saw Yue Yang turn his spear and wanted to use the spear's tail to sweep her down. In a moment of desperation, she didn't care too much. She flew over and rushed into his embrace. Her hands tightly wrapped around his waist, preventing him from attacking. Then, she leaned back and prepared to use the arched bridge throw to smash this brat to the ground. The moment she exerted strength from her waist, Drunken Cat discovered that her waist was also being hugged by Yue Yang. One of his hands passed through her crotch and held onto her thigh. An irresistible force burst out, and he actually lifted her whole body up. "Quickly let me down," Drunken Cat shouted anxiously. She realized that if she fought him in close combat, she would be at a disadvantage. "You must admit defeat before you can let go." Yue Yang shamelessly maintained this position, continuing to enjoy the wonderful feeling of their entangled bodies. When he put Drunken Cat down, her clothes were a little messy. Her chest was heaving up and down as she panted. Her face was flushed red from embarrassment, but also red from anger. Her eyes were like the tip of a spear that could kill, almost killing Yue Yang in an instant. She stared at him for a long time. Suddenly, she took a deep breath, tidied her clothes and closed her eyes. "If you're willing to bet, you must be willing to lose. Come, I'm warning you, you're only allowed to touch me once. If you dare to touch me more than once, I'll chop it off." Actually, she knew that her chances of winning against him were not high, so why did she bet with him? Furthermore, it was this kind of bet, she couldn't understand it. Of course, she knew that if it wasn't this pervert, but some other guy, they wouldn't have made this kind of bet. She would rather die than let someone humiliate her like this. As for him, it wasn't that serious to let him humiliate her. This brat had been using his eyes to molest her for a long time, and she had already suffered a loss. Letting him touch her would only make her suffer a little more. In the future, if there was a chance, she would definitely take her revenge. Drunken Cat pretended that she didn't care, but she was actually very nervous in her heart. Her heart was beating very fast. It was as if a deer was ramming into her. Letting him touch her once was fine, but when she won, she would chop off that paw of his. Although she comforted herself like this, she still felt embarrassed and unbearable. She felt a fiery big hand reaching over, gently kneading her left breast, and then retracting it. Drunken Cat felt that it was too strange. So fast, why didn't this big pervert take the opportunity to touch her a little longer? It was completely different from what she had imagined. When she opened her eyes, she realized that this brat was writing in his diary. Writing a diary, snatching it over to take a look. Drunken Cat's eyes immediately widened in anger, and she exploded on the spot. Because, it wrote, when I reached out to touch her, she closed her eyes and had a look of enjoyment on her face, who had a look of enjoyment on his face. She couldn't wait to kill him, and he still had a look of enjoyment on his face. Drunken Cat was so angry that smoke came out of her 7 orifices. First, she tore the diary into pieces, then she snatched the gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear from Yue Yang's hands. Like a shrew, she smashed and hid randomly, chasing after Yue Yang all the way, determined to kill him. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Waves of vibrations came from the training hall. City Mistress Fallen Flowers in the garden stopped watering the flowers and looked towards the distant training hall. She smiled meaningfully and continued to nurture her beloved flowers and plants. Yu, who was sitting in the puppet room, picked up the puppet parts that had fallen to the ground and placed them back on the table. She sighed slightly. The little panda girl Niu, who was helping fourth mother wash the vegetables in the kitchen, tilted her head and asked cutely, "Are brother and mother fighting?" Fourth mother smiled slightly and said gently, "They're not fighting, they're training." Yu Shuang, the little girl, hugged a snow-white pillow and walked out with sleepy eyes. "So noisy," fourth mother comforted her, "you'll be fine after a few days. Why don't mother carry you? That way, even if the sky falls and the earth cracks, you'll still be able to sleep." "Good, this little girl, it's not that you can't sleep, you just know how to act spoiled in front of mother. See if I don't spank your little butt." Although she was scolded, she still dotingly carried Yu Shuang on her back. She could only angrily spank her precious daughters but a few times, as a punishment. The little girl was not afraid at all. She hugged her mother's neck and giggled. Niu looked at her enviously. That expression made fourth mother's heart ache for a while. She stretched out her hand and caressed Niu's little face. "I'm tired, fourth mother will carry you to sleep too." "Thank you, fourth mother. Niu is not tired." The little panda girl Niu happily shook her head. Her round little face was filled with a sweet smile. Training hall. Yue Yang elegantly threw Drunken Cat over his shoulder, firmly throwing her onto the floor. He was so pleased with himself that he shouted, "The enemy is embarrassed, I'm going to take off her clothes." Drunken Cat was actually not injured. She did a somersault and angrily grabbed Yue Yang's collar. She stared into his eyes with her murderous eyes, nose to nose, mouth to mouth, and angrily scolded, "What did you say? I lost the bet, so I let you touch me. You brat, you still want to take off my clothes. If this goes on, wouldn't I have to force myself on you in another round?" Yue Yang secretly cursed in his heart. This domineering sister had misunderstood. He hurriedly explained, "Actually, this is a misunderstanding. This sentence is the language of a very vulgar race. It means that I have defeated you." Hearing this, Drunken Cat became even more furious. "I let you defeat me, so you have to take off my clothes. What enemy is embarrassed? Who's embarrassed? Didn't I concede defeat just now? Brat, don't push your luck, this is really a misunderstanding." Yue Yang tried his best to hold back his laughter, but it took a lot of effort. "Then even if I defeat you, I'm going to take off your clothes." Drunken Cat couldn't stand this brat's arrogance. "If you defeat me, you can say, 'The enemy is embarrassed, I'm going to take off my clothes to wash him.'" Yue Yang's words made Drunken Cat dumbfounded. If she defeated him, she still had to take off her clothes to wash him. This was too unfair. Is there nothing else? Drunken Cat felt that these two sentences were not suitable. She was the one at a disadvantage. Also, if you defeat me, you can also say, "The enemy is embarrassed, I'm going to take off my clothes to press him." Yue Yang replied in a serious manner. Drunken Cat almost fainted. This last sentence was not even as good as the first two sentences. In the end, she might as well take off her clothes to press him. It was better to lose than to win. She might as well send herself into the big bad wolf's mouth like a little lamb. Drunken Cat felt as if the blood in her body was burning. She grabbed Yue Yang and roared angrily, "I'm not going to take off my clothes. If I want to take off my clothes, I'll take off your clothes. Go and die, you pervert. I'm not done with you. You want to take off my clothes? I'll bite you to death." Rumble, rumble, a new round of fighting began. Chapter 499. That day, Drunken Cat made an exception and didn't drink. However, when she was eating, she glared at Yue Yang with a gaze that was even more hateful than the one that killed her father. City Mistress Fallen Flowers felt that she would explode at any moment, so she quickly sat beside her with Yu, not giving Drunken Cat a chance to flip the table. Everyone tactfully talked about the country and did not mention anything about her and Yue Yang practicing martial arts. This was to prevent her from getting angry and slamming the table. Actually, even if she didn't say anything, everyone knew that Drunken Cat was at a disadvantage. Not to mention that Yue Yang was extremely strong, he had also trained repeatedly. Innate level 1 was comparable to innate level 6. Even if he used the strength of a lesser innate, even if he didn't use his Nirvana Flame and World Exterminating Wheel, Drunken Cat wouldn't stand a chance. Even if she became innate level 2 after getting drunk, she would still be far from it. In other words, if she wanted to defeat the lesser innate Yue Yang, she would need to level up to innate level 4, or even innate level 5. This would still require Yue Yang to use his techniques without using his beasts. I'm full. Drunken Cat angrily ate a small bowl and glared at Yue Yang before leaving the table. She was already very angry. The reason why she was able to eat at the same table as Yue Yang was because of Fourth Mother. Suppressing her desire to drink, she returned to the training hall and continued to train. Although she was angry, she wasn't stubborn. She practiced all the techniques that Yue Yang had used against her during the day, as well as the various moves that he had used against her. She thought about it over and over again, and used Yue Yang's techniques as her own. As she practiced with the gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear, she gradually understood more and more. If she didn't try to practice, she would never know the secret behind Yue Yang's techniques. She also wouldn't know the difference between her and him. She didn't even know that the spear could be used like this, and that it could be used to counter the enemy's attacks. The more she practiced, the more shocked she became. Even though she knew that there was a huge gap between her and Yue Yang, she had never expected him to surpass her by so much in terms of battle skills. His forte was the gun. His forte should be the saber or the sword. Yue Yang didn't even need to use Wei Jin Magic Blade and Crescent Moon Blade to defeat her fallen flowers. If he really used them, then wouldn't she? Drunken Cat calmed herself down and thought carefully. She tried her best to imitate Yue Yang's moves, trying to understand his artistic conception at that time. Since he was stronger than him, it was appropriate to learn from him. It would be best if he could secretly learn more combat skills than him in the future and beat him to a pulp, angering him to death. While Drunken Cat was focused on secretly learning from him, Yue Yang began to create his own battle doll. He had already prepared most of the materials previously, and now he had the Dream Jadeite, Titan's Heart and God's Blood. Sickly Beauty had almost finished researching the 3 runic circles of the gold coffin. She estimated that it would be completed in a few days. Yu, on the other hand, had sorted the blueprints of the battle doll weapons and the necessary materials to create them, waiting for Yue Yang to create them. I'll create the battle doll's Angel's Blade later. Are you really not going to upgrade your Angel's Blade? Yue Yang felt that Yu's silver-ranked Angel's Blade was a little weak. Since he didn't know when the battle doll would be completed, he wanted to use the best materials to upgrade Yu's Angel's Blade. No, this is already the best for me. Yu quickly waved her hands. She felt a little warm in her heart when she talked about the Angel's Blade created by Yue Yang. Actually, the materials are more than enough. Yue Yang still tried to persuade her. That's just the best estimate. I'm not the main fighter, I'll heal everyone from the back. The silver-ranked Angel's Blade is already enough. Moreover, it's better than many gold-ranked treasures. Yu didn't want Yue Yang to waste too many materials on her. Moreover, this silver-ranked Angel's Blade was also praised by everyone and they were all envious of it. Alright, Yue Yang gave up on persuading her and took out Yu Gong's second relic, the mysterious crystal pillar. This crystal pillar was 10 meters tall, 2 meters wide and 1 meter thick. The base was slightly bigger, the middle was straight and the top was slightly pointed. It was filled with energy and countless heaven runes were engraved on both sides of the crystal pillar. Its entire body was emitting a faint white light. Indistinctly, there was a kind of rainbow-like flowing light. At its base, there was a gap, as if a sharp treasure had dug out a piece. This was the strangest thing about Yue Yang. Yue Gong's fighting strength was not high and he wasn't strong. He didn't even have a divine weapon. How did he dig out this gap and use it as the core of the beast? Yue Yang tried before. He used the platinum-ranked Wei Jin Magic Blade to cut it, but it couldn't do anything to this mysterious crystal pillar. The Wei Jin Magic Blade had always been able to cut through other metals like it was mud. It was extremely sharp, yet it couldn't cut through the crystal pillar. Why don't I try the God-killing dagger? Yu had seen Yue Yang use the God-killing dagger to cut some materials, but she didn't know if the God-killing dagger could cut through the crystal pillar. Yue Yang realized that the holy-ranked God-killing dagger was indeed different. With the support of an He, a small piece of the crystal the size of a grain of rice was slowly shaved off. Without the holy-ranked God-killing dagger and an He, how did Yue Gong make such a big gap? Yue Yang really couldn't understand. Furthermore, just shaving it off wasn't enough. The core of every puppet was made into a bead or diamond shape. How did the ghost genius Yue Gong manage to do this? Without Nirvana's flame, how could Yue Gong melt the crystal into a bead or diamond shape? With suspicions in his heart, Yue Yang used a large amount of innate chi and Nirvana's flame for half an hour to melt the crystal shards into a small crystal bead. Yue Yang was so tired that he was unbearably tired. Seeing that Yue Yang was sweating profusely from exhaustion, Yu helped him wipe his sweat over and over again. She couldn't help him with manufacturing, so she could only take care of him in his daily life. Looking at Yue Yang's troubled and confused look, Yu wished that she knew all the answers in the world and told him all the secrets, so that his furrowed brows could relax. This was because Yue Yang didn't know how to make the crystal bead, and the real puppet grimoire didn't have any relevant records. Yue Yang could only use the stupidest method. That was to use violence. Raising his explosive power to innate level 3, he used the god-killing dagger and innate chi to shoot out a sharp sword, slowly cutting the base of the crystal pillar. Every cut line was slowly melted with Nirvana's flame, separating the base from the pillar. He then cut the base into pieces of crystal of different sizes. The smaller ones were a few kilograms, the bigger ones were tens of kilograms. In order to cut these, Yue Yang was exhausted. There must be a way, but unfortunately Yue Yang didn't know. Using violence would only result in half the effort. Fortunately, he had innate chi and Nirvana's flame. If not, he probably wouldn't be able to do anything to this crystal pillar. Let's rest for a while. Yu could only pass him water and wipe his sweat. She really wished that she could help Yue Yang more, but she couldn't do anything. What method is it exactly? How did the ghost genius Yu Gong chew a hole in the crystal pillar? Yue Yang kept asking himself. Yu really wanted to tell him, but she didn't know the answer either. I heard that Yu Gong's body was so weak that he didn't even have the strength to truss a chicken. Without any treasures, let alone cutting the crystal pillar, he wouldn't even be able to move a big piece of it. This isn't tofu. Yue Yang really admired Yu Gong. This guy was really a ghost genius, he really couldn't compare to him. Yu wiped Yue Yang's sweat and massaged his shoulders. Seeing his comfortable expression, she used more strength. She felt that she could only do these things for him. She was really useless. She was not smart enough, so she couldn't help him. If only Shui Wuxia or Princess Sissy were here, especially Shui Wuxia. She had always been the biggest inspiration to him. Maybe she would have a way. Yue Yang thought for a long time, but he couldn't think of Yu Gong's secret method. He could only continue to use violence. When Yu retreated, she saw the materials on the ground. She quickly bent down to pick them up, but unexpectedly, her forehead bumped into the meteorite essence protruding from the table. She held her forehead in pain. She endured the pain and stood up. She didn't want Yue Yang to be distracted and affect his work. She felt that something was wrong with her hand. She stretched out her hand to take a look and realized that there was a little blood stain on her finger. The tender skin on her forehead was scratched. She prepared to secretly use the healing water to heal herself without letting Yue Yang know. Just as she summoned the water ball, an indescribable enlightenment flashed in her heart, causing her to scream. Why are you injured? Yue Yang raised his head and realized that Yu's forehead was bleeding. Don't worry about me, I'm fine. Quickly try. Master Yu Gong's body is weak, his face is pale and bloodless. He might have lost blood for a long period of time. I mean, Master Yu Gong might have used fresh blood, maybe his blood has some kind of effect. I don't know how to explain it, but I feel that blood might be useful. I don't know if this is correct either, but I just thought of it. Yu was afraid that the enlightenment in her mind would disappear, so she quickly shouted it out. Although she wasn't sure if it was correct, the feeling in her heart was indeed correct. Blood. Yue Yang's body shook when he heard it. His eyes shone brightly. After Yu pointed it out, he immediately understood. He hurriedly picked up a crystal shard and held it in his hand. He then used the god-killing dagger to cut his palm. But the crystal shard that was stained with fresh blood did not move at all. There was no reaction even after a long time. Yu was disappointed, seeing that her brother trusted her without hesitation, but she had told him the wrong method. She felt extremely guilty. She rushed over and hugged his arm. With tears in her eyes, she wanted to help him heal the wound on his palm. A drop of tear fell on the crystal shard that was stained with fresh blood. Suddenly, a strange light shone. The crystal shard emitted a dazzling white light, and countless heaven runes flew out, floating in the air. Seeing this scene, Yu was so excited that she almost suffocated. Success. Blood alone was not enough, there must be tears. Yu really wanted to hug her brother and cry. She was finally of some use. Yue Yang injected his innate chi into the crystal shard. The runes immediately interweaved into a mysterious pattern and returned to him. The hard crystal shard melted into water like ice and slowly accumulated, forming a small jelly-like ball. Yue Yang used his thoughts to control it. He could easily turn it into a small crystal bead. He could also turn it into a diamond-shaped crystal caltrop. He could change it as he pleased. When Yue Yang stopped controlling it, the diamond-shaped crystal caltrop emitted a bright light again. It quickly hardened and returned to its crystal state. However, its shape had already changed to the diamond shape that Yue Yang wanted. Success! Success! Yu hugged Yue Yang, crying and laughing at the same time. She was so excited that it was hard to describe. Sister Yu, you are really my lucky star. Yue Yang also hugged Yu excitedly. He couldn't contain his joy and threw her above his head, reaching out to catch her. Hey, Xiao-san, put me down, don't do this, someone will see. Yu let him throw her a few times. She suddenly remembered that she was his second sister and hurriedly stopped him. At the moment when Yue Yang threw her up, she spread out her angel's blade and floated in the air. With a somersault, she landed 2 meters away, refusing to let him catch her again. No wonder the ghost genius Yue Gong, a weak and sickly scholar, could make such a hole. Thank you, Sister Yu. Hey, your injury is not healed yet. Yue Yang didn't seem to realize that their intimate actions just now were very ambiguous. He hurriedly used his innate chi to heal her. It's nothing, it's just a scratch. Yu wanted to reject him. However, seeing his attentive face, her heart softened and she let him heal her. She closed her eyes and felt his warm hand gently caressing her forehead. Her wound felt cool. It didn't hurt, but she felt happy. It was good to have a brother. Chapter 500. Just like that, during the day, Yue Yang became Drunken Cat's sparring partner and teased her while he was at it. At night, he concentrated on making battle dolls. With the ghost genius Yue Gong's puppet encyclopedia and the Black Hell King's 3 ancient battle dolls from 6,000 years ago as reference, Yue Yang progressed very quickly with all the necessary materials. He had already broken the 3 battle dolls from the Black Hell King's secret base many times and studied them repeatedly. The 3 battle dolls did not have a gender, but they were made to look like females. Maybe this could confuse people, because very few people would suspect that a beauty was a puppet. Yue Yang realized that the interior of the 3 battle dolls were similar, just like Kai Yi. As for the other 2 combat puppets, they were named Black Cloak and White Cloak, respectively. Only their height and body shape were slightly different, but if one completely cut open the simulated human skin and muscles, the composition inside would be almost exactly the same. Compared to the ancient battle dolls in the golden coffin, these 3 battle dolls were only average. Yue Gong's transforming battle dolls, due to the limited conditions, were either low or average. Because of the passing of time, technology had disappeared. Battle dolls that were above average and high quality had all disappeared. The battle dolls that the ghost genius Yue Gong designed with life, consciousness and emotions belonged to the highest quality, similar to the blueprint in the golden coffin. There were a few notes on the blueprint. Actually, there was a type of extremely high-quality battle dolls that appeared in the immemorial era. This type of battle dolls could freely change between human and battle dolls. It had all the characteristics of a human and battle dolls. Not only did it have life, consciousness, rationality and emotions, it also had a soul. This type of extremely high-quality battle dolls only existed in legends and were equivalent to transcendental divine weapons. The battle dolls in the golden coffin and Yue Gong's idea were almost the same. Once it was successfully made, it would undoubtedly be a holy ranked battle dolls. It could even become a humanoid divine weapon. As for Kai Yi, Hei Yi and Bai Yi, the 3 ancient battle dolls, they could probably be considered platinum ranked. If Yue Yang thought of a way to perfect them and added runes to them, they might even be able to reach the peak of platinum ranked. Of course, it was probably impossible for the 3 battle dolls to evolve into saint-grade battle dolls with life. Furthermore, if Yue Yang had that kind of ability, he might as well level up his Crescent Moon and Wei Jin Magic Blade to holy ranked. At the very least, he would be able to increase the power of his weapons. The Wei Jin Magic Blade still had a future. After all, it still had the Titan's blood. If it could successfully fuse with the Demon Dragon's Crystal and Molten Flame Core, in addition to the Silver Soul Pearl from the golden box that sealed the demon statue and the Dark Soul Pearl from the White Jade Beetle that sealed the demon shadow, the 5 of them would be completely fused together. In addition to Yue Yang's runes, leveling it up to a holy ranked equipment shouldn't be a problem. However, Yue Yang's current ambition was to level it up to a divine ranked equipment. He was probably still lacking in materials. God's blood, God's water, God's meteorite molten gold, Titan's heart, crystal body, dream jadeite and other peerless treasures had to be left behind to fulfill Yu Gong's third wish. Hence, Yue Yang decided to temporarily stop upgrading his Wei Jin magic blade. Firstly, he did not have enough materials. Secondly, he had the god-killing dagger, which was enough for now. Thirdly, the Black Hell King had not arrived yet. It wouldn't be too late to upgrade the Wei Jin magic blade when he was ready to fight. I say, Shao San, why don't you slow down? It's not good for your body to bleed so much all of a sudden. Yu Yu's heart ached for Yue Yang's crazy actions. I'm fine. Yue Yang used the god-killing dagger to cut open his palm and dripped a large amount of blood. His body's self-healing ability was extremely fast. His wounds healed at a speed that could be seen by the naked eye. Even if it was a big wound, it would stop bleeding after a while. Yue Yang had no choice but to cut open his blood vessels repeatedly to let his blood flow out to melt the crystal pillar. Yue Yu's heart ached so much that her tears fell like rain. She didn't even need to prepare her emotions, her tears flowed down like rain. Yue Yang melted the crystal pillar into whatever form he wanted, and then fused it with the crystal man's body that he obtained from the crystal canyon. He used Nirvana's flame to refine the purest and best quality parts to create the body of the battle doll that was Yue Yang's third wish. Even if he used up all of his crystals, and even borrowed a large amount of crystals from the Tian Luo Kingdom's treasury, Yue Yang could only refine the crystal essence that was about the size of a watermelon. It wasn't possible to make it into an adult, but it was still possible to make it into a child's body. He used the best quality parts to make the body. And the crystal essence, which was one grade lower, was used to make the crystal doll's second form. According to the ancient blueprint in the golden coffin, this battle doll had three forms. The first was the daily life form, the second was the training and learning form, and the third was the battle armor form. The third form was to add meteorite adamantine, mithril, and other metals, allowing her to fuse into one and achieve the form of an armored battle angel. It was a pity that Yue Yang didn't know how to turn the crystal doll into a human body. Otherwise, he would definitely try to make a supreme divine equipment from the immemorial era, the battle angel. The god's blood had already been purified by Yue Yang using Nirvana's flame. Yue Yang even added his own blood into it, allowing the two to fuse and form a new kind of blood. Originally, this was impossible. The god's blood would never fuse with any other blood, even if it was another kind of god's blood. However, Yue Yang's bold attempt had inexplicably succeeded. A large drop of new god's blood was born. It would become the crystal doll's source of life. As for the crystal doll's blood, it was made from the blood of Yu Yu, city mistress fallen flowers and sickly beauty. Although their blood could not be mixed, after the fusion of the god's water and the new god's blood, Yue Yang succeeded once again. However, he realized that this was not enough. If he wanted the crystal doll to look like a human child, he would need more blood from women. Not only Yu Bing, Inan and Drunken Cat, even little Shuang and the little panda girl Niunyu had taken a bit of their blood to make the new blood. Only Fourth Mother refusing to let Yue Yang study her blood. This made Yue Yang very puzzled and felt that she was very mysterious. Yue Yang had already confirmed the name list. It was okay if the blood essence was not enough, there were still Impatience, Shui Wuxia, Princess Sissy and the others. If it was really not enough, he could ask Sky Disaster, Night Empress and Ji Zun. Maybe they would be willing to give him some blood. There was also Hornless Dragon Zhang Ying, Lu Yi, Sha Yi and the little elf girl who looked no different from human girls. Their blood was also a backup. As for his own beasts, needless to say, Lamia Loli Little Wen Li, Bloody Queen Red, Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen Duo and Barbarian Cow Shadow Aw Man were all added at the end. Of course, this addition was not the most urgent. The problem that Yue Yang was facing now was how to combine the Divine Molten Meteorite Gold and the Titan's Heart together. The Divine Molten Meteorite Gold could be said to be a must. It would be a divine weapon that would grow and evolve together with the crystal doll. Moreover, it would be connected to all kinds of weapons and armors. Without it, it would be the same as eating fruits and there would not be a third armor form. It would be impossible without the Titan's Heart, because it would provide the most powerful energy. The Titan's Heart was better than any dragon crystal, because Yue Yang had not seen any giant dragon that was heaven rank. The Titan's Heart originated from the injured ancient Titan Wu Su, who was still heaven rank level 1. After being refined by Yue Yang's Nirvana Heart, the essence of the ancient Titan's energy was preserved. Moreover, It was very small and suitable to be a strong heart that provided the battle angel's energy. Yue Yang had not thought of the best way to combine the two. However, according to the introduction of the blueprint, he knew that the Titan's heart could be placed in the second form, and the divine molten meteorite gold could be connected from the first form to the second and third form. How could he achieve the perfect combination? How could he guarantee a 100% success rate? Yue Yang was still thinking. Actually, there is a way, and that is to use the dream jadeite. City Mistress Fallen Flowers gave an idea to Yue Yang. It's too risky. I think this brat's dreams are all erotic dreams, he will definitely fail. Drunken Cat firmly opposed. She was not optimistic at all. Dream jadeite. The dream jadeite and the wishing Dutchman's pipe are known as the two wish treasures of the Tong Tian Tower. It has a very magical power. It can fulfill the wishes of the owner in their dreams. No matter how big or small the wish is, it will be fulfilled strictly according to the owner's dream, and it can reflect the owner's truest dreams. All wishes are limited to the manifestation of the laws. When it exceeds the laws and cannot be materialized, the dream jadeite will shatter and disappear forever. Yue Yang knew the effects of this treasure a few days ago, but he did not dare to use it. It could be said that this was the best treasure in the world. It could also be said that this was the worst treasure in the world. Everything depended on the person who used it. If it was a madman who wanted to conquer the world or become a god, it would definitely shatter and turn into nothingness. If an honest commoner used it and wanted to turn a stone into gold, this wish would probably be fulfilled 99% of the time. In the ancient era of Tong Tian Tower, there was a type of warrior who could use summoned beasts to control dreams. They were called the dream-controlling summoner. They specialized in helping people realize their dreams, but this profession had already disappeared 8,000 years ago. If Drunken Cat did not go to the Tian Luo Emperor Hua Shuri's imperial study to borrow an ancient book, Yue Yang would not have known about this profession. What was in Yue Yang's dream? Were they all erotic dreams? Of course not. The reason why Yue Yang did not dare to use it was because he dreamed of entering the heavenly sword goddess space to train. If this dream was faithfully reflected, and Luo Hua's city mistress, Yu and the others found out about his secret, then he would be done for. That was why he did not dare to look at the dream jadeite all this while. He was afraid that this thing would be too mystical and reveal his secret. It's a pity that Fourth Mother does not know what you really want, otherwise I could help you try. Fourth Mother sighed regretfully. What? Yue Yang was secretly shocked. Could it be that Fourth Mother's profession was the dream-controlling summoner that had been lost for 8,000 years? If she was not good at it, she would definitely not say it like this. If she was good at controlling dreams, even if she was not a dream-controlling summoner, she would still be a special person. Normal people could not control their own dreams, but with Fourth Mother's strength, she could control dreams. This could not help but be suspicious. Of course, Yue Yang did not dare to say it directly. He would observe it slowly in the future. Try it yourself, San with your willpower, you should be able to control dreams. Fourth Mother opened her mouth to speak, as if she wanted to teach Yue Yang something, but in the end, she did not say it. She waved her hand and left with Shuang and Niu, as if she had not said anything, and returned to her original appearance of an ordinary mother. Yue Yang really wanted to learn from her, but this could not be forced. Anyway, it was good to try it. If he broke this piece, he could just spend a lot of money to buy another piece from the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower. Yu also supported Yue Yang. Shao-san, try it, I think you will definitely succeed. Chapter 501. Although everyone supported him, Yue Yang decided to postpone it for a while. He was prepared to collect the blood of Lu Yi, Sha Yi and the little elf girl to refine more blood essence and make more preparations. It was a pity that Shui Wuxia, Princess Sissy, Impatience, Night Empress and Ji Zun were not here, otherwise the results would be better. Yue Yang returned to the Yu clan castle and found Lu Yi. When he was collecting Lu Yi's blood, Bao came over and asked, "Do you want my blood?" This, Yue Yang did not know if the golden elf's blood could fuse with humans, but in order not to disregard the golden elf Loli's good intentions, he nodded. "I'm afraid of pain, just a little bit will do." Bao was usually afraid of pain, but when she saw Lu Yi agreeing to Yue Yang's request without hesitation, she stood up for the first time in her life and expressed her support for his research. As for the ox-head Fan Lun Tai, she saw that Yue Yang was a little hesitant to collect Bao'er's blood. She knew that this brat only wanted the blood of human beauties, and her own blood would probably not be of use. She snorted and moved away from him. After eating the titan meat, the ox-head Fan Luntai's body had already soared to 4 meters. Her strength had at least doubled. Her level had also risen from level 7 intermediate overlord to level 8 beginner emperor. If she drank the Titan blood, refined by Yue Yang later on, she would probably be able to level up. Actually, it was not only her, even the ox-head Liao and the 4 orc girls had also improved rapidly. The Titan meat had an extremely good effect on the ox-head and orc races, but for humans, the effect was not great. Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the others joked that the ox-head and orc's digestive power was comparable to beasts. It was indeed like that. Yue Yang had never thought that the ox-men and orcs would level up so quickly after eating the Titan meat. Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the Li brothers were fine, they dared to eat the Titan meat. In order to improve their strength, they went all out. On the other hand, Shui Tan Lang and Prince of Tian Luo were extremely against it. They would rather lose a chance to evolve than eat the Titan's meat. Of course, if it was Yue Yang, he wouldn't eat it either. Even if the ancient Titan was huge, it was still a humanoid creature. The feeling of eating a Titan's meat was a little weird. It was fine if Shui Tan Lang and Prince of Tian Luo didn't eat it, as no one forced them to eat it. However, Yan Po Jun and Feng Qi Sha were in trouble. They didn't want to eat it, so the elders of the clan forced them to eat it. In the end, they almost vomited. Fortunately, they managed to absorb some energy, or else they would have cried to death. Lin En, Anna and Bao would definitely not eat it. The Golden Elves rarely ate meat, their staple food was fruits and vegetables. After keeping the 2 girls' blood, Yue Yang headed towards the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower. Back to the Thunder Fortress. What made him feel strange was that there seemed to be an intense battle in the Thunder Fortress. Could it be that the Sea Clan had attacked? Since the Sea Clan was attacking, why didn't the Fat Toad inform him? With doubts in his heart, Yue Yang stepped into the door. Young master, you're finally back. You don't know how exciting the battle was. It was simply earth-shattering. The sun and the moon lost their light. The Fat Toad eagerly welcomed Yue Yang and reported the good news to him before he even entered the door. It can be summarized in one sentence. The few worshippers repelled the Sea Clan's rude provocation. Butler Yan Zheng's words had always been concise. The Fat Toad complained loudly, indicating that what he said was not convincing at all. He added to the story with a great deal of embellishment, until his spittle was flying in all directions. Finally, Yue Yang understood the ins and outs of the story. It turned out that the Sea Clan had already found out that Little Titan had a small residence in the Thunder Fortress. They originally wanted the owner of the Thunder Fortress, King Chongni, to expel Little Titan's subordinates, but they were rejected by King Chongni. The Sea Clan's Empress Jellyfish sent a special envoy to order the Little Titan Merchant Group's employees, slaves and any subordinates related to Little Titan to surrender immediately. She also confiscated all of Little Titan's properties in the Thunder Fortress. Forget about the hybrid fishmen supporting them, even if they didn't, the Fat Toad Jada and the rest would still not surrender. Hence, under the situation where there was no official war, the two sides decided to use a battle between experts to determine the winner. This was also the 3 versus 3 battle of Tong Tian Tower. With King Chongni as the witness, Little Titan's subordinates, Blood River, Mountain Elf, Ma Long, Mr. Chen and other innates secretly assisted them, fought against Empress Jellyfish's special envoy group. Originally, everyone thought that the special envoy group, which was full of experts, would definitely win against Little Titan's subordinates. However, when Octopus Man Boss Pan Tan, Swordfish Man Blast, Whale Zhong and Cancer Manao appeared, the opposing experts were all dumbfounded. Forget about Octopus Man Boss, Swordfish Man Blast and Whale Zhong who were level 8 innates, even the weakest Mudskipper Man Sui Zui would be able to defeat them. Although they had become hybrid fishmen, they were still supreme innates from thousands of years ago. King Chongni was shocked. He quickly mediated, but the special envoy group had to admit defeat and pay a large amount of money to redeem themselves. The Sea Clan suffered heavy losses. Unless they used all their strength, they would not be able to take down the Thunder Fortress, which was guarded by a few hybrid fishmen. However, the Sea Clan was facing division and independence. Empress Jellyfish urgently needed innate rankers to subdue her people, so it was impossible to fight against the hybrid fishmen. On the second day, she sent someone to deliver a non-interference agreement. She even postponed the plan of sending Sea Clan soldiers to the Soaring Dragon continent to take revenge. I see. With regards to this result, Yue Yang had already expected it. Even if there were no hybrid fishmen guarding this place, they would not let the Sea clan occupy it. King Chong Ni, Blood River, Mountain Elf and Mr. Chen would definitely not allow them to do so. This scene was just a show put up by King Chong Ni and the other old foxes for Empress Jellyfish to see. Moreover, even if the Sea clan occupied the Thunder Fortress, it would be a piece of cake for Yue Yang to take it back. Could it be that the Sea clan could carry the Thunder Fortress back to the 9th floor of Tong Tian Tower? Sha Yi, who was wearing a police uniform, suddenly said, I also fought. Although I didn't win, I didn't lose either. Fat Toad nodded his head hurriedly and flattered her. Yes, Miss Sha Yi fought against a lesser innate. If it wasn't for that fellow who escaped from the arena, he would have become a salted fish. Miss Sha Yi is undoubtedly the main contributor in this battle. Yan Zheng the butler reminded. There are still a few guests waiting at King Chong Ni's place, do you want to arrange a time? Yue Yang felt that it would be better to wait for a while, so he waved his hands. In front of the lakeside house, a few hybrid fishmen were still eating and drinking. Yue Yang walked over and threw a few pieces of Titan's meat to them. Octopus Man Boss smelled it and his face changed. Swordfish Man Blast looked at Yue Yang and exclaimed, what meat is this? An Elder Innate Realm creature. You can kill an Elder Innate Realm creature now. Mudskipper Man Sui Zui was so scared that he almost fainted. He kept shouting that he couldn't believe it and that this was an illusion. He bit down fiercely. Gotcha. Mudskipper Man's face immediately turned bitter. This was because his sharp teeth were not able to bite through the Titan's meat in his hand. Instead, one of his teeth was broken. He took out the bloody broken tooth from his mouth and gasped in pain. What the hell is this meat? Even my teeth can't bite through it. Look, I broke one of my teeth. It's fine now. If the original owner of this meat was still alive, you wouldn't be able to cut through it even with a platinum-ranked sword. Yue Yang's words scared Mudskipper Man Sui Zui so much that he shivered and wanted to pee. Good fella, we really haven't eaten the meat of an Elder Innate Realm creature. This time, we have to taste it. Whale Zhang nodded heavily and clapped his hands. Hurry up and tell us the answer. What is it? My chest is about to explode from curiosity. Crab Manao wanted to know what the meat Yue Yang gave him the most. Ancient Titan. Yue Yang's words made the few hybrid fishmen petrified. They didn't know how long Yue Yang had left, but they finally recovered from the shock. The Octopus Man Boss wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. This brat's growth is too scary. He had just killed the Ocean Emperor a few days ago, and now he can already kill the Ancient Titan. This kind of growth speed, I really can't imagine. Mudskipper Man laughed dryly. What are you afraid of? We are not his enemy. This kid has a bright future, we might as well follow him in the future. Swordfish Man Blast snorted. Nonsense. Returning to the main residence of the lakeside house, the half-elf girl came out to welcome him happily. She had made some mistakes last time, but this time she did a good job. After knowing that Yue Yang had returned, she had prepared everything. The table was filled with food. She had prepared hot water and the most comfortable massage technique. Other than the gentle service, there was also a wonderful song and dance performance. The half-elf girl had specially practiced a beautiful dance and performed it for Yue Yang like a child presenting a treasure. She even pulled Sha Yi over to give him a fashion show. The few uniforms that Yue Yang had designed previously were all completed by the half-elf girl. There were policewomen, sergeants, air stewardesses, nurses, office ladies, queens, princesses, students, maids and many other uniforms. Seeing this, Yue Yang almost howled like a wolf and almost pushed the two girls down on the spot. Does it look good? I still have a lot of things to do. If I have a little more time, it might be even better. The half-elf girl wearing a maid outfit and cat ears on her head was so cute that she could instantly kill any otaku. Pervert, this kind of clothes can't be worn to meet people at all. Sha Yi was wearing a military cap, leather jacket, shorts, fishnet stockings, and high heels. She was a delinquent girl's outfit. She was extremely hot, wild, and captivating. The only flaw was that her breasts were not big enough, otherwise this outfit would definitely make Yue Yang have a nosebleed. In front of others, Sha Yi would definitely not wear this outfit, let alone wear a silver cross around her neck and add rivets to her collar. Of course, Yue Yang could not be 100% satisfied. He must be strict with girls who had the potential to be taught. He pointed at Sha Yi and criticized, "You can't wear underwear under fishnet stockings." Sha Yi immediately objected, "Then won't you see everything? This leather jacket is full of holes, it can't cover it all. And this damned pants, it's so short that it's exposing my butt. Nonsense, the pants should be cut shorter, or else it won't match the golden ratio and won't be able to show off her curves. This outfit is meant to be wild, how can it be worn like a quail? The clothes should also be shorter, exposing your navel. It's best if it reaches your chest, but the sleeves must be long. After Yue Yang reprimanded her, Sha Yi was very angry. She had let a pervert like you see it, and you still think it's not good. You know that my breasts are not big, but you still want to wear this kind of damned clothes. As for that big-breasted half-elf girl slave, she wrapped herself tightly and insisted on using her big breasts to burst the clothes. What kind of perverted mentality is this? I understand, I will definitely improve it to be more perfect. The half-elf girl was the most obedient, always obeying any of his requests unconditionally. Young master, there are 3 guests outside. They don't belong to any family, but they specifically want to see you. The maid came in to report. Yue Yang was slightly stunned. If the maid came in to report, it meant that Fat Toad and Yan Zheng the butler couldn't stop the other party. They didn't even know the other party's name, so who could it be? Sha Yi quietly stopped the maid and asked if it was a man or a woman. Once she heard that it was a woman, she immediately followed Yue Yang. But the half-elf girl didn't care about this at all. She happily hummed a little tune and changed the clothes that Yue Yang had pointed out, as if it was the most important thing in the world. Yue Yang stepped out of the guest hall and immediately sweated. It's you guys. Chapter 502. The people who came were Shark King, Hai Yingwu and Big-Headed Fish King. Shark King was tall, had a unique appearance and was extremely powerful. No matter how he disguised himself, it would not be effective. He did not disguise himself and came as usual. Big-Headed Fish King also did not disguise himself. He still had a funny look with a big head and a small body. Hai Yingwu, on the other hand, made herself look very mysterious. She wore a thick cloak and imitated Yue Yang by wearing a mask. However, her mask was a silver-ranked, coral mask. It only covered half of her face, leaving the area below the lips empty. She did not wear the Ocean Emperor's armor today, nor did she hold the Ocean Emperor's halberd. Instead, she held a white whale staff like many Sea Clan elders. However, no matter how she disguised herself, Yue Yang could see through her at a glance. When Yue Yang came out, everyone retreated. Only Sha Yi was still hiding in the corner and peeping. She did not want to eavesdrop on the secret, but to peep at Hai Yingwu. At the same time, Hai Yingwu's eyes hidden behind the coral mask were also looking at Sha Yi, who was wearing a biker gang delinquent girl outfit. Both sides were silent as they sized each other up. Shark King was not a person who liked to talk nonsense. He went straight to the point and said, "Our intention is very simple, we want to cooperate." Did I hear wrongly? Yue Yang laughed. The chess piece that was laid out earlier had taken effect. Moreover, it was earlier than he expected. He thought he would have to wait for a while, but it was much earlier than he expected. Let's talk about the basis of cooperation. Both of us have a common enemy, which is the Sea Clan. You did not hear wrongly. The Sea Clan will definitely send troops to the Soaring Dragon continent. Empress Jellyfish must use revenge as an excuse to continue controlling the clan. Because the clan has no leader, it is in chaos. If there is no war, it will quickly fall apart. Also, other than the Ocean Emperor, the most powerful 9-headed Sea Goblin King is preparing to seize power. He is Empress Jellyfish's lover and is a level 9 and 8. Although he is not bad, he does not have enough prestige. He must use the expedition to the Soaring Dragon continent to increase his prestige and achieve his goal of becoming the Ocean Emperor. Shark King said honestly, "Aren't you leading the Sea Clan army?" Yue Yang asked. On the surface, this expedition to the Soaring Dragon continent is led by me, but it's actually just a diversion. Empress Jellyfish transferred me away from the Tong Tian Tower 7th floor so that it would be more convenient. Because of the death of the Sea Dragon Crown Prince, she hates me to the bone. It is impossible for her to let me hold power again. Shark King laughed bitterly. What do you think? Yue Yang asked again. I don't care about anything else, as long as I can fulfill my father's last wish and help my sister regain the throne of the Sea Empress. Sea King also hated the clan too. The tragedy of the Ocean Emperor was indirectly caused by Empress Jellyfish and the rest. Especially the scandal of the Sea Dragon Crown Prince being a fake Crown Prince, Shark King was even more furious. The death of the Ocean Emperor Guan Lan was due to the grudges of the previous generation. He could not do anything about it, but his father had passed on his power and bloodline to his sister before he died. Hence, what he wanted to do the most was to kill Empress Jellyfish and Nine-Headed Sea Goblin King, so that his sister could inherit his father's legacy and become the true female ocean emperor that controlled the seas. Yue Yang muttered to himself for a while, then nodded his head in the end. We can cooperate, but what do you have to cooperate with me? Information. Yue Yang smiled. We can work together, but what do you have to work with me? Yue Yang laughed. Then tell me about it. Shark King reached into his bosom and took out a special rune scroll, passing it to Yue Yang. This is something similar to the blood flower map. It's called the three-colored map. There are a total of 3 of them. Yours is gold, mine is black, and the one in my sister's hand is silver. When you write on the map, cross only, the writing will appear on my scroll map. When I write on the map, the writing will appear on my sister's scroll. Likewise, when she writes, you will see it. The 3-color map has this kind of transmission. With it, you can ask me anything you want, and my sister will tell you what I say. Of course, it is limited to once a day. Yue Yang nodded. This 3-color map was good stuff. With it, Shark King, who was in the enemy's camp, would be the best spy. He would be able to release the latest information at any time. The only flaw was that the words transmitted were too little. There were only 10 words. Also, it was limited to once a day. It's fine if you don't tell me about the Sea Clan. Other than Nine-Headed Sea Goblin King, I believe that the other old fellows are not your match. Shark King looked at Yue Yang and said solemnly, what I want to tell you now is the information about the other 2 clans. Winged Clan and Underworld Clan. Yue Yang frowned when he heard it. That's right, Shark King nodded. The Winged Clan has always lived in the 9th floor of Tong Tian Tower. Their highest leader is the Sky Emperor. The Winged Clan is similar to humans. They have wings on their back. They are handsome and androgynous. It is said that every 500 years, a batch will be born in the birth pool. Their average lifespan is 2,000 years. Their average strength is very strong. They are the strongest in the 9th floor of Tong Tian Tower. They occupy the biggest sky island. It is said that they are the descendants of the Winged Clan of Heaven Realm. And the Sky Emperor is the most talented one in the clan for thousands of years. He was born with a holy body. After contracting a grimoire, he also has a radiant angel as his guardian beast. Yue Yang listened quietly and thought to himself. The descendants of the Winged Clan call themselves angels. Actually, they are different from the angels in Heaven Realm. It is said that angels originally had genders. But for some reason, the Winged Clan lost their male and female characteristics and became androgynous. The Winged Clan used to be a very strong clan in Tong Tian Tower. They had assisted the 3 great leaders of Heaven Realm in conquering the Soaring Dragon continent. But after the previous generation's Sky Emperor was killed by the invincible Prison Emperor, the clan was almost exterminated. The entire clan fell for 5,000 years. They only recovered after 1,000 years and rose again under the leadership of the current generation's Sky Emperor, Ba Yi. Shark King paused for a while. The Sky Emperor Ba Yi's strength should surpass my father's. He already possesses more than 3 holy ranked equipments. He has already formed an alliance with the Black Hell King and Empress Jellyfish and decided to attack Tong Tian Tower. What about the Emperor of the Underworld? Yue Yang also guessed that the Sky Emperor would not be willing to be left out. He was not surprised by Ba Yi's actions. Hai Yingwu thought that Yue Yang would be surprised. She did not think that he would be so calm. HMPH. Sha Yi felt that Yue Yang was just putting up a front. Since the Black Hell Army and the Sea Clan had joined forces to invade the Soaring Dragon continent, he did not care about the addition of the Winged Clan. Shark King paused for a while. The Emperor of the Underworld is a very mysterious rancor. He is in the 9th floor of Tong Tian Tower and rules an outer realm that is even bigger than the Demon Abyss. He might be the strongest between the Ocean Emperor and the Sky Emperor. He is almost as strong as the Dragon Emperor. However, they have not fought each other, so we cannot know the truth. Currently, he does not have any plans to send any troops to the Soaring Dragon continent. However, in response to the Black Hell King's invitation, he said that he would go to the Soaring Dragon continent to watch the battle and meet you. Yue Yang laughed. Good, this guy's zodiac is like a monkey, he is too smart. He did not offend either side, did not lose a single soldier and could reap benefits from the middle. You can't help but admire him. Hai Yingwu finally could not take it anymore. She did not understand why Yue Yang was so optimistic and warned. There are many people like the Emperor of the Underworld. For example, the great Emperor of Ziwei Shuntian, the Black Prince, the Thousand Goblins sect leader and a large group of innate rankers. You would not be able to defeat them even if you grew 3 heads and 6 arms. Do you know why they joined forces? It is because they are afraid that you will become the new prison emperor. That is why they want to kill you at all costs. As for the treasures in the gods' ruins, they will first get rid of you, their biggest competitor, and then slowly divide them. Ah! Sha Yi's face turned pale when she heard this. Any one of them was a supreme innate that could shake the entire Tong Tian Tower. If they joined forces to kill the big pervert, Little Titan, wouldn't he be dead for sure? Although Sha Yi was usually very angry with Yue Yang and felt that he was an eyesore, she would quarrel with him whenever she saw him, otherwise she would not be able to get rid of her anger. But now that she heard that he was facing the biggest crisis, she could not help but feel anxious for him. She really hated herself for not having the strength, otherwise she could help him. Even if it was just to help him kill a strong enemy, why was she always a weakling? He said that she could become stronger, why should she reject him? Sha Yi stomped her feet heavily, leaving a footprint on the hard ground and quickly left. She clenched her fists, as if she had made a decision. Shuntian and the Black Prince are just fence-sitters, they are not the biggest threat. Shark King shook his head. The enemies that we should be more wary of should be the Dragon Emperor of the Eastern Goblin Tribe and the few Demon Kings of the Demon Abyss. One is the strongest tribe in Tong Tian Tower, the other is the most numerous and bloodthirsty tribe in Tong Tian Tower. Their strength should not be underestimated. But I do not have any interactions with these 2 tribes, so I do not know their information. Maybe you can try it yourself. The Dragon Emperor of the Eastern Goblin Tribe has a good impression of you, maybe you can fight for it. As for the few Demon Kings, they are the most troublesome. Even the Black Hell Army and the Sea Clan are very afraid of the Demon Army. The Demon Abyss and the Soaring Dragon Continent are both on the first floor of Tong Tian Tower, the price of sacrifice is not very high. The Demon Army can enter the Ancient Passage and reach the Soaring Dragon Continent easily. As for the Sea Clan, the Winged Clan and the Black Hell Army, each of their soldiers have to pay 10 times the price to be teleported into the Ancient Passage. Once they fail, their vitality will be greatly damaged. Well said, I am least afraid of numbers. Let them come in large numbers, this way they will be more heavily injured. Yue Yang laughed. Shark King, you are indeed the most outstanding son of the Ocean Emperor. With such an ally, why should I give up what is close at hand and seek what is far away? Alright, from today onwards, we are allies. I am willing to swear a blood oath, no matter the outcome of this battle, I will never betray you. I am willing to die even if I have to die. Shark King cut his arm with his dagger, blood dripping down. Same oath. Yue Yang took out his dragon-slaying dagger and cut a wound on his palm. Yue Yang looked at Shark King very seriously, then looked at Hai Yingwu. He raised his blood-stained right hand. No matter the outcome of this battle, as long as I, Yue Yang, am still breathing, I will never betray my ally. If we win, I agree to give the spoils of war to the Ocean Emperor's son, Shark King, and daughter, Hai Yingwu, so that they can have the vast ocean. I will help the Ocean Emperor's daughter, Hai Yingwu, to regain the position of the Ocean Emperor. I will never go back on my word. A teardrop quietly fell from Hai Yingwu's coral mask. She walked forward and pulled the dragon-slaying dagger from Yue Yang's hand. She also used it to cut his palm. Then she knelt down, raised her bloody hand and swore firmly. Hai Yingwu swears, if the man in front of me can fulfill my father's and brother's wish and regain the position of the Ocean Emperor, Hai Yingwu will worship the man in front of me as the new prison emperor of Tong Tian Tower. From then on, I will lead my clan to be forever loyal, never betray you, and protect you from generation to generation. If I go back on my word, the descendants of the Ocean Emperor clan will be cursed forever, never to be redeemed. Chapter 503 After the Blood Oath, Yue Yang, Shark King and Hai Yingwu discussed for a while and agreed on all kinds of secret words. After that, Shark King went to find the hybrid fishmen. He would not be able to hide his identity, and if Empress Jellyfish found out, she would definitely be suspicious. So, he pretended to come for revenge and was injured by Octopus Man Boss and Swordfish Man Blast. It was more reasonable. Hai Yingwu stayed behind and did not follow her brother back to Fire Island. After Yue Yang returned to his room, Sha Yi rushed out from the corridor like an arrow and stopped Hai Yingwu, who was resting with the maid. Hey, you, why are you staying? Sha Yi asked Yue Yang just now, and based on what she had seen and heard, she already knew that Hai Yingwu was the daughter of the Ocean Emperor. She was even more vigilant. Sha Yi had no enmity towards the half-elf girl. She was just a little slave girl that he ordered around and she was obedient and gentle, there would not be any problems. But the one in front of her was the daughter of the Ocean Emperor. This daughter of the Ocean Emperor was not only strong but also very ambitious. Most importantly, that big pervert was the enemy who killed her father. Now that she came to cooperate with him, did she really not have any ulterior motives? After my father left, there is no place for us siblings to stay. Brother and I feel that staying with little Titan is the safest. I think I will temporarily stay here for about a year and then leave. Don't worry, I have no love for little Titan and will not steal your position. There are two reasons why I am staying here. One is that I need the protection of my allies. The other is that I am staying here as a hostage to show the sincerity of our cooperation. Hai Yingwu's coral mask only covered half of her face and not her mouth. At this moment, her seductive and plump red lips revealed a bitter smile. Is he really the enemy who killed your father? This was what Sha Yi could not understand. Why would they cooperate with the enemy who killed their father? Big brother said that father freed himself. He was murdered by Empress Jellyfish's bastard and was deserted by everyone. Then he fought with Enshi and was heavily injured. If not for little Titan, brother would not have survived. Because of little Titan's help, his father left with dignity. In regards to father's matter, he is not my and brother's enemy. He can be considered as a competitor for the treasure. Hai Yingwu paused slightly as if she was hesitating, but in the end, she still explained. Are you saying that you don't hate him at all? Sha Yi felt that this woman was a huge threat. Hate? I hate him, but it has nothing to do with father. He did something that I hate. Hai Yingwu replied, he did that to you. Sha Yi's heart ached. Did that pervert really like big-breasted girls that much? Not to mention that the slave girl had a childish face and huge breasts, the daughter of the Sea Emperor was also very voluptuous. Only he had repeatedly laughed at his small breasts. No, Hai Yingwu muttered. That's my private matter, I don't want to talk about it. How strong are you now? Sha Yi asked again. Innate level 1, is this important? I understand now. You suspect that my strength was increased by him. No, my strength was inherited from father. Hai Yingwu was extremely smart and easily caught Sha Yi's thoughts. I don't know what he is thinking and I don't care. Sha Yi looked at Hai Yingwu, but I will keep an eye on you. I understand that you don't welcome me. Hai Yingwu suddenly smiled and changed the topic. Your clothes are very unique. Did he specially design it for you? I have never seen such a strange outfit before. It has a lot of personality and is very sexy and wild. It's very tempting. It has nothing to do with you, customer. Sha Yi turned and walked away. Seeing Sha Yi walk away step by step, Hai Yingwu sighed slightly. She had already expected Sha Yi's words and actions, so she did not take it to heart. It was just that the last sentence made her heart feel a little sour. Customer, if he had agreed to her on the Fire Island that day, perhaps her father would not have died in battle. Perhaps she could have persuaded her father to give him the Mother Earth potion and things would not have turned out like this. Instead, they would have walked towards a perfect ending. He would have allied with her father and she would have done her best to assist him and serve him. Unfortunately, he rejected her and she fell mercilessly from the clouds of happiness back to reality. Of course, Hai Yingwu knew that even if he promised her, things might not develop according to the best situation, but it was still a hope. Now, her father was dead and he had become a stranger who did not belong to her. She had brushed past her happiness. Sigh. Hai Yingwu sighed slightly. There was an indescribable perplexity in her heart. What would her future be like? She did not know that even her father could not truly control the ocean. Could she fulfill his last wish and become the new Ocean Empress? Moreover, was this Ocean Empress really her ultimate dream? Instead of being a high and mighty Ocean Empress, it would be better to return to the Inferno Island and be the silly girl who would daydream in front of his room. It would be great if time could be reversed. Unfortunately, it was impossible. Lakeside house. Outside the master bedroom, study room. This business is too good. Yue Yang was probably the only person in the world who was dissatisfied with the booming business. Because Yue Yang was so powerful. First, he killed Nightmare, Tiger Nian, then Demon Eye, Sky Dragon, and finally, even the Ocean Emperor was killed. This caused the merchants to rush over like a tide, fighting to do business with the Titan Chamber of Commerce. Everyone knew that little Titan was wanted by the Sea Clan, but that was not important. Because even a blind person could see that the Sea Clan was just bluffing. If the Sea Clan was really capable, Empress Jellyfish would have killed Little Titan to avenge the Ocean Emperor. Why would they issue a bounty? Now that the Titan commerce was still in its infancy, it was the best time to work with them. There were also some strong warriors who were not recognized by others who rushed over, hoping to join the Titan commerce. Fat Toad Jada, this wretched fat man's success story, had become the most inspiring example in the whole Tong Tian Tower. No matter how weak he was definitely stronger than Fat Toad, who only knew how to bootlick. Fat Toad was able to become the second butler and the president of the Titan commerce. Why couldn't people who were 100 times more talented than him make a name for themselves in the Titan commerce? Hence, the Titan commerce became famous overnight. There were many merchants who came to do business, lords who came to offer money for protection, and warriors who came to perform for them. When Yue Yang was not around, Yan Zheng the butler and Fat Toad could temporarily suppress the matter and not report it. When Yue Yang came back, Yan Zheng the butler immediately reported everything to Yue Yang. Hence, Yue Yang had a headache. He came back to the Thunder Fortress to enjoy the gentle service of the half-elf girl, not to work like a slave and work hard to earn money. I can't just ignore it. This made Yue Yang very angry. He sighed in his heart. Why was it that other than Yan Zheng the old-fashioned butler, there was no one else who could help him? Yan Zheng the butler did a good job. He was meticulous. Unfortunately, he was too old-fashioned. He had to listen to Yue Yang's opinion on everything. With him around, the business would become more and more successful, but Yue Yang would be exhausted to death. Furthermore, he could not manage so many things by himself. Fat Toad was good at bragging, he was good at socializing, but his management skills were terrible. The hybrid fishmen only knew how to eat, drink, and fight. Furthermore, they wanted to enjoy themselves more than Yue Yang, so it was impossible for them to manage Sha Yi. She was not this kind of talent. Yue Yang let her try just now and found out that she was only good at fighting. The little slave girl was very smart and had a certain management ability, but she did not like to do these things. She was only willing to spend time to serve him. Seeing her working hard all day, he could not bear it. This was his little slave girl, not a tool to make money. Yue Yang had no choice but to do it himself and clear the mountain of things. The half-elf girl gently massaged his thighs, fed him snacks from time to time, or ran out to bring in a bowl of sweets. In short, with her around, Yue Yang would never lack gentle service. If you don't like to do these things, just burn them all. Sha Yi felt that Yue Yang was asking for it. She was secretly angry and hated herself for not being able to help him. Shut up, I asked you to help me sort these things, but you asked me to burn them all. I'd rather not have you. Yue Yang was furious. If I didn't see you being troubled, I wouldn't have bothered to say anything. Sha Yi was also angry and replied, hee hee. The half-elf girl secretly laughed. She had seen Yue Yang and Sha Yi quarrel countless times. These two people were born to be the wrong door gods. They quarreled whenever they saw each other, but no matter how much they quarreled, they were still on each other's side. Hai Yingwu, who had been sitting quietly in front of the table and watching the whole night, suddenly said, why don't you let me try? I don't think these things are difficult, just a little complicated. Sha Yi was very unhappy when she heard this. She was also a smart girl. She knew that these things were not difficult, but she had a fiery temper and could not control it. She could not help but fly into a rage when she saw some stupid warrior's recommendation letter. She could not help but fly into a rage when she saw a trader's list full of mistakes. Are they trying to cheat me? How dare the Titan Commerce Organization lie? Did the Titan Commerce Organization have too much money and are stupid? Because of this, she was not willing to care about these things. She felt that it was best to use force and violence to deal with these people. Now that Hai Yingwu said this, Sha Yi became vigilant again. Could it be that this daughter of the Ocean Emperor had this ability? Was she good at these things? Let's try. When Yue Yang heard this, he remembered that day on Fire Island. She said that if he stayed in the room, she was willing to help him achieve hegemony. Could it be that this Hai Yingwu really had this ability? You trust me just like that? Before Hai Yingwu asked, she first looked at Sha Yi and the half-elf girl. I can give you the entire sea region of Tong Tian Tower, why would I care about a little bit of money? Yue Yang actually knew that Hai Yingwu was just using his words to dispel Sha Yi's hostility. When he said this, Sha Yi indeed showed a disdainful expression towards Hai Yingwu. She was relieved. It was impossible for this Hai Yingwu to steal his assets. Then I'll try. Hai Yingwu heard this and sat down. She picked up a big stack of documents that were waiting for Yue Yang to examine. Xia Yi snorted and sat down, waiting for Hai Yingwu to make a fool of herself. It would be best if this Hai Yingwu made a lot of mistakes and provoked him to scold her until she was too ashamed to show her face, so that she would not overestimate herself. 10 minutes later, Hai Yingwu stood up. She passed the documents in her hands to Yue Yang. Other than the agreement at the top that needs your signature, the rest have been settled. Xia Yi was dumbfounded. So fast. Yue Yang was also very surprised. He bent his head and carefully examined the documents on the documents. They had really been settled, and it was done properly. If it was him, he would have done the same. Under Xia Yi's gaze, Hai Yingwu moved all the documents in front of Yue Yang to her desk and started to work. Xia Yi was stunned for a while, then suddenly rushed towards Yue Yang and grabbed his collar. Eye to eye, nose to nose, she stared at him angrily. What else do you want to do? Take it out now. When the half-elf girl heard this, she laughed until she bent over and leaned into Yue Yang's embrace, overjoyed. Chapter 504 Inches. It's not that I don't have a job, I still need someone to scrub me, what do you think? When Yue Yang said this, Hai Yingwu, who was pretending to be serious, could not help but laugh. Xia Yi really wanted to bite this brat to death. Actually, there is one thing that only you can do. When Yue Yang said this, Xia Yi was happy again. Only she can do it. Look, this is a truly talented person. She glanced at Hai Yingwu to demonstrate. Hai Yingwu was also a little surprised. What kind of job could only be done by Xia Yi? The two girls secretly competed with each other. The half-elf girl did not participate in this at all. She only cared about preparing hot water for Yue Yang's bath. Xia Yi hurriedly let go of Yue Yang and put on a, I'm ready and can leave anytime, look. Yue Yang nodded and picked up a small book from the table. He passed it to Xia Yi. From tomorrow onwards, return to the Jiyu Feng continent and help me investigate the situation of the Jiyu Feng continent's ancient passage teleportation circle. I need it urgently. If you don't think one person is enough, I can arrange a few more for you. No need, I can do it. Xia Yi patted her chest and guaranteed. Forget about her current lesser innate strength. Even if she was a level 6 elder, in the past, she would still be able to pass through unhindered. But why would this brat want to know the situation of the ancient passage teleportation circle? Was he trying to coax her to leave and spend time alone with the Ocean Emperor's daughter? When Xia Yi thought about this, she became anxious again and immediately asked, Are you free tomorrow? Yue Yang seemed to have seen through Xia Yi's thoughts. He stretched out his hand and caressed her face. I will return to the Soaring Dragon continent tomorrow. I will come back 10 days later. In the next 10 days, you must investigate the situation of the teleportation circle. If anyone is using it, immediately report to me. Do not let anyone find out. If no one is using the teleportation circle, record down the situation of the teleportation circle. It would be best if you can draw out a complete picture. Xia Yi blushed when Yue Yang touched her face. If it was any other time, she would definitely be angry. However, at this moment, she shyly lowered her head and looked at her toes, as if she did not know how to think. Remember, if you discover anyone using the teleportation formation, immediately return and report to me. Here's an Eye Destroyer dagger for you to protect yourself. Yue Yang gently inserted the Eye Destroyer dagger into Xia Yi's belt. If we encounter the demon clan in the Jiyu Feng continent and are no match for them, just tell them his name. It should be of some use. Hai Yingwu suddenly added. Xia Yi was going crazy. She thought that no one would think that she was mute if she didn't speak now. I'm not a silly girl. Who doesn't know this? Of course, the mission came first. No matter how stupid he was, how could he act rashly and affect his important matters? Xia Yi turned around and prepared to leave immediately. She wanted to return to the Jiyu Feng continent to investigate the situation of the ancient passage's teleportation portal. Wait for tomorrow. No, he had to use the fastest efficiency to complete his mission. Yue Yang suddenly shouted from behind and chased after him. Xia Yi was stunned. This kid couldn't bear to part with her. Or do you want to cancel the mission? Give me your hand. Yue Yang gestured for Xia Yi to extend her hand. Xia Yi looked at the book in her hand. As expected, he regretted his decision and wanted to cancel the mission. She immediately protested. I can do it, why don't you let me try? She said she can do it and you let her help you. Why don't you believe me? Xia Yi's eyes turned red and tears of grievance rolled down her cheeks. She really wanted to cry. However, she tried her best to hold it in. She did not want to cry in front of him. Yue Yang pulled her little hand and glared at her. What nonsense are you talking about? Yi heard that he did not regret his decision and immediately stopped struggling. She looked at him in surprise. Yue Yang stuffed a small pouch into her palm and said, "There are magic crystals and gold coins inside. Try your best to use them." "Ah, okay. Yi lowered her head shyly. She had really thought wrongly. There are 2 puppet crystals inside. Each of them can summon a gold rank level 6 feet earth warrior. If there are many enemies, just summon them and let them kill indiscriminately. You don't have to retrieve them. The most important thing is for you to return safely and bring back information for me. This gold bracelet is an identification device. You must wear it on your arm and don't lose it. It is the core secret of making puppets." Yue Yang then took out an extremely exquisite golden bracelet that was engraved with strange runes and gently put it on Yi's jade arm. Yi bit her lips tightly. She tried her best not to cry and not to expose too much of her emotions in front of him. However, there was still a teardrop that refused to listen to him and dripped onto his palm. Hai Yingwu was holding 2 documents in her hands. However, her gaze was not on them. She was looking at Yi and the gold bracelet that Yue Yang put on her. After Yi left, the room became quiet. Hai Yingwu retracted her gaze and suddenly asked Yue Yang, "Do you think she will be in danger?" Yue Yang pondered for a while and shook his head. "I hope my guess is wrong. However, I have a feeling that Yi will be fine. Otherwise, I will not let her go back alone." Hai Yingwu wanted to say something but stopped. She then lowered her head and continued to look at the documents in her hands, concentrating. About 5 minutes later, Yi, who had changed from her assassin attire to her black thief attire, appeared in front of Yue Yang once again. She did not speak. Her bright eyes seemed to contain thousands of words. Yue Yang remembered something and beckoned her over. "Oh right, I have been researching blood recently. Give me a few drops of blood." "A few drops will be enough." Yi used the tip of the eye destroyer dagger to prick her finger and squeezed a few drops of blood into the jade bottle in Yue Yang's hand. She looked at Yue Yang and seemed to want to leave. But she did not move. Suddenly, she rushed into Yue Yang's embrace and hugged him tightly. Then, she left without looking back. Her stubborn shadow gradually went further and further away. It was as if raindrops were falling on the dust. Hai Yingwu continued to pretend to look at the documents until Yi left for the second time. When Yue Yang was preparing to take a bath, she said with a hint of jealousy, "She is very cute." Occasionally, Yue Yang answered her. "Did you help her increase the uncontrollable energy in her body?" Hai Yingwu asked without batting an eyelid. "You have the Ocean Emperor's Golden Dragon King bloodline in your body. She also has a pretty good bloodline that is not inferior to yours. It's just that she does not have an Ocean Emperor father." Yue Yang took off his Gemini mask and smiled. Hai Yingwu was stunned when she saw Yue Yang smile. This was the second time she was stunned after seeing him take off his Gemini mask 3 hours ago. After taking a bath, he enjoyed the half-elf girl's massage. After collecting her and Hai Yingwu's blood, Yue Yang decided to leave the Thunder Fortress in the middle of the night. Although the half-elf girl was reluctant, she still sent him a sweet smile. Especially when Yue Yang kissed her goodbye. Even though it was a kiss on her forehead, she still felt extremely happy. It was like a wife sending her husband off. The half-elf girl sent him off again and again until Yue Yang left. Then, she returned shyly and blissfully. She climbed onto the big bed happily and covered her head with a blanket. She slowly reminisced about his hug and kiss. In the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower, Yue Yang arrived at the Warrior Guild. After meeting Zhen, he decided to send a letter to Jizun, Night Empress, Impatience, Shui Wuxia and Princess Sissy to send his regards. "Girl, I miss you. How much? Just like how you miss me." This was written to Shui Wuxia. "Tigress, I haven't heard your voice for a long time. I'm really not used to living without someone roaring beside my ears. Hurry up and come back. Now that I'm back, I won't let you leave again, lest some blind guy abduct my Huniu. Oh right, I never dared to ask you. Since you can't hit me now, let me ask you, are you really the flawless by Tigress?" This was written to Princess Sissy. He reckoned that Princess Sissy would explode in anger after reading this letter. "Let's not talk about anything else. Hurry up and lure sister-in-law's Sky Disaster to Tian Luo Palace so that I can tease her." This was written to Impatience. The world's most beautiful, most generous and kindest, 100 million words omitted here, Night Empress, Yue clan's third young master, knows how to warm the bed, flatter others, beg for a mistress, no, beg for guidance. It's like this, regarding the usage of the dream jadeite, if a person never dreams, can he use the dream jadeite? Yue Yang felt that it was better to ask the most authoritative Night Empress. The Night Empress Fata Morgana was like a dream, but it was combined with reality. It was said that she used the dream jadeite and some kind of treasure to complete it. In this world, any attack below innate level 6 could be completely ignored. There were only a handful of people in Tong Tian Tower who could break through the Fata Morgana and enter it. The most important point was that the Fata Morgana's law was described according to the Night Empress will. It was not a divine item, but it was comparable to one. He did not dare to mess around with the letter that Yue Yang wrote to Jizun. He wrote very seriously, Jizun, a great battle is imminent, I sincerely invite you to ride, this disciple greets you again. When Yue Yang was about to send the top secret letter, the receptionist who recognized Yue Yang fainted, it's you again. Even if you have money, you can't waste it like this. This time, just send it to the Night Empress alone, let her pass on the rest. Of course, Yue Yang would not spend tens of thousands of gold coins to send a top secret letter. However, this kind of letter obviously could not be known by ordinary people, otherwise it would affect the image of the Night Empress and the impatience greatly. He spent 10,000 gold coins for peace of mind. In any case, the income of Yue Yang's Tita Merchant Guild was faster than robbing money. Yes, when the receptionist heard that it was the Night Empress, he was shocked. He quickly straightened his face and bowed respectfully to receive the letter. After writing the letter, Yue Yang was preparing to return to the Soaring Dragon continent. Suddenly, he saw 3 people standing in front of him waiting for him. The appearance of these 3 people made Yue Yang's heartbeat immediately increase by 100 times, his whole body tensed up. The people on both sides did not speak, they only looked at Yue Yang. The tall man in the middle who was hidden in the cloak had a very gentle voice with a special magnetism. It was incomparably pleasing to the ear. He greeted Yue Yang softly, nice to meet you, Yue clan's third young master. I have heard of your name for a long time. Coincidentally, I heard the news of Shark King's defeat. Only then did I know that you were also on the 6th floor, so I specially came here to wait for you. I never thought that I would really meet you. I'm really envious. When I was your age, I was only a level 5 Grandmaster. I had been working hard to become a level 6 Elder for 3 whole years, a genius that only appears once in 10,000 years. I, Old Black, thought that the Prison Emperor was the most outstanding person in the world. I never thought that there would really be someone who could surpass him. Yue Yang's pupils shrunk slightly, becoming as sharp as a needle. He knew who the person in front of him was, but he never thought that he would meet this person in such a way. This opponent had also played a good hand, it was unexpected. He was indeed not simple. Chapter 505 The person who came was, of course, the Black Hell King that Yue Yang didn't want to see the most. Not only did this guy have a whole body of holy ranked equipment, even the cloak he was wearing was a gold ranked treasure, Phantom. This made Yue Yang extremely jealous. What a nouveau riche, showing off like this, wasn't he afraid that others would snatch it away? Yue Yang really wanted to snatch this cloak, but with his current strength, he was still lacking a little to snatch the Black Hell King's treasures. However, the Soaring Dragon continent would soon erupt into war. If he could kill the Black Hell King then, the gold-ranked cloak was nothing. His holy ranked equipment was Yue Yang's real target. As long as Jizun returned, Yue Yang was at least 80% sure that he could kill the Black Hell King. Then, he would step on his corpse to ascend the heaven stairway and enter the heaven realm. As for the Sky Emperor and the Emperor of the Underworld, they would only be a group of bystanders. Yue Yang would definitely not share the fruits of victory with them. Uncle, you are. Yue Yang pretended not to know the Black Hell King. Haha, what an interesting young man. The Black Hell King didn't answer, but pretended to laugh out loud. He knew that Yue Yang didn't recognize him on purpose to attack him. He immediately laughed out loud. Not only him, even the 2 subordinates of the Black Hell King, War Tiger of the East and Fierce Tooth of the North, also laughed out loud. When they knew that Shark King went to the Thunder Fortress to challenge and was defeated by Little Titan, they immediately came to the teleportation circle in the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower to wait for Yue Yang. As expected, he easily intercepted this cunning and talented third young master of the Yue clan. The Black Hell King had wanted to kill this young man a few times. After all, it was very unwise to let this young man with unlimited potential grow into the next prison emperor. However, there was one person who caused the Black Hell King to hold back. He had many misgivings. That was Ji Zun. She was the Yu clan's third young master's introducer in Tong Tian Tower. Although she did not publicly admit it, she was actually his master. The Black Hell King had every reason to believe that if it wasn't for Ji Zun's hard work, no matter how talented or how much potential this Yu clan's third young master had, he wouldn't be able to grow so quickly. Killing the Yu clan's third young master was easy, but provoking Ji Zun would definitely make her furious. She would probably disregard everything to take revenge for her beloved disciple. This was the last thing the Black Hell King wanted to see. Between Ji Zun and himself, who was stronger? The Black Hell King couldn't be sure either, but he knew that if Ji Zun were to use her full strength, his subordinates would definitely be annihilated. Before obtaining the divine grimoire, before entering the god's ruins to obtain God's blood, martial souls and other ancient treasures, the Black Hell King didn't want to start an all-out war with Ji Zun. An internecine outcome would only allow the Dragon Emperor, Sky Emperor, Emperor of the Underworld and other pursuers to take advantage of the situation. Moreover, the Black Hell King's body had not recovered to its peak condition. It was not the best time to start a battle with Ji Zun. War Tiger of the East and Fierce Tooth of the North quietly looked at each other. When it was inconvenient for the Black Hell King to make a move, they would start probing. No matter what, they had to test out the Yu clan's third young master. If he was a great threat, then they would kill him regardless of the consequences. If he wasn't the greatest threat, then they would teach him a lesson and give Ji Zun a warning. I have long heard of the Yu clan's third young master's name. I hope that the third young master can give me some pointers. War Tiger of the East spoke very politely, but his killing intent was hidden. Ever since the Zijin Kingdom's sub-base was destroyed by Yue Yang and they suffered heavy losses, War Tiger of the East had lost all his face. He had always been ashamed and hated Yue Yang to the bone. Even if the Black Hell King wasn't by his side, he still wanted to test out Yue Yang's skills. Feng Shi greets the third young master. I would also like to ask for pointers. A burly, bronze-skinned, middle-aged man, who was 2 meters tall, threw off his cloak before anyone else did. Hearing him say that his surname was Feng, Yue Yang secretly frowned. His surname was Feng again. Previously, the matter between Miss Feng and fourth uncle had just ended. Then, Yue Yang caught the crazy Mr. Feng Jin, at the Zijin Kingdom's sub-base. Now, one of the 5 great generals under the Black Hell King, Fierce Tooth of the North, also had the surname Feng. What was the relationship between this wild boar king and Fierce Tooth of the North and the Feng clan? Could it be that the Feng clan had a mysterious and unknown history in the past? With 3 strong enemies in front of him, Yue Yang temporarily suppressed his curiosity and suspicions. I don't dare to give you pointers. My skills are just so-so and I'm afraid that I might accidentally injure the 2 seniors. If that's the case, then it wouldn't be good. Yue Yang chuckled. If that's the case, then all the more reason to give them pointers. Otherwise, they wouldn't know their place. The Black Hell King's gaze turned cold. Please enlighten us. War Tiger of the East and Fierce Tooth of the North looked at each other tacitly. If it was another junior who said this, they would laugh their heads off. However, they couldn't ignore what this Yu clan's third young master said. Even the great emperor of Ziwei, Shun Tian and the Black Prince had said that this Yu clan's third young master improved very quickly. They reckoned that he had the power of an innate level 8 now. The Black Hell King was secretly shocked by their comments. In terms of growth speed, the prison emperor couldn't even be compared to the Yu clan's third young master. Since ancient times, there had never been such a person who could become an innate before the age of 20 and then crazily climb to innate level 8 within 2 years. Forget about normal warriors, even the prison emperor who was the most talented and accomplished 6,000 years ago couldn't do this. Yue Yang smiled indifferently towards Fierce Tooth of the North, who was the first to challenge him. This doesn't seem like a good place to fight, right? I'm fortunate to meet you all. If it's not convenient to talk here, why don't you come to my resting place and have some tea and fruits before we discuss who's better? A well-mannered and cultured voice came from a faraway place. The voice seemed to come from far away, but it was clear as if someone was speaking beside their ears. A black dot appeared out of nowhere and walked towards them step by step. Every time this person took a leisurely step, his body would advance 100 meters. In the blink of an eye, he was already standing beside Yue Yang. The person who came was dressed in a black robe and had a head full of gray hair. However, his face was young and he didn't look old at all. His demeanor was refined and courteous, yet he was natural and reserved. There was a kind of calmness that wouldn't move him even if the sky fell and the earth split open. He was of course Elder Nan Gong, who went to the soaring dragon continent to fetch Yue Yang. His appearance made the Black Hell King's pupils shrink. He immediately laughed and greeted Elder Nan Gong with an innate greeting. Elder Nan Gong also returned the greeting to the Black Hell King, War Tiger of the East and Fierce Tooth of the North. Since Elder Nan Gong has invited me, how could I not accept? Please. The Black Hell King pretended to be generous and extended his hand. The Black Hell King has already reached the innate elder level. Tong Tian Tower respects power and not age. Although Nangong Luo Yun is a few years older than you, he is not worthy of being called elder. Just call him Nangong. Elder Nangong's words gave Yue Yang a shock. The Black Hell King was an old man from 6,000 years ago. It was already exaggerated enough that Elder Nangong was older than the Black Hell King. How old was this old man? No wonder someone as strong as the Black Hell King had to greet this old man first. Yue Yang felt that even now, with his Heaven Eyes divine vision upgraded, he still couldn't see through Elder Nangong. From this, it could be seen that this old man wasn't simple. He had underestimated him. Of course, he couldn't rule out the possibility that Elder Nangong had a treasure or some kind of inherent skill to hide the truth. Elder Nangong, please. War Tiger of the East and Fierce Tooth of the North looked at Yue Yang and replied in unison. Little Titan, what do you think? Elder Nangong asked. I'm sorry, I won't go to a place with only uncles and old men without beauties. Yue Yang rejected immediately. Elder Nangong seemed to have guessed that Yue Yang would say this, so his expression didn't change. The Black Hell King also acted like an expert and didn't say anything. Only War Tiger of the East and Fierce Tooth of the North were shocked by Yue Yang's words. Almost no one in this world would dare to reject Elder Nangong's invitation. This brat was really a freak. Most importantly, Elder Nangong was obviously protecting him, but he didn't appreciate it at all. Was he really that confident that he could escape with his life under the combined attack of the three of them? The sound of a pipa rang out. It was like the sound of nature. At first, it was light and slow, like a spring. Gradually, it became faster, like a spring breeze blowing on the earth. It was intoxicating. The speed of the sound changed again. In an instant, the pipa was played rapidly, and the music changed into a howling winter wind. Everyone felt as if they were in a world of ice and snow. Cold air assaulted their bodies, and the coldness seeped into their bones, almost turning their blood into ice. There was another kind of hoarse sound that grew louder and louder. In the end, it sounded like a huge army charging towards them in the wind and snow. The voices of the people and the neighing of the warhorses were deafening. Suddenly, there were countless terrifying soldiers that looked like killing gods. Their roars were like thunder as they charged towards them. They raised their blood blossom blades and beheaded their enemies one by one. Even someone with a tenacious will like Yue Yang couldn't help but be immersed in such a terrifying demonic music performance when he heard it. The demonic music was killing him. His soul trembled slightly. Suddenly, the innate chi in his dantian erupted like a volcano, rampaging through his entire body, completely dispersing the cold air that felt like he was in an icy hell. Good, what a great song, Snow Treading. The Black Hell King clapped his hands. Yue Yang used Heaven Eye's divine vision to capture the minute changes in the energy between the Black Hell King's hands in a thousandth of a second. The Black Hell King's performance was even worse than his own. He needed to clap his hands to dispel the negative effects of the music. Of course, Yue Yang knew that with his innate chi and nirvana flame, it was normal for him to resist the effects of the demonic music better than the Black Hell King. However, he didn't expect that the Black Hell King, who was equipped with holy rank weapons, would still be affected by the pipa's demonic music. This song is intoxicating and lingers on for 3 days. Elder Nangong also praised. Who, War Tiger of the East and Fierce Tooth of the North were speechless. They hurriedly opened their mouths and spat out a cold air that resembled an ice arrow. The curious warriors who were watching from afar had all turned into ice sculptures. Their expressions were frozen forever. Unknowingly, their lives disappeared. The demonic music pierced the ears and was so powerful. Yue Yang was shocked and couldn't help but shiver. He felt that the Black Hell King was secretly observing him. He thought that it was a close shave, so he quickly pretended that he was affected by the demonic music and his body couldn't take it anymore. The Black Hell King's eyes were as sharp as a blade. He had already identified the authenticity of Yue Yang's reaction. He was secretly shocked at Yue Yang, who recovered after just a shiver. He realized that the rumors were true. This Yu clan's third young master really had the strength of an innate level 8. In terms of the effects of the demonic music, his recovery was above War Tiger of the East and Fierce Tooth of the North. If it wasn't for the natural shiver earlier, he would have been fooled. It seemed that his recovery was only slightly inferior to Yue Yang and Elder Nangong. He was indeed as abnormal as the rumors said. A beautiful woman carrying a jade pippa walked over. She was draped in a snow-white robe. Before she arrived, her fragrance had already assaulted him. Chapter 506. The beautiful lady hugging the jade pippa first paid her respects to Elder Nangong, then to the Black Hell King. Finally, when it was Yue Yang's turn, she revealed a smile that could topple cities. "We meet again. Do I know you?" Yue Yang pretended not to know her. He scratched his head and looked like he was in deep thought. After a long time, he clapped his hands. "Ah, I remember now. Aren't you the girl who got a room with me? I remember that you have a sexy mole on your butt. What nonsense are you talking about?" The beautiful lady hugging the jade pippa was extremely embarrassed. She blushed and rolled her eyes at Yue Yang coquettishly. "Isn't that so? Then are you the fat guy who had a crush on me and desperately wrote me love letters? When did you undergo plastic surgery? You look really hot now. Not only are you curvy, your face is also tender. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have rejected you. Fat guy, why didn't you tell me that you lost weight?" Yue Yang showed a regretful expression. "Are you sure you didn't get the wrong person? Do you want to get closer to take a closer look?" The beautiful lady knew that he liked to play tricks, so she teased him. "Let me take a look." Yue Yang really got closer and looked at her carefully. Suddenly, he stretched out his hand and heavily patted the beautiful girl's shoulder. He hugged her as if he had met an old friend. "I was wondering who it was. So it's you, this tomboy. I remember that when we stood on a tree and peed into a water tank, your body was as flat as a summoning grimoire. You had no chest or butt. I didn't expect this silly girl to change so much and become like this. Tisk tisk, you're amazing, Xiaohua, your chest isn't fake, right? There's no reason for it to be so big and perky. Tell me honestly, is there a hot water bottle inside? Xiaohua, don't try to act tough. Fake breasts can be easily discovered. Come, let Big Brother appraise them for you." PFF'd. War Tiger of the East and Fierce Tooth of the North almost fainted. This rascal had too many tricks up his sleeves. It's not that I haven't seen perverts before, but I've never seen such an awesome pervert. People said that the Yu clan's third young master's talent was astonishing and his potential was limitless. Who would have thought that his methods of teasing beauties were even more astonishing and full of tricks? An expert, War Tiger of the East and Fierce Tooth of the North had played with quite a number of women. Sometimes, they even felt that they were experienced players. They did not expect that compared to this fellow, they were like rookies. Moreover, they were rookies that had just started. Appraise your head. The beautiful woman pretended to be angry and slapped away Yue Yang's wolf claws. She was going to pull out the "I'm angry" face. In the end, he couldn't hold it in. Instead, she burst out laughing, amused by Yue Yang's antics. "Little flower, don't you recognize me? I'm Brother Titan. That year, you cried to marry me, how could you have forgotten?" Yue Yang was very sad. This is the Southern Demon King of the Eastern Goblin tribe. Her usual identity is the Pippa Goblin General. You should have met her before when the Eastern Goblin tribe went to the Soaring Dragon continent. Elder Nangong came to the rescue and gave Yue Yang a hint. Yue Yang suddenly understood and nodded his head. "Yes, we've met before. At that time, her guard dog ran into my vegetable garden and I cooked it. She came to my house to question me, but when she found out that she was in the wrong, she felt extremely guilty and decided to give her sister to me as a concubine as an apology. I reluctantly agreed at that time. I would have forgotten if you didn't mention it." Does Yu clan's third young master always cheat others like this? Southern Demon King, who was hugging the jade pippa, giggled and asked. It's normal for youngsters to like beauties. If third young master could marry the Southern Goblin tribe's princess, it would be a great story in Tong Tian Tower. Black Hell King looked at Southern Demon King to see her reaction. If this Southern Demon King also supported Yu clan's third young master, he would have another strong enemy. It's a pity that I don't have a sister. Southern Demon King's beautiful face smiled. Moreover, Third young master seems to have a few fiancées. Third young master is a playboy, he would naturally have many beauties by his side. War Tiger of the East was relieved. If this southern demon king was secretly in love with Little Titan, she wouldn't have come to look for him in public. Previously, he heard that the Dragon Emperor was interested in taking Little Titan as his son-in-law. He even said that he was willing to marry a little princess to Yu clan's third young master. The Eastern Goblin tribe and the Soaring Dragon continent formed an alliance. May I know why the Southern Goblin King is here? Fierce Tooth of the North pretended not to know and asked. The Dragon Emperor thought highly of Yue Yang and wanted to take him as his son-in-law. As the traitor of the Eastern Goblin tribe, the Southern Demon King naturally couldn't sit still. She had 3 options in front of her. First, she could marry him first. Second, she could make a secret agreement with Yue Yang and destroy the alliance between him and the Dragon Emperor. Third, she could become enemies with Yue Yang and join forces with stronger innate rankers to kill Yu clan's third young master and ruin the Dragon Emperor's marriage plan. Out of these 3 options, the first 2 were the ones that the Black Hell King didn't want to see the most. This was because the Southern Demon King was so powerful that even the Dragon Emperor couldn't do anything to her. If she joined Yue Yang's camp, it would definitely increase his power. What was more terrifying was that Yue Yang could possibly mediate the battle between her and the Dragon Emperor. Even if it was temporary, it would still be very terrifying. If the Dragon Emperor and the Southern Demon King were to help Yue Yang secretly, it would have a huge impact on the entire battle. It might even be the start of Yue Yang turning the tide. If she couldn't coexist with the Dragon Emperor, she could choose the third option. That would be very beneficial to the Black Hell King. If the Southern Demon King joined the Black Hell Army, it would definitely be a huge blow to the Soaring Dragon continent. With the Eastern Goblin tribe under her, they could restrain the Dragon Emperor from afar and heavily injure the Soaring Dragon Da Sha, Tian Luo and the 4 great clans within. Ally like the Southern Demon King, the Black Hell Army should try their best to win her over. Not only War Tiger of the East and Fierce Tooth of the North, even the Black Hell King was thinking about it. Ever since the Southern Demon King appeared, he had been thinking of a way. Actually, I passed by the 6th floor by accident. I didn't expect to see seniors and Yu clan's third young master here. The Southern Demon King who was hugging her Jade Pippa smiled. Her words didn't make the Black Hell King and the others suspicious. Because intercepting Yue Yang was an idea that he came up with on the spur of the moment. It was impossible for anyone to know about it. If Elder Nangong came after hearing the news, then the Southern Demon King who was always active in the 8th and 9th floor of Tong Tian Tower couldn't have come prepared. She must have met them by chance. The Southern Demon King bowed to Elder Nangong and the Black Hell King again. Half a year ago, I found an ancient ruin in the 10th floor of Heaven Beyond Heaven. It must have been left behind by our seniors. It was a pity that I couldn't explore it by myself. Since I met you today, why don't we work together to search for the treasure in the ancient ruin? The 10th floor of Tong Tian Tower, Heaven Beyond Heaven. The Black Hell King muttered. What is the Heaven Beyond Heaven? Yue Yang asked like a primary school student. Little Titan, the Heaven Beyond Heaven refers to the unknown area between Tong Tian Tower and Heaven Realm. There is an extremely vast space between Tong Tian Tower and Heaven Realm. There are countless individual worlds inside, but the environment is extremely harsh. It is not suitable for survival. Forget about normal warriors, even supreme innates would be in danger in this kind of extreme death. Elder Nangong explained, isn't there a passage between Tong Tian Tower and Heaven Realm Gate? Yue Yang asked again, although it is called a passage, there is no actual passage. It is just a safer path that our seniors use the blood and lives of countless people to explore. Actually, this passage needs to pass through more than 10 individual worlds. It is not a path like what we imagined. In these individual worlds, there are many unexplored dimensional spaces and shattered spaces. There are even space whirlpools that lead to unknown places. We know very little about those. However, according to the ancient records, this is the shattering void that was created during a fight between some unimaginably powerful gods during the immemorial era. Although it was repaired by the gods, the Heaven Realm that originally belonged to the 10th floor was separated from the 10th floor of Tong Tian Tower and became a new world, further and further away from the lower realm. In the end, Heaven Realm did not acknowledge the lower realm and became its own world. If warriors from the lower realm want to ascend to Heaven Realm, they must pass through the dangerous, shattering void, and reach the Heaven Realm Gate, Elder Nangong explained in detail. Is there no other way? Yue Yang felt that relying on the heaven realm gate that opens once every 100 years was not a solution. Maybe there is. Southern Demon King revealed a piece of information. It is said that there is a heaven stairway in God's ruins that can directly ascend to heaven realm. It is just a legend. The heaven stairway may exist, but it is impossible for anyone to enter heaven realm without going through the heaven realm gate. This is the rule of the immemorial era, no one can be an exception. Elder Nangong shook his head, indicating that it was ridiculous to imagine using the heaven stairway to ascend to heaven realm. Maybe he was purposely saying this to clarify the truth so that fourth mother, who possessed the secret of the heaven stairway, could feel safer. Even if the heaven stairway cannot ascend to heaven realm, there is no harm in trying. Southern Demon King giggled and said, "Third young master, go home and ask your fourth mother, maybe she knows." Black Hell King said to Yue Yang, "She is just an ordinary housewife who never leaves her house." Yue Yang stared coldly at Black Hell King with hidden killing intent. He warned the other party not to have any ill intentions towards fourth mother. "Don't mind him, my master is just joking. Elders usually know more secrets than juniors. Your fourth mother has read a lot of books, maybe she knows." Let's change the topic to the southern border king's secret treasure. I am most interested in the secret treasure of the ancient ruins, I will definitely go. War Tiger of the East laughed. Feng Shi is also willing to go. Fierce Tooth of the North looked at Yue Yang. If third young master is interested, then Elder Nangong is also willing to bring third young master around the 10th floor. Elder Nangong was definitely biased towards Yue Yang. Although this brat had not officially joined the innate alliance, Elder Nangong cherished talents as much as his own life. He would definitely not let Black Hell King touch Yue Yang in the 10th floor. He guessed that Yue Yang would be willing to go, so he did not wait for Yue Yang to hesitate and expressed his position first. Old Black is also curious. What kind of secret treasure could make the Southern Border King so obsessed with it? Black Hell King looked at Southern Demon King, but he still looked at Yue Yang from the corner of his eyes. If this brat didn't go, then he definitely wouldn't go. How do we split the treasures we find? Yue Yang's words made Black Hell King's heart calm down. This brat still had a thirst for treasures. It seemed that this brat realized that he was not strong enough and needed treasures to strengthen himself. With Elder Nangong Luo Yun secretly protecting him, this brat would take the risk to fight for the secret treasure with him. Most importantly, this treasure hunt would be a temporary test for Southern Demon King. She was unable to choose an ally between him and Yue Yang, so she mentioned the ancient ruins, hoping to choose a qualified ally through the treasure hunt. He had to obtain the secret treasure of the ancient ruins, only then would he be able to convince the Southern Goblin King to form an alliance with him. On the contrary, if Yue Yang obtained the secret treasure, she would probably turn around and side with him. No matter what, Tong Tian Tower would only believe in one type of person. That was a rancor. Black Hell King looked at Yue Yang. He was determined to defeat Yue Yang and obtain the secret treasure of the ancient ruins. Conquering Long Tang, conquering Tong Tian Tower officially began. Everything would start from defeating Yue Yang, this junior. Chapter 507. The group of people, each with their own thoughts, left the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower and headed towards the 10th floor. This was Yue Yang's most dangerous treasure hunt ever since he entered Tong Tian Tower, because his teammates were War Tiger of the East, Fierce Tooth of the North and Black Hell King. Yue Yang knew that the three of them were always thinking of making a move. Of course, it was the same for him. If there was a chance, he would definitely make a move to trick the Black Hell King. He would definitely not miss it. The Southern Demon King with her Jade Pippa was neutral. His only helper was Elder Nangong. If Elder Nangong had not hinted to Yue Yang that he wanted to go, he would have politely declined such a dangerous mission. Searching for treasures with the Black Hell King was undoubtedly asking a tiger for its skin. It was extremely dangerous. Yue Yang had already been to the 7th floor of Skysplit Tower, so he didn't feel any pressure at all. The gravity in the 8th and 9th floors had increased tremendously. When they reached the 10th floor, the gravity had already reached 25 times that of the soaring dragon continent. Once they entered the realm beyond heaven, it became even more intense. It had already increased by 30 times. Even War Tiger of the East and Fierce Tooth of the North had to unleash their innate level 6 and above to be able to walk smoothly. Only Elder Nangong and the Black Hell King could remain unperturbed. The Southern Demon King was able to adapt after leveling up to innate level 5. From this, it could be seen that she was stronger than War Tiger of the East and Fierce Tooth of the North. No wonder Elder Nangong and the Black Hell King looked at her differently. Are you alright? Southern Demon King asked Yue Yang curiously. Not only her, even Elder Nangong and the Black Hell King were curious. He clearly had the ability to resist 30 times the gravity. Why didn't he raise his cultivation to the innate realm? Yue Yang didn't reply. He was a few steps behind the rest, struggling to keep up with them. Even if he was sweating profusely from exhaustion and his muscles were trembling, he still wouldn't advance to the innate realm. The Black Hell King frowned. This brat was definitely not trying to show off. Could it be that he was pretending to be weak? No, even if he was deliberately showing weakness, there was no reason to express it so clumsily. Did he purposely use gravity to train his body so that he could adapt to 30 times the gravity below innate realm? As the Black Hell King thought about this, he was secretly shocked. As expected of the Yu clan's third young master, this abnormal brat's way of thinking was different from normal people. Under 30 times the gravity and with a strong enemy like himself watching over him, he still had the mood to train. It seemed like he wanted to use this opportunity to break through. Such a young man must not be allowed to live. Otherwise, he would surpass him sooner or later. The more Black Hell King thought about it, the more frightened he became. About half an hour later, the sweaty Yue Yang's footsteps finally became nimble. He, who had been lagging behind, gradually caught up with the team. War Tiger of the East and Fierce Tooth of the North glanced at each other. Other than shock, the killing intent in their hearts also exploded. Adapting to 30 times the gravity in such a short time, he was simply inhuman. Elder Nangong did not say anything, but his eyes were filled with gratification. Seeing Yue Yang's rapid improvement and unique talent, he was even more determined to protect him. Only the Southern Demon King acted as if she didn't see anything. Realm beyond heaven. 10 minutes ago, the entire place had turned into a terrifying place. From time to time, there would be meteor showers that cut through the sky and landed on the ground. Shockwaves that shook the earth and mountains came one after another. Volcanoes would erupt frequently and magma would shoot into the sky, scattering everywhere. Even though everyone was a supreme innate, they had no choice but to avoid these as they were unwilling to waste their energy to fight against the apocalypse. Moreover, compared to the most terrifying Void Shatterer in Realm Beyond Heaven, these were actually considered mild. We are about to enter the official area of Realm Beyond Heaven. Everyone, be careful. We may have some conflicts between us, but I hope that our main goal is to search for treasures. Everything else can wait until we get the treasures from the ancient ruins. The Southern Demon King made a statement first. Of course, since we are searching for treasures, we are willing to help each other and overcome the difficulties together. War Tiger of the East spoke on behalf of the Black Hell King. Lead the way. Yue Yang had never been to the 10th floor before. Previously, he heard from the Night Empress and the Impatience how difficult it was to pass the 10th floor. Now he understood a little. Even before entering the official Realm Beyond Heaven, the environment was already this bad. The Shatterer in Realm Beyond Heaven, the Void Shatterer. The Southern Demon King led everyone into a small valley surrounded by 5 active volcanoes. In the middle of a dormant volcano, there was a cliff with an ancient teleportation circle on it. This unexpected place was the teleportation point of a unit world, and also the entrance to the ancient ruins. If it wasn't for the Southern Demon King leading the way, no one would have barged into this dangerous place when the volcanoes erupted. The Black Hell King frowned slightly. He had never heard of this ancient ruins. This was a very bad feeling. He thought that the place that the Southern Demon King had found was a secret treasure trove that he knew of. He didn't expect that it wasn't. Could it be that the Southern Demon King and Yue Yang had teamed up to plot against him? Would the Night Empress and Ji Zun be waiting inside to ambush him? The Black Hell King hesitated for a few seconds. When he saw that Yue Yang was secretly observing him with his guard up, he heaved a sigh of relief. If this brat really had an ambush, it would definitely not be to guard against him, but to provoke or mock him. After entering the unit world through the teleportation circle, everyone except the Southern Demon King was shocked. It was extremely hot outside, as if they were being roasted in a furnace. However, it was extremely cold in the unit world. War Tiger of the East and Fierce Tooth of the North, who had leveled up to innate level 6, started shivering uncontrollably. Ice started forming on their legs, turning them into ice men in the blink of an eye. Roar! War Tiger of the East unleashed his power to innate level 7 and summoned the Red Flame Tiger to protect himself. Bloodthirsty Heart Fire, Fierce Tooth of the North used his sharp claws to tear his body. The blood that seeped out turned into flames. The Southern Demon King already had a protective treasure, so she didn't have any reaction. The Black Hell King and Elder Nan Gong had only leveled up to innate level 1, but they were already able to withstand the cold. Of course, they all had their own holy rank treasures to protect themselves. Leveling up to innate level 1 was mainly because they were wary of their surroundings. In this world of ice and snow, it was impossible for there to be no ancient beasts. The ancient beasts in the 10th floor of Tong Tian Tower were so strong that they could only be described as abnormal. Even if they were all gold ranked level 10, the ancient beasts in Heaven Beyond Heaven were more than 100 times stronger than the Gold King beasts in the lower levels of Tong Tian Tower, maybe even more than 1,000 times stronger. Moreover, there weren't many gold-ranked ancient beasts in Heaven Beyond Heaven, at most platinum-ranked. If a lone innate level 8 warrior went up to Heaven Beyond Heaven and encountered a large group of ancient beasts, he would definitely die. Phew phew, Yue Yang breathed out a mouthful of cold air. Both of his hands moved slowly as countless cold air surged into his body. Surprisingly, the cold air didn't freeze him into an ice sculpture. Instead, it turned into frost flowers that floated around his body, forming a 10-meter-wide frost space. War Tiger of the East stretched out his hand and tried to touch one of the frost flowers. In the end, his fingers immediately turned into a huge lump of ice, shocking everyone who saw it. A murderous intent flashed across the Black Hell King's eyes as he laughed. Third young master is indeed talented. I have long heard that you are able to control Nirvana Flame, but I didn't think that you would be able to control ice so easily. Yue Yang kept his mouth shut and didn't reply. He concentrated on controlling the frost space, allowing it to absorb yin ability and strengthen himself. Of course, this was extremely difficult. Controlling it beside the Black Hell King was like playing with his heart. As the Southern Demon King was leading the way, Elder Nan Gong suddenly turned around. After listening for a while, he said in a low voice, "There is an intense battle about 10 kilometers away. We can't confirm who it is, but I think that this is not a battle between ancient beasts, but an innate ranker who is in danger. Should we go and rescue them or continue to search for treasures? With our strength, even if we can't succeed, it won't be difficult for us to escape. In the spirit of warriors helping each other, I suggest that we go and rescue them." Yue Yang originally thought that the Black Hell King wouldn't agree, but who would have thought that he would nod his head cheerfully? Could it be that he wants to use the ancient beasts to test me? Laughing coldly in his heart, Yue Yang also nodded his head in agreement to go and rescue them. It was still uncertain who would cause trouble for whom. The Black Hell King would definitely be fine, but would War Tiger of the East and Fierce Tooth of the North be safe? Yue Yang felt that this was an opportunity. As long as he could kill either War Tiger of the East or Fierce Tooth of the North, it would be equivalent to cutting off one of Black Hell King's arms. Then this risk would be worth it. War Tiger of the East and Fierce Tooth of the North also knew that they were the easiest to be eliminated. They immediately summoned their grimoires, summoned their guardian beasts and leveled up to innate level 8. Go all out. The Black Hell King and Elder Nan Gong leveled up to innate level 5, while the Southern Demon King leveled up to innate level 7. No one was careless. This was the inner part of heaven outside heaven. Even a supreme innate who had reached innate level 10 could die. Only Yue Yang stopped when he leveled up to innate level 3. Of course, his innate level 3 was equivalent to innate level 8, just that his realm was slightly lower. What's wrong with you? The Southern Demon King asked curiously. The power looks pretty good, but why are you only innate level 3? Big sister, how old do you think I am? It's already not bad if I can reach innate level 3. Yue Yang replied as he slowly condensed a crystal battle armor on his body and took out the Wei Jin magic blade that was burning with purple flames. In this world of ice and snow, the Wei Jin magic blade's power was greatly reduced. The flames shrunk to a small flame. Yue Yang swung it a few times and realized that it was not powerful enough. He quickly took out the crescent moon blade. On the contrary, the crescent moon blade had the ancient rune, everlasting, and the heaven runes, frost, and sharpness. Its power had increased by 10 times in this individual world. This was also the first time it had surpassed the Wei Jin magic blade. The Black Hell King snorted. He wasn't jealous of the crescent moon blade, but he hated the fact that Yue Yang was able to reach innate level 6 at innate level 1. He had never seen such an abnormal person. Innate level 1 was equivalent to other people's innate level 6. If Yue Yang could reach innate level 6, wouldn't he surpass innate and reach innate elder level 1? If Elder Nan Gong wasn't by his side, he would immediately kill him. Of course, even if Elder Nangong was protecting him, the Black Hell King still planned to kill him. As long as Jizun and Night Empress didn't ambush him, Yue Yang would be dead for sure. 10 kilometers away, in a gigantic valley of eternal glaciers. When Yue Yang and the rest arrived, they landed on top of the valley and looked down. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. In the valley, close to 100 gigantic ancient demon bears were blocking the two ends of the valley. Dozens of even larger ancient giant apes were hugging ice blocks the size of small mountains and throwing them at the innate rankers. Dozens of ice dragons were diving down continuously, spitting out extremely cold dragon breaths. What was more terrifying was that these innate rankers weren't united at all. Death was imminent, yet they were still fighting each other. This glacial valley has a restriction. Once people and beasts enter, they won't be able to fly. However, those ice dragons are an exception. The Southern Demon King's expression changed. Danger. Elder Nangong immediately jumped down after seeing the two parties fighting. Come, let's play. Yue Yang saw the Black Hell King's right palm that was about to attack. His eyes revealed a mocking smile. He somersaulted and landed in the valley. In midair, he even waved at the Black Hell King. The Black Hell King hesitated again. Forbidden Sky Law, this was his nemesis. What if there was really an ambush? Chapter 508. The Winged Clan and the Eastern Goblin Tribe were fighting below. There were even human innate rankers. Yue Yang didn't know anyone from any of the forces. All he saw was that they were fighting each other and the ancient beasts were blocking the way. He was shocked. Were these guys all retarded? Did they not want to live anymore? When he landed on the ice dragon's back, he realized that there was a huge teleportation circle on the ice wall at the bottom of the valley. It was probably the entrance to a secret place. Could it be that there was another ancient ruin in this unit world? No matter what, Yue Yang realized that they were only fighting for the teleportation circle. As for the ancient beasts, they couldn't care less. Because they were not from the original world, the Winged Clan who were good at flying were at a disadvantage. Their fighting power was reduced by half. However, they had the advantage in numbers. The 20+ Winged Clan rankers had the upper hand. Next was the Eastern Goblin Tribe. They only had 3 of them, but their fighting power was extremely strong. At least 4 or 5 Winged Clan rankers were needed to fight against one of them. The weakest were the human innates. There were 6 of them. 4 of them were level 6 innates and were all injured. The remaining 2 level 7 innates were struggling. They were invincible in the lower world. Here, the only thing they had to do was to protect themselves. Otherwise, they would be killed on the spot. Forget about the battle between the Winged Clan and the Eastern Goblin Tribe. Even the attacks from the ancient beasts were a huge threat to their lives. Luckily, the Winged Clan and the Eastern Goblin Tribe were fighting fiercely. They didn't have time to care about the 6 innate rankers. Otherwise, they would have died long ago. Nonsense. Do you think you can come to heaven beyond heaven with your strength? After Elder Nangong landed at the bottom of the valley, he summoned his grimoire and created a protective shield for the 6 innates to hide inside. He then gently emitted an irresistible force that bounced off all the ice chunks thrown by the diving ice dragon and the ancient great ape, revealing a large empty space in the middle. Although those ancient beasts weren't holy beasts, they were very smart. Seeing that they couldn't defeat an innate ranker, they quickly retreated from the battlefield. They watched from afar and waited for an opportunity. Greetings, Elder Nangong. The 6 human innates who escaped from death were overjoyed and quickly greeted Elder Nangong. Could it be that the teleportation formation here also leads to the ancient ruins? When the Southern Demon King descended, the expressions of the 3 Eastern Goblin Tribe's warriors changed immediately. This was because they were the Dragon Emperor's subordinates and they were sworn enemies with her. Black Hell King, Shuda greets you on behalf of the 8-Winged Chief Consul. The leader of the Winged Clan was an innate level 8 ranker. When he saw the Black Hell King descending from the sky, he immediately took a few steps forward and led all the Winged Clan warriors to pay their respects to the Black Hell King. Yue Yang raised his eyebrows. He already knew about the alliance between the Black Hell King and Sky Emperor Bai Yi. This scene was completely within his expectations. Shuda, what's going on? War Tiger of the East and Fierce Tooth of the North also came down. We found out about an ancient ruin and came to this glacier canyon. However, we didn't expect to meet the Eastern Goblin Tribe. They were very rude and refused to let us enter, so we started fighting. As for these ancient beasts, they came after hearing the news. They didn't seem to dare to go near the ancient teleportation formation, so luckily we didn't get surrounded. The leader of the winged clan, Shuda, had 4 wings on his back. He wore a gemstone armor and held a shining golden crystal sword with the characteristics of the winged clan. He looked extraordinarily handsome. If that's the case, let's get rid of these 3 fellows. War Tiger of the East turned to face the 3 Eastern Goblin tribe members. Nonsense. Among the 3 Eastern Goblin tribe members, there was a mountain-shaking bear who was an innate level 8, and 2 thunder gold-eyed leopards who were at the peak of innate level 7. They were afraid of the Black Hell King, but their expressions were resolute and brave. They immediately unleashed their full strength and prepared to fight. Even though they knew that they couldn't win, they wouldn't resign themselves to death, nor would they kneel and surrender. The Southern Demon King didn't say a word. At this moment, Yue Yang stood up and extended his hand. Wait, since we are all treasure hunters, why do we have to kill each other? A tall and hot-tempered warrior from the winged clan stood up and shouted, Who do you think you are? You dare to be the peacemaker? The 3 Eastern Goblin tribe members killed 2 of my friends. If we don't kill them, we won't be able to quell the hatred in our hearts. The winged clan and the Eastern Goblin tribe cannot coexist. If you insist on standing on the Eastern Goblin tribe's side, then we will fulfill your wish and send you on your way. Yue Yang immediately spat in disdain. With just a few of you birdmen. His calling them birdmen had completely infuriated the winged clan. The winged clan hated it the most when people called them birdmen. Now that they heard Yue Yang say it in front of everyone, it was a great humiliation. They were so angry that their lungs were about to explode. The 3 Eastern Goblin tribe members were extremely grateful for Yue Yang's words. One must know that there weren't many in this world who dared to speak up in front of the Black Hell King. The 3 of them stepped forward and stood behind Yue Yang. They were prepared to fight alongside Yue Yang. The 4-winged Shuda sized up Yue Yang. He felt that this person wasn't simple and immediately stopped his angry subordinates. He then asked War Tiger of the East confusedly, Who is this young human? You guys have all misjudged him. This is the 3rd young master of the Yue clan who has the most potential in the Soaring Dragon continent. He is also the little titan who successfully assassinated the Ocean Emperor Guan Lan. You guys should be more respectful to him. Other than the Sky Emperor and your 3 senators, none of you are his match. War Tiger of the East seemed to be introducing Yue Yang out of goodwill, but he was actually trying to sow discord in the dark, making the winged clan warriors hate Yue Yang even more. I was wondering who it was, so it's Little Titan. As expected, you live up to your name, Shuda laughed coldly. Greetings to the 3rd young master of the Yue clan. The mountain-shaking bear and the 2 thunder gold-eyed leopards hurriedly greeted Yue Yang. They even bowed deeply using human etiquette. It's nothing. I have always disliked trash who bully the weak. Yue Yang's words completely offended all the winged clan warriors. They didn't have a good impression of Yue Yang in the first place. Now, all the winged clan warriors had completely sided with the Black Hell King. Elder Nangong hurried over and waved his hands, Everyone leave this place quickly. I can feel a strange noise coming from afar. If it alarmed the ancient beast king, a fierce battle will be unavoidable. The 6 human innates also rushed to reveal the secret of the ancient teleportation circle. The leader hurriedly said, Mr. Nangong, the teleportation circle will land around the ancient ruins. It rotates at different times every day and will land in 12 different locations. If we don't enter quickly, we might land in the furthest or the most dangerous area. Before us, 2 batches of people had already entered. This is the number that we know of, there might be more. The Black Hell King looked at the Southern Demon King and saw that she was deep in thought. He then looked at Elder Nangong. Seeing that he agreed to enter immediately, he immediately signaled Elder Nangong to lead the way. Elder Nangong naturally wouldn't be the first to enter the teleportation circle. If not, it would be strange if the Black Hell King didn't attack Yue Yang. The 6 human innates were the first to enter, followed by War Tiger of the East and Fierce Tooth of the North. Seeing that his subordinates had entered safely, the Black Hell King looked at Yue Yang again and disappeared into the teleportation circle. Little brat, if there are any changes to the landing point, you must be careful of the Black Hell King. This is my map, it will be valid for 3 days. After I enter, if I am closest to the north at 12:00, I will wait for you at the north. If I am closest to the south at 6:00, I will go to the south. Remember to meet up with me as soon as possible. Be careful. Elder Nangong took good care of Yue Yang. He originally wanted to urge Yue Yang to enter first, but after thinking about it, this brat would probably need to wait for the 3 Eastern Goblin tribe members to enter first. It would be better for him to look after the 6 human innates, in case they were attacked by the ancient beast king. Human innates were very rare, and those who could reach innate level 6 and above were even rarer. Every time one of them died, it would cause irreparable damage to the human continent. This was because they were at least the heavenly imperial guardians, or even the heavenly imperial guardians of the entire continent. Once they died, the demon abyss would invade unscrupulously. After Elder Nangong left, the winged clan members were slightly fearful. However, because of the conflict between the Southern Demon King and the 3 Eastern Goblin Tribe members, they weren't worried that Yue Yang and the 3 Eastern Goblin Tribe members would join hands and attack them. Once the battle started, the Southern Demon King would probably kill the mountain-shaking bear and the 2 thunder gold-eyed leopards. Shu Da was confident that he could handle Yue Yang. After all, no matter how powerful he was still a newbie. The only problem was that he had Nirvana Flame and World Exterminating Wheel. These two were extremely dangerous. However, Shu Da had a way to ignore Yue Yang during the battle. If he were to attack, it would cause the other party to be annihilated. He had this confidence. The Southern Demon King looked at the mountain-shaking bear and the others and asked, "We have wasted a lot of time. Can we set off now?" Yes. Yue Yang's aura instantly exploded to innate level 4. He took out his Nirvana Flame and World Exterminating Wheel at the same time and attacked the ancient teleportation circle like a madman. The ancient teleportation circle let out a deafening explosion, causing the glacier to tremble. The sound of the explosion spread across the boundless sky and the snowy ground. No one knew how far the sound traveled. The ancient teleportation circle shattered. As the winged clan members' expressions changed, Yue Yang stabbed the prison emperor's 7 stars pillar into the glacier. At the beginning, when Yue Yang destroyed the ancient teleportation circle, Shu Da didn't react at all. In his eyes, there was even a hint of, "You're courting death," ridicule. However, when the prison emperor's 7 stars pillar appeared, his expression changed immediately. The treasure that was hidden in his palm shattered with a bang, turning into countless golden lights and disappeared into the air. At this moment, a pillar of light was shot down from the sky. The Black Hell King's overbearing aura enveloped the entire area. However, when the pillar of light descended, it became distorted under the influence of the prison emperor's 7 stars pillar. The Black Hell King stretched out his hand with the intention of tearing the space apart. However, it was to no avail. He let out a terrifying roar unwillingly. The pillar of light disappeared and the teleportation failed. The Black Hell King's image disappeared. Yue Yang leisurely picked at his ears, and brought his little finger to his mouth to blow lightly, as if there was a big piece of ear scraps that he could blow away. He then turned to Shu Da, whose face was filled with shock, and said indifferently, "I say, my birdman friend, can I trouble you not to whisper so loudly next time? Don't you know how irritating it is to hear such boring whispers? If you want to kill me, just do it directly. Why do you have to waste so much effort? Do you think that you can kill me just by giving the Black Hell King your coordinates and letting him teleport back? You guys are already hundreds or even thousands of years old, how can you still be so naive?" Southern Demon King also laughed and clapped her hands, "Another good show to watch, this is great. The 3 of you go and bite them to death." The 3 Eastern Goblin tribesmen shot towards the winged clan warriors like arrows released from a bow. Shu Da suddenly realized, "You guys are in cahoots, that's right." The Southern Goblin King smiled lightly, "You idiots, do you think that just because I'm the traitor king of the Eastern Goblin tribe, I'm destined to be enemies with the Dragon Emperor? Even if I'm the traitor king, it's impossible for me to help outsiders to kill our people. Of course, this is just an act for you to see. Because if we, the Eastern Goblin tribe, do not do this, we will definitely become the strongest and most threatening competitor of all the races in Tong Tian Tower. We will become the enemy of all the races. We need to create a small disturbance to make people think that we are a divided race and are not a threat. Looking at your expressions, I can tell that our plan is working well. Bai Yi Chief Consul, he will take revenge for us." Shu Da shouted in exasperation. Yes, these last words are very pleasant to hear. Although Yue Yang and the Southern Goblin King had never fought side by side before, they were very well coordinated at this moment. In an instant, they appeared in front of Shu Da at the same time. The World Exterminating Wheel and the sharp demonic sound of 5 fingers playing the Jade Pippa simultaneously attacked Shu Da, the leader of the Winged Clan. Chapter 509 Ding Ding Ding. A few extremely sharp sounds from the Pippa pierced into the ears of the leader of the Winged Clan, Shu Da. Shu Da's entire body shook, as if he had been struck by lightning. Even with the protection of energy, his ears could not withstand the demonic sound. In an instant, his ears exploded and blood spurted out. Time seemed to have frozen. Shu Da floated in the air, motionless, while Yue Yang stared at him coldly. Little Wen Li's binding inherent skill could even trap an innate rancor like Guan Lan, let alone Shu Da. Under the influence of the demonic sound, Shu Da's mind trembled, his mind was in chaos, and he had no ability to resist. "I'll kill you." Yue Yang had always been an honest and straightforward person. His first move was to kill. The Heaven's Fury Fire Lotus and the Arctic Frost Flower, one on the left and one on the right, attacked Shu Da's body under Yue Yang's control. Although the power of the Heaven's Fury Fire Lotus was not as strong as the Arctic Frost Flower in this unit world, its impact on one's mind was not reduced at all. Even the Southern Demon King, who was behind Shu Da, felt as if the entire sky was pressed down by a giant hand, almost suffocating. And this was outside of the attack. She could not imagine how much pain Shu Da, who had no defense, would feel after being hit by Yue Yang head-on. The shockwave spread out, and the sky on both sides seemed to be cut in half by the giant cold blade. One side became a blazing hell, and the other a freezing hell. All the winged clan members rolled on the ground in pain. Even the valiant mountain-shaking bear and thunder-gold-eyed leopard had to support themselves with their hands to barely withstand the power of the Heaven's Fury Fire Lotus. The distant ancient giant ape, ancient demon bear, and ice dragon all fled. They were so weak that they even lay on the ground, letting out weak cries. They no longer had the arrogance of the ancient beasts. Boom! Shu Da was hit, half of his body was scorched, and the other half was covered in frost. Yue Yang didn't show any mercy to the miserable Shu Da. He heavily kicked Shu Da's chest, and purple lightning ruthlessly bombarded Shu Da's heart. Without the body of the ancient titan, Wu Su, and in a state of restriction, not to mention a winged clan leader who had just reached innate level 8, even the strongest warrior in the winged clan, Sky Emperor Bai Yi, would be heavily injured and fall to the ground. Without the need for the Southern Demon King to attack again, Yue Yang spun and beheaded Shu Da, who had lost his ability to fight, with a world-exterminating wheel. So fast. The Southern Demon King finally understood why the Black Hell King was so afraid of this young man. It was because he would turn into the most terrifying god of death once he had the chance to kill someone instantly. If it was an opponent of the same strength, Shu Da would probably be able to hold on for half an hour even if he couldn't win. However, when faced with Yue Yang, Shu Da was instantly killed on the spot without being able to counterattack or even react. Shu Da was a winged clan ranker who had already reached innate level 8. He was ranked top 5 in the entire winged clan. Who would have thought that he would be killed by Yue Yang effortlessly? This was the power of the Yue clan's third young master. This was also the reason why the Black Hell King was afraid of him. The Southern Demon King also knew that this wasn't Yue Yang's full strength. He still had the Nirvana Flame and the terrifying sword chi that he hadn't used yet. Otherwise, Shu Da would be defeated even faster and more thoroughly. Yue Yang kept Shu Da's corpse. To him, the corpse of an innate level 8 ranker was a rare fertilizer, so he couldn't waste it. The crescent moon slash roared and raised high in his hand, unleashing a devastating attack. First slash, earth-splitting slash. Ding ding ding, the Southern Demon King's long hair danced in the wind as she flashed behind Yue Yang, using her demonic voice to boost his power. Her jade-like fingers danced in the air as the wheel-sweeping slash flew. The demonic voice pierced the ears from afar, while the sharp blade slashed wildly from close range. There was the Heaven's Fury Fire Lotus above and the freezing frost below. The most tragic thing was that the Glacier Canyon had a special law that forbade flying. It was simply a nightmare for the Winged Clan. Under the situation where they couldn't escape, the Winged Clan rankers whose minds were disturbed gathered their strength to defend against Yue Yang's first slash, earth-splitting slash. Rumble. A few of the weakest Winged Clan rankers vomited blood as their internal organs were injured by Yue Yang's blade aura. Yue Yang, who was shot into the sky, borrowed the pressure from the law to increase his speed towards the glacier. Yu Chu's self-created Armageddon slash, second slash, heaven and earth collapse. It exploded in his hands. The power of Yu Chu's self-created ultimate move coupled with Yue Yang's understanding and revision was absolutely earth-shattering. The unstoppable slash was unstoppable. All the Winged Clan rankers gathered their giant swords together, but they still couldn't defend against Yue Yang's heavy slash. The giant swords shattered and the surrounding Winged Clan rankers were all sent flying into the glacier, vomiting blood. A few of them who were heavily injured even vomited pieces of their internal organs on the spot. This showed how terrifying the power of the blade aura was. The winged clan ranker who was standing at the front was cut in half by Yue Yang. Seeing such power, the Southern Demon King couldn't help but be shocked. It wasn't that she hadn't seen powerful ultimate moves before, but she had never seen a platinum-ranked weapon that had the power of a holy ranked artifact. In the same realm, if it was just based on the aura and power. The Southern Demon King believed that it was Yue Yang without a doubt. Not to mention that this brat had hidden his true strength. Just the power of innate level 3 or innate level 8 that he showed on the surface was far beyond innate level 8 rankers like Shu Da. Even innate level 9 Shun Tian and the Black Prince might not have such power. Again, Yue Yang jumped with all his might again. Under the forbidden space law, he could jump up to a height of 100 meters. If it was the Southern Demon King, she would also sigh that she couldn't do it. The third slash, Lord of Rivers and Mountains. After the first two slashes, Yue Yang decided to finish off his opponent in one go, in case anything unexpected happened. The third slash would be 10 times more powerful than the first two slashes. Yue Yang believed that after this slash, no one would be able to survive. At the entrance of a faraway valley, a terrifying whirlwind that looked like a snow dragon, 100 times faster than lightning, swept across the ground. Yue Yang slashed down from the sky. When all the winged clan warriors closed their eyes and waited for their deaths, the snow dragon had already surpassed the shockwave and sound, arriving one step ahead of them. In the snowstorm, a tall figure with wings on its back stretched out a hand and blocked Yue Yang's earth-shattering slash. The golden palm and crescent moon collided silently. However, an instant later, with the collision at the center, it was as if the universe had exploded. The entire space seemed to shatter, and the spherical shockwave spread rapidly before the sound could be heard. The mountains, ice walls, ground, and valleys all trembled and collapsed under the shockwave. The ice dragon that was circling high in the sky didn't even have time to spread its wings before it was engulfed by the shockwave and snow. The ancient giant ape and ancient demon bear couldn't even stand properly, and both of them rolled on the ground. The only one who could still stand still was the Southern Demon King. Even though she was protected by the Jade Pippa, she still slid back 3 meters. She didn't stay still at the same time. The mountain-shaking flying bear retreated deep into the ice wall, while the lightning gold-eyed leopard brothers were nowhere to be seen. They were probably at least 200 meters away. The winged clan members on the ground weren't sent flying. An energy shield protected them. This energy shield came from the mysterious person's left hand, which was facing downwards, while his right hand, which was facing upwards, was still defending against the crescent moon blade that could cut through metal like mud. Ha! Yue Yang unleashed his strength, but the crescent moon didn't slash the mysterious person's palm. Instead, it was sent flying. When he flipped over, the impact dissipated, and he slowly landed. Only then did he realize that there was a powerful winged clan member with 8 wings on his back. The mysterious person was tall and slender, about 2 meters tall. His legs were exceptionally long, and he was extremely handsome. His skin was smooth and white, and he looked like a woman. He had 8 wings on his back, and his snowy feathers fluttered even though there was no wind. Other than a crystal sword with a 7-colored gemstone hanging on his waist, the person didn't have any other weapons. He wasn't even wearing any armor. Just now, he had used his body's defense to block Yue Yang's third slash, master of the rivers and mountains. He even had the energy to release an energy shield to protect his subordinates. Such a powerful person. Who exactly was he? The Southern Demon King's expression changed when she saw the person. Of course, she knew who this 8-winged warrior who looked like a woman was. She just didn't expect him to appear here, and coincidentally in this glacier valley, so it's the Sky Emperor. Greetings to your majesty, Sky Emperor Bai Yi. The Southern Demon King's expression returned to normal as she smiled and greeted the person. You're here too. The Sky Emperor Bai Yi was a little surprised to see the Southern Demon King. It seemed that this was different from the information he received. However, he returned the greeting politely and looked at Yue Yang. He asked even though he already knew the answer, who is this young man? I don't know why he would kill the warriors who persecuted the angel clan so crazily. Are you trying to bully the Guangming continent? Your Majesty, this is the 3rd young master of the Yu clan in the Soaring Dragon continent. He is also the famous little titan in the Tong Tian Tower. The Southern Demon King introduced him to the Sky Emperor Bai Yi. Even if you're the famous little titan, you can't kill people for no reason, right? The Sky Emperor Bai Yi asked coldly. What do you mean by killing people for no reason? Sky Emperor, although you're one of the 5 emperors of the Tong Tian Tower, you can't slander me. Yue Yang laughed out loud as he pointed at a winged clan warrior under Bai Yi's feet with his crescent moon. They stole my divine equipment and swallowed my 4 symbols pearl in broad daylight. Everyone has the right to punish them. Could it be that you want to use your power to protect your clan while I, a weak junior, can only suffer in secret and not even have the right to pursue the treasures? There is righteousness in the world. Sky Emperor, if you want to protect the criminals, just say it. If you use force to bully me, I'll leave immediately. PFF'd. The winged clan warrior who was pointed at by Yue Yang with his crescent moon was so angry that he vomited blood on the spot. The Southern Demon King also pretended that she didn't know him. She had seen shameless people before, but she had never seen such a shameless person. He was the one who killed them and stole their treasures, but he still tried to frame them. It was no wonder that the other party vomited blood out of anger. The Sky Emperor was so angry that he started laughing. Alright, so that's the truth. Little Titan, if my people were to steal your divine equipment and 4 symbols pearl, Bai Yi would definitely kill them personally to clear the name of the Angel clan in the Guangming continent. If they did not steal your divine equipment and 4 symbols pearl, what would happen if I found out that you were the one who slandered me and framed me? Would you let me kill you in front of the formation to clear the reputation of the Angel clan? Yue Yang shrugged his shoulders. Hurry up and investigate. They even stole my god's blood and martial soul. Make them spit it out now. The Southern Demon King was speechless. It was already exaggerated enough to say that he stole the divine equipment and 4 symbols pearl, but he even said that he stole the god's blood and martial soul. Even if he was bragging, he shouldn't have bragged so much. How was he going to justify himself later on? She poked Yue Yang's back with her fair finger and urged him using telepathy. Idiot, run away. Why are you still talking nonsense with that bird man? He is obviously trying to stall for time. If you don't run away now, it will be too late. A mysterious smile flashed across Yue Yang's eyes. He replied to the Southern Demon King. You can't just run away randomly. You have to look for the right timing. In the sky, a huge black figure that looked like a demon dragon descended from the sky. It was the Black Hell King. He greeted Yue Yang with an unusually gentle and courteous voice. Don't be afraid, third young master. I am here to uphold justice for you. Brother Sky Emperor should at least give me some face. If it was really his people who stole your divine equipment, he will definitely seek justice for third young master. This time, the Southern Demon King was speechless again. She really wanted to say, Black Hell King, you and the Sky Emperor call each other brothers so intimately. The only thing missing is that you guys are in an alliance. You want to uphold justice. Now she understood. Not only did the Black Hell King and the Sky Emperor have an affair, his reaction was also extremely fast. He immediately found an opportunity to cause trouble for Yue Yang. Next, she didn't know how Yue Yang would react. It was highly likely that he would escape. But how would he escape? Suddenly, the Southern Demon King became curious. She wanted to see how Yue Yang would react next. How would he react? Chapter 510 Inches Since the Black Hell King is the judge, that's for the best. The Sky Emperor brushed his long hair behind his ear and asked Yue Yang, before we investigate, we need to confirm one thing. Does Yue Clan's third young master have a divine equipment? If you have never had a divine equipment, then it can prove that my subordinates did not steal your divine equipment, because no one can steal a divine equipment that doesn't exist. The divine equipment chooses its owner. Maybe a genius like third young master would have a divine equipment in his hands. The Black Hell King and Sky Emperor echoed each other. Come on, take out the divine equipment and we will admit that we stole it from you. A few Winged Clan's warriors provoked arrogantly. They thought that the divine equipment wasn't something that could be bought from a street stall. Even the Sky Emperor and the Black Hell King didn't have one, so Yue Clan's third young master definitely wouldn't have one. They could force him to take it out now. If he didn't, it would be slander. Then the Sky Emperor and the Black Hell King could use this as a pretext to attack. Southern Demon King's gaze turned cold. The Black Hell King was right about the divine equipment choosing its owner. A divine equipment couldn't be stolen. The divine equipment had its own intelligent spirit. Even if it was stolen, it would easily return to its owner. Other than being recognized by the divine equipment, a warrior couldn't steal the divine equipment using external forces. There were 3 points in the Sky Emperor's accusation. First, Yue Yang didn't have a divine equipment. If he didn't have one, then Bai Yi's clansmen wouldn't steal his divine equipment. Yue Yang was intentionally slandering them. Second, even if Yue Yang had a divine equipment, others wouldn't be able to steal it. Yue Yang's words were still slander. Third, other than rebuking Yue Yang, the Sky Emperor's question was also a clever test. If Yue Yang couldn't prove that he had a divine equipment, then other than slandering the Winged Clan and challenging the Sky Emperor's authority, he would also let the Sky Emperor and the Black Hell King know his background. If he didn't have a divine equipment, Yue Yang's life wouldn't be guaranteed. The Sky Emperor and the Black Hell King could use this as a pretext to attack. The Southern Demon King knew that the Sky Emperor was not to be trifled with. However, he did not expect that he would be so difficult to deal with. Not only did he successfully counterattack, he even managed to force Yue Yang into a corner. Since you have the divine equipment in your hands, why don't the Yue Clan Third Young Master show us the divine equipment and let us broaden our horizons? Here, not only me, I believe the King of the Southern Wilderness has also admired the divine weapon for a long time. The Sky Emperor looked at the Southern Demon King. He and the Black Hell King had the intention to kill Yue Yang, but they weren't sure what the Southern Demon King was thinking. If it was someone else, the Sky Emperor would not be too concerned about it. However, it just had to be the Southern Demon King, who was an expert in using demonic tunes to kill. It was best not to provoke her. Is that so? Third Young Master has a divine weapon. I've never seen a divine artifact before. Southern Demon King's words made the Sky Emperor and Black Hell King relax. This woman was very smart. She would not help either side. Of course, it was already very good to have this result. If the Southern Demon King was charmed by the Yue Clan Third Young Master's charm and sacrificed herself to protect him, the Yue Clan Third Young Master might really escape. If that was the case, it would be very troublesome in the future. Jizun, that terrifying woman, would kill her way to the Guangming continent or destroy the Black Hell Army. If it wasn't for their concerns, the Sky Emperor and Black Hell King would have already made their move. The Southern Demon King remained neutral on the surface, but she secretly sent a message to Yue Yang. Idiot, why aren't you running? If you delay any longer, the Black Hell King's helpers will return. Maybe the Emperor of the Underworld will also join in. At that time, forget about running, you might not even be able to keep your life. As if he didn't hear the Southern Demon King's secret message, Yue Yang slowly reached into his clothes. His action made the Black Hell King and Sky Emperor nervous. They felt that this brat was going to crush the teleportation crystal and escape. They were secretly on guard and prepared to intercept him. Unexpectedly, Yue Yang took out a rainbow-colored seal, divine equipment. My family has never been short of these things. Once the seal appeared, the sky above the glacier canyon seemed to be pressed down by an invisible hand of God. No life could move. Those ice dragons that could fly even under the law of forbidden space fell straight down the moment they drilled out of the ice and snow. They were completely unable to resist the power of this pressure. If the pressure of Yue Yang's Heaven's Fury Fire Lotus was compared to the pressure of this seal, the pressure of the Heaven's Fury Fire Lotus was like a small sailboat, while the pressure of this seal was like a 10,000-ton ship. Although they both had the same power of pressure, they were not on the same level. Most importantly, the pressure of this seal contained an irresistible, sealing power. Not to mention the ancient Great Ape, ancient Demon Bear and Ice Dragon, even the Sky Emperor and Black Hell King had the urge to escape in fear. They felt an uncontrollable fear towards this kind of pressure and sealing power. Especially the Black Hell King, who was a has-been Prison Emperor Divine General. He was the clearest about what kind of treasure the seal in Yue Yang's hands was. This was the Prison Emperor Divine Seal that he feared the most. Compared to the Prison Emperor Divine Sword and Prison Emperor Divine Staff, the Black Hell King was more afraid of the Prison Emperor Divine Seal. This was because if he was defeated by the former two, he might still be able to survive. If he was defeated by the Prison Emperor Divine Seal, then what awaited him would be complete death, or perhaps being sealed forever. Prison Emperor Divine Seal, have you entered the Prison Emperor Divine Palace before? The Black Hell King's heart sank. If Yue Yang inherited the Prison Emperor Divine Sword and Prison Emperor Divine Staff, and grew rapidly, becoming the new Prison Emperor was just around the corner. Then he, the traitor, would be in danger. Is it really a divine equipment? The Sky Emperor's pupils contracted continuously. He never thought that Yue Yang could really take out a divine equipment. Furthermore, it seemed to be a divine equipment of the highest grade. The ancient beasts in the distance had already knelt on the ground. Under the pressure and intimidation of the divine equipment, they didn't dare to move at all. Behind the Sky Emperor Bai, the winged clan warriors who had regained their arrogance swallowed their saliva in fear and greed. The legendary divine equipment was right in front of them, almost within their reach, but they couldn't obtain it. How could this make them go crazy? The worst thing was that they had previously said that if the other party took out the divine equipment, they would admit to stealing. What should they do now? The Southern Demon King was also stunned. She only reacted after a long while. She despised the greedy expressions of the winged clan warriors. Not to mention that they didn't have the strength, they didn't deserve to own a divine equipment. Even if Yue Yang gave the divine equipment to them, they would never be able to obtain it. A divine equipment had a spirit and it would choose its own master. It would never choose a weakling as its master. She could somewhat guess what was in Yue Yang's mind when he took out the divine equipment. Firstly, it was to calm himself down. Secondly, it was to attack the enemy. He took out the Prison Emperor divine seal. To the Black Hell King and the Sky Emperor, it was undoubtedly a slap in the face. The Black Hell King and the Sky Emperor, who were in cahoots with each other, would secretly split up because of the appearance of the divine equipment. It would be fine if the divine equipment had chosen its master, but it didn't. This meant that both the Sky Emperor and the Black Hell King had a chance to gain its favor. The Prison Emperor divine seal was the best treasure for both the Black Hell King and the Sky Emperor. Even in 1,000 years, or even 10,000 years, they wouldn't be able to find a better treasure than this. Killing Yue Yang and obtaining the divine seal was a certainty. The problem was, who would the divine seal belong to? The Black Hell King would only agree to the divine seal belong to the Sky Emperor unless he was an idiot. The Sky Emperor's strength was originally not comparable to the Black Hell King's. If the Black Hell King obtained the divine seal, then the Guangming continent would become the Black Hell King's backyard and the Sky Emperor would become the Black Hell King's prisoner instead of an ally. One Prison Emperor divine seal, two competitors, how would they split it? Moreover, the Yu clan's third young master wasn't made of tofu. Although the Prison Emperor divine seal hadn't recognized him as its master, the Prison Emperor divine staff and divine sword were two great divine equipment, so it was hard to guarantee that they had recognized him as their master. Southern Demon King finally understood why this brat didn't run away, but stayed behind to play tricks with the Black Hell King and the Sky Emperor. It turned out that he really had the strength to do so. Thinking of this, she smiled and took 2 steps forward, adding fuel to the fire in this tense situation. Yo, is this a divine equipment? Such a beautiful treasure. Does third young master have any extra at home? Give me one. When she said that, the Sky Emperor and the Black Hell King knew that something was wrong. Once the divine equipment appeared, the Eastern Goblin tribe's demoness was a little tempted. Indeed, if the combination of a handsome young man and a high-quality divine equipment couldn't mesmerize a woman, then there was nothing else that could tempt a woman. I'm not giving it to you, Fourth Mother said, to keep all the treasures at home for my wife. Yue Yang expressed that these were all betrothal gifts for his wife. Stingy, Southern Demon King pretended to pout coquettishly as she stretched out her fair hand and hit him lightly. The Black Hell King and the Sky Emperor looked at each other. They would definitely snatch it, but the problem was how to snatch it. Also, if they snatched it now, the Southern Demon King would definitely help the Yu clan's third young master. This was undoubtedly an unwise move. The Sky Emperor felt that his stomach was filled with jealousy. He opened his mouth to retaliate against Yue Yang, secretly feeling pleased with himself. He felt that he would definitely be able to take down this young brat who was still young. He didn't expect the other party to have an even more beautiful face-slapping counterattack. Not only did he suffer a setback, he also allowed the other party to sow discord between him and the Black Hell King. Although the Black Hell King was an ally, he definitely couldn't let him have this kind of high-quality divine equipment. Similarly, he wouldn't let him have it either. Therefore, no matter what happens in the future, at least for now, this brat's method of splitting the alliance was successful. The Sky Emperor wouldn't trust the Black Hell King 100% in their upcoming cooperation, and the Black Hell King wouldn't trust him 100% either. All of this was because of the Prison Emperor divine seal that Yue Yang had conjured. The Sky Emperor would rather Yue Yang never took out the Prison Emperor divine seal. If that was the case, then the Sky Emperor wouldn't be suspicious of his cooperation with the Black Hell King even before it started. Let me touch this divine seal, I'll just touch it. The Southern Demon King wanted to touch it, but Yue Yang didn't allow it. No, I let a few birdmen steal my Prison Emperor Divine Staff, just now. If I lose the Prison Emperor Divine Seal now, it would be terrible. If the little girl at home wants to eat roasted chestnuts in the future, there wouldn't be anything left to smash. Yue Yang's words almost made the Sky Emperor and the Black Hell King vomit blood. Using the Prison Emperor Divine Seal to smash chestnuts, could this brat do something even more painful? We didn't steal it, the few winged clan birdmen were about to cry. They had never heard of the Prison Emperor Divine Staff. Moreover, a divine equipment had a spirit, how could they steal it? Yu Clan's third young master had wronged them too much. If this continued, they reckoned that Yu Clan's third young master would make them vomit out their divine blood and martial souls. At that time, they wouldn't be able to find a rope even if they wanted to hang themselves. Moreover, they even said that if the other party had a divine equipment, they would admit to stealing. The few birdmen immediately fell to the ground and pretended to faint. Who? The Black Hell King suddenly roared angrily as he looked towards the northwest sky. Yu Clan's third young master, you are indeed a genius that only appears once in 10,000 years in Tong Tian Tower. I never thought that you would have so many rare divine equipment in your family. From high up in the sky, a man whose figure couldn't be seen clearly slowly floated down. The image on his body moved slightly, as if he was greeting the Black Hell King and the Sky Emperor. He also greeted the Yu Clan and the Southern Demon King. I am Yu Ming, I have also admired third young master for a long time. Seeing you today, you are indeed a dragon amongst men. The Black Hell King is the judge, Yu Ming and the Southern Demon King are also willing to bear witness. Sky Emperor, if it is true that your subordinate stole third young master's divine equipment, it would tarnish the name of the Guangming continent. Why don't you let your subordinate return the divine equipment to third young master? When the Sky Emperor Bai Yi saw this person, his expression immediately changed. Chapter 511. This person who called himself Hades was one of the 5 emperors of Tong Tian Tower, the emperor of the underworld. On par with the Sky Emperor and the Ocean Emperor, the emperor of the underworld was a very mysterious innate expert. It was said that his father was originally a ranker from the demon abyss. 2,000 years ago, he came to the Dark Night continent in the 9th floor of Tong Tian Tower and settled there. He married a wife and had children. After the emperor of the underworld was born, he was extremely talented and far surpassed his parents. In the end, he became the strongest person in the Dark Night continent and even became one of the 5 emperors of Tong Tian Tower. This was because the Dark Night continent and the Guangming continent, which were both hostile forces on the 9th floor, would often go to war. When the emperor of the underworld was still young, his father had unfortunately died in battle. Although he wasn't killed by the Sky Emperor, Bai Yi, the emperor of the underworld and the Sky Emperor were mortal enemies. Although the emperor of the underworld did not have the confidence to kill the Sky Emperor, they would never be on the same side. As long as the Sky Emperor agreed, he would definitely oppose it. As long as it made the Sky Emperor sad, he would do his best to achieve it. For example, he could use Yue Yang to give the Sky Emperor a tight slap. Although the emperor of the underworld didn't know that the Black Hell King and the Sky Emperor had joined hands to plot against Yue Yang, and he also didn't know why Yue Yang didn't leave after falling into the trap, and even took out his divine equipment, it didn't stop him from temporarily supporting Yue Yang to embarrass the Sky Emperor. So it's the emperor of the underworld. Welcome. The Black Hell King appeared to be courteous, but he sighed in his heart. Now that the emperor of the underworld was here, it would be even more difficult to kill Yue Yang. As long as the emperor of the underworld kept the Sky Emperor occupied, it would not be easy for him to kill Yue Yang in front of the Southern Demon King. Moreover, Yue Yang was not a simple character. If they were to make a move now, they would be pushing the neutral emperor of the underworld and the Southern Demon King to Yue Yang's side. Yue Yang must have obtained the Prison Emperor Divine Seal for a long time. As long as he didn't receive the recognition of the divine equipment, Yue Yang would still have a chance. The Black Hell King was depressed, but he endured it. Sky Emperor Bai Yi was also depressed. He felt that not only did he not get to eat the lamb this time, but he also got himself into trouble. If he had known that the emperor of the underworld had been following him, he wouldn't have needed to show himself. Or he could have remained neutral after he showed himself and not fall out with Yue Yang. He could have only sent the Black Hell King to negotiate with Yue Yang. Now he had become the bad guy. He had provoked an enemy with limitless potential who could improve at lightning speed. Not only did he not gain any benefits, he even let the emperor of the underworld laugh at him. Let's go. The Sky Emperor was too ashamed to stay any longer and prepared to leave the Glacier Canyon with his subordinates. Wait, the Black Hell King naturally wouldn't let the Sky Emperor leave just like that. He had to rope in this ally. Since he couldn't get the Prison Emperor Divine Seal, then there was still value in roping in the Sky Emperor. He sent a sound transmission to the Sky Emperor and secretly discussed a few things. On the surface, he also said, "The king of the southern wilderness explored the ancient ruins left behind by the predecessors. We were fated to meet here, why would we travel together to explore the void?" Seeing that the southern demon king didn't have any intention to reject him, he felt that this woman was really smart. She didn't express her stand at all. She didn't help the Yu clan's third young master, nor did she open her mouth to help him. She only watched the show. The Black Hell King looked at Yue Yang and the Emperor of the Underworld as if nothing had happened. He invited the two of them in a cultured manner. "If there really is a secret treasure, let's see who is fated to obtain it." His words caused the Sky Emperor to ponder secretly. Even if there weren't any treasures in the ancient ruins, killing the Yu clan's third young master and obtaining the Prison Emperor Divine Seal would be worth it. If he left with hatred, then the divine equipment would leave him and he would never be able to obtain it. In the end, the Sky Emperor decided to stay. As a witness, Yu Ming is very willing to go together. Maybe the Sky Emperor is fated to obtain another divine equipment and give it to the Yu clan's third young master. The Emperor of the Underworld didn't forget to ridicule the Sky Emperor. Yue Yang didn't say a word and kept the Prison Emperor Divine Seal slowly. No one could guess what the Yu clan's third young master was thinking. Why didn't he run away and instead showed the Prison Emperor Divine Seal to others? It was precisely because they couldn't guess his thoughts that the Black Hell King and the others felt that this young man was terrifying. There were many legends about the Yu clan's third young master, but after seeing him today, they knew that his actions were different from ordinary people. With such strength and intelligence, it was no wonder that he could even kill the Ocean Emperor Guan Lan. The Black Hell King and the Sky Emperor secretly looked at each other. Seeing Yue Yang's extremely calm behavior, they felt a chill down their spines. There had never been a young man who could give them such a deterrent. This Yu clan's third young master was extremely dangerous. The Black Hell King made up his mind that when he found the opportunity, he would kill him as fast as possible to get rid of this huge threat. If he didn't find the best opportunity, he would kill Yue Yang before he left Heaven Beyond Heaven. He definitely couldn't let this brat leave Heaven Beyond Heaven alive. Otherwise, once he matured, the one who would fail in the end would most likely be him. Seniors, and third young master who has a house full of divine equipment, why don't we head to the ancient ruins to take a look? I don't want divine equipment that can be used to smash chestnuts. Being able to obtain a holy rank treasure is already my limit. The Southern Goblin King lightly smiled. Her slender jade-like hands lightly waved on the pipa, and the music sounded out like pearls falling onto a jade plate. It was pleasing to the ears, causing one to be intoxicated and feel extremely refreshed. The Southern Demon King opened her mouth to expel the mountain-shaking bear and the lightning gold-eyed leopard brothers. The Sky Emperor also quickly ordered his tribesmen who pretended to faint to leave. The Glacier Canyon's teleportation circle had already been destroyed by Yue Yang previously. It couldn't be repaired. Fortunately, the Southern Demon King knew of another teleportation circle. As she led the way, she asked Yue Yang many questions along the way. Her attitude had changed a lot. The Black Hell King and the Sky Emperor knew that something was wrong. It seemed that the Southern Demon King was still a little interested in Yue Yang. After all, he was a handsome guy with a divine equipment. However, they couldn't stop the two from communicating and developing. The best solution now was to join hands and kill Yue Yang after entering the ancient ruins. If Yue Yang got both the beauty and the treasures of the ancient ruins, then the Black Hell King and the Sky Emperor who accompanied him the whole time would be in deep trouble. Along the way, they were secretly communicating. They were planning on how to join hands and kill Yue Yang. The Emperor of the Underworld followed behind without saying a word. However, the Black Hell King and the Sky Emperor were sure that if the situation was bad, the Emperor of the Underworld would be the first to attack. Moreover, the first target would definitely be the Sky Emperor. After walking for another 100 kilometers, they passed through the teleportation circle and entered the ancient ruins. Yue Yang suddenly realized that the real test had just begun. Moreover, the environment was extremely harsh and it wasn't any weaker than the Black Hell King and the Sky Emperor's threat. The ancient ruins were also located in an unimaginably huge glacier canyon. It was estimated that the glacier canyon that was tens of kilometers long was not even 1/100th of it. Looking at the sky, the top of the glacier canyon could not be seen. Looking at the opposite side, it was estimated that the other cliff that covered the sky was at least 100 kilometers away. If one were to look at the opposite side, they would realize that in the faraway horizon, there was a snow-white silver river that covered the sky. It stood tall and straight into the clouds. The viciousness of the glacier canyon was a ghastly sight. Countless tornadoes continuously descended from the clouds, sucking in the ice and snow on the ground. The frozen ground would also explode for no reason, and a terrifying ice storm would erupt like a volcano. Billions of ice crystals and springs shot towards the sky with boundless power. Those who were hit would probably suffer the same consequences as if they were hit by a peak innate level 10 supreme innate. Even the Black Hell King, who was fully equipped with holy ranked equipment, was very wary of the ice crystal storm that shot out like a spring. What was even more terrifying was the strange, space-shattering. Yue Yang's Heaven Eye's divine vision couldn't see why it was like this. Without any warning, the sky instantly shattered. In the shattered space, any substance would disintegrate, turning into ashes. This was the most famous and terrifying scene of the shattering void in Heaven Beyond Heaven. Luckily, the ancient teleportation circle that the Southern Demon King discovered was not damaged at all. Unlike the previous one, its teleportation range was fixed. Yue Yang, the Southern Demon King, the Emperor of the Underworld, the Sky Emperor and the Black Hell King all landed in the same area, not too far away from each other. With the Southern Demon King here, Yue Yang and the rest were safe. Yue Yang saw the Black Hell King waiting for an opportunity to attack a few times, especially when the shattering void appeared. But as long as Yue Yang turned around to look at him, the old man would pretend to be innocent. The only thing missing was a sticker on his forehead that said, "I will never sneak attack you." What is that? Yue Yang saw a huge tornado pillar spinning endlessly in the distance. He asked curiously, could that be the entrance to the ancient ruins? We have not reached the real entrance yet. The real entrance to the ancient ruins is even scarier. The shattering void could be seen at any time. If an innate level 8 were to encounter an ice crystal fountain or the shattering void, they would be instantly killed. Even if they were to defend with all their might, they would still be in grave danger if they were to get hit. The Southern Demon King had already leveled up to innate level 8. It seemed that she still had the energy to level up to innate level 9. This Pippa Demoness abilities were indeed hidden. She was comparable to the Impatience from before. Third Young Master seems to have an innate ability to control fire and ice. You are, indeed, a genius, the Black Hell King said indifferently. I can't be compared to the Black Hell King's innate thick skin and impervious to fire and water. Yue Yang retorted on the spot. The Black Hell King did not get angry and just laughed. In terms of endurance, the Black Hell King was the strongest enemy that Yue Yang had ever met in his life. If it was someone else, they would definitely not be able to withstand such a sharp and bitter verbal attack. As an innate elder ranker, not only did he have a full set of holy ranked weapons, he even had allies by his side. The Black Hell King was able to endure Yue Yang's provocation. This showed how scheming he was. After walking for a few kilometers, there was a fallen tree in front of them. There was also a small amount of ice fragments. It was estimated that an innate ranker was hit by the ice crystal fountain. When he fell, his head, neck and half of his chest were smashed, leaving only his waist and 2 legs. Help! A black figure escaped from the edge of the never-ending tornado and ran towards Yue Yang in a sorry state. However, before Yue Yang and the rest could see the situation clearly, a huge ancient ice demon king appeared behind them. It was 50 to 60 meters tall and held a long and curved ice blade in its hand. It chased after them with a violent ice crystal tornado. When Yue Yang saw it, he immediately took out his Wei Jin magic blade. However, the Southern Demon King raised her hand to stop him. This ancient ice demon king should be the guardian of the secret passage. It will only chase and kill people who trespass without permission. It will not attack us. If we attack, it is possible that all the guardians will be mobilized. At that time, we won't be able to enter the ancient ruins even if we fight for 3 days and 3 nights. Before the Southern Demon King could finish her sentence, the ancient ice demon king had already caught up to the escaping innate ranker. With a slash, the 10-meter-long ice blade cut the innate ranker into 2. After killing the innate ranker, the ancient ice demon king slowly sank into the glacier and disappeared. The innate ranker that was cut into 2 stopped 100 meters in front of Yue Yang. Yue Yang suddenly had a strange feeling. When the ancient ice demon king sank into the glacier, it seemed to have looked at him. Was it his illusion, or was there another reason? Chapter 512 Ancient Ruins, Entrance. In the center of the gigantic glacier canyon, a crystal mountain stood tall. It was almost 1,000 meters tall and had a radius of a few times its height. It was conical, transparent and pure. Under the reflection of the ice and snow, the mountain gave off a faint sapphire blue color. It was extremely beautiful and indescribable. If it wasn't for the fact that many crystal pillars on the mountain had collapsed, giving it a slightly broken appearance, no one would believe that this was an ownerless ancient ruins. Tornadoes roared around the mountain, wreaking havoc on the glacier land. The broken space also flashed from time to time, but strangely, it deviated from its surroundings and did not harm the crystal mountain at all. The entrance that the Southern Demon King brought everyone through was the Crystal Gate in the west. It was also one of the 3 remaining entrances to the ancient ruins. It was said that there were originally 4 gates in the east, south, west, and north. However, the north gate had completely collapsed and was inaccessible. The south and east gates were also broken a few times, making the passageway extremely dangerous. The only safe one was the west gate that the Southern Demon King had explored before. Everyone be careful, there are many passageways inside. Once you enter some passageways, you will be trapped inside and unable to leave for a few days. The Southern Demon King reminded everyone. Yue Yang suddenly summoned little Wen Li. The Black Hell King, Sky Emperor and Emperor of the Underworld were slightly stunned. There were no monsters appearing yet. Why did this brat summon his guardian beast? Yue Yang had entered the 5 Elements Palace before and suffered a loss. If there was a rule in the ancient ruins that forbade summoning beasts, then no matter how strong the summoned beasts were, they would still die tragically. The ancient ice demon king that killed the 4 innates just now was not a holy beast and was only platinum rank level 10. However, its strength was actually comparable to a level 8 innate. If there were a few hundred ancient ice demon kings or even stronger ancient beasts hiding inside, and no one had summoned beasts, Yue Yang did not dare to imagine the consequences. Regardless of what the Black Hell King thought, his own safety was the most important. Not only did Yue Yang summon little Wen Li, he also summoned the barbarian cow Shadow Ah Man who possessed the heart of earth and never felt tired. Let's go in. The Southern Demon King did not have any reaction, but the Black Hell King and the Sky Emperor paid special attention to little Wen Li. They secretly sized her up a few times, as if trying to determine if she was a holy beast or a divine beast. Little Wen Li was lying on Yue Yang's back like a daughter. Her eyes were closed, as if she was sleeping soundly. When the Black Hell King saw her, his first reaction was to stay away from little Wen Li. Although they hadn't fought it before, Yue Yang's little snake demon was very powerful. It had a powerful inherent skill that could bind its opponent. The supreme innates of Tong Tian Tower had long heard of it. Shun Tian and the Black Prince had suffered under the little Lamia Loli's binding chains inherent skill. Even the great demon king of the demon abyss was no exception. Some people even boldly suspected that the Ocean Emperor Guan Lan's death was caused by the combination of the little Lamia Loli's binding chains inherent skill and the Yu clan's 3rd young master's world exterminating wheel. The Sky Emperor was also wary of little Wen Li. After being bound, the Black Hell King still had his holy ranked equipment to protect himself. Since he was slightly weaker, the holy ranked equipment's power wasn't as strong as the Black Hell King's. He, who dominated Tong Tian Tower with his speed, techniques and light power, had no advantage against the binding chain's inherent skill. It could even be said that he was completely suppressed. This was also the main reason why he didn't want to provoke Yue Yang. Only the silent emperor of the underworld took a few more glances at the barbarian cow Shadow Ah Man. It's really strange, these crystal passages are actually not guarded. The Southern Demon King brought Yue Yang and the others through the west crystal door. After walking for a few hundred meters, she stopped uneasily. There should be a type of shadow demon that can hide in the crystal passage at any time. They can copy the abilities of those who enter, and they will never die. It's really a headache. Why is there no one here? Are you sure we didn't go the wrong way? The Black Hell King asked. No, although the crystal passages here are as complicated as a maze, I am confident that we didn't go the wrong way. The Southern Demon King shook her head. Is it possible that the passage is moving and changing its position? The Sky Emperor asked another possibility. No, that's not possible. I didn't feel any vibration. I am very sensitive to sound and air vibrations. Moreover, the markings here have not disappeared. This is indeed the path I have walked before. The Southern Demon King would place a small silver nail that looked like a musical note every certain distance. The silver nail emitted weak vibrations as her markings. Yue Yang noticed that she would collect the ones she left before and leave new ones every certain distance. Based on these markings, the Southern Demon King believed that she didn't take a wrong step. Let me ask you a question. The markings you left should be a piece of music. What is it? Yue Yang suddenly asked. Palace grudge. The Southern Demon King looked at Yue Yang thoughtfully. Everyone, don't be suspicious. We are walking on the correct path now. However, the distance is not right. It looks like we have walked a few hundred meters, but in reality, we have walked a few thousand meters or even further. Yue Yang pointed at the Emperor of the Underworld behind him. He is the Shadow Demon. I don't know where the Emperor of the Underworld went, but he must have copied the Emperor of the Underworld's hallucination ability to deceive our eyes. What did you say? The Black Hell King's eyes instantly turned bone-chilling. The Emperor of the Underworld was silently replaced by someone else and he didn't even know. If the Guardian had an even stranger ability, wouldn't he be in danger? The Sky Emperor immediately raised his strength to innate level 9 and attacked the Emperor of the Underworld. Sure enough, the Emperor of the Underworld was sent flying with one attack. The Shadow Demon only copied the Emperor of the Underworld's hallucination ability. Without the Emperor of the Underworld's strength, the Shadow Demon who was only innate level 7 was easily sent flying by the Sky Emperor. As it was sent flying, the entire space seemed to have been cleansed by some kind of power and became clear. The ground under their feet did not change, but the space passage changed. It was as if it was still the same, but it had become familiar and strange at the same time. The Shadow Demon who was disguised as the Emperor of the Underworld also revealed a black figure that had no gender, reverting to its original form. The Emperor of the Underworld had already been replaced by the Shadow Demon, and the real Emperor of the Underworld was nowhere to be found. Just as the Black Hell King was about to speak, he suddenly realized that there were a few Sky Emperors appearing from the Crystal Passage. They all pounced towards the Sky Emperor at the same time. Their speed was as fast as the Sky Emperor's. They fought so fiercely that no one could tell who was the real one and who was the fake one. All the Sky Emperors roared in anger and chased after their opponents crazily. Their attacks flew all over the sky, dazzling everyone's eyes. Sky Emperor, take your time, we'll go look for treasures first. Yue Yang added fuel to the fire, making the Sky Emperor even more furious. Bastard, I'm the real one, help me kill them quickly. Although they are immortal, once you kill them once, they will need to rest for a long time to recover. The Sky Emperor was going crazy. I'm the real one, you're all FC King imposters, I'll kill you all. The few Sky Emperors all said that they were the real one. Even the Black Hell King couldn't tell the difference. Seeing that the Sky Emperor was entangled, Yue Yang couldn't care less. One less incense burner meant one less ghost. Maybe there was only one secret treasure. Moreover, even if there were hundreds of millions of treasures, he wouldn't give one to the Sky Emperor. Yue Yang pulled the Southern Demon King and flew away. No matter how angry the Sky Emperor was, he wouldn't care. The Black Hell King hesitated for a while, but in the end, he decided to stay. He had a special ability that allowed him to sense his target. Although he could only sense one person, he had already locked onto Yue Yang, so he wasn't worried that he could escape. Moreover, it might not be completely safe in front. The Sky Emperor didn't want Yue Yang to get the secret treasure before him, so he unleashed his innate level 10 power in a moment of desperation. Boundless brilliance. With a big move, he sent all the Sky Emperors, who had copied the high-speed flying ability flying away, forcing them to revert back to their true form. Those shadow demons were heavily injured, but they didn't die. One by one, they floated into the Crystal Passage and went into hibernation. They could copy the special abilities of the intruders, but they couldn't copy their true power. For a supreme innate like the Sky Emperor, they could still be dealt with, but he was in a sorry state. After defeating all the shadow demons, the Black Hell King and the Sky Emperor hurriedly followed behind Yue Yang and the Southern Demon King. When they arrived at a crystal plaza, they were just like Yue Yang, amazed by the spectacle in front of them. This was definitely a special subspace, similar to the 12 Zodiac temples, but without a guardian. The entire crystal plaza was huge. It was empty. According to Yue Yang's estimation, the entire area was more than a few hundred football fields, possibly even bigger than the entire Crystal Mountain. In the sky, there was a beautiful crystal dome, and surrounding it were crystal walls of immeasurable thickness that were nearly 1,000 meters tall. If one were to talk about its current space, the crystal mountain outside would not be able to contain it, not to mention the crystal passageway that was thousands of meters long. In the center of the crystal plaza, in front of Yue Yang, there was a crystal pillar that was 5 to 6 meters tall. Various heaven runes were recorded on it. Below it, there were 4 chests neatly placed. They were a gold chest, a silver chest, a bronze chest and an ordinary wooden chest. It was so easy to find the treasures of the ancient ruins. The Sky Emperor was stunned. The Black Hell King also felt that it wasn't possible. He even thought that it could be a shadow demon, or perhaps the guardian of the Crystal Plaza used some kind of smokescreen to mislead everyone's eyes. Yue Yang didn't answer. The Southern Demon King sighed softly. I came here before and chose one of the 4 chests. Then, a ray of light appeared. When I came to my senses, I realized that I was already in a unit world of the sky beyond heaven. I was expelled by that ray of light. The Sky Emperor asked, what if I choose all 4? Yue Yang pointed at the heaven runes on the crystal pillar. I say, Sky Emperor, I didn't expect you to be illiterate. Didn't you see what was written on it? It clearly states that if you choose one of the 4 chests, the one who is fated will get the treasures. If you are not fated, you will be expelled, just like her. If you choose wrongly, you are finished. It will teleport you to the Blood Lake Hell for a free tour, and you can even enjoy the white bone ornament and skinning set. Also, if you choose all of them, then congratulations. An extremely powerful and terrifying ancient monster will appear in this crystal field. I believe you will be so happy that you will pee in your pants. Since you are so afraid of death, you might as well not choose any of them. The Sky Emperor couldn't suppress his anger at Yue Yang's mockery. Southern Goblin King, what was the chest that you chose previously? The Black Hell King was more scheming and didn't bother about Yue Yang's mockery. He also understood some heaven runes. Although he didn't understand it as well as Yue Yang, he realized that the meaning of the heaven runes was exactly what Yue Yang said. I have been here twice. Including this one, this is the 3rd time. The positions and order of the chests were all different. I chose the silver chest the first 2 times. The first one was to expel, the second one was an empty chest. I don't dare to say what the 3rd one will be. You guys choose first, I will be the last one. The Southern Demon King didn't have enough confidence. She decided to give the chance to take the risk to everyone. You choose first. The Sky Emperor pointed at Yue Yang. Why? Yue Yang was curious. Why did this guy treat him so well? The 3 of us voted to let you choose first. The Sky Emperor expressed that he was very democratic and even used the method of voting. Is that so? You guys are so nice to me, then I won't stand on ceremony. Yue Yang looked at the Sky Emperor mockingly and laughed coldly. It was as if he already knew which chest contained the treasures, and he took big strides forward. This time, the Sky Emperor was extremely regretful. Damn it, maybe this brat had some special ability to determine which chest the treasures were in. If he really let him choose first, then he would be at a disadvantage. Chapter 513 Inches I choose the silver chest. Yue Yang touched the 4 chests for a long time. Finally, he confidently confirmed his target and picked up the silver chest. Wait, Sky Emperor panicked and quickly stopped him. If there was really a treasure in the silver chest, then he would have given it to Yue Yang for free. According to the probability, Southern Demon King's first 2 choices were banishment and an empty chest. Then the 3rd choice would most likely be a treasure. There was at least a 50% chance that it would be a treasure. Now that he let Yue Yang pick the silver chest, Sky Emperor felt like a pig's head. He clearly had the best chance, but he gave it to Yue Yang. Yue Yang rushed to pick up the silver chest, as if there was really a treasure inside. He coldly looked back at Sky Emperor. If I remember correctly, just 10 seconds ago, you guys very generously voted to let me pick the chest first. Are you going back on your words now? Sky Emperor's expression froze, but he reacted quickly and waved his hands. No, of course not. However, you have clearly misunderstood my meaning. Letting you choose the treasure chest first is letting you choose, not letting you take it. In other words, it doesn't mean that you own this silver treasure chest. After all, it's hard to say whether or not there are treasures inside. This risk, as treasure hunting companions, we have to bear together. After we open the chest and confirm the treasure, we can slowly discuss how to distribute it. The Black Hell King nodded his head in agreement. Southern Demon King secretly cursed at how shameless he was, but she did not say anything. She wanted to see how Yue Yang would deal with it. Now, she was getting more and more curious about him. This brat's reactions were always different from others. Sometimes, it was a joy to see him ruthlessly slap his enemies' faces. Yue Yang passed the silver chest to Sky Emperor. Don't you want this chest? Why are you talking so much? I'm embarrassed for you. If you want it, then take it. But do you know how to open it? This can only be opened with heaven runes. Do you know how to open it? Illiterate. Although Sky Emperor did not really understand the heaven runes on the crystal pillar, he could still open the chest. Moreover, he did not need to use violence. Black Hell King pointed his fingers in the air for dozens of times. Rays of light shot out from his fingers. Streaks of finger light formed and shot towards the silver treasure chest. The rays of light hit the connection points of the runic circle on the silver treasure chest. In an instant, the silver treasure chest in the hands of the Sky Emperor gradually emitted a bright light. After a minute of opening by the Black Hell King, the silver treasure chest was opened. A white pillar of light shot up into the sky. This was an important characteristic of a secret treasure that had been sealed for a long time. The Sky Emperor could vaguely see a golden item lying at the bottom of the box. As expected, choosing the silver chest was the right choice. There really were treasures inside. Before Yue Yang and the Southern Demon King could react, the Sky Emperor reached his hand out and grabbed the golden item in his hand. We also have a share of this treasure. Yue Yang was extremely dissatisfied with the Sky Emperor's actions. The treasure hunt is not over yet. I will keep it for now. Once the treasure hunt is over, we can slowly discuss how to distribute it. The Sky Emperor was delighted. He actually wanted to say that before the treasure hunt is over, the Black Hell King and I will send you on your way. Even your prison Emperor Divine Seal will be mine, not to mention the ancient secret treasure in your hand. I think you better put this treasure down immediately. Yue Yang laughed coldly. Is that so? I think it will be best kept in my hands. The Sky Emperor did not care about Yue Yang's threat. He shrugged his shoulders pretentiously. This might not be a treasure. Let it go quickly. The Black Hell King's expression suddenly changed. But his advice was too late. Before the Sky Emperor could show off to Yue Yang, he disappeared along with the white pillar of light. The golden treasure in his hand fell to the ground with a ding. When the Black Hell King saw the heaven runes on the golden mirror-like treasure, he secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. This was because the runes on the treasure said, Hell's Key. This was probably the key to open the gates of Hell. As for the Sky Emperor, he was teleported to the legendary, Blood Lake Hell. This, Blood Lake Hell, was not the demon abyss. It was a very terrifying space in the heaven beyond heaven. Countless ancient beasts were imprisoned inside. The terrifying unit world of the ancient ruins was simply the safest place for a vacation to the Blood Lake Hell. Even if the Sky Emperor could return from the Blood Lake Hell, it would not be a matter of a day or two. Yue Yang laughed evilly. The Sky Emperor will definitely have a good time. Let's wish him a pleasant journey. The Black Hell King stared coldly at Yue Yang, like a poisonous snake staring at its prey. You did it on purpose, Yu Clan's third young master, you are very smart. However, in the face of absolute power, intelligence is sometimes useless. Do you understand what I mean? You were the one who opened the chests. He snatched the treasures. No one forced him to do so. Everyone can see that. Yue Yang expressed that he was a good child and did not play any tricks. Southern Demon King, if you were to choose, what chest would you choose next? The Black Hell King turned to ask the Southern Demon King. What about you? The Southern Demon King asked back. The Black Hell King suddenly took out a shining golden thunder hammer and smashed it into the chests, shattering all the chests into pieces. All the chests were empty. There was no banishing light. There were no treasures either. The Black Hell King stared at Yue Yang. Yu Clan's third young master, your hands are really fast. I couldn't see when you secretly stole the treasures, but I know that you must have stolen the treasures from these 4 chests. Yue Yang calmly dug his ear and replied nonchalantly, there is no evidence. Although we are familiar with each other, I can still sue you for slander. The Southern Demon King could not stand his arrogance and pulled his ear. Great, you even lied to me. What treasures did you take? Spit them out immediately. I have made 3 trips and lost more than 10 of my subordinates. Now, I have not even seen the shadow of the treasures. You actually dare to play the game of stealing the dragon and changing the phoenix. If you don't hand over the treasures, I will not let you off. Seeing the Southern Demon King fly into a rage, Yue Yang and the Black Hell King were dumbfounded. They really couldn't tell. The Southern Goblin King, who was usually gentle and refined, actually became so ferocious when it came to treasures. Yue Yang was so frightened that he hurriedly took out a gold-ranked, golden compass, from his bosom. With trembling hands, he offered it to the angry woman. "Big sister, there's only this treasure in the 4 chests. There's also a banishing scroll." "Banishing scroll? Forget it, it's yours." The Southern Demon King snatched the golden compass and waved her hands arrogantly to dismiss Yue Yang. Then, she held the golden compass in her hands with stars in her eyes and cheered non-stop. "All right, I will give you a name. Let's call you Gu Chi Compass. From now on, you will be my 1925th collection." Yue Yang and the Black Hell King almost fell to the ground. Good heavens, it turns out that everyone was scheming and fighting openly and secretly. They had all helped her for nothing. Listening to her words, there were actually 1925 treasures. Yue Yang and the Black Hell King maliciously guessed that this Southern Demon King had robbed countless national treasuries. Seeing that the Southern Demon King only had gold-ranked treasures in her hands, the Black Hell King decided not to provoke this woman. His main target was Yue Yang, especially the Prison Emperor Divine Seal on Yue Yang. As long as it was in Yue Yang's hands, the Black Hell King would not be able to eat or sleep. The Black Hell King felt that it was time to act now that he had found the treasures in the ancient ruins. Now that the Southern Demon King had the treasures, she was a smart woman. She would definitely not interfere in the battle between him and Yue Yang. Moreover, even if she sided with Yue Yang, the Black Hell King was confident that he could kill the 2 of them in this crystal plaza. There was only one crystal passageway to enter. This place did not restrict the summoning of beasts. The Black Hell King felt that as long as he blocked the crystal passageway, Yue Yang and the Southern Demon King would definitely die. Just as the Black Hell King was about to attack Yue Yang, the entire crystal plaza suddenly trembled. The crystal pillars sank rapidly. The ground caved in. A giant crystal spiral staircase mysteriously appeared. No one knew how deep it went down. Could it be that the real treasures were still below? The Black Hell King did not have time to think as he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Countless powerful auras appeared below the crystal spiral staircase. It was as if thousands of soldiers and horses were about to rush out. Every one of them had the strength of the ancient Ice Demon King that they met previously. There were even a few that were even stronger. Yue Yang extended his hand and poked the Southern Demon King, who was still immersed in happiness. "Big sister, we should go. So long-winded. You guys can deal with these few thieves, you don't have to ask me." The Southern Demon King hated it when people interrupted her appreciation of the treasures. "Big sister, look above you." Yue Yang pulled her sleeves again. The Black Hell King heard this and looked up. His pupils immediately contracted. At the dome of the Crystal Plaza, there was a giant glowing ball of light floating in the air. The ball of light enveloped a giant ancient giant. The giant that was curled up and sleeping inside the ball of light was at least 10 meters tall. If it were to stretch its entire body, it would probably be the size of an ancient titan. Not to mention Yue Yang, even the Black Hell King was scared out of his wits. This sleeping ancient giant was definitely not someone to be trifled with. Once it awakens, it would definitely cause a huge ruckus. "What's going on?" The Southern Demon King was also shocked. She screamed as if she had just woken up from a dream. "What did you guys do? What happened here?" "Shish." Yue Yang quickly covered her mouth. "Big sister, now is not the time to talk about this. What we need to do now is to leave quickly." Before he could finish his sentence, the crystal passageway 1,000 meters away rumbled and completely closed up. There was not even a small crack left. The ball of light floating in the air slowly floated down. The hearts of the Black Hell King, Yue Yang and the Southern Demon King sunk. Which stingy bastard left this ancient ruin behind? They only took a golden compass, but not only did they let the dogs loose, they even sent an ancient giant to bully them. How could they live like this?